Chapter 4802 Increasing Pressure Chapter 4802 Increasing Pressure. As much as Vase wanted to spend more time tinkering with different pieces of alien technology, he didn't have the time to mess around anymore. The sound of weapons fire became more intense as the Peskins on the floor above them intensified their attempts to push the human forces away. Vase momentarily split his attention once again and accesses the live feeds of his honor guards. Every suit of combat armor that he built for his personal guards could supply a lot of data to him. This was a way for him to observe what they were experiencing at the front without putting himself at risk. He could see that Nida had been sparring against the aliens for a while now. The tall soldier held her thick and powerful heavy luminaire crystal assault rifle and carefully fired high-powered slicer beams at the obstacles that the Peskins used for cover. Although a lot of shots ended up getting absorbed by the metal walls and other solid obstacles, repeated hits eventually created a tunnel that allowed the former Kinner soldier to fire a beam that punched through the last remaining matter and kill an armored Peskin soldier armed with transphasic guns. The alien soldier had already done a lot of damage, though. The Peskin was armed with 2 transphasic laser cannons that could each penetrate through the excellent armor of a Davudan human trooper with just a single hit. While the combat armor assigned to the elite guard troops of the colonial state was not weak, even if it managed to block most of the damage, even a fraction of the power of an energy beam was enough to produce severe burn wounds. The only mercy was that the transphasic laser beam attacks did not outright kill the troopers struck by them as long as they landed on the limbs and less critical parts of the human body. It did produce an awful situation where an increasing number of wounded soldiers had to be pulled back from the front. At this time, a group of non-combatants had decided to step up and utilize their considerable medical expertise to tend to the wounded. Clear more beds and bring us more supplies. We need to sterilize these chambers as soon as possible. Have you found their water source yet? We can't operate on these patients without a source of clean water. Even though many of the directors of the various departments of Freewell Medical Services had long retired from conducting medical operations themselves, they still possessed a huge amount of knowledge and experience. The shabby conditions of the alien base did not stop them from attempting to do their jobs. It did not matter that they lacked access to advanced medical tools and machines, as qualified doctors were always educated to be able to treat their patients without relying on excessive automation. Otherwise, doctors wouldn't be needed at all. People could just toss their wounded into automated treatment chambers and wait until they spat out healthy bodies. It was the habit of humans to never develop an excessive dependence on advanced and automated technology that enabled the doctors employed by Freewell Medical Services to make themselves useful. Although they clearly weren't comfortable with the awful conditions they were working under, they were veteran doctors who had worked under a lot of pressure in many different circumstances in the past. They adapted as well as they could and tried their best to prevent the condition of the wounded soldiers from deteriorating. In a way, the wounded soldiers were rather fortunate to get hit by laser beams. These weapons might produce deep and massive burns at best or outright boil flesh until they exploded at worst, but they were not known to produce massive bleeding. This made it a little easier to stabilize their conditions in the short term, though depending on their injuries their bodies could degrade for many other reasons, such as losing the functionality of essential organs. However, as much as the old but hard-working doctors of Freewell Medical Services stepped up, their efforts only reduced the losses. They did not directly contribute to a victory. The only ones who could change the situation were the soldiers risking their lives to fight back against the entrenched Peskin defenders. The situation at the front changed instantly when the aliens tossed multiple bombs down the entrance that separated the floors. Incoming explosives. If the infantry troopers were better equipped, then they would have been able to deploy automatic interception turrets that could shoot down the bombs before they could ever get close. Unfortunately, the rifle-armed soldiers could do little aside from jumping aside or trying to fire their weapons in the hopes of scoring a lucky hit. Nida and the honor guards she fought with did not cower in the face of this latest threat. They raised their heavy assault rifles and began to fire multiple kinetic beams in quick succession. They had already dialed down the power settings so that their weapons could fire the beams at a much faster firing rate at the cost of reducing their power. However, the kinetic damage they inflicted onto the simple alien bombs was enough to give them such a substantial knock that these impact explosives detonated in midair on their own accord. A few bombs managed to get through despite all of these measures. The honor guards who were close enough to get affected by the explosives did not do much aside from turning around and hunkering down behind cover. Boom, boom, boom. Though the bombs were not transphasic in nature, they still tore a lot of alien construction. A few soldiers who hadn't been able to respond quickly enough to run away from the blast zone got flung aside as if they were ragdolls. Even if these armored troopers hadn't died on the spot, the powerful collisions had mostly exceeded the protective capacity of their combat armor. Nida happened to be peripherally affected by one of the bombs. The cover that she was sheltering behind had been blown away, but the honor guard herself looked as if she had remained unaffected. Her newly upgraded armor resisted much of the damage. In addition to that, as Vess's chief bodyguard, she also carried a fairly high-end personal shield generator that could resist much of the explosive force if necessary. That hadn't been necessary as the first-class alloys covering her tall and heavy form were thick enough to resist this much pressure. Her attacks did not cease for long. She soon began to fire her heavy luminaire crystal assault rifle once again. As a weapon personally developed and customized for his honor guards, the weapon possessed a great amount of power and versatility. Even if it wasn't transphasic, its effectiveness was at least 5 times better than the premium rifles utilized by the other soldiers. Aside from a few unusual private guard troops who were equipped with extravagant weapons bought by their employers, hardly any target could resist the energy attacks launched by the oversized luminaire crystal weapon for long. That didn't appear to be enough, though. Not only did the Peskins have a stockpile of bombs at hand, they also maintained a considerable defensive advantage. As Vase closed the live feeds transmitted by his honor guards and looked around the scattered and damaged alien base, he judged that he should be able to cobble together a few machines that could help with the fight. It was too bad that there wasn't enough time for him to produce anything meaningful. The military leaders in charge of the various units did not wait for anyone to develop a miracle solution from the goods they managed to capture from the aliens. The rumbling of the prison facility had spooked them to such an extent that they decided to hasten their next deployments. As the troops prepared to launch a costly and brutal assault against the enemy's defensive positions at the various entrances, Vase and Gloriana shared their concerns to each other while their children huddled together in fear of what might happen. "What is happening, sisters?" Marvane pitifully asked. Both Aurelia and Andraste came close in order to embrace their younger brother. "It will be fine," Aurelia said. "Papa will take care of everything." Andraste grinned. "You heard all of the stories about Papa, right? He always managed to beat the bad guys and get away in the end. This time is no different because he is just that awesome." The two girls had a strong belief in their father. He might be a little silly at times, but he had always loomed tall over their heads for as long as they lived. Meow. Even Clixie agreed with their assessment. It helped that Vase deliberately maintained a confident and self-assured demeanor for the sake of their children. In truth, he was shaking inside his mind. The previous quake was more violent than the last one, which signified that a powerful influence may be inflicting heavy damage onto the prison. Combined with the heavy premonition which clouded his mind even more, Vase felt as if a lot of awful stuff was about to happen if the Peskins had their way. When Jaharan's projection talked to us at the time, he said a bunch of words that suggested that he was not only in communication with a phase lord, but also intended to free this powerful alien individual. "Are you sure the words of an unhinged alien leader can be trusted, Vase?" The Peskin also did not make use of a good translation program. "Your doubts are not invalid, but I think that the overall words stated by Great Chief Jaharan clearly states his thoughts on this matter." Vase played a recording that he made of the odd dialogue. "Gaga gaga ha. Ancient god more ancient and blooded than yours is our god. Final countdown is upon us. Destroy chains and undo our home. Too late, all will break. False god you shall deceased." This caused Gloriana to frown. The word, ancient god, can be interpreted in many ways. The Red Ocean features two types of false gods that derive their divinity from phase water. The more common ones are the different indigenous aliens that become powerful by imitating the methods of a more powerful and remarkable race. Then there are the actual phase whales who are considerably more powerful by virtue of their large bodies. That caused Vase to pause and think. Wait, are you saying that the ancient but powerful prisoner that the Peskins have somehow managed to wake up is not a phase lord, but instead a genuine phase whale? Even as he said these words, he thought back on the large-sized prison cell that was built in the center of the ancient prison facility. His blood froze when he thought that this cell hadn't been emptied at all when the prison was evacuated, but had instead been occupied all along. Although he didn't understand why anyone would empty out an entire prison aside from its most important cell, Vase could not rule out the possibility that the cell reserved for the most dangerous and powerful prisoner may indeed hold an actual living phase whale. Vase groaned. He wanted to smack his palm against his face. What is up with these phase whales? Why do we keep bumping into them all of the time? First it was the flesh conqueror at Purgatory. Then it was the unclean whale trapped in the center of the Palace of Shame. Now there might be another delinquent phase whale trapped inside this pocket space. The most ridiculous part about all of this is that this is all taking place in Davut. Shouldn't this place be swept clean of any phase whales? Although Vase did not have any solid proof that an actual member of the phase whale was trapped inside the center of this place, this was pretty much the worst case scenario if it was true. He would rather overestimate the threat than do the opposite. We're screwed if a phase whale gets loose. Chapter 4803 Precious Manpower. The potential problem escalated to a dangerous degree, but the situation was still salvageable. They just had to preempt the Peskins and prevent whatever means they employed to free the alien captive at the center of the facility. At worst, Vase could use Goldie to inform the Larkinsons on the other side to compel the government to call in the MTA on an emergency basis. Even though the state would have to pay a huge price to call in the MTA's intervention, there was no way the Mechers would stand by and let an escaped phase whale destroy an entire city during a breakout attempt. However, Vase was deeply concerned about whether the MTA's fast response group could adequately control a fight against a formidable phase lord or phase whale. Although he had seen the MTA suppress such powerful creatures in the past, that was mostly confined to battles in space where there was nothing important in the vicinity. Any fight that might ensue between the MTA and a powerful alien, god, would most definitely devastate the entire ancient prison. If the phase whale was especially dangerous and powerful, the battle might even spill over Kotor City, which was built around the center of the entrance to the pocket space. All of this was bad news to Vase. He did not want to leave anything to chance. The best way to deal with a possible calamity was to prevent it from happening in the first place. As the pressure of all of these predictions weighed down on him like a blanket made out of unending alloy, he felt as if he and his forces were the only ones that could save Kotor City from a disaster of the colonial state's own making. It was the negligence of the founders of Davut that drove Great Chief Jaharan and his surviving aliens to this corner of a pocket space. We need to end this sooner rather than later. To that end, Vase temporarily said goodbye to Gloriana and his children once again. He then approached Nida, who was hunkering just behind a structure that was close to the main entrance that led to the next floor. The sounds and vibrations of weapons fire became a lot louder, and the risk of getting blasted by a bomb or other heavy weapon in the hands of the aliens was not light. Nonetheless, Vase still possessed a strong belief in the strength of his unending regalia. He had already summoned his Amastendira, and his primordial human skull was always ready to be used. What does the situation look like according to your opinion? The Peskins are fully ready to meet our attack. Nida reported back. There are more Peskin soldiers as well as civilians that have hastily been armed with spare battle suits. Although most of these soldiers are fairly weak, their quantity is distressing. Our own troops have suffered moderate casualties already, so it is not certain whether they have the numbers to sustain an attack. Vase had already taken a good look at the other soldiers. The Davutan Guard soldiers still possessed the determination to fight and die for a good cause, but the same could not be said for the private guard troops that were loyal to other important groups. If Vase wanted to make sure that both of them pulled their weight in the upcoming offensive, then he needed to give them the confidence that they could win without paying a grievous price. He thought about this problem for a moment. He even called up a projection that showed a feed from a hidden spy drone. The quantity of Peskin defenders was quite exaggerated. Scores of defenders were stationed at every entrance, but over 1,000 aliens had gathered around the main entrance alone. Although the majority of those aliens consisted of civilian Peskins that only hastily wore a spare battle suit, they only had to aim their arm cannons in a single direction in order to block any human force from pushing through a narrow entrance. Vase already gained a headache from seeing all of the Peskins looking ready to impale any humans that came within range. The hatred exuding from them was palpable. Even if the expressions of most of these aliens weren't visible behind their thick helmets, Vase could clearly pick up the dark and seething emotions that were boiling inside their minds and spirits. Almost all of the Peskins that had hastily evacuated from their city-state had lost many friends and relatives during the conquest of their planet. These aliens would certainly fight until the bitter end. Even if there was a minuscule chance that their race could be saved from extinction, they would definitely fight like hell in order to give their people a way to survive. As Vase continued to study this situation from multiple angles, he suddenly found a possible method to break this difficult situation. The current plan that General Verl had proposed was to take advantage of the extraordinary resilience of the combat armor of the honor guards to lead a charge through the main entrance. By attracting the bulk of enemy fire, the Larkinson guards could buy precious time and space for the other soldiers to move up and overrun the enemy positions. This was a simple and brutal plan that exposed his honor guards to a huge amount of risk. Vase did not like it at all because he did not want his own men to pay the price for a victory. He wanted to achieve victory in a better way, and he just thought of a way to turn the tide against the aliens. He opened up a communication channel. "General Verl, I have a proposal." It did not take long before General Verl agreed with the alteration to the plan. It was not as if Vase completely overturned the original strategy. He just augmented it by adding in his own contribution. The only issue that Verl had a problem with was that it required Vase to stay fairly close to the action. "Does it have to be you, sir?" the general asked with concern. "It would be better to entrust this responsibility to your guards. They can't. They don't have the skills and expertise that I have." "Don't worry, I do not intend to charge at the forefront like before. I will keep a pair of honor guards around me just to make sure." "Is that okay?" "Very well." Although withholding 2 honor guards directly weakened the vanguard that was still scheduled to storm the enemy's position, first, it couldn't be helped. In order to ensure that this part of the next attack would go well, Nida had decided to lead the charge in person. Fortunately, Nida had already passed on the Larkinson mandate to the chief ministers of the Larkinson clan. Otherwise, the precious heirloom of the clan might actually get exposed to withering fire and get destroyed. Once everyone completed their respective preparations, General Verl, Major Durant and the other leaders commanded their men to advance. At this point, the soldiers did not need an extolling speech or encouragement from Zygra in order to do what was necessary. They all knew the score and they didn't like being manipulated twice in a row. "Take action." The attack commenced after a pair of heavy weapon specialists brought forward their laser cannons and fired them at the enemy's defensive positions in order to blow open a wide enough hole. "Attack." A small group of honor guards charged forward, attracting the attention of hundreds of Peskins and attracting a lot of enemy fire. Even though the power and caliber of those weapons weren't all that great, the sheer quantity of hits already began to stress their combat armor. The aliens defending up above began to yell and roar different alien sounds that expressed their undying hatred and ferocity against the human invaders and murderers. The utter hatred had seeped so deep into their souls that they presented an invisible cloud of fury that utterly caused the advancing humans to feel the wrath of their race. However, the humans did not rear back when confronted by the righteous anger of the aliens that they tried to annihilate. Humanity was strong. Every single human living in this age possessed a strong and unquestioned belief in the superiority and strength of their own race. Although this was a fairly common occurrence among many races, it was especially strong in humans. It was as if the technological superiority and the scale of conquered territories was directly proportional to the racial pride of different species. Since humanity grabbed more territory than any other race in the galactic neighborhood, humans fully possessed the capital to rank themselves on top of every other alien race. These Peskins who never really managed to expand beyond their only home planet were incredibly pathetic in comparison. It would be a shame for humanity to lose even a single battle against these final remnants that deserved to be swept in the dustbin of history. Whether this pride was irrational or not, it significantly helped to boost the morale and determination of the humans that were climbing up a ramp, thereby completely exposing themselves to attacks. The incoming attacks inflicted a lot of damage. The amount of Peskins armed with guns were so great that dozens of infantry soldiers had fallen in battle. They happened to be the troopers who were equipped with weaker and less resilient suits of combat armor. The ones wearing better equipment managed to hold out longer, but even the honor guards started to falter under all of this fire. Their first-class armor plating resisted a lot of energy attacks with relative ease, but there were still plenty of aliens who were armed with physical guns. Each time these aliens lifted their 2-arm cannons and pulled the trigger, their muzzles boomed as pairs of ballistic projectiles slammed against the armor of the honor guard. These attacks often caused the honor guards in question to falter in their steps or get pushed back to an extent. The worst attacks launched by the Peskins were grenades and other explosives. They not only affected multiple honor guards at once, but could even blast them off their feet if they were powerful enough. One guard in particular suffered a series of blows. Not only did he get knocked flat on the ground after suffering an explosion at point-blank range, a small team of Peskin elite soldiers who had been waiting for the right opportunity suddenly exposed themselves and fired a dozen transphasic laser beams onto the same target. Each of them coordinated their fire so that the timing and aim of the attacks landed onto the exposed chest plating of the fallen and immobile honor guard at the same time. Vase snarled as he could feel the passing of the loyal honor guard. Though Vase had never bothered to learn the soldier's name in person, he knew that the deceased fellow used to be a loyal battle-crier armsman who had managed to prove himself worthy to become his most honored bodyguard. The loss of such a skilled but more importantly dedicated guard was a significant loss to Vase. Although the clan was capable of hiring a lot of elite guards these days, their loyalties were never truly secure. Only certain groups such as the former citizens of the Kinner tribe were willing to pledge unreserved loyalty to Vase in person. This had always caused Vase to favor the battle criers for the most sensitive and crucial jobs, such as becoming the basis of his elite nullifier battalion. Even though the human sharpshooters had already sniped the elite Peskin soldiers that had finally exposed themselves, there were still more of them that were inflicting great damage. As Vase observed another honor guard losing a limb as a volley of laser beams scorched the poor man's arm, he couldn't take it any longer. Vase did not intend to let any of his precious men suffer any further. Once he confirmed that the Peskins had become fully preoccupied with attacking the vanguard, he stepped forward and began to make his move. He lifted David's skull and began to channel a classic combination of design spirits. Zygra, Lufa, xianxia, bring forth your power and engulf the aliens with your despair. Chapter 4804 The Power of Imitation. Chapter 4804 The Power of Imitation. From the moment the glowing skull in Ves's hand began to spread a new glow, the entire battle surrounding the main entrance completely changed. Vase imitated the performance of the Everchanger once again by utilizing his unique advantages to spread a glow far enough to encompass hundreds of alien combatants. With the primordial human skull in his hands acting as a facsimile of the Everchanger's iridescent mercury, he truly felt as if he was embodying the performance of his favorite and most proud masterwork Mech. The effect of the infamous combination between Zygra, Lufa and xianxia had an immediate effect on the immediate battlefield. Hundreds of Peskins who previously had nothing but fury and hatred in their hearts suddenly groaned and lost their concentration. These aliens may have or may not have learned what the conquerors of their home planet had been up to as of late, but Vase seriously doubted that they had a clear and meaningful idea of what the glows of the Larkinson clan represented. Indeed, many of these aliens had lived a sheltered and isolated existence inside this cold and barren prison facility. Their unwillingness to venture beyond the upper floors was a sign that they clung extremely close to their fellow Peskins. The first time an individual became exposed to the phenomenon known as glows was always the most impactful. This was because the person in question had no psychological preparation for exposure, let alone develop any mental tricks that allowed them to maintain relatively clear heads. As all of these Peskins possessed no awareness of Ves's latest move, their reactions were just as exaggerated as he anticipated. No matter whether they were humans or aliens, any sentient or non-sentient organism became susceptible to glows as long as they possessed the capability to feel emotions. The high emotional range and sensitivity of the Peskins worked against them this time. Dozens of distressed Peskins no longer had the focus to train their arm guns at the nearest human targets. They all bent over or swayed as if they had been poisoned. The mental burden imposed by the infamous disorientation glow that characterized the Doom Guard and the ferocious Piranha Mech lines devastated the cohesion of the nearby Peskin lines. Although Vase found it regretful that his range was far smaller than that of the Everchanger at his full range, he was not embroiled in a battle involving mechs at the moment. The current range of his glow was more than sufficient to make a major difference in the fight. The strange and sudden occurrence not only reduced the combat effectiveness of the aliens being tortured by the disorientation glow, but also affected the more distant Peskins to an extent. The brothers and sisters of the affected aliens could not ignore what was happening. They tried to shake the debilitated aliens out of whatever strange effect they had come under, only for their efforts to bear no fruit. Some even became affected as well as they inadvertently strayed in the range of the glow radiated by David's skull. With these mysterious ancient remains acting as a medium and an amplifier, the strain imposed by the disorientation glow was only just below the level that could be reached by a typical Doom Guard or ferocious Piranha Mech. This was more than enough to disable all of the civilian Peskins as well half of the professional soldiers among the aliens. This was a significantly better result than Vase initially expected. He thought that the Peskins had hardened so much over the years that their utter animosity towards the humans would grind their willpower and make them more resilient to external shocks. While that was undoubtedly the case, the surprise factor played an even greater role, causing many unstable Peskins to become disproportionately affected. As Vase studied the strange behavior of the armored Peskins a bit more, he understood why his current glow produced such an exaggerated effect. Zygra's perpetual anger resonated a lot more with the current emotions of the Peskins. It was one thing for calm people to get incited by Zygra's burning fury. It was another thing for Peskins who already harbored undying hatred against the humans to have their strongest amplified all of a sudden. On top of that, Lufa's glow instantly replaced that of Zygra, which instantly dragged the furious emotions of the Peskins in the opposite direction. It was as if their burning hearts got doused by a bucket of ice-cold water. The sudden loss of strong emotion became jarring to the aliens that had been living with hatred for multiple years. Not only did it become difficult for them to retain the motivation needed to fight against the humans with all of their effort, but it had also become a lot more challenging for them to maintain their awareness of the current situation. The civilians among the Peskins who were completely unused to fighting became especially affected by Lufa's glow. This was because as much as they wanted to fight against the humans, they longed to return to the peaceful and idyllic lives they enjoyed before the arrival of the extragalactic invaders. Their lives weren't so awful in the past. Each of them harbored a strong longing to return to the good old days. Even if Lufa suppressed all of their emotions, the Angel of Tranquility clearly had a stronger effect on the stronger ones first, causing the Peskins affected by it to experience all of the feelings that they had suppressed in the past. Among humans, the longing for the past and the unceasing desire to return to a state of life that could never be attained anymore could be regarded as a mental affliction. Right now, a lot of aliens had become so distracted by their recollection of the past for a moment that it was as if the battle didn't matter as much anymore. It was a pity that Lufa soon made way for Zygra again before the aliens could properly indulge in those memories. The rapid switching between their two diametrically opposite glows had tormented millions of humans and aliens throughout the Red Ocean over the last years. Now, the Peskins had become the latest group of victims to learn that the rules had changed since the introduction of living mechs. Ruai. The keening and shouting of aliens sounded completely incomprehensive to the baffled human soldiers pushing forward, but they quickly adjusted their mentality and broke through the blockade of Peskins with much greater confidence. The weight of fire from the armored Peskins combatants had dropped dramatically. The difficulty of going through with this assault had eased to such an enormous degree that the honor guards no longer experienced any significant pressure anymore. As long as hundreds of armed Peskins no longer focused their fire on the eye-catching red-coated infantry troopers, the elite honor guards could still rely on their battered but intact first-class armor plating to withstand the remaining attacks. Despite their names, the elite battle crier troops did not need to call out to each other or shout any meaningless slogans. They cherished this precious reprieve and hastened their pace in order to breach through the blockade of the Peskins as soon as possible. Suddenly, the air around them flashed in bright red as a pair of powerful laser beams instantly surged forth and demolished a pair of defensive installations that stood in their way. The heavy weapon specialists in the rear had never stopped providing fire support to the advancing human troops. Although their portable laser cannons had already grown so hot that the surrounding air started to grow hazy, their users did not hesitate to overstrain their weapons because they knew this was the most crucial moment of this assault. A thinner but stronger laser beam struck a well-protected machine gun nest that had been suppressing the weaker troops for too long. Although Vase wanted to be more frugal about the firepower of his Amastendira, he nonetheless aimed his first-class laser pistol at a crucial target and fired a high-powered laser beam whenever he felt it was necessary. The occasional shots caused the more sober and resilient Peskins to pay more attention to him. Vase had moved a bit more forward than he liked in order to enable his glow to affect more Peskins, but that also turned him into a viable target. He tried his best not to flinch when laser beams and kinetic projectiles started to slam into his unending regalia. Vase knew exactly how much damage his combat armor could safely withstand, and he already dismissed the majority of attacks. Qilanzhou's reassuring influence also gave him a lot of mental encouragement, allowing him to suppress his fears even as he made himself more vulnerable to enemy fire. The few turrets and heavy weapon analogs in the hands of the aliens had already been taken care of for the most part. The only aliens that could truly pose a threat to him were the elite Peskins armed with integrated transphasic guns, but the Davudan sharpshooters had become a lot more skilled at taking them down before they could do much damage. Every elite soldier wore a battle suit that was slightly bulkier and was covered with considerably more decorative markings. The Peskins had not done anything to camouflage the status of these elite troopers. Once the sharpshooters or other human troopers took these aliens down, there was no need to worry about the threat of their guns anymore. Due to the unique physiological constraints of the Peskin race, they were unable to make effective use of handheld external weapons. The aliens predominantly merged their weapons into their battle suits, which meant that once one of their soldiers had been felled, the weapons he carried became useless to the survivors because they could not be transferred in the field. Vase sneered contemptuously at these aliens. Although integrated weapons had their advantages, there were good reasons why infantry and mechs still made use of external weapons in most circumstances. The ability to switch weapons or pass them on to others was incredibly valuable. Being able to replace a broken rifle with a spare one that was intact could ensure that a combat unit could still make useful contributions during the same battle. It also made maintenance and combat power retention a lot easier during long and grueling campaigns. These aliens clearly haven't fought a real war. Vase contemptuously sneered. He reveled in the chaos and disruption he produced. With Lufa and Zygra working in tandem as they had always done for years, the glow exuding from the glowing skull continued to torture and torment the weak and vulnerable mentalities of the surrounding Peskins. Only the most elite and professional soldiers among the aliens could maintain a sober mind under all of this pressure, and even they found it difficult to keep their aim straight or listen to the frantic instructions of their confused superiors. Under the current circumstances, the only Peskins that remained truly unaffected were those that were positioned further away. This had always been one of the major weaknesses of glows. However, Vase did not feel overly threatened by these distant combatants as they didn't have a clear line of sight on his position. As long as he did not fully ascend up the ramp that led to the next floor, it became nearly impossible to target him unless they possessed guided munitions or smart weapons. The lack of sophistication of the armaments employed by the enemy along with other constraints meant that it was unlikely for Vase to get confronted by them. The aliens would have used them by now if they actually possessed this capability. Just as Vase thought that he could single-handedly turn the tide of this battle, a large and tall presence approached the front of the Peskin defensive line. Although the solid floor did not shake at its approach, the tall mechanical construct nonetheless loomed over every other fighter, no matter whether they were humans or aliens. Of all of the people that became shocked by this alien construct's appearance, no one was more surprised than Vase. Oh hell, the Peskins built an imitation mech. Before he could do anything else, the alien, Mech, lifted up a large and intimidating kinetic arm cannon and aimed its large muzzle straight towards Vase. Chapter 4805 Alien Innovation Chapter 4805 Alien Innovation. As an experienced and talented journeyman mech designer, Vase possessed a high degree of understanding towards mechs. He had traveled far and wide and experienced many battles involving different mechs up close, perhaps too close for his liking. No matter whether it was a third-class mech, a second-class mech, a first-class multi-purpose mech or even a biomech, Vase possessed enough knowledge to comprehend how they worked in broad strokes. He could even get a good impression of the personality and design strategy of the mech designers in question. This was a basic ability that everyone in the profession possessed, and it constantly grew more effective as he came in touch with more and more mechs. At his level, it would be ridiculous and absurd if he saw a new mech and failed to comprehend the meaning of its existence. Yet that was exactly what he did when he became confronted by a sight of a genuine alien, Mech. His first impression upon seeing this alien mechanical monstrosity was that the engineers who worked on it were not unskilled. Whoever Great Chief Jaharan managed to drag into this pocket space possessed an excellent artistic touch as well as a thorough understanding of war machines in general. The solid and bulky form of the alien machine reminded Vase of the alien tanks that he had previously observed in the archival footage of the conquest of the planet. The city-state of Davut was the most powerful Peskin polity for good reasons, and fielding a strong military was one of them. Supported by an abundance of wealth and knowledgeable researchers, the alien city-states' development of tanks, airplanes and other vehicles had reached an impressive state by local standards. It was not inconceivable for the Peskin engineers to make use of their existing expertise in conventional war machines to create an unprecedented mech. They just had to have the right reasons to work on one. Perhaps the Peskin race suffered so much trauma at the hands of human mechs that the survivors thought that only legged war machines could give them a chance to compete against their attackers. It might also be a desperate attempt of the aliens to cope with the trauma of losing their family and home planet. Whatever the case, the aliens invested a significant amount of resources and time into the design and construction of their first native mech. This was an impressive feat for a race that never dealt with them before and had no experience in making. Vase could see that the aliens had put careful thought on the design of their first mech. He could see that the aliens initially approached the project as a tank but replaced its traditional locomotion with bipedal legs. Naturally, a mech was more than just a tank with legs. Issues such as trying to maintain the balance of the machine and slimming down the upper parts also became important, and all of that required a lot of careful thought and consideration. The selection and placement of weapons also introduced a whole set of problems. However, since the aliens already had a tradition of mounting weapons onto their battle suits, it was not that big of a technical leap for them to mount mech-sized armaments to their arms. Then there was the matter of control. Vase seriously doubted that the Peskins mastered the technologies involved in the creation of neural interfaces. It was impossible for them to invent this kind of tech in a short amount of time and under extreme conditions to boot. From the stiff and robotic movements of the alien mech, Vase could already conclude that the aliens had likely resorted to the simplest and most convenient control option imaginable. They utilized a combination of mechanical controls and a high degree of automation to make the mech pilotable. All of these decisions ultimately caused the Peskins to develop their first frontline mech, if only barely. In truth, not even the most rookie novice mech designer would design such a heap of trash. The alien mech was abominably slow for its mass and size. Vase could easily utilize the exact same materials put into designing this mech and come up with a tougher, more optimized machine that moved at much more reasonable speeds. The configuration of the double gun arms was unreasonably long. Most human-developed frontline mechs tended to be more sparing about their length because the trade-off in flexibility and cost. The alien mech possessed no neural interface. On top of that, its construction was unreasonably massive and slow. There was no need to extend the arms so long and mount a heavy laser cannon at their ends. Not only did this make the aiming process even slower, but it also made it a lot harder to maintain the balance of the machine and keep its aim consistent. Aiming was a serious problem, especially to engineers who were making mechs for the first time. Although the Peskins had lots of experience with creating similar integrated weapons in their battle suits, there were still plenty mechanical and physical differences between infantry-sized armor and mechs that massed more than tanks. The long-ranged accuracy of this first-generation mech was extremely dubious. It might be sufficient for it to strike a target that was 100 meters or so away, but the hit rate should decrease by an enormous degree at a distance of a kilometer or more. It was rather fortunate that the Peskins rolled out this homebrew mech in a confining battlefield like this. The alien imitation mech would have performed a lot more poorly if it was deployed on open terrain. In fact, the aliens shouldn't have bothered to develop a mech to begin with. There was no point in making one if the only reasonable means of controlling them was by using mechanical controls with AI assistance. There was no flexibility or fluidity in its movements. The fine control that played such a great role in allowing human mechs to outperform conventional war machines was completely absent in its entire construction. The alien pilot had to control way too many settings and pay attention to far too many variables in order to make the most of his cumbersome machine. A simple tank would have been able to do the same job a lot more effectively while costing less. The only viable reasons for the Peskins to develop a mech was for psychological and research purposes. Vase could see many signs that this was indeed the case. This was an experimental prototype that had been tinkered many different times. Gloriana could probably see this a lot more clearly, but even he recognized that a lot of parts had been added and removed over the years as the Peskins attempted to get a grip on the concept of mechs. It was too bad that all of those revisions still hadn't brought them close enough to the meaning of human mechs. They were way too far behind and did not understand anything about how mechs should be used. Even the first mechs unveiled by humanity at the end of the Age of Conquest were much better than the trash presented by the ignorant engineers of the Peskin race. No matter whether they started from scratch or not, these aliens clearly got a good glimpse of a lot of the mechs employed by the Davudan forces. Since the Peskin remnant also possessed the capability to spy on what was taking place on their former home planet, they should have been able to collect a lot of useful data on mechs. Just a study of their physical shapes was enough to give the Peskin scientists and engineers a good direction for research. How could they botch this simple job to such a severe extent when they had years to iterate on their first homebrew mech? It must have been their insistence on trying to design a mech based on a Peskin shape. Vase could see that the designers tried their best to shape the mech according to the Peskin humanoid form, whose body parts possessed different proportions than the human norm. Yet these aliens clearly hadn't put sufficient thought and calculation behind reconciling human mech design principles with such an odd mech shape. Trying to design a Peskin mech while sticking to human mech design principles was like trying to design a human suit for a gorilla. The maker would never be able to meet the goal because the setup was flawed from the start. Vase realized all of these thoughts and more as the mech gradually lifted up a kinetic gun barrel in his direction. Even the firepower of this kinetic weapon was seriously flawed. The Peskins clearly downsized the weapon in order for the mech to be able to lift it and handle it with reasonable care. The ammunition feeding system was also an improvised mess. Gloriana would probably be bleeding her eyes out if she ever saw such an awful implementation. Vase did not waste his time any further. He may have only scratched the surface of the threat posed by the alien mech, but he had already learned enough flaws and shortcomings to make his move. While the awfully slow and sluggish alien mech was still taking its time to aim its weapon, Vase had already extended his pistol arm. He merely snapped his gun towards the mech and took an instant of time to adjust his aim to land a more precise hit. Although Vase was not a trained marksman or a soldier in a sense, his recent sublimation and evolution had increased all of his bodily characteristics, including ones relating to stability and coordination. His control over his own body was much greater than in the past. What helped a lot was that laser weapons were extremely easy to aim and use to begin with. They lacked many of the complications of ballistic and Gauss weapons due to being able to ignore the effect of muzzle velocity and bullet drop. Although Vase often had complaints about the Amastendira being devoid of life, it was still an excellent technological product on all fronts. Its aim was extremely precise and calibrated to the point where he could hit a human from one side of a city on the other side as long as his marksmanship and vision were good enough. As such, when Vase knew he had trained his Amstendira at a specific section of the native mech, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, causing the air in between to flash as a high-powered laser beam cut at the elbow section of the alien mech. Just as Vase expected, the arm buckled and dropped as it lost the ability to lift the limb. The aliens hadn't put enough thought in protecting the joints of this mech, especially a section as crucial as the elbows. As the alien mech staggered from this blow, Vase repeated his move at the other limb. The second arm collapsed and fell. Now that the alien mech had lost both of its weapons, it had become a lot less threatening all of a sudden. It was at this time that the heavy weapon specialists in the rear finally had time to react to this latest threat. A pair of thick and powerful laser beams struck the mech at the left knee. The laser cannons discharged a lot of energy by virtue of their far greater sizes, and the concentration of two attacks instantly vaporized the relatively thin armor plating that covered this section before damaging the joints and other sections that ensured that the lower leg was solidly connected to the upper leg. The alien mech performed exactly like any other bipedal mech once it lost the functionality of a leg. It started to tip over and fall to the side. Due to the primitive machine's awkward control scheme, the controller couldn't even respond in time to adjust the falling trajectory of the mech. The tall machine ended up dropping on top of more than a dozen other Peskin combatants. Their battle suits did nothing to prevent their bodies from getting squished by tons of solid metal. The sounds of battle faded a bit as hundreds of Peskins observed what had happened to one of their proud war machines. The absurdly quick downfall of what they thought to be a powerful new combat unit inflicted a heavy blow on the morale of the survivors. Vase grinned and boldly stepped forward so that he could encompass more resisting aliens with the glow of his skull. Keep pushing forward. These aliens aren't as tough as they look. Let us teach them that only humans are allowed to use mechs. Chapter 4806 Enemy Adaptation. Many of the Peskins fighting at this entrance became disheartened by the fall of their native mech. Combined with the mental torture inflicted by Vase channeling a disorientating blow with the help of his handy ancient skull, the alien defensive line started to crumble despite the disparity in numbers. The Peskins outnumbered the humans by over 5 to 1, but the differences in momentum, technology, tactics, combat acumen and more could not be bridged so easily. It had been a mistake for the Peskins to rely on a first-generation mech to begin with. Their engineering wasn't that bad, but rashly starting to develop a mech under extremely barren conditions was a fool's errand. Vase no longer bothered to fire his Amastendira. He had been counting his shots and knew that it could only fire a limited amount of high-powered shots before it was forced to enter a lengthy cooldown cycle. Everything had a price, and a weapon as compact as the Amastendira simply wasn't able to fire so many extremely powerful shots without needing to worry about its rapid heat accumulation. Vase resolved to mitigate this problem and expand its capacity, as he had always found that the ability to fire a lot of high-powered shots in a short interval of time was extremely valuable under the right circumstances. It could even allow him to disable an actual second-class mech as long as its defenses weren't too good. However, it appeared that the fall of the Peskin mech triggered the fury of the commander of this force. Even as the honor guards had made it to the next floor and began to clear a lot of space around them, the Peskins were finally beginning to adjust to the latest circumstances. A lot of soldiers and civilians who were still able to maintain enough awareness received urgent instructions to back away and escape the range where they became susceptible to the disorientation glow. Even though only a minority of the alien combatants retreated from the risk zone, these Peskin fighters undoubtedly consisted of the most skilled and elite of their group. Backing off did not affect their ability to land their shots at the human targets. Although more and more human soldiers took advantage of the hard work of the Larkinson honor guards and made it to the top as well, their arrival also provided more targets for the Peskins to kill. The firefight became a lot more brutal, especially when the aliens were surrounding the incoming humans from every angle. A circle had formed of sorts that made it difficult for the human soldiers to defend against. No amount of cover could help them escape enemy fire because there would inevitably be a Peskin soldier that could land a clear shot at their exposed backs. The encirclement made it a lot more difficult for Vase to affect them with his glow. He could only disorient aliens in a sphere around his position, which meant that he could only engulf a part of the alien encirclement at best. In addition to that, Vase would have to expose himself to a lot of enemy fire if he dared to move too far forward in any direction. "Sir," General Verl yelled over a communication channel. "More Peskin troops are converging on your position. The aliens are urgently trying to push back our forces and make us fail in our attempt to take over their main floor. Our scouting drones have already spotted the appearance of multiple heavy vehicles. There are 2 tanks and 1 self-propelled missile artillery launcher. All 3 vehicles are about to open fire." "Wait, what?" Vase responded before realizing the danger. He immediately issued a warning to the soldiers around him. "Spread out and get to cover." They didn't need his warning as General Verl and Major Durant had already warned them in advance. It was at this time that the tanks fired at the same time. Their large guns fired powerful transphasic laser beams that punched through all of the obstacles in their way before striking several clusters of human soldiers at once. What was worse was that the tanks had been aiming at his honor guards. Though they had managed to split up in time, Vase couldn't do much but watch how one of the laser beams speared through one of his elite guards while another barely managed to jump away, only for his leg to get burned. First-class armor plating or not, the application of armor was so thin that getting hit by a transphasic tank-grade weapon could not avail the guards. Nida. Vase became alarmed when he saw that his favorite guard pretty much lost her leg and received a major shock to her body. The heat blast alone had cooked much of her body and organs, causing her to lose her combat effectiveness in an instant. Fortunately, her advanced combat armor immediately injected her body with a cocktail of chemicals. Her suit also began to release a lot of steam as the cooling systems worked hard to vent all of the excess heat that had entered her severely damaged body. An automatic recovery system went online. After testing whether the anti-grav modules of her damaged combat armor was still operational, it automatically began to float in the air and steadily retreated back to a friendly rallying point unless it received an overriding order. Vase had personally programmed this system in her suit, so he knew that he could rely on it to bring the wounded guard back to safety. Hopefully, those medical directors employed by Freewell Medical Services could keep her alive long enough to save her life. The fight had become a lot more personal now that someone he knew and trusted well had fallen in battle. Nida had been with him for so long that Vase could not imagine trusting his back to a more reliable guard. "Damn these aliens, I am going to finish the job that the Davutans have started. The Peskin race must not be allowed to survive past this day. Take out their heavy vehicles. Don't give their missile vehicle a chance to open fire." It was at this time that the heavy weapon specialists armed with missile launchers took action. They already spend precious time to program their final batch of missiles as well as wait for strong targeting assistance from nearby human soldiers in order to ensure they dealt effective damage. Once they fired their missiles, the guided munitions followed a winding path through the entrance and arced in the air before moving straight to the vulnerable sections of the armored vehicles. Boom! The missile launcher got struck down easily enough after getting hit by a single warhead. The tanks got hit by 3 missiles each. The transphasic warheads possessed enough penetration power that they managed to punch through a decent amount of armor before detonating. Boom, boom. One tank blew up completely as one of the explosives evidently triggered a volatile substance or warhead. The other tank amazingly managed to avoid outright destruction, although it suffered crippling damage to several systems. Its engine, a portion of its turret and a power generator had been knocked offline. Unfortunately for the humans, the remaining alien tank was not completely out of the fight. It soon barked out a second laser beam, one that was fuzzier and spread out in a cone due to a malfunction. Even though the uncontrolled blast killed numerous nearby Peskins by mistake, it also burned a cluster of Davutan Guard troops, causing them to suffer miserable burns. Ah, it hurts. Vase grew distressed at the survival of this vehicle. This was not a normal tank, but a protector that was specially designed to escort the great chief of the city-state of Davut. We need to finish off the remaining tank. Do we still have any missiles left? Vase questioned. I'm sorry, sir, but we have just expended their last missiles. The only weapons we have left that can threaten the alien tank are our laser cannons and that high-quality pistol in your hands. Even then, it is doubtful whether you can inflict enough damage when attacking its front. Tanks are designed to resist much more damage from the targets, and I am sure you know better than I that this alien design follows the same idea. Vase knew this quite well. Understood. It is just a matter of outflanking the tank, right? The big hunk of metal has been immobilized by the missile strike, so it should be easy enough to finish it off entirely. Look at the enemy deployments. General Verl retorted. The Peskins know they need to rely on their most powerful asset to repel our troops. Our men will never be able to get past the crowd of Peskins that are positioned to strike them down. When Vase accessed a map that showed a top-down view of all of the deployments, he could clearly see how the professional soldiers among the Peskins did just that. They had positioned themselves in such a way that they would enfilade any enemy unit that sought to disable their only tank. His suit sounded an alarm as it detected another buildup of heat from the tank. Vase ducked as a broad and wavy laser blast burned the area in front. The damage to the tank's laser cannon system was more focused than before. It appeared the vehicle's crew made adjustments or its self-repair systems had fixed some of the issues that caused it to scatter its firepower to such an exaggerated extent. The effective range of the weapon had increased. If not for the fact that the human soldiers had responded by distancing themselves from the massive vehicle, more of them would have suffered massive burn damage. This was clearly unsustainable to the humans, though. The transphasic tank had swung the momentum of the fight back in favor of the Peskins. The aliens were already beginning to regain their confidence after seeing that one of their only remaining super war machines put up a good fight. Now that they recovered from the various setbacks, the Peskin combatants were beginning to lay down effective fire against the humans trying to take over their floor. There are too many of these aliens. That alien tank has destroyed a lot of cover. We are sitting ducks out here. We need to take it down sooner or later. How are we supposed to do that without missiles or room to maneuver? Those Peskins aren't stupid. We should just head in the opposite direction of the tank. So long as its main gun remains damaged, its threat shouldn't be too great from a distance. Are you crazy? That will give the aliens plenty of time to repair that gun. We will be screwed if this transphasic vehicle is able to fire its cannon just as well as before. The disparity in equipment and numbers became evident once more. Vase had hoped that his side would be able to overwhelm the Peskins by exploiting a suppressive glow and building up enough momentum, but the aliens weren't that easy to defeat. The Peskins may be incompetent in many areas, but they weren't complete fools. They knew how to wage war. They only lacked enough perspective due to the low development level of their civilization. All that mattered a lot in normal space, but in a confined place like this, Vase and many humans felt beyond frustrated that they couldn't leverage the great strength of their own mighty society. Vase wished so badly that he had one of his mechs at his side. It was beyond excruciating for a mech designer like him to be caught in a battle without a single friendly mech by his side. Let alone the Everchanger, just a bright warrior or even a humble desolate soldier would satisfy his need. In fact, even a weak and weaponless industrial mech like a Hymenoptera would do, because he at least knew how to modify it so that he could increase its lethality. Chapter 4807 Quiet Obstruction. A sword existed to kill. This was a truth that every sword maiden understood by heart. Kedis may not have been born with a sword, but she had come to embody it ever since she first got recruited by Lydia's sword maidens. From training in the distinct swordsmanship style of the sword maidens to learning how to design swordsman mechs under Myra after her learning ability stood out, not a day went for her without working with swords in a fashion. She missed those days. Though the circumstances of the time weren't that great, she constantly trained and worked alongside the sisters she trusted. With her life, Kedis was no longer a reckless girl, though. She had grown into a journeyman mech designer and a swordmaster. Either of these identities placed her far above most of the people in human space, but she had gone above and beyond the rest by becoming both at the same time. Her status underwent a huge change at that point. She not only became a legend in the swordsmanship community of the Heavensward Association, but also attracted a lot of interest from the Mech Trade Association. Even though Vase Larkinson sucked up most of the attention from the public whenever anyone thought of the Larkinson clan, Kedys was quite aware that she was definitely its second most prestigious figure. Everyone else could only rank a distant third at most. Neither her husband, Madame Gloriana Woden, General Ark Larkinson, Commander Casella Ingvar or anyone else could match her value. She had even been promoted to a Tier 8 galactic citizen as of late. The Mech supremacist faction, which she only sparingly cooperated with on certain matters, appreciated her input and did not look down on her for being, just, a journeyman. Her dual perspectives on swordsman mechs and extraordinary swordsmanship granted her a lot of insights that even benefited masters. Whenever she visited the Arcadia Sanctum in Davut, Director Astoria Kelrick of the unofficial branch headquarters of the Mech supremacist faction always received her with great enthusiasm. "You could do so much for the association and our faction if you become Mecher." The woman related to an MTA master mech designer gushed. "Normally, we do not open any channels for mech designers as old as you, but we would be happy to open a back door for you to join our ranks." Kedys always responded with the same reply. "No thanks, the Larkinson clan has become my new home. I would never separate myself from the Sword Maidens." Astoria frowned in disapproval. "You do not know what you are rejecting, madam. Our association can provide you with incomparable access to research, resources, tech and more. While you must first prove your worth and make significant contributions, a unique mech designer such as yourself should have no problem supplying our databases with original research. We can take you much further in your journey to become the ultimate swordsman mech designer than a small and ultimately limited clan." Her appeal would have worked for almost any other mech designer. Joining the MTA was the ultimate dream to those who used to live as space peasants beneath the feet of the mighty Big Two. The association had always been painted as the holy land for mech designers, and it could provide unimaginable benefits to any professionals who previously worked under a huge amount of constraints. It was a pity that Kedys happened to be a difficult case. "Don't ask me any further, Director." The athletic mech designer shook her head. "I already told you why I refused to join your organization. Here in the Larkinson clan, I can always entrust my back to my fellow sisters and my fellow clansmen. The same cannot be said for the MTA. Any scheming mecher is liable to stab me in the back at the first possible opportunity. That is unacceptable to me. Maybe others are able to thrive under the same circumstances, but I am not one of them. I will never abandon my comrades and family." Her clear answer essentially made it impossible for the MTA to absorb this unique talent. Though Director Astoria Kelrick did not alter her expression, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She had encountered such rejections before, but rarely from a mech designer. It was mostly the expert pilots and ace pilots that said no to any invitations. These stubborn soldiers and warriors were incredibly loyal to their people and would rather remain stuck in the middle of nowhere than to become a part of one of the top powers of human civilization. Director Astoria personally thought that these idiots were all mad as well as stupid, and it appeared that Swordmaster Kedys Larkinson had inherited a number of those traits. The mecher inwardly sighed and decided to take a step back. "Several MTA mech designers have expressed interest in collaborating with you on more confidential research and design projects," Director Astoria said without showing any sign that she was affected by the earlier rejections. "There are certain rules within our association that make it difficult to establish extensive cooperation outside of our organization. This is mostly for your sake, as you are still at a stage where you should be left to explore your design philosophy and work direction by yourself. It will become much easier for you to collaborate with our mech designers once you have advanced to senior or master. You will have to wait for that," Kedys stated as she crossed her arms. "I am still far behind in my progression compared to the likes of Vase and his wife. There is too much for me to explore, and I still need to master a lot more sciences before I am ready to take the next step. I also spend much of my time on improving and expanding my swordsmanship on top of that. The only good news I can tell you is that improving my mastery of different sword styles often gives me lots of inspiration that can feed back into my mech design related work." Director Astoria adopted a patient expression. "We can be patient, Swordmaster Kedys. Our association has stood for over 4 centuries. It will hold for longer until you are ready to take on greater responsibilities." They switched to other topics. Although Kedys had no intentions of joining the MTA, she did not mind taking advantage of this relationship to obtain additional information and other goodies. If Vase could do it, So could Kedis. At one point, the swordmaster asked a question that had been bothering her for a while. Given your association and faction's interest in my abilities as a swordmaster, I would have thought you guys would have done more to increase the popularity of traditional swordsmanship. She spoke. Instead, the only state where this practice is prevalent is a small second-class state in the furthest edge of the galactic rim. I have tried to change this by using my popularity to start new swordsmanship classes, but I have always encountered one obstacle after another. I am not blind, Astoria. I know you mechers are obstructing me. Why is that the case? The director of the Arcadia Sanctum's expression turned a lot more serious. She put down the cocktail that she had been sipping. Let me begin by informing you that it is nothing personal. It is a matter of policy. Have your acquaintances from the Heavensward Association not explained their situation to you, Swordmaster? The other Swordmasters barely know anything. Kedis frowned and answered, I get the feeling that the Heavensward Saint knows a lot more about this topic, but he has been mum about it in the few times we have spoken. That is not a surprise. The issue at hand goes a lot deeper than you think. We do not like to spread around the exact reasons why, and the few people who know more than what we have said on the surface are bound by secrecy agreements. If I hadn't been recognized as a designated contact to you, I would have remained in the dark as well. That caused Katiz's eyes to sharpen. The MTA has no reason to clue you in unless it is relevant to your mission. Smart. The older woman nodded in respect. I suppose that your previous conduct and cooperation has given us enough trust in you to unveil a part of the information that you seek. I trust that, as a swordmaster, you will not divulge what you hear to others, not even your fellow Larkinsons, understand? Kedis stood up and reached out to draw her bloodsinger. She solemnly knelt on a single knee while tipping her large greatsword onto the stone floor of the exclusive resort. Her great will radiated from her blade, causing Astoria to feel as if she was being pinned by 1,000 needles. I swear to uphold the confidentiality of any secrets that you share with me today. This was an ironclad promise. If the information ever leaked out to others, then the blame wouldn't lie with Kedis. Director Astoria Kelrick smiled. That is sufficient. She snapped her finger, triggering a command that caused a number of privacy screens and jamming fields to come online. The entire resort room became enclosed with metal shutters that further dampened any signals. Kedis never let go of her greatsword, though she put the sheath back on in order to reassure her conversation partner. Once the representative of the Mech supremacist faction became confident in the security of this space, she began to divulge the information that she had recently been authorized to share. For what reasons do swords exist? Director Astoria began. This was a rather pedantic question to ask to a swordmaster. Swords exist to kill. Kedis instantly replied, I am sure you know all about the story about how tools such as axes and spears can be used for relatively peaceful purposes such as chopping down trees or hunting prey for food. Swords aren't any good at that. They are weapons that are exclusively designed to kill others, particularly humans and aliens that are similar to our race. Good answer. Swords are killing tools. Their blades are designed to shed blood while their hilts are predominantly meant to be wielded by warriors who have learned the art of killing. In modern times, swords do not have any special significance. Aside from being the default weapon that every mech cadet must become proficient in first, they are not tainted by any negative associations. Our efforts in modernizing and pruning the practice of swordsmanship has greatly contributed to this development. That caused Kedis to sit up straighter. The director's words implied a lot of unpleasantries. The swordmaster glanced at her personal greatsword. She called it Bloodsinger for good reasons. Not only did it sing to her whenever she wielded it, she also hoped that it would spill a lot of blood throughout her career as a swordmaster. Director Astoria was quite sharp and easily captured Katiz's body language. You understand, don't you? Swords are killing weapons. Those who train in swordsmanship tend to develop extreme martial tendencies. How stable do you think our society would be if there are dozens of swordsmasters in every state? How much of their violent and combative tendencies will they pass on to their pupils and admirers if they are not restricted in any fashion? Kedis frowned again. Swordmasters are not as threatening as you described. They can be just as honorable and law-abiding as expert pilots. The latter can inflict much more damage to a city than a single human with a sword. Why must the association treat swordmasters as pariahs? Expert pilots are empowered by their expert mechs, but they are also restrained by their dependence on such machines. We do not fear rogue pilots because their dependence on society and our association are too great. Astoria steadily replied, that should hardly be the only reason. You are correct, Swordmaster. The greater truth is that traditional swordsmanship is tainted. Its past is far more bloody than you think. There were swordsmasters who rose up to become heroes worthy of admiration, but there were also swordsmasters who had fallen to darkness and stained their blades with the blood of millions of innocents. Do you think our society can accommodate these heroes and villains? I do not know. Chapter 4808 The Perils of the Sword. Why had Kedis never heard about these supposed heroes and villains? When had traditional swordsmanship ever been ubiquitous enough for skilled practitioners to exist in every state? Kedis grew confused. Though she was not particularly well versed in the history of the traditions of the Heavensward Association, traditional swordsmanship had never entered the mainstream of human society as far as she was concerned. What Director Astoria Kelrick just said did not seem to add up. Had someone censored the history books? I understand your confusion. The woman in charge of the resort floating above the streets of Kotor City spoke up. It is difficult to reconcile what I have said with the information you currently possess. This is not a deliberate attempt to distort the history of our civilization. It is instead a consequence of trying to reshape humanity into a better and brighter future. This caused Kedis to look offended. Are you saying that swordmasters are a bunch of murderous thugs? They are not necessarily detrimental, but they can be, just as any soldier or mech pilot. Astoria admitted. In truth, it is the environment that shapes the warrior. In a distant past, there used to be many more swordmasters and swordsmen in general. This is a time where firearms and such had yet to become a prevalent weapon among our race. Limited technology combined with primitive societal norms have produced a culture where drawing one's blade against others used to be more common. Any human with a sword can pose a threat against another. A swordmaster is at least 100 times as dangerous. Although Kedis found it odd that Astoria remained a bit fuzzy about the period of history where all of this was supposed to take place, she could indeed imagine a primitive society where swordsmen and even swordmasters did as they pleased. We don't live in those ages anymore, she retorted. I admit that swordmasters can do a lot of damage if they have grown corrupted, but we live in a better society now. Expert pilots copy many of our methods and most of them are honorable and upright soldiers as far as I have seen. The Heavensward Association has been working hard to foster a disciplined and law-abiding society where swordmasters can utilize their skills for productive ends. Many swordsman mech pilots flock to the state in order to learn its many remarkable sword styles. Director Astoria remained impassive as she heard the response from the swordmaster. The Heavensward Association is tolerated exactly because its leaders and swordmasters go above and beyond to maintain a positive and peaceful environment for their national obsession. Think about it, Kedis. The state is literally founded around traditional swordsmanship. Every layer of society and every rule is related to it one way or another. It is only through so many measures that this practice has remained well controlled and well regulated. All of this sounded a bit woozy to Kedis. She was not a leader and she knew little about how to run a state. She could only take Asteria's word that it took so many measures to keep sword practitioners in line. Fine, let's assume this is the case. Is there really no way to spread traditional swordsmanship throughout the Red Ocean? We can tolerate a small degree of dissemination. Director Astoria replied. It does little harm to start a single school and allow for low-level swordsmen and swordswomen to teach their sword styles to others. The Heavenswarders are also allowed to do that to a degree as we are aware that the threshold to become a swordmaster is unreachable to many people. It is only when swordmasters begin to get serious about passing on their practice to students on a wider scale that we begin to have issues with what is happening. They are unable to control so many disciples. Any one of them can turn into deadly criminals that can pose a significant threat to both the common folk and more important figures. Kedis chuckled at that. Is there any need to make a distinction between the two? People are people. Everyone is equally vulnerable to get killed by a swordmaster as long as the distance is close enough. For example, you have always stayed within my lethal range. I only need to make a single move in order to chop your body in half. That doesn't mean I would go through with it. I can assure you that I and every swordmaster will only draw our blades against those who are asking for it. I am not different from a sniper, except I can't kill from a distance. That is where you are mistaken, young woman. It appears you truly do not know the implications of your own existence. Swordmasters such as yourself can perform feats that are impossible to perform by anyone else. Only high-ranking mech pilots can match or exceed your capabilities, but as we have discussed earlier, they are constrained by highly complicated mechs rather than a sharp lump of metal. Swords are more than a simple metal chunk with an edge, Kedis sardonically said. I do not mean to cause offense, but you should understand my meaning. Director Astoria bowed her head in apology. I cannot go into too much detail about the historical context of swordmasters and why our association does not want them to become too prevalent in today's society. You can go over what I have shared and draw your own conclusions. We merely wish to inform you of the sensitive nature of your profession and provide you with an understanding of what is permissible. Permissible. Such a domineering word. The swordmaster in Kedis hackled at the MTA's attempts to impose limitations on a warrior such as herself. She was a sword maiden. Sword maidens never bowed down to tyrants. Unfortunately for her, the Mechers were the biggest bully on the block, so she had little choice but to acquiesce to these bastards. She now knew what it felt like to be in Vess's shoes. He most definitely had to work under a lot more restrictions than that given what he was capable of with his inventions. The conversation turned into a more pleasant direction after that. Kedis still didn't understand the MTA's problem with traditional swordsmanship, so she tried to weasel out more information from Director Astoria. Wait a minute, if you don't want more people to become swordmasters, do you have a problem with the swordsman mechs that I have designed as of late? What do you mean exactly, Kedis? I have designed swordsman mechs that help mech pilots master powerful sword styles with much greater ease than if they learn from a teacher. My Monster Slayer allows my customers to master a style centered around great swords while my Needle Dancer teaches a style related to fencing. Each of my mech designs have proven to be effective at passing on different sword styles, many of which are not that much inferior to the styles where entire sword schools have been built around. Ah, that. Director Astoria smiled. We have no issue with that. The reason why that is the case is that the beneficiaries of your work are mech pilots. We see great promise in what you can do. If you are able to polish this design application further, you will likely become a popular mech designer among the pilots that specialize in wielding bladed weapons. I can also imagine that many swordsman mech specialists will be able to advance to the rank of expert pilot with the help of your teachings. Kedis frowned in confusion. I don't understand. Even if the ones that end up getting stronger are mech pilots, won't they be able to teach the same sword style or a different one that they have invented based on my teachings? I would imagine that you would grow a lot more concerned about the rapid spread of swordsmanship. Not so much, Swordmaster. First off, we are talking about expert pilots. These are highly driven individuals who are mainly concerned with spending their time on developing their own strengths. Sword styles designed for mechs are not exactly the same as sword styles designed for humans. If they are in the mood to teach their skills, they will only think about passing on their skills to other mech pilots. Norms who are unable to interface with mechs do not fall under their consideration. Kedis grimaced. That was quite true. It was a fact of life that mech pilots thought that they existed on a higher level than everyone else. The MTA's favoritism towards mech pilots exacerbated this phenomenon. She felt rather relieved that the mechers put so much trust in mech pilots. It sounded as if it allowed Kedis to get away with her actions. I appreciate your tolerance, then, Kedis remarked. Not all of the swordsman mechs that I intend to design in the future will come with free lessons, but I do intend to turn it into a signature feature in most of my mechs. Many ordinary mech pilots seem to appreciate it, and they can sorely use better instruction from a teacher who knows more about how to handle swords than any of the teachers they had before. And we look forward to your expansion. Just because we do not want ordinary people to learn powerful sword styles does not mean we hold the same stance towards mech piloting. It is one of the many reasons why we tolerate the Heavensward Association. Kedis sighed. This again. If you people are so afraid of traditional swordsmanship, why haven't you attempted to prohibit it completely? It seems you only want mech pilots to learn the stripped-down versions of swordsmanship that do not come with any bells and whistles. The other woman took a sip of her cocktail as she thought about how to provide a satisfactory answer to the swordmaster's persistent question. Let me put it in the following terms. Swords are designed to kill, correct? Yes. Swordsmen and swordsmasters dedicate their lives to mastering the ability to wield these weapons, correct? Yes. There is no better method to mastering a powerful sword style than to use it in actual combat, as it was always meant to be used. In comparison, swordsmen who continually practice their drills in their practice yard or strike their weapons against each other during highly regulated competition environments do not experience as much improvement. Is this correct as well, Kedis? The younger woman glowered at the mecher. You are not wrong in that. The same applies to mech pilots. They improve much faster when they go through real fights. That doesn't turn them into murderers. Swordmasters are the same. You underestimate the moderating effects of piloting mechs. Director Astoria said, "Fighting opponents by piloting a mech is a vastly different experience than killing people with a sword. The former is more impersonal because the pilot is mostly struggling to fight against large but sterile machines. The latter is more visceral because the wielder of a blade spills blood at close range. Can you see how the psychological impact of these two actions are far apart? Tell me honestly, Kedis, have you ever developed the desire to keep killing once you have started to take numerous lives? Have you ever struggled to keep your cool during the heat of battle?" "I do," Kedis admitted. She had no choice but to tell the truth because that was the sort of person she was. That is how true battles are like. Rationality takes a backseat while emotions drive you forward. That is what we fear, Swordmaster Kedis. Swordmasters are killers. Swordmasters are exceptionally good killers. Their training and life's mission inevitably revolve around the use of swords, which automatically means using it for its actual purpose. Do you know why many swordmasters in the Heavensward Association have never reached the rank of Sword Saint? This is partially the reason why. Swordmasters must step onto mountains of corpses in order to develop their sword styles further. You are no exception to this rule. I fear that there may come a time where once you enter into combat once again, you are unable to control the demon deep inside of yourself. A demon, Astoria confirmed. The more you kill, the stronger it becomes. We have sources that state that many swordmasters do not end up well after killing one too many enemies. The psychology of killing so many organisms at close range is so corrosive that it can destroy even the mightiest of warriors. Take care not to fall into this abyss. Chapter 4809 Wrath of a Mother. Chapter 4809 Wrath of a Mother. As Kedis prepared to launch a surprise raid onto the alien positions, she couldn't explain why she recalled one of her discussions with Director Astoria Kelrick of the Arcadia Sanctum. She held numerous deep and interesting discussions with the Mecher over the years. Though she was not a core figure within the association due to lacking the ability to pilot or design a mech, she had served as a useful window into what the Mech Trade Association was like by virtue of being born within its ranks. Swordmasters were killers, trained killers, proficient killers, yet still killers. Director Astoria said this as if there was anything bad about killing. Soldiers were killers as well, but hardly anyone complained about them. The mech pilots and infantry soldiers who fought on behalf of a state most often killed lots of people in wars, but none of them received any admonishment for their actions. As such, Kedis never thought that she and her fellow swordmasters were as dangerous as the MTA made them out to be. The possibility that they could degenerate into demons was nothing more than an excuse to suppress their kind so that mech pilots had no competition in becoming the ultimate warriors in the age of mechs. Though it was plausible for swordmasters to lose their grip on reality and turn into unrelenting killing machines, that was unlikely to happen. Exceptional warriors such as Kedis gained their strength by developing their willpower to the extreme. That made swordmasters a lot more principled and strong-willed than ordinary people. It was absurd to think that someone like herself would lose herself in her own bloodlust. "I am not a monster," she reminded herself as she lifted her borrowed sword in front of her face. "I am a slayer of monsters." Losing control was antithetical to the Sword Maidens and to Kedis. She only killed in order to rid the cosmos of demons, not to become one herself. Now that she was about to fight against a band of indigenous remnants, she harbored even less guilt for her upcoming actions. "No one threatens my child and gets away with it," she sneered as her one-handed sword gained a sharp and threatening sheen. Her expression softened just a second after she thought about Kyrian. While she had thankfully left her youngest daughter Myra Larkinson behind at the cat nest due to her age, she regretted the decision to bring Kyrian to the founding ceremony. Now, her son became implicated in an improbable revenge or escape plot hatched by the former occupants of Davut. If her husband Joshua was here, then he would probably harbor a lot of sympathy or guilt towards the Pescan race. These aliens had never done anything to deserve the mass extinction event that had befallen their race. They never harmed any humans in the past nor possessed any objectionable visual or behavioral traits that merited their destruction. Their only essence was living on the wrong planet at the wrong time. Humanity wanted to take over their home and did not take no for an answer. Even if the Pescans were more than justified in their attempt to hit back at the humans who occupied their planet, Kedis took a lot of issue with it because it not only affected her and her fellow Larkinsons, but also implicated her oldest child and son. Little Kyrian often fantasized about becoming a fearsome warrior and swordmaster like her mother one day, but he was just a cute and adorable child for the time being. The Peskins should have never dragged her son into this pocket space. This is the worst mistake they have ever made. Kutiz's eyes burned with repressed fury. The MTA might complain about killing too many humans, but I doubt they will have any issue about slaughtering aliens. As the Sword Maiden mech designer thought about how much alien blood she could spill today, a mechanical cat floated in front of her and tried to act cute. Ketiz loosened up a bit and patted Lucky's body. Thank you for backing me up in battle again. I don't know how well I am able to avoid alien attacks when there are so many opponents in the field. I will be counting on you to take care of the most dangerous enemies, alright? Meow tilde. Once the battle finally commenced, it immediately went off script. Ketiz and the rest of her group hadn't even started to rush through a smaller and less important entrance before the main assault force had breached into the first floor controlled by the Peskins. It wasn't until the humans secured this floor and resumed their assault on the second floor that she could truly make a difference. She had to wait a long time, though. The Peskins guarded the entrances fairly well. Each of them were guarded by a dozen or more soldiers. Many of them enjoyed defensive advantages such as walls and energy shields. Ketiz and Lucky just happened to set their sights onto one of the smaller entrances. The fixed defenses were much less present in this particular place. The Peskins had assigned more soldiers here to compensate, and more than a couple of them were armed with transphasic laser arm cannons. As a mech designer, Ketiz could intuitively judge that the penetration power of those integrated energy weapons could pose a real threat to the rather average second-class suit of combat armor that she also borrowed from a random soldier. Normally, Ketiz still thought she could chop apart all of the elite Peskin soldiers, but the problem was that she would have to overcome the energy shield blocking the entrance first. She needed help with breaking this energy shield. She also had to put quite a lot of effort in helping to take it down. Doing so would make her vulnerable, though. This was why she had yet to make a move. Defense was never her strong suit and she needed to wait until an opportunity arose. Just as she expected, the main assault force once again pulled through. The human troopers managed to break through the largest entrance and gain enough of a foothold on the next floor to attract a lot of alien attention. The Peskin commanders began to pull an increasing amount of idle soldiers away from other positions in order to put them where they were most needed. The humans pouring out of the main entrance had to be contained and pushed back. More alien bodies were required to do so as the Peskins were still suffering a lot of losses from getting hit by the superior weapons employed by the humans. One of the spy drones that Ketiz connected to managed to capture the movements made during this time. At first, only 3 or so Peskins left this post. Then, 7 more Peskins received urgent instructions to reinforce the battle at the main entrance. After that, 14 more Peskins had been drawn away from this site, leaving just 8 Peskin soldiers to stand guard and ensure that no humans would ever be able to breach this entrance. Ketiz smelled weakness. She gripped her sword tighter even as it began to glow and shimmer with unusual energies. The time is now. A lot of events took place in quick succession. First, Ketiz had turned the corner and fully exposed themselves to the surprised Peskin guards and struck her sword against the transphasic alien energy shield. Although her initial strike did not deal that much damage to the integrity of the energy shield generator, it most definitely could not be ignored. This was especially when the swing of the sword also released a strange starry energy wave that had a surprisingly destabilizing effect on the energy shield. By this time, both sides started shooting at each other. Special guards equipped with stealth suits momentarily dropped their active cloaking so that they could use their various weapons to break the energy shield in the fastest possible time. This was such an important priority to them that they did not hesitate to reveal their existence before they could sabotage anything meaningful. Fortunately, the Peskin aliens who were doing their best to defend their positions became alarmed and tried to counterattack at the closest opponent, which happened to be Ketiz. "Break for me!" Ketiz roared as she tried her best to remain mobile and evade most of the incoming attacks. This minor entrance weren't able to keep their aim straight anymore due to how much the human swordmaster oppressed them from a short distance. Though she did not always succeed in preventing any attacks from landing on her combat armor, her defenses held for the time being. The alien energy shield wasn't doing so good, though. The repeated attacks along with the consistent weakening effect of Venerable Dice's phase cutter technique caused the alien defensive measure to lose shield integrity at a rapid rate. Even though the nearby Peskin soldiers urgently called for backup over their communication channels, the aliens already had their hands full trying to stop the much larger group of humans from winning the fight at the front. Ketiz grinned when she saw that no enemy reinforcements were forthcoming. With her willpower pressing over the surrounding environment, The poor Peskins assigned to guard this minor entrance weren't able to keep their aim straight anymore due to how much the human swordmaster oppressed them from a short distance. Your shield will fall to my sword. Nothing is impervious to my blade. When the weakened transphasic energy shield finally fell, Kedis immediately jumped forward and raised her blade towards the nearest Peskin soldier. You're first. Despite the height difference, the Peskin's head soared into the air as Kedis cleanly cut it off its neck. You are next. She hardly slowed down and quickly stabbed another Peskin soldier. The tip of her sword had been imbued by her sharpness and therefore easily managed to poke through the chest of the enemy soldier. Though Kedis was not that well versed in alien anatomy, her intuition told her that stabbing in this particular spot would definitely be fatal to her victim. She retracted her blade. Covered with alien blood, its edge still remained as sharp and potent as ever under the blessing of Ketiz's true resonance. More. Her armored figure zipped back and forth at speeds that made it difficult for the lumbering Peskin soldiers to track. By the time she stabbed through the chest of a fourth Peskin despite all of the armor in the way, the aliens guarding this particular entrance had fallen. Meow. Lucky arrogantly proclaimed his own wins as he had single-handedly killed 4 Peskin soldiers while Kedis was busy. Good job, buddy, but this is but a drop in the bucket. Even as Kedis reoriented herself in order to determine where she should go next, she could faintly feel the passing of numerous human individuals. The stealth operatives working for the various kidnapped groups had activated their stealth systems again and quietly sneaked their way into the enemy camp. The chaos of battle served as the best form of distraction for these smooth operators. Kedis showed no regard towards them as she had her own duty to fulfill. What do you think looks more important, Lucky? Should we find a way to relieve the others by disabling that damaged tank, or should we reach that tower that looks like a command center? Lucky thought for a moment before pointing his paw at the tank with the powerful cannon. Meow meow meow, I suppose you are right. Vase and the other attackers need our help. Kedis resolutely advanced towards the tank that was situated a fair distance away. Throughout her journey, the swordmaster had to cut down dozens of Peskins who were either in the way or could warn their superiors of her passing. She needed to attract as little attention as possible in order to operate at her best. Even though the Peskins showed signs of adapting to this latest threat, Kedis had managed to reach her target in record time. Once she came close enough, she did not stupidly attack the solid transphasic armor plating that had allowed the elite war machine to stay in the fight. She instead began to thrust her blade into the exposed and vulnerable sections of the tank. Chapter 4810 Enemy Troop Qualities Chapter 4810 Enemy Troop Qualities When Kedis finally got loose inside the ranks of the Peskin defenders, she completely came into her element. She had waited long and hard to get this far. She remained patient and held herself back when she knew that the furious Peskins killed a lot of good men and women with each passing minute. Kedis knew her limits, and just because she was a swordmaster did not mean she could literally fight an entire army by herself. She was also older and more responsible than her younger self. She had a husband and a pair of lovely children to get back to. She also had a lot of mech design-related ambitions that she wanted to fulfill. I am not going to die in this awful place. It was only now when all of the alien commanders and most of the Peskin soldiers became fully preoccupied with resisting the main group of human attackers that she could finally let loose. With Sharpie inhabiting the high-quality one-handed sword that she forged herself, the weapon began to shine and resonate with her powerful will. A connection had formed between Kedis and the weapon she had forged in the past. No matter whether the sword had been made for the hand of another soldier, Kedis could wield many different blades, and the ones she made herself were especially compatible due to the inherent bond between a maker and her work. Even though a part of her deeply wished she could have brought her oversized but insanely sharp and strong Bloodsinger, the performance of this sword was not that bad. She did not worry about the blade snapping or breaking at the worst possible time. The true resonance she generated with her sword reinforced its hardness in an unexplainable way, much like how expert mechs readily performed several times better than their technical capabilities suggested. The biggest boost she was able to apply to her sword was a massive increase to its sharpness. Kedis had already tried to imbue the blade with as much sharpness as possible. Resonating with it and allowing Sharpie to bless its properties amplified the strength it already possessed and multiplied it to a point where cutting through ordinary alloys felt like cutting through butter. As she sprinted and weaved across the alien houses and other constructions, her sword arm frequently slashed and stabbed at the weak points in the armored battle suits of her opponents. I could certainly use a cutting edge, she muttered as she tested how easily she was able to penetrate through the armor of her adversaries. The Peskins were larger, taller and more sluggish than humans. Speed was not their forte, so they developed a fighting approach that relied on strong armor, strong energy shields and powerful penetrating weapons that were designed to brutalize other tough opponents. These battle-suit-wearing Peskins excelled at fighting their own kind, but experienced great difficulties trying to fend off fast-moving attackers like herself. One of the reasons why Kedis declined to borrow a quasi-first-class suit of combat armor from the honor guards was because each of them had been designed with defense as the main priority. As the guards to the most important individual of the clan, it was their duty to absorb attacks in place of vase. Their bulkiness and lack of fluidity not only affected her swordsmanship, but also her movement speed. She did not have that problem with her current suit, which she borrowed from a Davudan guard soldier. Not only did it fit her dimensions better, but it had partially been designed with rapid relocation in mind. Even if it was not as fast as she wished, the speed produced by the powerful servos built into the limbs of the combat armor were more than powerful and responsive enough to enhance her advancement speed. These aliens didn't know how to cope against fast-moving soldiers. Their vision and experiences were too limited. Even if they were sharp enough to anticipate her movements and predict her positioning, Kedis was always able to read their intentions in advance and turn her orientation on the spot to avoid getting caught in a trap. The intuition of a swordmaster towards imminent danger was just as good as that of an expert pilot. In fact, it was even better because any attack was liable to damage her precious body, whereas expert pilots could still rely on the strong resonance shield and thick armor of their mechs to tank any incoming blows. "My blade hungers for your alien blood," she roared as she dashed towards a Peskin officer equipped with a more decorated battle suit. The additional frills and integrated equipment did not avail the alien officer. Although a turret mounted on the shoulder of the battle suit rapidly tracked Ketiz's incoming form, the swordmaster dove to the side and hid behind a thick supply crate an instant before the weapon discharged a moderately powerful laser beam. The cover wouldn't have been of much use if it had been a transphasic weapon, but fortunately the small turret was just a regular energy weapon. Once the turret had unloaded its firepower, Kedis dashed out again and circled around so that she could swing her sword onto the thick neck of the enemy officer. Swish! Another helmeted alien head soared into the air. Kedis sneered as the powerful servos of her borrowed medium combat armor helped her dash behind a half-ruined alien food storehouse. She briefly glanced at the blood that was rapidly sliding off her glowing sword. The blood that flowed from Peskin bodies was red, just like that of human bodies. This was because both of them relied on iron in their blood to supply oxygen to their bodies. Although there were many physiological differences between humans and Peskins, it didn't matter to a sword maiden. She was not an exobiologist. She was a swordmaster. She killed for a living and these aliens happened to be in her way. Die! Kedis exhibited no mercy as she utilized the anti-grav module of her combat armor to boost her way up the roof of a two-story alien housing unit. She dashed across the roof and jumped off the edge, causing her to dive in the middle of a squad of armored Peskin civilians that had been trying to huddle together for safety. Fall beneath my edge. The sword in her hand manifested an energy blade that was thrice as long and thick as the original. As Ketiz's feet landed onto the shoulders of an unfortunate alien, her empowered blade hacked onto the heads and torsos of 5 more aliens at a time. Machinery failed and blood spurted from the cavities as the blade had done its job. Some of the blood spilled over the combat armor of the woman responsible for creating the wounds, but Kedis had already shifted her attention to finishing off the remaining aliens. Yayaha, xianxia. The poor Peskin civilians didn't even know how to respond to what had happened. Instead of training their arm cannons at the human that had landed in their midst, they instead got caught up in their panic and screamed useless alien sounds. Kedis wasn't interested in learning about their distress, their life stories or how traumatic it had been for these innocent alien civilians to lose their homes and become the last survivors of their race. Either you die, or I die. There is no peace between the two of us. Not after you have threatened my son. Her motherly instincts caused her to feel more urgent about turning the tide of this battle. Her resonance grew stronger and her sword became a little sharper. It became easier for her to cut and stab through the alien battle suits worn by the Peskins. Of course, she still took the path of least resistance and made sure to attack the weak points of her opponents. Her background as a mech designer played a useful role throughout this battle. Even if she didn't perform literal calculations in her mind, her familiarity with technology easily allowed her to dissect an opponent's weakness within an instant. This advantage became especially useful once she encountered a pair of elite Peskin soldiers. Yaha! Riri! Unlike the bumbling civilians or the sluggish rank-and-file soldiers, the elites of the Peskin combatants were much more difficult to defeat. For one, they were faster than their brethren. Just as Kedis was about to approach the pair of elites, she discovered that they had placed their backs against each other. This allowed at least one of them to always be able to target her. Kutiz's instincts screamed in warning as she hastily stopped her stride and jumped in a different direction the instant one of the elites shot a pair of transphasic laser beams. Xianxia. The beams cut through the metal structures in the way and retained sufficient power to strain Kutiz's defenses if they struck their targets. Though the alien eventually missed, the furious swordmaster tried to approach the pair from another angle, only for the aliens to detect her well in advance and shoot their transphasic energy weapons through several structures yet again. Troublesome. These Peskin elites were much more difficult to take down. Kedis wished she brought a decent ranged weapon, but she knew that an ordinary gun wouldn't be able to take down their transphasic battlesuits so easily. The intelligence supplied by the Davudans suggested that Great Chief Jaharan enjoyed the protection of over 100 elite infantry troopers. These were the equivalent of a royal guard. Not only did they receive the best of training, they also got to use the best equipment that the former city-state of Davud were able to develop. Kedis could feel the sophisticated sensors of their high-quality battle suits tracking her signature from a distance. Automated targeting systems combined with considerable skill enabled these elite alien soldiers to target her form and consistently fire energy beams that threatened to spear her body if she did not evade a moment in advance. Laser guns were lightspeed weapons, so there was no possibility of evading them once they discharged their energies. Kedis could only bet on her intuition, experience and judgment to consistently predict the aim of her opponents. Several more elite soldiers were converging on her position. The pressure on her shoulders increased as she noticed that they had started to lock onto her with their weapons as well. It would be bad if she got caught in a crossfire. The difficulty of evading their transphasic laser beams rose dramatically if they all coordinated their actions and fired their weapons in a grid around her body. From the training and tactics they had shown so far, these Peskins showed that they were more than capable of demonstrating this much cooperation. Yet before these elite alien soldiers could put their tactic to use, one of the soldiers suffered a surprise attack. Meow. With all of the humans fighting on this floor, the aliens spared no thought for the movement of an odd bronze-like mechanical construct. This turned out to be a mistake, because the gem cat in question phased right through the walls of an ordinary house and struck the neck of an elite Peskin soldier with his energy claws. Kirsch, kirsch, kirsch. Unlike the battle suits assigned to regular soldiers, the models utilized by the elite Peskins featured thicker and more deliberate protection to the neck. Lucky's energy claws barely managed to burn through the layers with a single swipe. Lucky was forced to swipe his glowing energy claws 3 times in total to gouge out the neck of the tall humanoid alien soldier. As the cat had managed to kill one of the 2 original Peskin elites, the other alien failed to react in time. Meow. Taking out this soldier was even simpler as Lucky dove onto the back of the other elite soldier and began to use his sharp teeth to bite through the activated transphasic rear armor. Meow meow meow. Though his teeth weren't making as much progress in biting through the resilient armor as he would have liked, Lucky managed to bite through the back and sever the spine of the alien soldier. Good assist, Lucky. Meow. You're right, we've got a tank to kill. Let's get rid of these flies before we complete our greater goal. Chapter 4811 Cat and Sword. Chapter 4811 Cat and Sword. Kedis was already a powerful killing machine by herself. Even if those elite Peskins managed to gather and surround her from multiple angles, she would have been able to figure out a way to break out of the encirclement and turn the tables against her formidable opponents. It just would have taken a lot of time, effort and risk in order to solve these latest problems. Now that Lucky had made his move, everything became much easier. Having fought alongside each other several times before, Kedis and Lucky had long developed a tacit understanding on how to coordinate their actions. Kedis ostentatiously made her presence known and attracted much of the attention of the enemy. This created many easy opportunities for Lucky to slip through the cracks and attack the opposing soldiers when their focus was directed elsewhere. It was a familiar dynamic and one that worked like a charm. The Swordmaster and the Gem Cat continually mowed over one alien after another with their deadly talents. The only pity was that Lucky found himself unable to phase through the thick transphasic stone floor. This made it a bit harder for the cat to sneak up on enemies undetected. Fortunately, the cat was much smaller than the humans the Peskins were targeting, so Lucky still managed to use the surrounding cover to get close to his next targets. Meow. Cut. None of the aliens in their path lasted long enough to hinder the pair too much. It was only after they started to approach the immobilized tank that they encountered more organized opposition. It appeared that the Peskin commanders had taken notice of the lone human and her pet rampaging in their midst. Just as Kedis and Lucky approached a squad of Peskin troopers that were coated in a different color than usual, the Swordmaster abruptly altered her course. Evade. Her warning gave Lucky enough time to fly out of the way before an explosive blast engulfed the place where they were about to walk over. More attacks struck in the general direction of the pair, forcing them to split up in an attempt to reduce the intensity of the incoming attacks. 4 metal giants revealed themselves through the debris of the structures that used to obstruct their vision. The intelligence reports said nothing about this model of Peskin battle suits. The newcomers towered over every other human or Peskin combatant. Their height approached 4 meters while their bulk was much more considerable. Their greater sizes imbued them with lots more power. Not only were the weak points in their armor covered by thick plating without exception, they also mounted several more weapon systems onto their forms, including ones that could attack behind their backs. Kedis quietly cursed. These giant battle suits are too difficult to take down at close range. He could see that every giant alien trooper was armed with a shotgun-like transphasic cannon. The coverage of these devastating shotguns was so wide that Kedis would hardly be able to evade them if she got caught in their cones. Though the firing rate of these weapons were awfully slow, all 4 of these giants knew how to cover for each other. What I wouldn't give to have a missile. Even a grenade is fine. What she truly wanted was her Bloodsinger and her true suit of combat armor. She would have been able to dismantle them one way or another if she had her best equipment at hand. She should have learned a lesson from Vase and form a habit of carrying her own combat gear around. Kedis knew that if they managed to survive all of this, she and her fellow Larkinsons would definitely change their ways. If even a planet as well defended as Davut could turn into a crisis-ridden danger zone, then no other place was truly safe. Lucky, are you alright, buddy? Meow meow. We need to take out these giants first before they can threaten the others. Let's find a way to get close. Meow. The Peskins that had been waiting for her arrivals worked together to put her under pressure through the use of increasingly overwhelming firepower. Kedis winced as one of the powerful transphasic energy weapons mounted on one of the battle suits had clipped her armored leg. She anticipated the attack in advance, but found herself unable to evade it because she would place her body in the way of deadlier attacks. Too many enemies were targeting her at the moment. It took all of her effort to test and exceed the limitations of her borrowed suit of combat armor. Even if it was designed with moderate maneuverability in mind, its servos had never been designed to perform so many powerful and nimble movements in such a short span of time. She knew exactly how much abuse they could take, and she understood clearly that they would fail her within a minute if she kept stressing to such an extent. The aliens had wisened up at this time. Not all of them fired their weapons at Kedis even if that would make it likelier to score a hit on her body. At least 2 of the giants and a third of the other Peskin soldiers were keeping their eye out for the appearance of a certain mechanical cat. Lucky did not dare to dash forward rashly, especially when the aliens had deliberately blasted all of the surrounding cover away. The Peskins realized that all of these obstacles benefited their current opponents a lot more than themselves. 3 powerful transphasic laser beams seared the position that Kedis was in, forcing her to make an ungainly roll in order to evade all of them at the same time. This left her unable to evade the shotgun blast that one of the giant suits fired in her direction. Fortunately, the spread of this sweeping gun was so wide that not a lot of transphasic pellets struck her armored form. Kedis had bent over and desperately tried to shrink her silhouette as much as possible, taking special care to protect her head. Clank, clank, clank. Several armor plates suffered penetrating damage and would have cut through her body if not for her personal shield generator. Even then, the outdated device strained to block the kinetic energy that was left. The capacity of its battery drained considerably in order to save Kedis from suffering any actual wounds. She couldn't withstand these attacks much longer. The only other choice she could make was to make a tactical retreat, but that would delay or postpone all of her efforts into providing the other human fighters the support they needed to push through this assault. Despite the massive amount of Peskins killed so far, this enclave of alien exiles still had plenty more bodies to throw into the fight. The Peskins brought out more and more armed civilians, wounded soldiers and odd war machines. Even their children entered the fight. The smaller humanoids couldn't fit into any of the adult-sized battle suits, but they could still contribute in various ways such as ferrying crucial supplies or manning simple defensive systems. Seeing how extensively the Peskins sought to crush the resistance from all of the humans, Kedis grew a lot more concerned. Just like Vase, Kedis sensed a looming danger surging from the center of the prison facility. It was as if a star was about to go supernova. A major event was about to occur, and the nature of the threat was so massive that a swordmaster like herself could do nothing to resist against its might. No, I cannot let that happen. Just as Ketiz's willpower surged to push back against the massive amount of pressure induced by the current circumstances, a strange development occurred. Ririeri, a wounded and crippled Peskin soldier, roared in panic as he ran towards the circle of soldiers. The injured Peskin male, who was clearly a civilian, has suffered an awful gash in his arm that caused it to spurt dark red blood. Iha, Rua, the conscripted fighter wasn't supposed to run in this direction, and a couple of professional soldiers warned the wounded alien to move to a different location. The wounded alien did not do so as his panic and his pain blinded his sensibilities. He just wanted his life to be saved. Position. Though the soldiers surrounding the 4 giant battle suits continued to make threatening movements with their arm cannons, they ultimately did not do anything else to stop the intrusion. That was the worst decision that they could have made. As soon as a Peskin field medic or the like came close in order to treat the injured conscript's wounds, a bronze cat phased right out of the latter's body and jumped into the next one. Both the constrict and the medic screamed before their bodies collapsed. It turned out that Lucky had not only phased through their armor and bodies as if they were air, but also skillfully materialized a claw from the moment it was about to pass through their alien hearts, thereby inflicting fatal wounds on both. This was a skill that the Black Cats forced Lucky to learn until he was able to assassinate any human with a near-perfect success rate. Although the Peskins possessed bodies that significantly deviated from the human norm, they possessed hearts like all humanoid creatures, and that was enough for Lucky. If nothing else, he could also run his claws through other vital organs such as the brain. Meow. Even though it was extremely dangerous for Lucky to rampage in the middle of the enemy formation, the Peskins were completely caught off guard by his creative means of approaching their position. By the time the sluggish Peskins registered what was taking place, the cat had already run his claws through a dozen nearby soldiers at once. Their decision to cluster together had given Lucky a lot of cover and convenience. He could kill a lot of enemies in quick succession and also take advantage of the fear of causing friendly fire. Ever since the Peskin race had been reduced to a couple of thousand individuals, each of them had become incomparably precious to the continuation of their species. For years, the Peskins had lived in a time where their race and civilization had reached the lowest point. Killing each other had become a cardinal sin, and they had been repeatedly instructed to never harm the few Peskins left alive. The strong hesitation this induced in the soldiers caused them to become extremely reluctant to open fire in the direction of any friendlies. This was a major flaw of the Peskin race. Their close combat abilities were non-existent due to their short arms and the other limitations of their race. They had only waged war from various distances, and tactics involving closing in on opponents were non-existent as far as they were concerned. Miuo. Lucky's only regret was that this tactic didn't work against the giant battle suits or the other soldiers equipped with transphasic armor. His body simply couldn't phase through them with his current level of strength. It would take concerted attacks to breach transphasic armor, but that would take so much time that the enemy would definitely be able to retaliate. Just as Lucky continued to throw the enemy ranks into chaos, Kedis took advantage of the lapse in concentration of the enemy and boldly charged forward. I shall cut your armor. Kedis charged towards an elite soldier and sliced her weapon straight through his neck, causing yet another head to be flung in the air. She kicked against the body of another tall alien and thrust the tip of her sword into the rear of another elite soldier. After clearing up these threats, she dashed straight towards the Peskins equipped with the largest and most formidable battle suits. However, before she could get close enough to test the sharpness of her blade against the armor of her latest foes, several transphasic energy shields came online and completely blocked her passage. Chapter 4812. The Four Giants. The emergence of transphasic technology had led to a major upgrade of human technological capabilities. Facewater made everything better or stronger. From the native aliens of the Red Ocean to the latest batch of pioneers who just passed through the Greater Beander Gate, Facewater had become the most useful exotic to everyone. Although humans were in the process of improving their many different applications of Facewater at a rapid tempo, the native aliens unquestionably mastered its uses to a much higher degree. Even a relatively backwards and isolated race like the Peskins had managed to refine their integration of phase water in different forms of technology over many generations. This gradual process of iterative improvements along with occasional exposure to more advanced transphasic products utilized by the Nuncers allowed the Peskins to make good use out of the small amounts of phase water they were allowed to use for themselves. The aliens invested much resources and effort into developing the 4 giant battle suits. Each of them had originally been designed to guard the great chief of the native city-state of Davut during formal addresses and other important events. Though the speed and mobility of these towering metal suits were extremely poor, their defensive and offensive power more than made up for these shortcomings. When combat constructs reached this size and scale, they no longer fit the definition of infantry suits anymore. Although they had not quite reached the scale of mechs, they straddled the line between infantry and combat vehicles. Even though an ordinary mech should be able to crush these thick and lumbering alien suits of armor, it was a bit too much to ask for a single swordmaster to defeat all of them at once. This circumstance clearly showed how extraordinary warriors such as swordmasters could put so much work and effort into becoming strong, only to get surpassed by crude products of technology that only performed better by virtue of being a lot bigger. Of course, Kedis was still a relatively junior swordmaster who was separated from her preferred equipment, but it rankled her a lot that 4 transphasic shield generators stood in the way between her and her latest opponents. Her sword shimmered with stars as she continuously slashed them against the active energy shields in the way. Even though Venerable Dice's phase cutter technique allowed Kedis to destabilize the transphasic energy shields with remarkable effectiveness, the alien shield generators possessed a surprising amount of capacity for resisting damage. Kedis estimated that it would take around a dozen strikes to overcome an energy shield, and that still left her with 3 more that she also had to destroy. Break for me, already. The glittering points of light that struck the energy shield in the way had been gradually corroding the energy shield before her. Just as it was close to breaking apart, the damaged shield in question reduced its range, causing it to make way for a fresh and undamaged energy shield. What? By pulling back the damaged energy shield, the giant battle suit that projected it could calmly restore its integrity and make it as good as new with much less trouble. In the meantime, the energy shield projected by another giant battle suit could easily resist just as many attacks. As Kedis slashed her sword against the energy shield, she felt more and more helpless as the aliens performed the same trick yet again. A third energy shield stood in her way as the second one moved back so that it could recover to its original state. So this is why there are 4 of them. Kedis frowned as she hastily evaded 3 incoming laser beam attacks. They are designed to work in unison. Their design and configuration clearly reflected that. So long as neither Kedis nor any other enemies were able to punch through multiple transphasic energy shields in quick succession, these dastardly giant battle suits would be able to rotate their regenerating energy barriers on a continuous basis. While the energy required to power these transphasic energy shields was considerable, much of the bulk of these giant suits were dedicated to keeping them running. The protection offered by their armor was not as much as the protection granted by their energy shields. This fit with the trend of the Red Ocean. Only relatively poor states and organizations relied on armor to protect their assets from attacks. It was a lot more efficient and convenient to rely on strong energy shields instead. We can't go on like this. Kedis cursed. We need a better way to breach these energy shields. Do you have any trick up your sleeve, Lucky? Miuo. Lucky whined and complained as he attempted to fend off a batch of reinforcements that had just arrived from afar. Transphasic technology was his nemesis. The gem cat could easily kill any other soldier that made use of powerful tech and equipment, but once they made use of transphasic defenses, the cat instantly lost his biggest advantage, which was the ability to phase through solid matter. Since the entire prison structure was made out of hardy transphasic stone, Lucky couldn't even use his other favorite tactic, which was lurk underneath the floor until he was able to position himself right underneath his next target. As Kedis momentarily stepped away in order to evade another round of attacks, her intuition suddenly screamed out in alarm. Her life was under threat. Time seemed to slow as her glowing sword had just cut through the neck of another elite soldier. She discovered that all 4 giant battle suits aimed their shrapnel cannons right in her direction. Your own comrades are in the way. More Peskin soldiers had come to suppress her, which gave Kedis the illusion that the aliens would still be reluctant to commit friendly fire. The aliens turned out to be a lot more ruthless than she thought. Though the Peskins in the way were just starting to turn back and retreat, Kedis had no doubt that many of them would get implicated by this cruel attack. The realization that 4 different shrapnel guns were about to flood the entire space around her with lethal shards of transphasic metal sent her blood pumping harder than ever. She instantly moved to defend herself against this devastating strike before she even put conscious thought on her plan. The swordmaster jumped back and withdrew as far away as possible in order to reduce the concentration of shards that might hit her body. She then retreated towards a pile of prone alien bodies that just happened to belong to former elite soldiers. She rapidly dropped her body behind one of the armored corpses. She had oriented herself in such a way that she lay prone on a perpendicular angle to the 4 giant battle suits, thereby minimizing the chance that she would get hit by the spread of shards. However, if any of the metal projectiles did manage to hit her body, they were liable to punch through her frontal armor and damage her organs. This was why she used the remaining time she had left to lift up a nearby alien body and placed it on top of her combat armor. She then made sure to activate her personal energy shield to its most powerful state while resonating with the sword that she had pressed between herself and the armored alien corpse. It was only then that the large and powerful giant battle suits fired their shrapnel cannons. Mew-oh! The spread of shards were so great that one of them happened to hit Lucky's body, which not only caused significant damage to his slender form, but also flung his mechanical body far away. Since the wearers or controllers of the battle suits focused solely on taking down the threatening human, a lot of shards propelled in the direction of Keddy's. Since she was not as small as a cat, her chances of getting struck were much higher. Keddy's gritted her teeth as the body she used as cover got hit over a dozen times. Though the transphasic armor of the nearly intact but headless body absorbed many of the shards, a few of them cut straight through and rapidly depleted the personal energy shield generator that she had been using as a life-saving prop. Its capacity was quite impressive due to being a product of high technology, but it had never been designed to resist so many strong attacks. So many shards struck the energy shield at once despite the buffer of an alien body that it had finally broken. Though much of the shards had lost steam by now, a few still managed to push through and inflicted severe damage onto Katiza's combat armor. The borrowed combat armor gained several major holes as the shards embedded into the flesh of the swordmaster. As soon as the momentary storm had passed, Kedys immediately threw aside the body and ripped out the 3 shards at rapid speed. She just managed to pull them out in time to roll her body and evade a few laser beam attacks. The violent motions didn't do her wounds any good. Her damaged suit of combat armor struggled to plug the gaps and temporarily mend the wounds with emergency stopgap solutions. Kedys actually grew impressed by how much functionality the Davudan combat armor retained after enduring a considerable amount of damage. Though Kedys did not look tattered at the moment, her expression turned ugly now that she noticed that she became a lot more vulnerable to attacks. If any peskin managed to score a hit on the holes in her torso and leg, the attacks were liable to inflict crippling damage. This was the cruel reality of being a swordmaster. A mech could at least rely on large and resilient interiors to absorb a lot of damage without getting shut down entirely. The human body was much more fragile. It wouldn't be until she could become a sword saint that her body may be able to become a lot more resilient, but even then a decent mech could crush her with ease regardless of how much she strengthened her flesh and bones. She heard that only a sword god could fully the might of a mech, but even then it was dubious whether such a human could resist the might of an ace mech, let alone a god mech. Kedys groaned in pain as she retreated in a pathetic manner in order to prevent herself from getting hit by a second shrapnel cannon volley. These alien mechanical monsters were too strong for her to fight against. She deeply resented the fact that 4 oversized battle suits resisted her offensive and depleted her defenses. She felt ashamed for scampering away like a coward. Her feelings didn't matter, though. The peskin battle suits simply possessed too many advantages over her. She had a lot more confidence in beating them if she could isolate one of the large battle constructs, but that was not the case. Should she just give up and circle around them? The powerful peskin tank was still intact and she was wasting far too much time on these machines. I can't do that. Her pride and dignity as a swordmaster would suffer a heavy blow if she pulled back from this challenge. While it was not unrecoverable, it would still leave an awful stain on her mental record. Besides, as soon as these heavy combatants realized that they could no longer catch up to Kedys, they would probably move towards the main entrance and unleash their awesome might against the human forces who were least equipped to withstand so much power. Kedys gritted her teeth as she hid behind cover that was distant enough to render the shrapnel cannons ineffective. Many different plans coursed through her mind, but none of them sounded viable. The only ones that had the greatest hope of succeeding was by calling for support from the other human troops, but they already had their hands full with solving their own problems. Chapter 4813. A meeting of sword wielders. When Kedis just became a swordmaster after winning a dramatic victory in a tournament at the first sword arena, the locals embraced her as one of their own without hesitation. It was quite a life-changing experience for a former pirate and sword maiden. Back then, the Larkinson clan had only recently come into power, and its fleet hadn't earned any glory by completing multiple successful expeditions. Kedis only came across the traditions of the Heavensward Association a short time ago. She and her fellow swordmasters only opted to visit the sword-obsessed state in order to take part in its famous Greater Omandry Festival. Everyone knew that despite opening the tournaments to foreign swordsmen, the ultimate finalists and victors would always be the powerful seeds fighting in the same of the Heavensward Association's famed sword schools. It was a complete fluke for Kedis to experience a unique and unprecedented breakthrough under those circumstances. If Kedis hadn't reached the threshold to journeyman mech designer, and if she hadn't received a remarkable sword-oriented companion spirit from Vase, she would have never been able to fulfill both of her ambitions at the same time. When the Heavenswarders realized what she had become, they completely accepted her identity and fully welcomed her into their community. It felt nice for being appreciated for her strength, work and accomplishments. She hadn't been accustomed to attracting so much attention. It had always been Vase that wowed the crowds. Though Kedis ultimately decided to decline the invitation to relocate to the Heavensward Association and start a promising new mech company and sword school within the second-rate state, she still became its citizen and accepted many of its benefits. One of the perks of becoming a swordmaster was to meet with the leader of the state in person. Kedis had heard much about the Heavensward Saint. As the only existence comparable to an ace pilot, the strongest swordsman of the state enjoyed absolute respect and obedience from every Heavenswarder. No matter what kind of personalities the swordmasters possessed, none dared to disobey the only individual that could unquestionably defeat them in a sword duel. Kedis also experienced this mental suppression. Her pride and confidence in becoming a swordmaster quickly dulled the closer she came to meeting the best swordsman in the entire galaxy. This was not an exaggeration. Even though the MTA deliberately suppressed the news and prevented it from becoming common knowledge, every citizen of the state believed with all of their hearts that the strongest human swordsman was the wielder of the legendary Heavensward. As befitting to the meaning of heaven, the powerful sword saint preferred to reside in floating gardens that were situated high in the air. When Kedis stepped out of her shuttle with her personal weapon being carried by a Heavenswarder attendant, she strode into a garden and immediately felt at peace. This was remarkable. The unrest in her heart along with the frenetic ideas generated by her active mind had put her in a persistent state of excitement since the moment she had broken through. As a mech designer, becoming a journeyman represented a new beginning. Now that she had proven the viability of her design philosophy, she gained the qualifications to design more exceptional mechs. She already had many ideas on how to design mechs that not only wielded sharper blades than anything she had designed before, but also imbued them with the knowledge and expertise she derived from being a swordmaster. Such a mech was completely unprecedented in the mech community. Kedis did not fear that anyone else had designed such mechs before. The thought of being the first to design swordsman mechs that could allow its pilots to experience a fraction of the power of a swordmaster fueled her urge to head to a design lab and work on her projects straight away. It was only after she had stepped into this idyllic garden that all of those urges and desires faded away. Ra PD Alpha N Nui CM. She could feel that she wasn't being suppressed by force. Kedis experienced Lufa's glow enough times to learn when her emotions were forcibly dampened. The effect she experienced was more like entering a sanctuary where the concerns of the present no longer mattered anymore. It felt as if she received the rewards that she had earned. A part of her wanted to do nothing more than to close her eyes and lay down on the grass in order to enjoy a wonderful rest. Kedis did not get fooled. How could it be so easy for her to gain what she wanted? Having experienced many emotion-manipulating glows in the past, she could easily recognize that all of these feelings and impulses did not represent her true self. It was highly uncharacteristic for her to give in to the bliss exerted by this environment. It was nothing more than an illusion that had no basis in reality. She concentrated her mind and quietly recalled Sharpie from her greatsword. As soon as her companion spirit returned home, she became larger than life. The strength of her willpower skyrocketed as her living sword intent helped her to resist this pervasive influence. A clapping sound suddenly spread across the garden. Though the pressure did not decrease, Kedis could clearly sense the appearance of a single individual. In the meantime, the attendant who carried her greatsword had silently retreated, leaving behind the weapon which continued to float in the air with the help of its floating scabbard. Kedis immediately recognized the white-bearded man. The man's appearance was iconic and appeared on many banners and projections. His elegant pale robe, his dignified white beard, his lean and athletic body, and above all else his sheer gravitas made it clear that he was the strongest sword wielder currently alive. Perhaps there were ace pilots and god pilots that somehow exceeded the Heavensward Saint in terms of swordsmanship skills, but they didn't really count because they were entangled with mechs. Though Kedis didn't really understand the distinctions, the new friends she made among her peers had already taught her that there were fundamental differences between ace pilots and sword saints. As the older man came close, Kedis felt more and more at peace. She understood that it wasn't just the saint who produced this effect. A large part of the reason why this entire floating garden felt like heaven was because of the powerful weapon sheathed behind the sword saint's back. Now that she noticed it, she wondered how she managed to overlook it. Her eyes briefly grew dizzy as she had the illusion that she managed to catch a glimpse of an entirely different world locked inside the weapon. It was as if the legendary Heavensward captured a chunk of heaven inside its form. A strong bond tied the Heavensward Saint and the legendary sword together. The strength of this bond exceeded that of the Larkinson network and vastly surpassed that of the bond between Kedis and Sharpie. Now that she had entered the sight of a sword saint, Kedis remembered the manners that she had recently learned and made a respectful bow. There was no need for her to bow too low or prostrate before the ground. That would be an affront to her dignity as a swordmaster. She merely tilted her head and body low enough to convey just enough respect towards the holder of the Heavensward. "Sir." The Heavensward Saint responded with a friendly nod and smile. "Swordmaster Kedis, of the Larkinson clan. It is a pleasure to meet with you. Of the swordmasters that I have met before, your youth and exuberance stands out, and so do your sources of power. What you have done is impossible. Our state and people have never anticipated that a high-ranking mech designer can concurrently become a swordmaster. It does not take a close examination to conclude that you have relied on a special circumstance to break the rules." The Heavensward Saint turned around and swished his elegant white robe. "No matter. You do not have to divulge your personal circumstances if you are unable or unwilling to share your story. We are not concerned with your history, your past deeds or your future intentions. Your conviction as a swordmaster tells us enough about you that we do not have to be concerned that you will not abuse your newfound powers and bring disgrace to our association." Kedis relaxed a bit as she could feel the truth and goodwill in the older man's words. "Thank you. The truth is that it is rather inconvenient for me to explain my double breakthroughs. It involves the clan that I am a part of. You should ask our patriarch for details if you want to know more." "Understood. Thank you for sharing that, young woman. Your display of power at the First Sword Arena has turned many spectators into admirers. I anticipate that many of them wish to join your Larkinson clan in order to follow you and learn from you. Please be generous to them and make them feel welcome. It is up to you to decide how many teachings you wish to pass on to them. It is my hope that they can reciprocate and teach you more about our ancient traditions. A brief visit to our state is not enough for you to understand the bottomless heritage that we have preserved for countless generations." The Heavenswarders possessed a lot of pride in their heritage and traditions. They talked about it constantly, even though Kedis never really managed to obtain a history book that clearly explained the origins of traditional swordsmanship. "Oh well, our clan always welcomes the addition of skilled mech pilots," Kedis generously replied. "Anyone who joins will have to pledge their loyalty to our clan, though. Our patriarch doesn't like it when people aren't serious about embracing the identity of a Larkinson." "Understood. My people shall take that into account." A brief silence ensued as Kedis and the Heavensward Saint continued to feel each other out with their extraordinary senses. Although the heavenly aura still pressed onto Katiza's mind, her newfound strength as a swordmaster easily allowed her to resist its influence. Anyone else who met the Heavensward Saint would not be able to keep their minds straight. "Would you like to hold it?" the saint suddenly asked. The Heavensward. "Would you like to hold it in your hands? It is a unique experience to any swordmaster, and I have a hunch that your background as a swordmaster will grant you further gains from studying this relic." Kedis couldn't believe how simple it was for her to get her hands on the weapon that literally named an entire second-rate state. "I would love to hold your blade if you are okay with it," she said with remarkable patience, even as every fiber in her being urged her to hurry up. "I can sense that it holds a lot of power. Is it safe for me to hold this weapon?" The old man's eyes turned grave. "You are sharp enough to notice that. I have met numerous newly promoted swordmasters who have grown so unstable that they only see its might, not its thorns. Holding the Heavensward requires a great amount of inner faith. If you do not believe in yourself, then you will get lost in power that does not belong to you. You will understand when you hold it yourself. This caused Kedis to grow more vigilant, but not by much. She not only believed in herself, but also believed in Sharpie. Her companion spirit had changed her life and helped her transform her own willpower. What was a mere heavensward in comparison to the wonder that occupied her mind? The heavensward saint slowly unsheathed his weapon. The pressure in the floating garden skyrocketed as the glowing weapon revealed its naked form to Kedis for the first time. Its current wielder slowly drew out a blade that glowed with strong sacred power. Just looking at it caused Kedis to develop the impulse to lower herself to her knees and worship this most magnificent relic that had ever been forged by a human smith. What a perfect sword! Chapter 4814. A transcendent sword. The heavensward was a beautiful weapon. Some fine weapons look like nothing more than an average standard-issue product that could readily be picked up from a weapon rack. Other weapons look like they belonged in a gallery or a museum. The heavensward definitely fell into the latter category. Many people used different words to encapsulate its beauty, appearance and presence. The words sacred and heavenly were often used as descriptors. In truth, no word could ever fully describe the majesty and the transcendent nature of this relic weapon. The sword already looked ornate in its sheathed form. It possessed a white and sacred appearance and clearly looked as if it had survived through the ages. There were many rumors flying around about the quality of the weapon. Kedis could immediately recognize that it was at least a masterwork weapon, though it far surpassed any other masterwork that she had ever seen up to this point. Just the act of pulling it out of its sheath completely changed the surrounding environment. Even though the heavensward saint did his best to suppress the fluctuations of the mighty weapon, he was too weak to tame the enormous amount of energies locked inside its form. Kedis widened her eyes when she realized that the heavensward saint wasn't as impressive as she previously thought. Every swordmaster was a literal master of the sword. They could wield any sword and tame even the most unruly of blades. Whether it was physical swords, electrified swords, plasma swords or more exotic sword types, a qualified swordmaster possessed the ability to harness all of them. Perhaps they needed a little time and practice to get a grip on the more advanced technological features of the weapons, but eventually they should be able to prevent their swords from going out of control. Sword saints should be even better in this regard, as they could not only wield every sword to a superhuman degree, but also change it by baptizing them with their willpower. Just as how ace pilots were able to transform their ace mechs into stronger and more fitting machines over time, the more powerful sword saints should theoretically be able to do the same with their swords. As the heavensward saint fully unsheathed the sword which granted him his current title, Kedis practically dropped her jaw when she realized the truth of the powerful swordsman's state. Kutiz's thoughts turned into a mess of confusion even as Sharpie worked harder than ever to keep her mind sober. The heavensward's dense and uncompromising domain constantly battered her mind and steadily drained her recently boosted willpower. Just staring at the glowing blade of the heavensward was enough to knock ordinary people unconscious. "Sir, you have noticed it, I see." The old man in robes gently replied. "You have picked up on it remarkably quickly. I see that your education and work experience as a mech designer is availing you well." It took a few more seconds for Kedis to compose herself. "Your sword, the heavensward, does not appear to be under your control. Instead, it looks the other way around. The heavensward has you under its thrall." She had heard how the inheritors of the legendary heavensward gave up their previous swords and the swordsmanship they had developed throughout their lives in order to take up the mantle of the heavensward saint. Kedis thought that this was a chance of a lifetime to swordmasters. Anyone who obtained the blessing of the heavensward would instantly break through to the rank of sword saint without exception. The wielders of the heavensward even mastered the right sword style to utilize this sword in combat as well, allowing them to use the sword as it was meant to be used. She realized that all of the heavenswarders who spoke about this inheritance mechanism had been affected by a positive bias. While their assumptions and expectations were not wrong, they were missing the darker side of this phenomenon. A more complete and unflattering description of what went on was that the heavensward had become so powerful that no swordmaster could ever tame its powerful and domineering essence. "I used to be a fencer when I was a swordmaster." The heavensward saint spoke. "I wielded my fencing sword with precision and finesse. Those days are over now. I have not forgotten how to wield my old weapon, but I have lost the foundation that I built up over many decades that enabled me to strike faster and punch through any form of defense. The heavensward does not need all of that. It demands a different wielder, one who performs slashes with force and one that constantly desires to spread heaven to the wider galaxy. Those words sounded horrifying to a true sword practitioner like Kedis. She understood what the saint was conveying. She could clearly see and feel how the bond between the man and his sword had turned into a demonic embrace that caused the weaker party to take on the traits of the stronger party. In normal cases, it should have been the swordsman who imprinted his will and self onto his weapon. Instead, the Heavensward's rich energies and whatever traits its original wielder passed on caused the blade to be so unshakable that they transformed the subsequent holders without any other consideration. This was a horrifying process and one that robbed any hard-working swordmaster of his or her life's work. Why? Kedis asked. That is a long story. You should easily be able to guess many of the reasons with your intelligence. However, when it comes down to it, the Heavensward needs a wielder, and it is better for that person to be a vetted swordmaster than a tyrant who will get lost in its power. A weapon as ancient and powerful as this has many demands. If it is not satisfied, nobody knows what it will do. You can say that aside from preserving our ancient swordsmanship heritage, our state exists to contain its desires. Is the sword alive? Not literally. The saint shook his head. It is not alive in the same sense as people such as you and I. It is neither alive in the same way as your clan's impressive living mechs have come to life. This sword is an echo of its original swordsman. That individual was so powerful that for many generations since his passing, his undying imprint is much more powerful than many swordmasters put together. Kedis could not even imagine how powerful that individual may have been. None of the living mechs that she was familiar with had ever come close to being able to do this much. She eyed the Heavensward's hilt with considerable dread. Would holding it turn her into another clone of the first-generation wielder of this cursed weapon? I mean no harm to you, young swordmaster, the Heavensward saint said, and Kedis could feel his sincerity in his words. I have already satisfied the demands of the Heavensward. It is much more docile when it is content. Take it with confidence. It will not bite. At most, it will test you to verify whether you are worthy enough to even hold it. That should not be an issue from what my men and I have observed. She did not sense any malice from the start of this meeting. The Heavensward was oppressive and demanded her to submit to it as if it was a god, but it respected her refusal on account of her mental fortitude. Seeing that the situation did not look too fishy, Kedis slowly approached and lifted up her arm. The weapon was ancient. That was the first impression she received when she initially held the blade. From the metal to the materials that made up its hilt, Kedis could more clearly feel the immense traces of time that had marked the sword. The second aspect about the sword that she noticed was that she underestimated the extraordinary power contained in this sword. There were entire facets about the Heavensward that radically altered her impression of how much damage it could do when it was utilized to its full potential. She looked at the glowing blade in shock. Despite the rather compact dimensions of this sword, she felt that she could destroy an entire capital ship with a swing of this weapon. She could split a city in half and permanently rearrange the landscape of an entire planet if she had the strength to channel its vast power long enough. There's a huge pool of energy locked inside this sword, she exclaimed as her hand tried to maintain a firm grip on the weapon. This is unheard of. Whoever forged this blade is incredible. You are most likely correct. The Heavensward saint spoke. According to the sparse sources that we have left, the Heavensward was ostensibly created by a god. Now that the latest inheritor of the relic had let go of it, his presence had softened considerably. He seemed almost human now that he no longer held the source of much of his acquired strength. Kedis paused at the mention of a certain word. Having only recently exited the Nixian Gap rather recently, the word had a negative connotation to her and many Larkinsons. God, no mortal hands or sterile machine has forged this blade, do you not agree? You are a maker of swords as well as a wielder of one. You should be able to judge the veracity of this claim yourself. Kedis took a deeper look at the sword and studied all of its details and nuances. The materials were absolutely indecipherable to her. She recognized none of the metals used in the alloys. The quality of the weapon was impeccable. Having worked alongside Gloriana on numerous projects, Kedis had developed a good eye for quality, but the sublimeness of the Heavensward clearly surpassed any of the masterworks that she had witnessed before. The difference in quality was too massive. Whoever forged this weapon not only mastered his craft to the best of what humanity today could match, but also seemed to push his swordsmithing ability to a level beyond this impressive height. Although Kedis had far too little clues to decipher the identity and the details of the maker of the Heavensward, Her deep analysis of this ancient and historical relic allowed her to discover another important detail. It was one that actually caused her to shake her arm and almost lose her grip on the incomparably precious weapon. The Heavensward is not a masterwork, she whispered. I know what masterworks are like. Although this sword resembles them a lot, its fundamental qualities are not on the same level at all. I hadn't been able to realize the truth before because it feels oddly lethargic in this aspect, but this is no masterwork. It is a qualitatively greater sword, one that completely transcends what masterworks are supposed to be. If I am not wrong, this may be the best sword in the possession of humanity. Ra PD Alpha N Nu E CM. Her entire mind was blown by this realization. The Heavensward Saint did not deny her assertion. You have learned a truth that few have learned. Not a single new swordmaster who I have invited to hold this sword has ever been able to make this distinction. Again, your background as a mech designer has made you far more capable than a typical swordmaster. Properly speaking, the Heavensward is indeed more than a masterwork. According to the classification used by the Mech Trade Association, it is more appropriate to describe it as a grand work. A grand work, a legendary creation that Kedis had only learned about a relatively short time ago. Grand works were the kind of objects that only star designers get to create. Just the thought that she was holding the work of a swordsmith who was comparable to a star designer made her feel as if she was already staining the Heavensward by holding it in her hand. Though the weapon itself did not mind her grip, Kedis couldn't help but feel that she was not yet worthy to hold such an incredible fine work. Her vision of what swords could become had changed forever this day. Chapter 4815. Timeless. Holding the Heavensward was literally the opportunity of a lifetime to Kedis. Who could ever claim to have seen a grand work up close, let alone touching it with his or her bare skin? The newly advanced swordmaster deeply realized that this honor and privilege would have unimaginable benefits to her future work. Kedis had never handled such high-level swords in the past. Her vision was much more modest due to spending a long time working with humble third-class mechs and swords. Though she knew that her double advancement along with her new connections to the Heavensward Association would help her elevate her work, her impression of what she could produce at her limit had always been vague and insubstantial. Not anymore. From the moment she held a grand work of unsurpassed quality and power, Kedis gained a much clearer idea on what skills and abilities she needed to acquire to make her own swords of unsurpassed might and capability. Though she wanted to study the Heavensward for a while longer, she noticed that her willpower was not able to protect her from getting tainted by the massive degree of extraordinary power it contained. Even when the Heavensward had entered into a dormant state where its activity levels were low, the grand work couldn't help but affect the environment and everyone inside it. Such power was impossible to contain. Kedis knew enough about her craft to know that the reason why the Heavensward did not completely possess the majesty of a grand work was due to other factors. As she continued to hold the weapon, she had the impression that it used to be a lot grander in the past, but that it suffered a lot of damage that caused it to fall back into a crippled state. She could not fathom how it was possible to damage such a transcendent work of craftsmanship. The Heavensward completely defied ordinary standards. Its toughness was off the charts as its material properties could not be formulated by any production machine in existence today. She spent a little more thought on examining the huge pool of energy that powered its remarkable state and enhanced its lethality to an insanely high level. The ubiquitous energy contained within the pool was completely uniform and reminded Kedis a lot of its current wielder in the blissful floating garden environment. This heavenly energy was completely different from all of the other energies that Kedis had tangled with before in the Larkinson clan. Kedis imagined that if she was able to harness this energy and master it to the highest degree, she could literally create a heaven where the dead could go and enjoy paradise. She could also harness this energy to create a slice of heaven in normal space. Each swing of the blade would allow her to bring down heaven's mercy or wrath depending on her intentions. Amazing, she gasped, as she learned all that she could of this extremely potent type of energy. Unfortunately, the heavenly energy that saturated the grand work proved to be too dangerous and corrosive to Kedis. She had been unable to determine all of the details about the massive energy pool and how she could create a smaller version of it for her own swords. Her expression worsened as she forced herself to return the Heavensward to its rightful wielder. The pressure it exerted on her mind had faded by a considerable margin, but the loss of the Heavensward also caused her to feel a gaping hole in her heart. She shook her head and utilized Sharpie to cleanse any sequelae the Heavensward had inadvertently left behind during their moments of contact. The saint had sheathed his legendary weapon by now, causing the surrounding air to become a lot more pleasant. Thank you, for letting me experience this great and wonderful sword. Kedis sincerely said to the leader of the Heavensward Association. I have learned a lot today. My visit to your state has given me far more gains than I could have hoped. It is my pleasure, young woman. Your love for swords is genuine and your talents should not remain buried in the galactic rim. Our people and our state expect much from you. With your talents and experiences, you are destined to soar into the heavens. Even the Heavensward holds this opinion. Are you sure about that, sir? Kedis responded with a skeptical expression. When I held your weapon, I constantly felt it was testing me and judging me. It bared its own state to me, but it did not do so without making sure I was good enough to behold its excellence. Trust me, Kedis, the Heavensward would have made its displeasure known if you were less than worthy. I see. Can I ask you a question, sir? You may do so. That is one of the purposes of this meeting. We do not want anyone to remark that a swordmaster who successfully inherited our traditions is completely ignorant of what we do and what we stand for. You are a citizen of our state. Do not forget that, Swordmaster Kedis. She smiled. A burst of warmth had sprung in her heart. Though she would always be a sword maiden in a Larkinson first, she did not mind getting adopted by another group of people. The premise was that her loyalties never clashed one day. The woman turned her attention back to the question that bothered her the most at the moment. According to my observations, the Heavensward is in a crippled state. She stated the truth as she saw it. I truly do not know how powerful grand works ought to be, but this is not it. The sword barely looks better than a masterwork on the surface, but this is impossible. Whoever forged this weapon was a true talent in the art of swordsmithing. Such an impressive sword maker would not limit himself and his work to this level. The Heavensward Saint let out an expressive sigh. The full story is clouded and lost in myth. The short version of its story is that the Heavensward is too old. It has outlived its wielder and the eras where it was meant to be used. Much has changed. We live in a time where mechs and sophisticated technology have become humanity's latest talismans. The inheritors of the weapon all proved to be too weak and inadequate to make use of it. They suffered early deaths as they proved incapable of wielding such a powerful relic. Kedis wanted to learn more details, but the Heavensward Saint exhibited great restraint in the face of her repeated inquiries. Ra PD Alpha N Nui C 0M. She could only conclude that at the time of its making, the Heavensward relied on a powerful energy source or a unique resource to power its prodigious might. Everything was fine as long as the Heavensward's immense hunger was sated, but as the years went by, humanity's circumstances changed in a drastic manner that completely toppled the old paradigms. The Heavensward no longer enjoyed the luxurious treatment it received before. Without obtaining the sustenance it needed to utilize its slice of heaven to the fullest, it could do little but to enter into an emergency low-maintenance state. Its demand for sustenance had dropped dramatically, but that also led to its current lethargic state. The Heavensward is sleeping. Correct, the saint replied. It is one of the reasons why it is still able to exist for so long. There are sources in our library that tell of the existence of many more legendary swords and weapons. All of them are lost, and none of them were lucky enough to be able to replicate the survival and self-defensive tactics employed by the Heavensward. Many unique and priceless swords that once enriched our race have never been able to go down on the battlefield as they were meant to, but instead crumbled to dust as they failed to resist the corrosion of time and the changing of the eras. A chill ran through Katiza's spine. She tried to imagine what would become of her works one day. Would her greatsword and her mechs crumble helplessly over time as well? Her mass-production works would probably get used and recycled within a generation or two, but her better and more premium works should last considerably longer. Mechs could not last forever. It took extreme care and maintenance to keep them intact. Most people simply did not have the money or the desire to keep around old and outdated mechs. Swords were easier to maintain and continued to hold their value in the long term as long as they were good enough. Kedis could easily imagine her best swords becoming prized relics in a couple of generations from now. Even if she had improved her techniques and transitioned to forging first-class swords, her older works should still hold a lot of practical and historical value among many different people. It became exponentially less likely that her premium works would stick around for longer than that. Technology and cost no longer became the deciding factors anymore. The only variable that mattered was whether enough people cared about her old works to preserve them over time. Kedis could not even recall off the top of her head if she had ever viewed a work that had been made more than a millennia ago. She simply didn't care to visit the old and stuffy museums that showcased the swords, rifles and other gadgets that humans made use of several thousand years ago. They had little to no impact on her life in the modern day. When she learned from Vase, she also acquired his forward-thinking perspective. Rather than looking back and remaining stuck in the past, she would rather look forward and work towards a more prosperous future. Yet even she couldn't foresee what would happen to her work after several millennia had gone by. It was likely that she would have long passed away by then. Her family and friends would have entered the grave as well, which meant that the amount of people who still remembered who she was on a personal basis would no longer be around anymore. Only the greatest and most impactful works had the qualifications to be preserved by the descendants of today's generation of humans. Kedis shifted her eyes towards the heavensward, which had already returned to its sheath. Even though Kedis and everyone else knew nothing about its maker and possessed scant little clues about its wielder, a sword as exceptional as this had forcibly managed to survive an uncountable amount of ages by virtue of its astounding power and craftsmanship alone. For a moment, Kedis understood why Gloriana obsessed so much about chasing after perfection and maximizing the quality of her mechs. It was because raising the quality to a transcendent level was the most straightforward way to ensure that her works would shed their temporal status and gain a more timeless property. They became immortal. She developed a new ambition at this time. Her exposure to the heavensward did not generate the desire to gain possession of this magnificent grand work herself. As powerful and exquisite as this ancient relic may be, her swordsmanship diverged too much from its original wielder. What she wanted to do instead was to forge a grand work that was fully suitable to wielded by herself. As a mech designer and an engineer, Kedis understood deeply that only a custom job would suit her best. This way, she could also ensure that if she ever created such a powerful artifact, she could fully harness its might instead of allowing the domineering weapon to control its own wielder. The more Kedis thought about forging an eternal blade, the more her passion and excitement amplified her will and desire. She had a much more concrete idea on how to go forward now. She bowed deeper in front of the heavensward saint, or rather the ancient weapon itself, in gratitude. "Thank you, for showing me what swords can truly become," she said with utter sincerity in her voice. "While I can't promise I will ever become good enough to forge a younger brother or sister in my lifetime, I will do my damned best to make it so that humans can still create timeless weapons such as yourself." For a moment, the heavensward rattled in its sheath. Powerful light shone from the blade and transformed into a ball of heavenly light. This ball hovered over the heads of both sword practitioners before it sank into Kutiz's body. Chapter 4816. Lacking swords. "What was that, sir?" Kedis uttered with shock. As an experienced warrior who encountered many strange phenomena in recent years, she possessed a considerable degree of vigilance towards odd stuff entering her body. Who knew whether the heavensward implanted her with a bomb or tried to assimilate her mind into becoming its slave? Kedis feared that the heavensward had taken such a liking to her that it had designated her as its future successor. If this old fellow croaked in the future, would the heavensward compel her to return to this state and force her to take up the mantle of the heavensward saint? What if she refused? Would that ball of energy corrode her until she bent to the ancient relic's irresistible will? "You do not need to fear the heavensward," its current wielder reassured Kedis. "It bears no malice to you. The inheritance process is always voluntary. As a sword that has been held by more swordsmen than we can ever count, there are many valid candidates. Some are more worthy than others to become its next holder. There are also swordmasters that have admired the heavensward from the first time they started their swordsmanship practice. They have taken to wielding replicas of this weapon that closely approximates its physical properties. Do these fans ever get to fulfill their dreams?" Kedis curiously asked. "It does not happen often. It is the sword that ultimately chooses its wielder. A chosen swordmaster can refuse, but few ever do. It is difficult to resist the temptation, and it undoubtedly a great responsibility to placate this temperamental weapon. Giving up their swords and swordsmanship is a painful but noble sacrifice. The finest citizens of our state are not timid people by nature. We love our state too much to shirk this necessary burden. Aside from that, who among us hasn't developed a measure of arrogance? If we are capable enough, we can always fulfill our people's lifelong dream of subduing the heavensward and take full control over it. This will not only allow its new master to become a sword saint in truth, but also attain a level of strength that humanity has never reached in modern times." Kedis widened her eyes as she took in the implications of the heavensward saint's words. She assumed that her ambitions were already outrageous enough, but it turned out that other swordsmen also pursued impossible goals. In an age where the best sword practitioners could only become swordmasters at best without relying on a cheat like the Heavensward, it was unthinkable for anyone to become a sword god. The gulf was too vast. Kedis took another good look at the Heavensward saint. She understood that the man deliberately wore a pale robe and adopted such a gentle and grandfatherly demeanor because that would help him increase his compatibility with the powerful weapon. What if the Heavensward was not as righteous? What if it possessed a demonic character? Would all of its wielders be forced to become demons themselves in order to earn its approval? She had so many questions that she didn't even know where to begin. Kedis did not mind it that she knew so little. All of this showed that there was much more depth to swords and their relation to their wielders than she initially thought. Her attempts to seek answers to all of those deep and profound questions would definitely enrich her methods and bring her closer to forging a grand work comparable to the Heavensward one day. However, there was one matter that could not wait. She needed an answer right away to give her peace of mind. What the hell was that white ball of energy? Why did it enter her body and why couldn't she find any trace of it when it had escaped her sight? Sharpie carefully examined her entire body and mind but found no trace of that powerful energy. This was incredibly confusing as the power of the Heavensward was too distinctive to blend into the background. The saint attempted to reassure her. The Heavensward provided you with a gift. I can assure you that it will not harm you or influence you in any fashion. Think about it, Kedis. A sword that has existed for such a long time and has been paired with thousands of swordsmen has no reason to target you specifically. Its sights are set too high. If that is the case, then why bother giving me a gift at all? For what reason did this powerful weapon grant me a gift? The saint fell silent for a moment. The Heavensward approves of your yearning to create more powerful swords. It too hopes that you can dispel its loneliness one day and help revive our ancient heritage. If we want to restore traditional swordsmanship to its former glory, then we must not only train the best sword practitioners, but also equip them with the best swords. Our state has made constant strides to improve in the former, but our progress in the latter has stalled. Kedis looked puzzled. Why so? I have only visited this state for a short time, but I have learned that blacksmiths are flourishing just as much as swordmasters. Shouldn't there be a lot of master smiths under your rule who can forge masterwork weapons for your swordmasters? The Heavensward saint drooped. The matter is more complicated than you think. Master smiths are not as impressive as you think. Their skill in forging weapons is impressive, and each of them have mastered unique skills and methods that allow them to create swords with the right properties. Although they can forge masterwork swords from time to time, these blades lack brilliance. Brilliance. It is difficult for us to describe what we mean by that. The saint explained. Maybe it is easier to use the phrase, activating factor, instead. We have made many comparisons between the Heavensward and the swords forged by master smiths. Our conclusion is that no matter how much effort they have put into their life's work, the results always fall short of our expectations. There are two probable reasons why this is the case. The first is that we do not have access to the appropriate materials anymore. The second is that our master smiths simply are not qualified. Kedis did not have any clue about the issue of materials, but she had a few suspicions about the human factor. Do you believe I can do better than the master smiths of your state? I do. The saint smiled in response. My confidence comes from the Heavensward. Do not underestimate its judgment. It is one of the oldest surviving human relics in the history of our race. It has lived through many eras and witnessed many changes in history. No matter what we think about it, the current times are called the age of mechs for good reasons. Mechs are in the ascendancy now, and it is fitting for the weapon to bet on a mech designer. For it to bestow a gift to you shows that it is slightly optimistic about your ability to reach the level of its maker. In any case, it does not do this relic much harm by passing on a fraction of its power. The saint sounded as if the Heavensward was an ancient human sage that occasionally handed out gifts and words of wisdom to the distant descendants of his race. Shouldn't the Heavensward look to invest in the master mech designers of your state, sir? I recall that the Heavensward Association has the highest concentration of swordsman mech specialists among masters in the majestic Teal Star sector. We have tried many times but failed to obtain the results we have desired. Do you know why? It is because they are mech designers first and swordsmiths second. Their best and proudest works are always mechs, not the swords that are paired with them. While it cannot be denied that their swordsman mech designs are truly exquisite, the more they concentrate on the mechanical, the more they lose sight of the sword. It is a contradiction that cannot be solved unless the master mech designers in question can satisfy a single condition. This time, it did not take much guessing for Kedis to guess the answer. You mean advancing to Star Designer? Correct. Star Designers are no longer bound by categories. If they can design the finest mechs, it is logical to assume they can also forge the finest swords. Our masters are working hard to fulfill this lifelong dream, but you should know better than I how probable it is for them to make any further breakthroughs. The amount of Star Designers was extremely scarce, and the majority of them emerged from the MTA in first-rate states. Kedis understood now why the Heavensward did not have much hope in the craftsmen and mech designers of the state that carried its name. Do you think I have a better chance than your domestic mech designers? You have more advantages than the others. The old man calmly replied. Let me put it in the following terms. If the chance that any of our masters can advance is 0.001%, then yours should at least be 0.01%. That is enough of a reason to be optimistic about your chances. Those probabilities sounded exaggeratingly low, but it was a rough reflection of how few Star Designers existed relative to the amount of master mech designers alive today. The rate of breakthroughs was abysmally low. I appreciate your vote of confidence. Kedis sardonically said, although I like to make good swords as much as any Heavenswarder, I think I should mention that I am not much different from your mech designers. Before we can do anything else, we must learn how to excel in designing mechs. We do not presume to dictate how you choose to practice your craft. The citizenship that we have bestowed upon you does not come with any strings attached. We only wish to enrich your understanding of our state and our purpose so that you can think about assisting us once you have attained more success later in your life. Perhaps your unique circumstances allow you to create the swords we need much sooner than we think. There is no need to wait until you have advanced to Star Designer. Becoming a master mech designer ought to be enough. Combined with the abilities of a sword saint, your works shall vastly exceed what our best masters can produce. That was an inspiring thought. Kedis did not think about it before, but now that she examined this scenario, she understood how the synergies between the two could allow her to surpass the efforts of any single master mech designer. I can see what you mean, sir, but, as impressive as that sounds, I do not think I will be able to make swords of grand work quality at that stage. I would have to master technology to a far greater degree to come close to that point. Rapid Alpha N Nuel, you misunderstand my argument, young woman. What we seek in a sword is not necessarily a grand work, but a weapon that can help our swordmasters break through and become sword saints. They are not necessarily the same. That sounded a lot more reasonable. Though Kedis had no idea what she would be capable of if she ever became a master mech designer, she actually possessed a bit of confidence that she might be able to address the Heavensward Association's greatest need at that time. I won't make any promises, but I am not in the habit of turning my back on my friends. She eventually said, I also want your people to succeed. I have met so many swordmasters lately that it would be tragic if they could no longer go any further because their swords can't keep up with them any longer. That is more than enough, Swordmaster Kedis. Chapter 4817 Gift from Heaven. The meeting between the newly promoted female swordmaster and the leader of a state soon came to a close. The two had talked long enough and the former increasingly found it difficult to maintain her sense of self in an area that was fully under the domain of the most powerful sword she had ever encountered. Before I go, you haven't answered my question yet. What did the Heavensward gift to me? That ball of light is not nothing. I will never feel comfortable knowing that I am carrying a bomb that has hidden so deep inside of me that I can't even find a trace. The Heavensward Saint understood her concerns. It is not simple to describe the gift that you have received. If I have to describe it in the simplest possible terms, what you have gained is potential. You mean potential energy, not in the traditional meaning of this scientific concept. The old man responded, it is more than that. Think of the name of the sword behind my back. What do you think it represents? Heaven, precisely. You are now carrying a tiny parcel of its potential. That did not clarify much to Kedis. The information content was too low. What can I do with this heaven-based potential energy? She flatly asked. Anything that heaven can produce. The saint responded with a mysterious expression. The power of the Heavensward is manifesting heaven. I cannot be too concrete about it because to describe it in fixed terms is a disservice to the concept of heaven that the weapon stands behind. It is an all-powerful force that can produce infinite possibilities. It can do anything. Rapid Alpha N Nu E CM. The old man nodded. It is exactly because it can do anything that it has managed to survive so many ages. Killing is only one of its purposes. It can also create anything as long as its wielder is powerful enough. I am sorry that I am far from qualified to demonstrate this power. The Heavensward Association had always been vague about this matter. Nobody would believe that a single sword could create anything its wielder imagined. This was not a power that could be produced with pure technology anymore. This was the power of a god. I really don't understand why the MTA hasn't claimed the Heavensward for itself. She muttered. Her idle remark produced a response from the Heavensward. It rattled in its sheath. It was as if the very thought made it angry. Do you see what the Heavensward thinks about that idea? It does not want to be controlled by those who worship mechs as opposed to swords. Doesn't the MTA have the power to take the Heavensward by force? It does. The saint readily acknowledged. Yet what then? This is a sword that even god pilots struggle to contain, and that is not an exaggeration. Do you think that it is worth their time and effort to contain an unwilling weapon? They have more important responsibilities to take care of. Besides, they respect the Heavensward too much to be willing to do any harm to it. No matter what, this is one of the oldest surviving remnants of human history. It may hold ideas and stances that are incompatible to modern human society, but when it comes down to it, this relic is still on our side. Compared to the immense damage that it can do should the mechers anger it in any way, it is much more harmless to let it be and allow our state to indulge in its desires. Kedis did not know what to say about that. It sounded as if the Heavensward had successfully blackmailed the all-powerful Mech Trade Association into leaving it alone. It was so hard to believe that a weapon as powerful as this ultimately ended up in a state located at the outer edge of the galactic rim. Shouldn't it be placed in a big museum in the galactic center? If the Heavensward was this powerful, then the claim that it could create anything became a little more plausible. She revised her estimation of the power of a grand work. It turned out that products like the Heavensward were much scarier than she thought. What a day, Kedis eventually remarked. I always thought that swords could be much stronger than what I could currently make, but this goes beyond ordinary production. This distance between her current state and the level of the creator of the Heavensward was so great that a weaker mech designer would have fallen into despair. It was fortunate that Kedis did not fall into this category. By the time she exited the floating garden, her willpower surged as she became inspired by everything that she learned. As for that odd ball of energy that the Heavensward had planted inside her body, she already sensed that the Heavensward directed no malice towards her. The reassurances of the Heavensward saint successfully addressed her concerns and allowed her to meet her new future with confidence. Before you leave, there is one more matter. The old man said, for obvious reasons, you must keep the contents of this conversation a secret. It is not convenient to allow others to know about the greater capabilities of the Heavensward or let it be known that it is a grand work. I understand, sir, but I am just a mech designer and a swordmaster. If anyone powerful enough tries to interrogate me with the help of advanced technology, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to protect these secrets. The Heavensward has already taken the necessary precautions. You do not need to fear anything. That is one of the boons bestowed by the gift of heaven. Though Kedis had no idea what that meant in concrete terms, she accepted the statement. The Heavensward had already displayed a lot of reality-defying abilities. One more feat was not outrageous. She completely forgot about it after a few years. The gift from the Heavensward had done nothing at all for her, and she never really fell into a circumstance where she needed a boost from a magical sword in order to fulfill her goals. Even now, when she had just survived 4 shrapnel cannon blasts from a quartet of giant alien battle suits, she still did not think about calling upon this latent power. This was because her pride and honor as a swordmaster only allowed her to rely on herself to fight her way out of an adverse circumstance. Now that Kedis had retreated far away enough to minimize the probability of getting hit by the deadly transphasic shrapnel fired by the Peskins, she quickly took stock of her awful state. Her personal shield generator had exhausted its charge. This was a painful loss as it had served as her most reliable safety net for years. Her armor's functionality had dropped due to all of the shards of metal that had managed to penetrate its exterior. The loss of protection was already bad enough. What was worse was that the attack had also damaged important servos, power lines, circuitry, life support systems and more. If not for the fact that the suit quickly activated emergency measures that plugged the gaps with temporary sealing materials, Kedis would have been forced to breathe the slightly toxic air circulating inside this prison facility by this time. It hurts. Becoming a swordmaster did not make her a lot more resilient. The puncture wounds inflicted by the metal shards had affected her body as well. It was only due to the emergency treatments of her combat armor along with the resilience provided by her genetically modified flesh that she managed to retain her combat effectiveness. Even so, she was no longer able to move around and attack as heartily as before. This was the difference between humans and mechs. The former had never really evolved with pure combat in mind, while the latter were always purpose-built for war. Lucky, how are you doing? Meow. She had seen Lucky getting hit as well. His ability to resist damage was not low, but he still had trouble resisting the penetrating attacks of transphasic weapons fire. Though Lucky looked as if he could still put up a good fight, the cat had clearly seen better days. As Kedis forced herself to stay on the move in order to avoid the encirclement of the angry Peskin soldiers, she occasionally found herself forced to exert her injured body in order to chop apart the enemies that dared to stand in her way. Each time she took another alien life and stained her glowing blade with alien blood, she briefly sensed the emotions of her soon-to-be deceased victims. They feared the humans that had come and robbed them of almost everything they ever knew. Yet their fury towards the extragalactic invaders exceeded every other emotion. Not all of them fought with self-preservation in mind. Kedis encountered plenty of aliens who had been driven to such despair that they wanted to go down in a final blaze of glory. As a powerful swordmaster who dared to rampage behind enemy lines, the Peskins had designated her as one of humanity's great champions. They would rather keep the 4 giant battle suits away from the most critical location of the battlefield in order to contain the human woman who fought with nothing else but a sword. I need a transphasic gun, she muttered to herself. There were swordmasters who dedicated themselves so much to the sword that they disavowed every other weapon. Kedis was not that kind of swordmaster. She did not eschew the utility of firearms. It was only because of the conditions of the founding ceremony that she had neglected to bring one. It wouldn't have been of much use anyway because she hadn't upgraded her guns in years. If she was ever able to make it out of this place, she would definitely seek to acquire the best possible pistol that she could carry around. She needed to learn from Vase how he managed to perform that handy trick of materializing his laser pistol from thin air. Better yet, she wanted to apply this property to her bloodsinger. This way, she would never be removed from the weapon of her choosing. The importance of a good weapon became especially obvious after she encountered a pair of elite Peskin soldiers. She dashed forward without fear and thrust her borrowed sword into the neck of the taller alien. Due to her adversary's height, she had to extend her reach a lot further than normal. Her injuries along with the reduced performance of her suit had caused her to pull off this common move a little slower than before. It just so happened that her target was able to move away fast enough for the sword to scrape against the breastplate. The thick transphasic armor easily resisted the attack. The sword thrust had only left a shallow mark behind. Damn, the elite soldier could not shoot her with his cannons from this range, but he could still use his strong limbs to batter her aside. She barely managed to avoid getting thrown onto the floor by pushing her body behind her limits. She winced as she experienced several spikes of pain. Despite her blunder, she still managed to jump aside before the other Peskin soldier fired his twin laser arm cannons and chopped at a vulnerable knee joint. Rirua! The alien in question screamed in pain as he lost his footing. Kedis easily managed to finish the job by jabbing her sword through the injured soldier's neck. More blood stained her glowing blade, but quickly flew away as Kedis attacked the other elite soldier. Another spray of blood flew into the air as Kedis easily got rid of her remaining immediate opponent. She had lost count of how many Peskins she killed. They had to be more than 100 she guessed, but with all of that hardly seemed to make a difference as alien reinforcements constantly arrived. Sure, many of them consisted of conscripted civilians that possessed little combat acumen, but just raising their arm cannons and shooting in the direction of any humans within sight required hardly any training. This can't go on, Kedis recognized. The human side could easily defeat the masses of alien cannon fodder. It was the elites and the more powerful alien assets such as the giant battle suits and the half-crippled tank that truly needed to be dealt with, but without heavy weapons or favorable terrain, that sounded like a distant dream. Kedis felt more and more helpless in this situation. She did not know how many trump cards Vase had left. Even though he was notorious for having a lot of tricks up his sleeve, even he should have been caught off guard by the mass abductions. She believed that the only person that could change the tide was herself. Chapter 4818 The ultimate cut. She was not a religious person by nature, but when she thought about whether her son could survive this event or whether Joshua would become a widower after this day, her heart started to sink. Swordmasters normally did not lose confidence, but as an intelligent mech designer, she maintained a much clearer head than the battle maniacs who easily lost their situational awareness. Though she did not possess a complete overview of the battlefield, she could see and hear enough from her vantage position that the human forces at the main entrance were beginning to lose momentum. The brave Davudan Guard forces regularly cried out in pain or agony, showing that the withering Peskin suppression fire was rapidly taking a toll on their ranks. Several honor guards had already perished and the remaining ones were hopelessly trying to do the work of 100 soldiers. The humans trapped in this pocket space had too few numbers, too little equipment, not enough supplies and too few pieces of quality gear. We can't win this battle without help. A real swordmaster would have had a much harder time admitting any form of weakness, but Kedis also differed in that sense. After acknowledging that she did not have the power to alter the unfavorable circumstances of her side by herself, she became a lot more open to the idea of calling for help. She initially thought about reaching out to the powerful design spirits that Vase regularly worked with. She then became stumped by the question on how she could call upon the power of these distant entities. Vase made it look so easy. Kedis knew that it was a manifestation of his talent. Joshua possessed a similar ability. The two men were so alike that they could have been comrades in arms if one of them ended up becoming a mech pilot. She had learned from the both of them that it was easy for them to make contact with the design spirits. If she wanted to do the same, then she just needed to pray to them and form some sort of connection. However, Kedis was much different from Vase and Joshua. Their similar domains made them especially suitable for communication and cooperation. They were like warm and gentle spring breezes that anyone would like to embrace. Kedis on the other hand possessed the typical exclusionary force of will that guarded the sanctity of her fundamental self. She was like a naked blade that cut whoever came too close. She failed in her attempt. She understood that she would never be able to replicate her husband and her mentor's abilities. The only area that I am good at is pursuing greater sharpness. For all of the time she spent on dabbling with other sword styles, she had never slacked off when it came to her personal sword style and techniques. She had originally broken through because she wanted her sword to gain the ability to cut through anything. Laughter escaped from her lips. I'm not a good swordmaster. I became distracted by too much irrelevant stuff. Instead of thinking about all of these useless matters, it was better for her to put all of her thoughts aside and focus solely on trying to cut through the barriers that stood in the way of her goals. At this time, the 4 giant battle suits had grown tired of waiting for her attacks. Under the escort of numerous Peskin soldiers, these giants had turned around and steadily began to march towards the contested main entrance, making sure to keep the crippled tank within sight in order to repel any approaching saboteurs. The goal of this siege-breaking unit was clear. They were being sent to sweep aside the main opposition. Kedis couldn't allow them to reach the entrance and get close enough to sweep all of the human troopers with their devastating shrapnel cannons. Once the humans holding onto the main entrance were repelled, nothing Kedis could do on this floor would matter anymore. Her eyes turned crazed as the optical sensors of her suit locked onto the 4 metal giants that represented the pinnacle of Peskin battle suit development. Their awfully slow traversal speeds was their only major weakness, and bought precious time for Kedis to get her act together. Still, the energy and physical defenses of these 4 super suits were excessively high. Kedis had never even managed to scratch their armor. She first needed to breach their transphasic energy shields, but she had already discovered that she lacked the raw power to penetrate them in quick succession. Ha 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 ha, she laughed again. Why am I discouraging myself? I should be doing the opposite. If I don't believe in my strength anymore, what qualifications do I have to advance to a sword saint? The word, impossible, shouldn't exist in her vocabulary. Her willpower condensed even further. As she set aside the parts of herself that was a mech designer and fully embraced her identity as a swordmaster. The time for calculations and technical analysis was over. Only a miracle could help her defeat her current foes. She needed to put all of her faith in the infinite power of a swordmaster. Kedis resonated stronger than ever with Sharpie. The companion spirit started to integrate more deeply into the weapon, causing its edge to take on a considerably deadlier sheen. Its ability to cut had been strengthened. Although the logical part of her mind told her that her blade still wasn't sharp enough to cut through 4 powerful transphasic energy shields at once, her swordmaster persona yearned to resist this reality and produce a different outcome. She stood up straighter as her resonance with her sword seemed to inject steel in her body. Her injuries no longer affected her as much while her combat armor did not produce as many hindrances as before. Every other concern or distraction faded away as she only set her sights on her immediate goal. The distractions of battle faded away and many Peskin soldiers faded from her awareness as she prepared to launch an attack. This is my only chance. Her sword started to vibrate under the influence of her overwhelming desire to amplify its sharpness. Ra-PD Alpha N Nuel, a high-pitched keening sound escaped from it. Anyone who looked at this sword and heard this special sound would know that its ability to cut through matter had reached a considerably higher level than before. Whether this was enough, Kedis couldn't care anymore. Her armored hand tightened its grip on the hilt as she accumulated her strength and willpower. Once she had reached a threshold, she exploded out of her cover and charged forward at much greater speed than before. She ignored the Peskin soldiers along her path. Her unrelenting march seemed to have caught them off guard. She easily evaded their attempts to land their attacks on advancing form. Even though her combat armor possessed several holes that were only plugged by thin sealing materials, Kedis showed no fear against these attacks. Her hyper-concentrated state had elevated her intuition and reaction speed to a new height, allowing her to weave and dance through the laser beams and projectile attacks as if she was able to read them a second or two in advance. By the time the aliens realized they missed their shots, Kedis had already closed the distance to her targets. The wind did not even whip at her armored shape as her true resonance seemed to cut through the air itself. Not even air resistance could slow her down. The sluggish but highly threatening giant battle suits had picked up on her advance. The elite Peskin champions who wore these monstrosities had always been on guard against her attacks. Two of them had already started to turn around. Due to the peculiarities of their construction, they did not need to rotate 180 degrees in order to blast Kedis with their shrapnel cannons and other armaments. It was already enough for them to turn 90 degrees to bring at least one of their cannons to bear against the swordmaster. In order to ensure that these immense suits turned around in time, they unveiled a capability that they had kept hidden up to this point. Powerful boosters mounted on their backs flared to life, causing the two repositioning giant battle suits to gain a considerable increase in their turning speeds. Katiza's eyes minutely widened as she realized her life had come under enormous threat. The aliens had laid a trap for her. They anticipated that she would make a last-ditch effort to attack the aliens. It was one thing to get struck by the shrapnel cannons when she had been able to retreat in time. It was another thing to get blasted by them when she was almost in point-blank range to these enormous guns. Kedis faced an immediate test at this junction. She could either repeat her previous actions and seek to preserve her life, or she could set aside her will to live in order to strengthen her will to cut. In any other instance, she would have opted for the former choice. At this moment of extreme focus and conviction, she chose to remain unyielding against adversity and deepened her determination to cut through everything. If you launch those shards at me, then I shall cut them into pieces. She roared. Her blade edge grew even sharper and deadlier as her declaration strengthened her true resonance by another notch. As the distance rapidly reduced, Kedis had already begun to swing her keening sword in a wide horizontal arc. She did not employ the phase cutter ability that she previously utilized to break down the integrity of the transphasic energy shields in her way. As effective as this technique may be when employed against transphasic defenses, it was ultimately a technique developed by Venerable Dice. She was the only one who could employ it to its fullest potential. Kedis possessed her own sword style and fighting approach. Her obsession with sharpness caused her to focus on this aspect and nothing else. This ultimately caused her to launch the sharpest and most cutting attack that she had ever launched. Even though the borrowed sword in her hand was not as sharp as her bloodsinger under ordinary circumstances, the immense resonance amplified its cutting power to an insane degree. The sword sang a loud and beautiful note as it cut through the air like the drop of a guillotine. At the same time, two of the battle suits had spun on their axis quickly enough to fire at least one of their shrapnel cannons each. Loud booms escaped from their muzzles as dozens of sharp and jagged pieces of precious transphasic metal flooded the surrounding space. Many of them were bound to punch through Katiza's combat armor. It did not even matter if she could somehow intercept a couple of them with her sword. There were more than enough shards that could slip past her blade and strike her exposed body regardless. However, Kedis did not think about all of that anymore. She mustered up whatever willpower she had left and committed all of it towards her next attack. Cut. A blindingly white flash engulfed the entire floor. Several loud and destructive sounds propagated through the busy battlefield. Both humans and aliens faltered in their attacks as they tried to regain their wits and figure out what just happened. Silence descended in the immediate area where Kedis had just unleashed her entire potential to launch her sharpest attack to date. The Peskins around this site expected to see an armored human champion that was embedded with ugly metal shards. What they saw instead looked so incredulous that the Peskins could not accept their initial impressions. All 4 powerful transphasic energy shields had been blasted apart. Not a single shred of them existed anymore, as the earlier attack appeared to have breached them at the same time. The giant battle suits were in a state that looked just as poor. Kitiz's sword slash had not just cut a neat and surgical horizontal line on one of the formidable suits. Instead, she somehow managed to cut through all 4 of them at the same time. That wasn't even the most outrageous part of what had happened. The damage she inflicted on them was not limited to thin and surgical cuts. Instead, at least a meter of solid matter had disappeared entirely. It was as if Kitiz's sword had irrevocably wiped a chunk of all of the transphasic armor plating, complex alien machinery and organic Peskin matter out of existence. The story wasn't over yet. The incredible sword slash she unleashed just a moment ago affected more than just her immediate foes. Many more Peskins and other obstacles further behind also exhibited the same fatal injuries. Some of the Peskins had lost so much of their bodies that only their heads along with their legs were left intact. Everything else had been cut clean from existence by Kitiz's ultimate attack. A quick visual inspection allowed Ketiz to conclude that she had easily cut the bodies of over 100 Peskin combat in an instant. This was impossible. It wasn't until she shifted her gaze to her sword arm that she realized the truth. Instead of holding the sword she had borrowed from an honor guard, she wielded an entirely different weapon at the moment. The iconic shape and heft immediately sparked recognition in Ketiz. What? The Heavensward had somehow managed to cross the galaxies and directly substituted her previous weapon. As she miraculously resonated with this transcendent blade, she could clearly sense that it was not a replica or a manifested phantom construct. Having held the legendary sword several years before, Ketiz knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was the real thing. Just the enormous pool of heavenly energy buried deep inside this blade alone was enough to dispel any alternate possibilities. It became increasingly clearer to the swordmaster that a slice of heaven had fallen into her hands. Chapter 4819 Descent. The sword slash unleashed by Ketiz did more than cut through a bunch of transphasic energy shields. After she removed all of her distracting thoughts, ignored irrelevant environmental factors and squeezed out all of her latent potential, the strike she produced not only incorporated her best techniques and theories on force application, but also cut on a deeper and more conceptual level than before. Ketiz felt as if she had entered a dream. The attack produced by leveraging of the strength Ketiz had left in a profound act of desperation had shocked all of the combatants into silence. After a small and unnaturally strong delay, everything that she had cut collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of dismembered parts and pieces of debris simultaneously fell onto the floor. An enormous amount of blood spilled from all of the severed body parts. The transphasic stone floor became drenched with hundreds of organic red patterns. Anyone who looked down onto this floor from above would be able to appreciate a unique work of art that could only be produced in the most exceptional combat scenarios. No art would ever be able to reproduce this unique and shocking display of transcendent power. What happened? Not just everyone else, but the swordmaster herself grew confused at what had happened. She had worked hard over the years to develop the ultimate cut. Just like Venerable Dice, she became increasingly more burdened by the increasing demand of coming up with a means of breaking through transphasic defenses. The easiest way to do that was by using transphasic weapons, but that was a luxury only reserved for the rich. As a swordmaster and a mech designer, Ketiz despised the easy solution of resorting to expensive gear to solve her problems. The most admirable way to overcome transphasic defenses was by relying on ingenuity to overcome the need for expensive transphasic weapons. This was a steep challenge and one that caused many master mech designers to slam into a wall. Ketiz also experienced her setbacks, but she never faltered in her goal. The success of Venerable Dice had given her an enormous amount of encouragement. Even so, the phase cutter technique had only reached a rudimentary stage. Summoning a river of stars that could corrode transphasic defenses over time could hardly be called a true cut. It also did not match Kitiz's personal style. This was why she kept working on trying to refine her own technique. She wanted to fully leverage her advantage in sharpness to develop a way to cut through all of the dimensional nonsense of phase water. In other words, she wanted to create a sword technique that not only allowed her blade through the material dimensions, but also cut through anything important in the higher dimensions. Ketiz wasn't supposed to succeed at this time. She recalled that she was far from completing this technique. There was still an enormous gap between theory and her desired result. Just wishing really hard that she could cut through all of the transphasic defenses in her next attack was not enough to make it happen. Kedis was not that powerful. The only possible explanation why she was able to burst with power far in excess to what she contained was the weapon that currently graced her armored hand. Even if she wasn't able to hold the hilt with her naked palm, she recognized the heft and feel of the heavensward as if she held it only yesterday. As the strongest and most reality-defying sword she had ever come in touch with, the legendary relic from a past age could not be mistaken for any other blade. The previous sword she used to kill a lot of Peskin opponents was like an unpretentious knight. It was a brave, combat-oriented product that could reliably cut what it was designed to fight against. The nameless blade could endure a lot of abuse and would not easily falter after a day of heavy fighting. The Bloodsinger that originally came to life as a CFA service weapon issued by the Starlight Megalodon was like a duke that had earned a lot of victories and continually expanded his domain. Kedis, or more precisely Sharpie, had attuned with it for many years, causing her to become familiar with every single nuance. Compared to the two weapons that she had forged herself, the Heavensward was like an emperor that ruled an entire planet. Its boundless might and its endless potential were barely contained in an old but solid form of a white and spotless sword. Holding it was like holding a part of the authority of all of reality. Was this what it was like to be an omnipotent god? The power was intoxicating. If Kedis hadn't reaffirmed her conviction and sharpened her willpower to the point where it had become stronger and more resilient, she would have gotten lost in the rush of wielding such a mighty blade. Where did the Heavensward come from? The last she heard, the legendary sword should still be in the possession of the Heavensward Saint. Despite the man's age, the Sword Saint was still in decently good health. Wielding the Heavensward exacted a toll on the wielder's life, but it was not an excessively cruel weapon. There was no way the Heavenswarders would ever agree to transfer their greatest heirloom to the Red Ocean. Its symbolic value alone was indispensable to the state that carried its name. Aside from that, the Mech Trade Association would never permit the powerful and unrestrained Grand Work to enter the shark pool that was the new frontier. The damage it could do whenever the Heavensward followed its own whims were minimal and inconsequential in a marginal region like the outer borders of the galactic rim. The story was much different in the Red Ocean. The dwarf galaxy was much more compressed compared to a proper galaxy like the Milky Way. The distances between the lower zones, middle zones and upper zones were much shorter. Humanity only captured a small slice of the Red Ocean so far, so there was an exceptionally high concentration of pioneers in occupied human territory. The chances that the Heavensward would get exposed to all kinds of powerful and ambitious people and organizations were much higher if it ended up in the Red Ocean. Given all of these factors, Kedis immediately ruled out the possibility that the Heavenswarders had brought their precious relic through the Greater Beander Gate. The only explanation that made sense was that the Heavensward appeared in the Red Ocean on its own initiative. What was even more impressive was that it had probably appeared in an instant. From the moment Kedis initiated her ultimate cut technique, she still recalled that she held her previous blade. That meant that the Heavensward chose to descend in her hands while her blade was just about to cut through the transphasic energy shields. This capacity far exceeded anything humanity could reproduce through the technology it had mastered. As Kedis held the Heavensward, she sensed that the weapon had taken the initiative to open itself up to her. She gained a rudimentary amount of authority and comprehension of its long list of abilities. One of the abilities that its creator imbued in the weapon was the option to teleport to its wielder or anyone that received its heavenly gift. It was at this time that Kedis finally recalled the odd ball of heavenly energy that the ancient sword had bestowed upon her during her visit to the Heavensward Association. Now that the Heavensward had appeared in such a high-minded manner, Kedis could finally sense the gift in her body. She could sense that it had been hiding inside her heart all of this time. It had not been staying idle all of this time. The Heavensward took the initiative to explain to her that the ball of energy had accompanied her for several years. Her strong will and emotion steadily caused it to become more familiar with her presence. In other words, she imparted it with her imprint, thereby making it more compatible with her. If this did not happen, the ball of extremely high-quality energy would have assimilated her by force and transformed her into the next successor of the Heavensward Saint. Kedis was very grateful that the Heavensward did not override her swordsmanship. The goal of imparting this ball of energy was to monitor her and maybe learn from her activities. The mark of the Heavensward also assessed whether she was worthy enough for the Heavensward to intervene when her life came under threat. The weapon did not explain its judging criteria to her, but obviously Kedis had managed to prove that she had earned its approval. Of course, that was not enough. The Heavensward was too powerful. Rashly using it in combat would do more harm than good. If Katiz's willpower wasn't firm enough, then forcibly swinging the grand work would cause her force of will to crumble into mist and her body to explode due to an inability to contain so much power. Only through stimulating all of her willpower and emotions did she manage to activate it somehow, causing it to be drawn out of its hiding spot and active a predetermined routine. This ball of energy was the principal reason why the Heavensward was able to bridge over 100,000 light years and instantly appear in her hands. The ball of energy also helped her harness the sword. As a grand work that contained an immeasurable amount of might, Ketiz had no qualifications to wield the Heavensward in battle. It was only because the Heavensward took measures to reduce its requirements, supply its own energy demands and exert the power of heaven on her behalf that she managed to unleash a gigantic blade of sword energy earlier. Unfortunately for Ketiz, the Heavensward could not be used without limit. The more she exerted its power, the more the ball of heavenly energy depleted itself. Ketiz was not the Heavensward saint, let alone a sword saint. Once her borrowed energy reserve ran out, she no longer possessed the qualifications to exert the Heavensward's power. According to her current estimates, she could only wield the Heavensward for a couple of minutes at most. That is enough. Though Ketiz still reinforced her body with the sharpness of her own domain, the overwhelming aura of the Heavensward had flooded the entire floor and several more besides. The version of heaven propagated by this ancient relic was not impartial. It could be as comfortable as paradise or as judgmental as divine punishment depending on the individual. To the humans who had previously been fighting against the aliens, the aura not only granted them bliss, but also lifted their exhaustion and even healed their lighter injuries. To the aliens that sought to beat down the humans that resisted their own captivity, the Heavensward oppressed their will and made them feel guilty for spilling human blood. While the Peskin soldiers were still caught off guard by the dramatic developments that had just taken place, Ketiz reaffirmed her desire to demolish all of the aliens and resonated harder with the Heavensward. At this time, the Heavensward had allowed Sharpie to enter a shallow layer of its deep and unimaginably vast internal space. Although Sharpie was too weak to influence the Heavensward, her visitation at least enabled Ketiz to resonate with the overbearing weapon on a superficial basis. This was enough. She grinned under her helmet. She bent her knees and lowered her stance. With the power of heaven covering her body and armor, she feared no attack. Ketiz even believed that had become as powerful as a mech at this time. This was just a fraction of the strength of a top swordsman. Every second she became exposed to the Heavensward's incredible power and ingenious energy transformation allowed her to learn a lot about the mechanics of this transcendent weapon. However, she only spared a tiny part of herself on these observations. She could store all of the data she recorded today and revisit them at a later date when she was not preoccupied with other matters. Right now, she had a battle to win. Now that she had taken stock of her current condition, she no longer held back any longer. With a powerful explosion of force, her body turned into a blazing white comet as she dashed her body forward. An instant later, the crippled transphasic tank that the Peskins desperately attempted to repair under the cover of their soldiers parted in half. Ketiz had reached the other side of the tank. The Heavensward glowed with solidified light even as a wake consisting of shards of metallic components trailed after the heaven-blessed swordmaster. The mighty alien war vehicle did not stand a chance. Heaven shall punish the wicked, she declared. Chapter 4820 Heavenly Powers. Though the power that Ketiz wielded was overwhelming, she barely managed to get a handle on it. The Heavensward in her hand was far too profound and powerful to be harnessed that easily. However, if nothing else, Ketiz could always keep it simple. A sword slash remained a sword slash. The biggest difference between slashing the Heavensward and slashing a more normal blade was that the former always produced a gigantic sword energy wave. It was as if the Heavensward was a pressure valve that let loose a destructive burst of sacred energy that smited all of the foes that Ketiz designated as her enemies. Though the sword alluded to her that one of its many helpful properties was that it could distinguish between friend and foe, Ketiz did not dare to test this ability. It didn't matter too much. She was surrounded by Peskins. It was easy to pick a direction and get close enough to her opponents to wipe many of them out at once. Her incredible display of might and enormous light show did not go unnoticed. She had quickly alarmed the Peskins to such a degree that they began to fire their weapons at her with massed attacks. None of the attacks went through. Ketiz fearlessly met the barrage of laser beams, kinetic projectiles and occasionally explosive warheads without flinching a single time. Even the transphasic weapons wielded by the elite Peskin soldiers failed to make any headway into breaking the heavenly barrier generated by the Heavensward. This left her free to concentrate on her attacks. My blade shall sweep you away. Whoosh! With such a dense crowd of Peskins, Kedis wanted to reduce her numbers as much as possible. This was why she unleashed a slash in every direction that produced wider but less concentrated sword energy waves. Despite the reduced penetration power of these energy attacks, their width and range had become at least twice as greater. It was as if a punishing hurricane had engulfed the Peskins. No matter whether they were in cover or not, when Kedis slashed the Heavensward in their direction, nobody was able to maintain their footing. Structures, armor and flesh became struck by all-encompassing heavenly energy that inflicted both physical, heat and more exotic forms of damage, all at the same time. The only Peskins that could resist such might were the elite Peskin soldiers who happened to be situated far away. Instead of getting riddled with burning holes, their heavy forms had merely been swept aside while much of their transphasic armor plating had been rendered useless. After Kedis had swept in each direction, she loosely estimated that she managed to kill over 300 Peskins outright, while inflicting severe injuries to at least 300 more. Riaya, Ruinkaa, Uawawa, Kedis drove the Peskins mad with the immense power she displayed. The aliens had never witnessed anything like it before. They had a basic understanding of the strength of human mechs, but they never expected that a single infantry-scale champion could fight like one of their awe-inspiring gods. Almost every native alien in the Red Ocean had learned that it was blasphemy to challenge a god. Right now, more and more of them believed that Kedis was actually a human god that had come down in person to punish them for their aggression towards the human race. The strangest part was that the manifestations that Kedis displayed in her current form did not match the descriptions of what gods were supposed to be like, but these differences hardly mattered when her power was just as overwhelming. Kedis demonstrated her capacity to fight like one of the native gods in so many different ways. From generating an impenetrable barrier to accelerating herself to extreme speeds, she was like a miniature phase whale that utilized weird techniques to inflict mass devastation. Many of the aliens became so oppressed by the godly displays of the Heavensward and the fall of so many of their comrades that they dropped onto their knees and gave up all resistance. Other aliens became more incensed and started to attack Kedis even harder in an attempt to overwhelm her defenses. Kedis knew that one of the best ways to judge a group of people was to observe their reactions when they had been pushed to the brink. As far as the Peskin race was concerned, their people were rather average. They did not entirely lose heart, but they did not possess remarkable resilience either. Only a minority of their leaders and officers displayed much higher faith and conviction. It was through these key individuals that the Peskin combatants maintained a measure of cohesion. It was all useless to Kedis. Her might was too strong and her proficiency in wielding the Heavensward slowly improved. When groups of Peskins took shelter behind a stack of transphasic energy shields, Kedis took one contemptuous look at them before slashing the Heavensward in a decisive slash. Cut. Her willpower wasn't strong enough to shape the output of the Heavensward's sword energy attacks. However, with the relic weapon's permission, she was able to pilot the sword by passing on her intentions and instructions. The sword decided how to channel its boundless energy into useful attacks. Kedis paid close attention to how the Heavensward interpreted her latest attack. She could sense through her active connection with the sword that it took out a dash of heavenly energy and compressed it in a reasonably thin blade. Although the Heavensward was able to concentrate the energy quite a bit, it did not really excel in this aspect. Heaven possessed infinite possibilities, but it took a huge amount of strength and control in order to harness the greater possibilities of the Heavensward. Without an effective wielder, the Heavensward only compressed its sword energy into a relatively thick pancake and called it a day. That did not mean that Kedis dismissed this rough technique. She could see that the Heavensward also performed a more profound operation. It molded the sword energy to the point where it began to do what Kedis had always tried to produce through her own sword techniques but never really succeeded in practice. The Heavensward extended its lethal edge into the higher dimensions, and not just a couple of them. The grand work was able to affect hundreds if not thousands of separate dimensions, each of which possessed their own unique strengths and properties. The implications of this became obvious when the gigantic sword energy crescent struck the layered transphasic energy shields and cut through the solid barriers where the Peskin soldiers sought to resist the incoming storm. None of these defenses lasted more than an instant as the overbearing sword energy attack cut through both their material and higher dimensional matter like a hot knife through butter. It was exactly because the heavensward inflicted fatal blows onto the higher dimensional phenomena produced by phase water that the transphasic defenses collapsed with ease. Normally, Kedis wouldn't have been able to sense or observe any of this, but the heavensward empowered her perception and comprehension to such an insane degree that she could clearly perceive all of this phenomena taking place. Kedis had gained the vision of a god. The insights she harvested from this brief exposure was immensely valuable. It had always been hard to advance her theories on the more metaphysical and esoteric subject matters. In addition to that, she hadn't been enjoying her studies on phase water theory that much. Transphasic tech was the latest major trend in the Mech community, so she was obliged to understand how it worked. Now that she could see all of the difficult theoretical subject matters happening with her own expanded senses, her comprehension of phase water theory experienced several major breakthroughs in the span of just a few seconds. So that is how it is. Her eyes shone with divine comprehension. Phase water's material properties aren't all that important. What truly matters is how it expresses itself in the higher dimensions. If I want to damage it effectively, I don't have to destroy its manifestations in those very same dimensions by relying on brute force. I can use more efficient methods to disrupt all of that higher dimensional stuff. Facewater's visual form was just the tip of the iceberg. Its true depth was much greater and more difficult to describe. However, the ice underneath the waterline wasn't all that solid. It was a lot more fragile and ephemeral than Kedis expected. By applying clever and ingenious methods, she could theoretically come up with the tech or sword techniques that could weaken transphasic defenses to such an extent that she could cut through them with a regular blade. In fact, this was sort of the basis of Venerable Dice's phase cutter technique, but it was far too flawed and rudimentary. Though Venerable Dice was able to produce the desired result, she did so by relying far too much on her force of will and true resonance to fill up the huge gaps and transform failure into success. Although Kedis could not replicate the exact methods employed by the heavensward, she could still collect a lot of hints and use them to refine her own applications. I have an idea. She resonated with the heavensward and tried to induce the sword to shape its heavenly energy into a vibrating saw. The principle behind this was to destabilize the powerful sword energy to the point where parts of it spilled over into the higher dimensions. Even if this happened only momentarily, the constant vibrations meant that the sword energy effectively touched a lot of random dimensions in quick succession. When Kedis swung the mighty heavensward again, the gigantic sword energy attack it unleashed upon a cluster of reinforcing peskins vibrated at such a high frequency that it began to produce a high-pitched noise. Sing for me, heavensward. The sword itself vibrated at a similar frequency while she held it in her armored hand, causing it to produce a noise on its own. Kedis gleefully watched as the vibrating sword energy attack overcame the transphasic defenses with ease. Although it seemed as if there was no difference from before, the exuberant swordmaster could clearly sense that the vibrations produced a real effect. If the heavensward relied more on brute force to break through the strong defenses, now it had depended more on finesse to achieve the same result. The sword energy retained its strength at a much better rate as a consequence. The sweeping horizontal attack not only broke through a lot of energy shields and hardware while killing dozens of Peskin soldiers, but managed to retain enough strength to keep going. More and more aliens, structures, defenses and other obstacles got cut from waist height as the sword energy attack just kept going. It wasn't until the vibrating attack had reached the other side of the open hall that it finally ran out of juice. Yet before the sword energy finally dissipated, the vibrating attack drilled through the transphasic stone wall that Every assumed was impervious to almost all forms of damage. 5 meters. The heavensward managed to cut through 5 meters of solid transphasic matter. This was a profound feat, especially for the aliens. They knew more than anyone else how difficult it was to drill through strong walls that were expressly designed to contain powerful phase lords. The fact that Kedis managed to cut through them with so much ease further amplified the defending side's belief that she was a powerful sword goddess. Now that she had managed to learn the crucial knack of this method, Kedis grinned even wider underneath her helmet. Her killing efficiency had skyrocketed now that she discovered the power of vibrations. The heavensward buzzed even louder under her deliberate manipulations. She had become excited beyond words. The aliens that still remained coherent shivered as the heavensward's aura conveyed her predatory intent. As punishment for your crimes against humanity, I shall allow you to become my practice targets for the prototypical form of my latest technique. Kedis went absolutely wild. She flew across the contested floor like a missile and unleashed so many vibrating sword energy attacks that nothing remained intact after her intervention. Chapter 4821 All-powerful. The more Kedis utilized her newfound might, the harder it became to resist the allure of heaven. She keenly fell in love with the versatility and pliability of heavenly energy. Although its ability to hold an edge was decidedly mediocre, this powerful form of transcendent energy could do so much else that it was hard not to take advantage of such potential. Her impression of the heavensward also changed a lot as a result. It became less of a sword and more of a magic wand in her eyes. It could become as hot as plasma or as cold as a rogue planet. It could strike a nearby foe with enormous power or assassinate a target on the other side of a planet. It could speed up time or slow it down. It could teleport vast distances or lock down an area to prevent anyone from employing the same ability. It even claimed that it could resurrect the dead. The list of what it could theoretically do exceeded the list of what it couldn't do. It was so damn omnipotent that Kedis could easily get lost in all of the possibilities. It was a pity that Kedis was the wrong kind of sword practitioner to wield such an infinite blade. She learned from the ancient relic that one of the requirements she had to meet was to imprint the image of heaven in her mind and infuse it with her willpower. This act of visualization would steadily allow her to manifest a small piece of heaven in her deepest self. By orienting her entire being towards heaven, she could artificially influence her development to the point where she might truly become a proper inheritor of the heavensward. The advantages this bestowed were too many to count. So long as Kedis developed the right, artistic conception, or whatever that meant, she could not only understand what heaven was all about, but make proper use of the greater and more advanced possibilities of the heavensward. Kedis never gave in to the temptation. No matter how attractive it may be to take the heavensward as her own, she was a mech designer as well as a swordmaster. She much preferred to forge and utilize her own grand work weapon. If she had the power to do so, she would definitely rely on her own work as opposed to a sword created by a long-dead smith. Besides, switching to become a successor of the heavensward came with a lot of irreversible changes. Kedis gained a premonition that accepting transformation would cause her to lose Sharpie in its current form. That was unacceptable to Kedis. Heaven sounds like a nice place, but I am too attached to this reality to yearn for a different one. As such, the heavensward only had a limited ability to pull off all of those feats without her support, and even then it only gave her a small taste of how it could affect reality. For example, when the Peskins sneakily transported a large missile carrier from the upper floor and made it fire its full salvo of transphasic siege missiles, Kedis only swung her weapon a single time to capture all of the threatening warheads in a zone where time progressed 100 times slower. If Kedis had decided to intercept these heavy missiles by cutting them with a vibrating sword attack, then she could not guarantee that their exaggeratingly powerful warheads would explode prematurely. That would have been devastating to both the humans and the Peskins on this floor. A lot more Peskins would have died as a result, but Kedis could not accept the loss of any further human life. She swung her sword yet again. This time, the missiles that the aliens originally designed to break through the defenses of another city-state regained their normal speeds. The difference was that they flew in the opposite direction. The missiles flew so fast that the Peskins barely had time to realize the danger heading in their direction. Ria! Boom 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 boom. Deafening sounds of explosions engulfed the already ruined floor as the missiles not only destroyed their carrier, but also everything else in a wide spread. If not for the fact that the missiles were configured for penetrating walls and energy shields rather than destroying as many structures as possible, the entire floor would have turned into an explosive furnace by this time. Even so, the shockwaves produced by the continuous explosions were so violent that they threatened to push all of the humans on this floor off their feet and slam them against the walls. Kedis hastily swung the heavensward once again. A large force field sprung to life that did not entirely negate the strong concussive forces, but managed to weaken them to the point where they only gave people a moderate push. If her previous attacks had already slain over 1,000 Peskins and destroyed much of the cohesion and combat effectiveness of the defending side, then what had just taken place completely destroyed ability to resist. The transphasic siege missiles had done their job and blown out large chunks of transphasic stone from the floor and walls. Unfortunately, their indiscriminate power had done more harm to the Peskins than the humans. Every single alien combatant and structure on the side where the missiles originally came from had been devastated. Nothing was left intact on the other side. The destruction was so utterly thorough and complete that it looked like the aftermath of a war zone. The floor had been conquered at this point. Though many hundreds of Peskins still managed to survive the simultaneous explosions due to the size of this floor, they had all lost their confidence in this battle. Their morale had hit rock bottom when they all witnessed the varied means of the human goddess. From their perspective, Kedis had been toying with them from the beginning. Against an opponent that could power up to a massive degree and display many different abilities that had little to do with each other, these humble planet-bound aliens could not even muster the will to lift their arm cannons anymore. Ria, LQWWWA, the aliens either wailed or said their goodbyes. Even the most elite soldiers had become broken after they realized how futile it was for them to resist. Although Kedis wanted to wipe them all out with a few more strikes from her borrowed sword, she had already expended a lot of power. Her time with the Heavensward was slowly coming to an end. Rather than waste her time on defeating these dregs, Kedis wanted to eliminate the threats that could still threaten her family and clansmen after she had lost her power. She gazed upwards. Her eyes seemed to penetrate through tens of meters of thick transphasic stone. The next floor happened to be the highest one. It was smaller than the other ones and did not hold that many Peskins. The aliens stationed in the highest floor still possessed a decent amount of combat power, but their numbers were no longer as overwhelming as before. She had much greater concerns to worry about. The most lethal threat had never been the Peskins. Her gaze turned downwards. She hadn't noticed it at the start, but the enhanced senses and perception granted by the Heavensward allowed her to detect a huge threat waking up from an awfully long slumber. Kedis could sense that the central prison cell used to be the most secure one in the entire facility, but all of its security measures were steadily being retracted. This granted the formerly dormant phase whale the opportunity to restore more and more of his power. If the phase whale managed to get free from his restraints as well as his confining prison, then Kedis believed she stood no chance in defeating this creature. This was after she had factored in the help provided by the Heavensward. It is a good thing that it hasn't fully woken up as of yet. Kedis grinned as she started to see the prisoner in the central cell as her latest prey. I wouldn't think about touching you if you are in your prime, but now that you are still partially restrained, you are no different from a fish on the chopping block. Of course, a big fish on a chopping block was not so easily cut, but Kedis still possessed a lot of confidence in her Heavensward. Besides, the Heavensward hungered to test its blade against this foreign alien powerhouse. It happened before she could even formulate her thoughts. In one moment, she was floating in the air like a heavenly goddess coming down to bring judgment to the aliens. In another moment, she had teleported straight through all of the transphasic stone and appeared in the middle of a dark and enormous chamber. The dim lighting of the jumbo-sized prison cell barely lit up the only occupant that had remained trapped in this place for so long. The sudden appearance of Kedis and her glowing white blade inserted an explosion of light in this forgotten cell. Just as the Larkinsons and many others suspected, the prison facility had never been completely emptied. Its last occupants may have evacuated the entire facility, but they left behind the largest, strongest and most formidable native god for reasons no one could explain. There was no question that the prisoner was a phase whale. The aquatic creature was hundreds of meters long and possessed a pale gray hide that looked dry and leathery due to all of the moisture that it had lost over the ages. One of the restraints that kept him in place all of this time were massive chains that had been shackled to his flesh and bones. They extended from reinforced enclosures built into the surrounding walls and maintained so much tension that the whale could not even move from the middle of the cell. Made out of unknown transphasic alloys, their toughness and resistance against spatial effects were the highest that Kedis had ever seen. Not all of the chains held the ancient prisoner anymore. Kedis could see that while every chain remained attached to the whale, their connections to the walls of the prison had been severed only recently. It turned out that whatever the Peskins had done in the control room at the top allowed them to activate a gradual liberation process. Kedis could sense that even now, a mechanism hidden behind the thick and reinforced transphasic walls was in the process of severing another thick chain. After briefly studying the restraints, she studied the phase whale itself. Compared to the ones the Larkinsons encountered before, this one looked a lot cleaner and less evil. The ancient phase whale was not an unclean whale and did not transplant a lot of tentacles across his body to make it easier for him to grapple his enormous prey. Despite not showing any signs that he has given into cannibalism, the phase whale looked anything but gentle. The creature's eyes were half closed and only partially awake. It took an immeasurable amount of time and energy to rouse a phase whale from hibernation. After all, it was incredible for a creature as large, massive and dense as this to be able to cling to life for thousands of years. Only a part of the massive creature's brain had awoken by this time. The creature's massive eyes did not stare up at her, but she could feel the instincts of the phase whale's body responding to her intrusion. Hostility immediately radiated from the massive whale. The entire fabric of space in the chamber began to solidify as the whale's phase water organs began to turn the immediate area into a spatial quagmire. Normally, this should have immobilized anyone aside from powerful enough native gods. Ketis would have become frozen in space as well if she was present in a normal capacity. Heaven shall never be denied. The powerful weapon easily shattered the solidification effect around it and completely negated half-dormant whale's efforts. Chapter 4822 Energetic Infiltration. H. The phase whale did not so much speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel as convey a dreamy concept. Ketis had no idea what the whale conveyed to her. All she wanted was to get rid of this threat before he could break apart the entire prison and endanger everyone trapped inside. I am not interested in your mewling, filthy alien. She sneered. Conscious or not, the phase whale's emotional reaction to her and everyone else was marked with clear contempt and hostility. Phase whales had a well-deserved reputation for being arrogant, and this captive monstrosity was no exception to this rule. It was hard for giant organisms to treat smaller ones as their equals. Ketis was but one of many ants in the enormous eyes of the old and half-dormant whale. Even though Ketis wielded a relic weapon that surpassed any technology that the phase whale had ever seen, it was a pity that his perspective was too narrow. The whale was unable to sense the full magnitude of what he was challenging. He was only able to observe a small portion of the incredible power that the weapon contained within its sacred vessel. The Heavensward took affront to the phase whale's dismissal. The weapon vibrated harder in Ketis's grip, causing it to generate a louder and more ominous buzzing sound that echoed across the large chamber. Seeing that the phase whale continued to wake his slumbering organs and muster up more power, Ketis did not delay any longer. Her entire body blazed with light and heavenly energy before it propelled forward like a rocket. Though she was not able to execute any of her regular techniques with the Heavensward, she exerted the power of vibration in the strongest possible form. As she charged forward, she thrust out the Heavensward and focused all of her will into punching through whatever obstacle she might encounter. Bang! It was as if she had collided against a planet. A spatial barrier had flared to life as the tip of the Heavensward abruptly failed to press forward. Ketis's body would have been squashed into pieces if not for the weapon reinforcing her body against the recoil of this collision. Even though the potent heavenly energy and the vibration effect acting upon it allowed the Heavensward to slowly squeeze through the spatial barrier, its progress had slowed down enormously. Ketis and the Heavensward had to exert a huge amount of effort to progress centimeter by centimeter. It was already remarkable that they could get any further. The vast majority of enemies never had a chance of breaking the spatial barrier, let alone cut through its higher dimensional reinforcement at such a consistent pace. Push! Ketis could do little to help the Heavensward pierce through the phase whale's main line of defense, but she tried her best to conceptualize how the ancient weapon could punch through these defenses more effectively. The Heavensward did not need her help. Its abilities and measures were far superior to anything that she could ever muster by herself. As the Heavensward penetrated deeper and deeper through the spatial barrier, the phase whale began to experience more strain. The half-dormant monster's phase water organs were far from their prime. If the captive whale had been in his prime condition, then it would have been able to leverage a lot more power against Ketis and the Heavensward. However, his capture and extremely lengthy imprisonment had clearly taken a toll on the phase whale. The quantity of phase water contained in his body had been severely depleted as well, which left the creature with much less power at his disposal than normal. This ultimately allowed the Heavensward to break through the spatial barrier that many others could never break. The shattering of the spatial barrier did not produce any noises as it was not a physical object to begin with. However, its passing granted Ketis and the Heavensward a clear path towards the enormous body of the phase whale. A part of Ketis briefly wondered whether it was possible for a human-sized weapon as small as the Heavensward could inflict effective damage against a phase whale whose body had grown as large as a starship, but she did not hold these thoughts much further. Since the Heavensward exuded an enormous degree of confidence and certainty, Ketis put her entire faith in the artifact and eventually managed to stab it into the dry folds of skin and fat on the top of the creature's head. The sword sank into the ancient flesh to the hilt before stopping. Again, Ketis had been forced to stop once again. She did not expect this to happen. She was certain that the Heavensward would cut through all of the skin, blubber, flesh and bone until it had drilled straight into the brains and cut the life of the most dangerous organism in the Davut system. Instead, The sword had abruptly shaken off the desire to cut through the whale's organic matter and instead leveraged its considerable heavenly energy in a different manner. The divergent fluctuations threw Kedis so off guard that they broke her concentration. "Wait, what are you doing, Heavensward?" The willful actions of the ancient relic weapon reminded Kedis once again that she never truly controlled the weapon in the first place. It had only played along with her when it suited its needs. Now that it had come into contact with an old, powerful but incredibly weakened phase whale, it suddenly unveiled a different set of motives. The sword leveraged more heavenly energy than ever and began to pour it into the phase whale through the contact it had just made. The sword no longer functioned as a weapon, but instead turned into a tiny needle that injected foreign energy into the phase whale. Gyora! The intrusion jolted the phase whale to such a degree that he woke up at a faster pace. However, any attempts to dislodge the powerful sword from his body failed because the Heavensward had already infiltrated his organic systems. The ancient weapon seemed to understand the biology and functioning of the amazingly complicated phase whale body. Its energy sank deeper and split up into many different tendrils that immediately began to freeze important organs, sever crucial nerves and squeeze out phase water from organic tissue. Although the phase whale's enormous body possessed a lot of internal defensive measures, none of them were capable of affecting a sabotaging influence that was largely immaterial and could not be touched or killed with transphasic attacks. Hoofahehehua! The whale resorted to a more physical means of resistance. His gigantic body buckled and rolled as if he was a bucking bull trying to throw off a rider in a rodeo. The Heavensward remained absolutely stuck in its place, and Kedis too maintained her footing on the ancient phase whale's dry and leathery skin. It was not a comfortable ride, though. The Heavensward became so distracted in its efforts to neutralize the phase whale that it had slackened in the protection offered to its current wielder. Kedis gritted her teeth and tried her best to keep an iron grip on the weapon. She knew that letting go of it would definitely deprive her of a lot of protection. "Is this what you were after all along, Heavensward?" The weapon did not respond to her query, but she wasn't stupid. How easy was it for a grand work to traverse hundreds of thousands of light years of distance and appear in an entirely different galaxy? Unless the Heavensward mastered a more advanced method of teleportation, the amount of energy it expended to travel to the Red Ocean had to be astronomical. In a circumstance where the current environment was no longer friendly to ancient weapons such as the Heavensward, the huge loss of energy could not be replenished so easily. Kedis wondered whether it was worthwhile for the Heavensward to intervene in such a high-handed manner just to save her life. Maybe the relic weapon truly valued her potential to make it further as a swordmaster than any citizen of the Heavensward Association. Maybe the Heavensward had high hopes for Kedis to advance to master mech designer and start forging little brothers and sisters to spread its heritage. Maybe the ancient sword still had hopes that Kedis would come around and agree to become the next Heavensward saint. Ultimately, the Heavensward did not give her a straight answer. Its actions already spoke for themselves. The more the Heavensward infiltrated the phase whale's body, the less options the massive creature had left to resist the intrusion. At this point, the phase whale began to experience an emotion that he had rarely felt in his lengthy life. He became afflicted by fear. Emotions relating to distress and uncertainty dominated his psyche. This caused the phase whale to jerk and wrench his body harder. His flight instincts had kicked in, and all he wanted to do at this moment was to escape this prison and the abnormally powerful sword as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the enormous chains that kept him locked in this gigantic cell for many ages had only partially been severed. Around a dozen or so chains hung slack against his body as the prison facility had already cut them loose. That still left at least twice as much that still remained whole and stuck to the surrounding walls. Each of these chains not only made sure that the gigantic inmate remained fixed in place, but they also blocked or heavily limited much of his spatial manipulation abilities. For example, an unbounded phase whale could easily disappear from this pocket space and return to normal space on the spot. A creature that possessed so much affinity and understanding of phase water had no need to pass through the exit that was originally built for mortal life forms. That was out of the question at the moment. The original builders of this prison facility had been so thorough about constructing this crucial cell that it had built more than the required chains needed to keep the phase whale stuck in its place. The phase whale resisted regardless because he was smart enough to sense an enormous threat to himself. Hua! The whale forcibly roused himself from his slumber faster, inflicting serious damage onto his mentality and organs that had previously been put in a state of hibernation. He did everything he could to summon more strength, protect his body from getting sabotaged and dislodge the tiny but extremely powerful sword that was embedded in his flesh. It was to no avail. From the moment the heavensward sank into his hide, his fate was already sealed. Kedis grew increasingly more astounded as she became a spectator to this remarkable sight. So much took place at this time that she could never study them all. She could only observe as much as she could with the help of the elevated senses granted by the heavensward and store the data so that she could go over them later. The relic weapon utilized so many refined techniques that she could spend decades on deciphering them all. Each of these methods represented valuable portions of higher-level swordsmanship and energy manipulation that she had never gotten in touch with before. Eventually, the phase whale slackened off in his resistance. The heavensward had crippled too much of his internal body systems that he could no longer control his own flesh, let alone dislodge the sword that was responsible for his weakening. Once the phase whale's formidable phase water organs had all been sealed through a mysterious process that made Kedis dizzy when she tried to study it in further detail, the heavensward finally enacted its final measure. It began to capture the phase whale in earnest. Huaglua, the whale sensed what the sword tried to do and began to exhibit fear. The creature did not want to get caught. The heavensward did not care about the ancient whale's feelings. It began to weave a grand technique that caused it to exert more energy than before. A large amount of heavenly energy burned as the sword began to produce a powerful spatial effect over the entire body of its current prey. Once the grand weaving was complete, it began to trigger, causing the space around the phase whale to distort and shrink in a particular way. Starting from the point where Kedis stood, the massive aquatic beast's body began to shrink and distort as if it was being vacuumed by the heavensward. The speed in which this took place was astounding. It only took less than 30 seconds for the heavensward to swallow the entire phase whale. Chapter 4823 Heaven Kissed, What Did You Do? Kedis uttered in shock. She could sense that the heavensward had managed to capture a living phase whale in his entirety. Inside a massive internal space that Kedis could not access or look into, she could vaguely tell that it had become the latest home of the ancient whale. This was the greatest purpose of the heavensward. There were not many opportunities for a relic weapon to come across a weakened and immobilized phase whale, especially not without the big two swooping in to claim the creature for themselves. Now, the sword that originated from the old galaxy had managed to capture what passed as a god in the native alien community. As long as the heavensward studied the phase whale and assimilated its power in whatever fashion, its application and abilities related to space would surely skyrocket. It turns out that the heavensward is a self-evolving weapon. Maybe all weapons at the level of a grand work possess the capacity to improve their functions and evolve over time. She still thought that the heavensward was quite exceptional in this regard. It had existed for so long and experienced so much time without a strong wielder that it had naturally grown to be a lot more independent, willful and self-sufficient. Taking the initiative to capture a living phase whale did not sound so ridiculous anymore. She did not even raise her eyebrow when she realized that a sword that was physically smaller than her own greatsword could swallow up a starship-sized organism without breaking apart. Having gone on multiple expeditions and witnessing a lot of crazy and incredulous sights, what just happened was not as funky. Kedis could feel that her time with the heavensward had come to an end. The weapon exerted a lot of strain in its attempt to capture the phase whale. This also induced a heavier strain on Kedis as well. The ball of heavenly energy that helped to bridge the gap between herself and the powerful sword had dwindled by over 90%. "Take me back, please," she requested. Kedis did not want to get left behind in this gigantic cell. It took less than a single eye blink for Kedis to return on the battle-scarred floor. Scorch marks, damaged walls, shattered debris and a lot of body parts that had been hacked to pieces littered the entire space. Kedis sighed in relief now that she saw that she had rejoined her fellow humans. The people who spotted her abrupt return even lifted up their arms and cheered. She briefly waved at them but directed most of her concentration to the heavensward. One of the many lessons she had learned from Vase was that nothing came for free. She may have been fooled at first and maintained the assumption that the heavensward was truly trying to look after her, but she was anything but naive. The effort it invested into capturing the phase whale showed that the heavensward possessed clear desires and the ability to act on them. It was an intelligent blade that had evolved over many years. Indeed, her suspicions turned out to be accurate as the heavensward conveyed one more thought. She frowned for a moment and mulled over its request. The relic weapon did not issue an overbearing request, which meant that she was not obliged to act. It was not in her nature to leave her debts unpaid. Everything had a price, and refusing to pay it incurred another price. There was no way she would make the foolish decision to offend a grand work that had just swallowed up a phase whale. You've shown me a lot, but I need lots of time to digest what I have learned. She whispered to the heavensward that still exuded a lot of power. To be honest, I am interested in designing a swordsman mech that embodies the concept of heaven and its many facets as well. The former citizens of the Heavensward Association in my clan will love what I have in store. I am not sure my skills are up for it yet, however. I estimate that it may take a few years before I can design a mech that can do heaven justice. The Heavensward possessed a lot of confidence in her. Just as Kedis had been studying the weapon that she temporarily wielded, the powerful blade also took a good look at her. It was impossible for her to hide anything from a grand work of unsurpassed might. Fortunately, Kedis was not vase. She did not hold a lot of unspeakable secrets that she really did not want to spread. She was a swordmaster and she had nothing to be ashamed about. Before the Heavensward left, Sharpie sprung out of the blade with a satisfied and blissful expression. The miniaturized translucent copy seemed to have enjoyed her stay in the ancient weapon. Her outfit changed into a slender and more feminine copy of the pale white robes of the Heavensward Saint. Her exposure to so much heavenly energy also caused her to acquire a purer and more sacred demeanor. Heaven, 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 she shouted in her squeaky voice. Kedis did not look amused. She stared at her companion spirit in admonition before jerking her head in dismissal. Heaven, 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 Sharpie spoke before entering Katiza's mind. The Heavensward chose this moment to disappear. Its abrupt departure left a void behind that already caused Kedis to miss its overpowering presence. An immediate sense of emptiness and exhaustion overtook her body. If not for the reinforcement of her recently repaired combat armor, she would have slumped over already. Kedis hadn't noticed how much of a toll it took to hold the Heavensward. Her willpower had run ragged at this time. She overstrained herself so much that she found herself unable to muster any desire to wield a sword for the rest of the day. She was utterly spent for this battle. If she had no other choice but to fight, then she would be better off using a firearm. At least the Heavensward had quietly taken care of the greatest threat in this pocket space. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if the phase whale still tried to get out of jail. NHGH, she shook her helmeted head in order to clear her mind. As much as she tried to resist the influence of the Heavensward and preserve the purity of her own sword style, she could not hide the truth that she had already been influenced. The Heavensward showed off too many tricks to her. Many of them were so objectively good that Kedis could not help but assimilate them into her own repertoire. Blindly denying all of these best practices would not do her much good. This battle reminded her once again that she urgently needed to increase her strength and develop more effective sword techniques in order to cope with the powerful transphasic technologies that she would no doubt encounter again in the future. The proper way to deal with this situation was to absorb what she learned in a way that enriched her sword style rather than replace it entirely. She did not want to lose her focus on sharpness, but she did not mind it if she broadened it with a couple of tricks taught by the Heavensward. Besides, I've gained a lot of inspiration and ideas for my next mech designs. The Heavensward already conveyed a strong desire for Kedis to design mechs based on its properties. Naturally, there was no way she could design a mech that could come close to replicating its godlike powers, but there may be ways for her to reproduce the feel of heaven. Aside from that, Kedis also recalled the power of vibration. It would be great if she could incorporate it into a mech design that was specifically designed to breach transphasic defenses. A project like this came with considerable technical challenges. Just shaking a sword at a high frequency was not enough. She needed to develop an entirely new sword style that took maximum advantage of this effect while also being easy enough for general pilots to learn. Aside from that, she also wondered whether it was possible to apply what she learned to the samurai project. Probably not. Kedis shook her head. The swords paired with this mech design are already filled with tech. There is no room for other features. All kinds of other mech design ideas filled up her mind. She had to make a conscious effort to set them all aside and wait until this ordeal had passed before she picked them up again. Her distracted state had no consequence on the rest. By now, the bewildered human troopers had fully taken control over the floor. Surprisingly enough, they did not ruthlessly execute the paralyzed and despairing Peskin combatants that had lost all of their courage and determination to fight. The soldiers instead stripped the aliens of their armaments and restrained them so that they could be handled later. At worst, the alien captives could always be used as hostages. Although it wasn't safe for the civilians to come up yet, it became clear that the human troops felt confident enough to prepare for the final assault. Kedis dragged herself over to Vase and his surviving honor guards. He had been consulting with General Verl and pushing for everyone to attack the final floor. Everyone stopped and stared at her approach. This made the exhausted swordmaster feel awfully self-conscious. It wasn't every day that a woman broke out with power comparable to that of an ace mech. Kedis, Vase started, was that you back then? Not really. The Heavensward did most of the heavy lifting. Was that the real Heavensward, Kedis? I thought it was a replica or a projection of sorts. It is the real deal, Vase. Trust me on this. It came all the way here from the old galaxy in order to give me a hand. We should be thankful for its intervention and pay it back for saving our hides. How did the Heavensward fall into your hands? That's a long story, she replied. I can't tell you much as it relates to the state secrets of the Heavensward Association. I am also sure that neither of us wants to talk about this particular setting. Quote. You're right, this is not the time and place for explanations. Let's discuss our next steps. Do you have any insights of what awaits us on the final floor? There are powerful transphasic energy shields blocking our attempts to scout what the aliens are up to on the floor above our heads. As a matter of fact, I do have a basic understanding of how many Peskins are up there. I can even tell you a rough estimate of the weapons and means they have left. She quickly gave Vase a summary of what the Heavensward managed to detect through its powerful survey. While she was a little short on details, it was better than remaining in the dark. Vase, General Verl and the other nearby officers frowned. Though they were all happy that they managed to defeat the bulk of the enemy opposition, a lot of elite alien soldiers still remained entrenched in the floor above. The human forces would inevitably suffer a fair amount of casualties if they tried to push inside. It was at this time that Minister Sheddarin Pernus came from the rear so that he could pass on his proposal. You don't have to launch another attack, sir. We can end this conflict without bloodshed. The reason why Great Chief Jaharan did not negotiate with us in good faith was because he thought we were trapped and helpless lambs that he could slaughter us at will. That is no longer the case anymore. We have completely reversed the disparity in strength. Now that the Peskins are on the weaker side, we can definitely negotiate a favorable compromise with the survivors. Vase widened his eyes. You're right, Sheddarin. Chapter 4824. No resistance. No one really wanted to fight anymore. The aliens had suffered devastating losses in their attempt to defend the middle floor where they established their main camp. The Peskins might not be the best warrior race, but they put up a stiff resistance for the most part. Their elites and the well-equipped troopers that previously served as the crack troops under the command of the great chief of the city-state of Davut had fought especially well. As the best warriors that the Peskin civilization had ever produced, they overcame the disparity in technology and sophistication and slain hundreds of human soldiers during the fight surrounding the main entrance. No one had any time to grieve or reflect on the dead. Vase did not allow everyone to relax even though they had broken the bulk of the Peskin resistance. As the bewildered troopers prepared to launch a potential assault against the Peskins entrenched on the top floor, Vase and a number of other people discussed their gains and options. It was too bad that Katiz's mysterious power-up ended too soon. Vase would have wanted to see her swipe her Heavensward against the formidable transphasic defensive measures that the Peskins had set up on the floor above. He looked back over at the civilians where Kedis had gone to. Many of the individuals backed off as if they feared their bodies would get annihilated next by the all-powerful sword goddess. Others did the opposite and expressed their heartfelt gratitude and admiration. Please teach us how to become as powerful as you, Swordmaster. Kedis, I would like to discuss a lucrative investment opportunity with you. What do you think about a sponsorship deal? I will pay 500 MTA credits if you teach my children how to fight like you. I will pay another 500 MTA credits as a bonus if you can get them to win a junior tournament. The woman who had killed over 1,000 members of a dying alien race treated these words as air. She showed absolutely no interest in engaging with anyone in conversation. Despite her exhaustion, her imperious and sacred demeanor deterred anyone from getting close or barring her way. An invisible circle had formed around her that seemed to act like a force field that prevented anyone from violating her personal space. She only started to relax once she reached the group of civilian Larkinsons. Each of them gave her warm smiles but did not bother her any further as she obviously wasn't in the mood to chat. Mommy. Kyrian Larkinson left the side of Gloriana and Andraste and ran up to his mother so that she could lift his suited form to her armored chest. You were so cool, Mommy. Can you teach me how to fight like that as well? One day, sweetie, Kedis responded as all of her tough demeanor melted as her maternal instincts rose to the foreground. The civilians had been able to witness the battle through projected feeds. Kedis had clearly dazzled every other combatant due to her heroic performance. Kedis had mixed feelings about her son admiring her performance in battle. She hadn't really fought with her own strength since the heavens were dropped into her hand. As Kedis indulged in Kirian's fancies, Vase and the other leaders came to a consensus on how to proceed. It doesn't hurt to try and see if the Peskin survivors are amenable to talk. Minister Sheddarin reiterated his point. Now that the Peskins have lost a lot of leverage, our relationship with them has changed. We are no longer at their mercy anymore, and they know that as well. The only variables we need to take into account is how much mental stability this group has left. If the Peskin race is highly emotional and in poor control of their impulses, then the aliens may decide to go down with the ship. We must grant them hope and make credible concessions in order to preserve their hope for a better future. Is that even possible? General Verl questioned. There is obviously no place for the Peskins in the Red Ocean anymore. The founders of Davu tried to wipe out their race once, and I am sure that they will be eager to get rid of any potential claimants of their capital planet. Aside from that, the people that the aliens have abducted need a resolution as well. The aliens have killed too many humans. What the Peskins have done is unforgivable. Vase frowned and wanted to rub his face. Starting a negotiation with a cornered group of alien remnants was not as simple as it sounded. These were truly the last survivors of a race that had lived for many ages. Their civilization may be short in the eyes of other races, but they still carried a heritage that the humans had almost snuffed out entirely. He glanced towards Major Durant. What do you think? The commanding officer of the Davudan Guard forces looked a lot more tired than before. Too many loyal soldiers had fallen in battle in the process of taking over this floor. Each of them died for a colonial state that was so new that they didn't even have a chance to experience it properly. Our overarching duty is to protect the VIPs and civilians under our care. The man said, I am not entirely opposed to resuming the battle. I can understand the need to wipe out the remaining Peskins if they remain stubborn towards us. I prefer not to issue this command if we can help it. Too much can happen during combat. This time, we lucked out because one of your soldiers turned into an angel with a sword. The next time, Great Chief Jaharan may decide to detonate a weapon of mass destruction that he had somehow smuggled into this facility. The Peskins did not bring in weapons of mass destruction. Vase replied. When Kedis was in her special state, she was able to peer at the Peskins holing up in the floor above us, and she did not detect any hardware that could wipe us out at once. The Peskins probably didn't have any time to bring these superweapons to this pocket space. You are probably correct. One of the pillars of our original invasion plan was to identify and eliminate any alien weapons of mass destruction in advance. We did not want the original occupants to destroy their own planet in spite. That has already happened numerous times in the past when a colonizing fleet did not respect the resolve of the indigenous population. Seeing that Major Durant did not object to restarting a dialogue with the aliens, Vase decided to put this plan into action. Another curious change that took place was that Vase did not encounter any resistance when he wanted to be the one to talk with the alien. Nobody really cared about this anymore after everything that happened. The enormous display of power from Kedis alone shut down all of the doubters and objectors. This was yet another instance where absolute strength could override any pushback. Vase waited for the technicians to set up an interface to project his body at the entrance to the final floor. The surviving soldiers also had to reorganize themselves and check their remaining supplies before setting up defensive positions around the only entrance. Meow. Lucky slowly flew over at one point. Vase turned and grew concerned as he observed the damaged state of his cat. The gem cat truly looked like he had crawled out of a war zone. His bronze-like exterior displayed numerous burn marks and several concerning puncture and cutting wounds. Vase could even see dents and exposed electronic components underneath the deepest holes. Fortunately, Lucky's regenerating properties had already kicked in. The damage to his internals and exterior parts were slowly being repaired through a process that Vase could not explain. The huge quantities of exotics that Lucky ingested before came in very handy. The gem cat would definitely become as good as new after a few weeks of resting. Meow. Don't worry, you can eat anything you find over here. Most of the alloys and exotics here aren't that impressive, but I am sure you can find a few valuable goodies here and there. We probably won't be able to claim the debris and abandoned alien products as our spoils, so don't hold back. Meow. That was all the gluttonous cat needed to hear. Lucky instantly turned around and dove towards the pile of wreckage that used to consist of 4 giant battle suits. The Peskins had concentrated a decent amount of valuable exotics in this collection of gear. We have completed our preparations, sir. You can start at any moment. Vase smiled and took a quick look at his own appearance in order to make sure he looked presentable enough. He had exposed himself to combat during the most stressful minutes of the battle for this floor. He had almost expended the capacity of the Amastendira in order to take out a lot of powerful threats within his range. He took a look behind his back. A large circular portal was situated in a distant area that the Peskins treated with great reverence. This portal could generate a passageway that could safely bring every human trapped inside this prison facility back to normal space without any fuss or danger. Already, a large team of scientists, engineers and other clever people had gathered around this crucial ancient alien device. They all volunteered to study the portal and figure out a way to activate it on the spot so that they could all go home. Although Vase knew that the MTA would eventually come around and find a way to breach the pocket space, he had no idea whether the association's methods carried any risks. Perhaps a forceful breaching attempt might cause a lot of damage or instability to the pocket space. Instead of waiting for other people to utilize an unreliable method to form a tunnel between the two spaces, Vase would much rather access the primary control room and see whether he could go through the proper exit of this ancient prison. A large projection of his armored form appeared before the entrance. Hello, Peskins. I would like to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to Great Chief Jaharan. We do not need to fight anymore. Please come out and talk so that we can figure out a way to resolve our differences. Just as predicted, a 2-dimensional projection of Great Chief Jaharan appeared a few seconds later. Compared to last time, the alien looked a lot less composed. The leader of the few Peskins left alive showed many signs of stress and strong emotional mood swings. This might not be a good sign. Stab kill stab kill stab kill. Blood of ours stain the skies of dawn. Murderous invaders must finish stab and kill the star. Finish us hastily and do not torture our time. Goddess of stab shall kill our bodies presented in resistance. Vase inwardly reacted with surprise. Although the alien's faulty translation of standard language made it difficult to interpret the confusing string of words, he could nonetheless pick up the naked fear, anger and despair in the alien's voice. It appeared that the surviving Peskins not only became intimidated by Katiz's earlier display of power, but also assumed that she could still exert just as much force as before. Ketis fought in a manner similar to the Phase Lords of the Red Ocean. The natives of the Red Ocean had very specific ideas on the combat power of a god, and that led to a lot of misunderstandings. The Peskins had no confidence in their ability to defeat any god, even a human one. Many of their plans became invalid after they mistakenly realized that they had abducted the wrong powerhouse. Vase could take advantage of this as long as he made sure the aliens did not figure out that Ketis was not as scary as they thought. He smirked. Let's talk. Chapter 4825 The Final Survivors. Chapter 4825 The Final Survivors. Vase assumed a more confident and domineering posture. He had to convey the impression that he had a god on his side and did not have much restraint towards the idea of sending her out on another destructive spree. Minister Sheddarin Pernus made the same conclusions and began to feed a lot of useful advice and tips on how Vase should approach this conversation. Not enough. It is not enough, Patriarch. The old man spoke over a private communication channel. You need to look and sound more arrogant and vindictive. The Peskins are accustomed to bowing their heads in front of the arrogant nuncers, so our goal is to tap into their old psychological reflexes. Do not forget that you hold the power of life and death over the remaining survivors. You need to treat these aliens as if they are already at your mercy. The foreign minister was correct. Vase needed to fully play into this act in order to lower the chance that Great Chief Jaharan would act in spite or make any other outrageous moves. Do not talk about opening the portal or surrendering the control room first. That will make you sound desperate and give more leverage to the aliens. Instead, approach this conversation from the perspective of a leader who already has everything in hand but wants to extract more value out of a weak race. Ask more questions about the Peskins. Make it look as if you are a collector that wants to survey his wares. Though that sounded a bit strange to Vase, he quickly made the necessary adjustments. Jaharan, he addressed the tired-looking alien directly. As you can clearly see, your race stood no chance in defeating my goddess, and champion. None of the subordinates you have left can offer any meaningful resistance against us. While your crimes towards our great human race are great, I still see value in your people. Not many members of your race are alive anymore. They have become rare, and everything that is scarce holds greater value than before. I would prefer it if you do not make an unwise decision and spoil my merchandise. The alien leader looked meeker and less defiant than before. Just as predicted, Jaharan fell back into a more subservient aspect of himself when he thought he was facing an overwhelmingly powerful group of a superior race. We ask for living. Too small left. Never ask for fight. Woman god destroyed our big god. No longer tunnel to distant stars. Death and block is waiting us. We are lost. Jaharan threw out a lot of information in very little words. Vase had to ask a few more questions and enlist the aid of Minister Shedarin to decipher what the aliens were saying. Through the confusing but also illuminating words of the Peskin leader that had been driven into despair, Vase and the others managed to puzzle out the alien master plan. Even if it was not quite accurate or complete, Vase strongly felt that this was the reason for everything that happened in this abandoned alien facility. It started from the moment the Peskins evacuated into this pocket space in haste. Just as many people had already guessed, the colonization fleet of the founders of Davut truly struck too quickly and ferociously for the Peskin remnants to evacuate too many individuals and supplies. The aliens who barely managed to escape the genocide of their entire race had a miserable time while reluctantly trying to build a settlement on these floors. They did not dare to spread out and occupy the rest of the prison because they felt it was too oppressive and would bring them too far away from their other surviving compatriots. Although the aliens tried to start up farms and set up water recycling plants, they simply did not bring enough supplies to sustain their current level of population once they depleted their stockpile of prepared emergency food containers. This had a strong psychological effect on the Peskins. Not only did many of them lose the prospect of having children, they might even have to kill off the weakest and most useless survivors among them in order to ensure the entire population remained sustainable over the long term. Dark and death stalked the god prison. No longer cry as crying is died. Anti-home no home for us too dark and no life. Future is in stars of distant. Must find leave. The Peskins couldn't stand the thought of living in this ancient prison for the rest of their lives. It did not matter that it was safe and completely hidden from the humans that had built their new settlements on top of the former cities of the Peskin civilization. The Peskins wanted to live. They wanted to evacuate from the planet by whatever means possible and take refuge with the aliens who still managed to defend their territories against the relentless onslaught of the human invaders. Fortunately, the ancient prison might have become a shadow of its former self, but the Peskins who explored its state managed to gain limited control of it and learn a few pieces of crucial information. The Peskins somehow gained access to a feed to normal space. This enabled them to study the humans over many years and conclude that breaking out on their own would instantly get them killed by lots of mechs. The remnant aliens also figured out how to control certain internal processes such as putting people in and out of the cells as well as take people directly who were present in the middle of the government district of Kotor City. After a bit more tinkering with the primary control room, the Peskins also managed to discover the greatest secret of this ancient prison. Its largest and most well-defended cell held a living prisoner. The ancient forgotten god bleeds with vengeance and freedom. Dark but sleep, can help break cage that is wrapping after cooperation. Needed much words to placate god and beg for stomach pass to distant stars. To bleed is weak must make you human stabbers turn knives away. So that is what was going on all of this time. General Verl managed to deduce the truth. There was a phase whale sleeping in the central cell that could break out of the prison and take the Peskin survivors out of human-occupied space. However, the great chief Jaharan did not have confidence that a single weakened phase whale could get them past so many powerful human forces. This is why the Peskins bided their time. They wanted to gain more leverage over us in order to negotiate for safe passage. This was a clever plan and one that probably had the highest chance of success. Though the Peskins seriously underestimated the ruthlessness of humans, it was plausible for Davut to pay a heavy price to the MTA to secure safe passage for these aliens. There was only one hindrance to the plan: the interdiction fields that the colonial government maintained throughout Kotor City, but especially the government district prevented the Peskins from taking valuable humans hostage. Without any leverage, the Peskins recognized they had little hope in their ability to escape from beyond the confines of human-controlled space. This was why they decided to wait for better opportunities. If too much time had passed without any positive developments, Then Great Chief Jaharan had no choice but to enact his most desperate plan and break out of the ancient prison without human hostages. It was rather coincidental that the conquering humans chose to organize a founding ceremony on this day. The Peskins were also lucky enough that a lot of human VIPs and important leaders happened to gather in the center of the government district on this important day. What was even better was that the Karloks successfully launched a surprise attack against the Davutans in the very same government district. After all of this took place, what truly enabled the Peskins to enact their bold plan to take as many high-value hostages as possible was that the sabotage committed by the Karloks also knocked out the warp interdiction field generators. In the period they remained knocked offline, it became possible for the Peskins to remotely teleport a lot of humans to the prison cells inside the hidden pocket space. Vase couldn't believe that the Peskins came up with such a convoluted plan that depended on so many different factors falling into place, only for all of that to happen anyway. Personally, he put most of the blame on the rulers and owners of Davut. They were incredibly arrogant about building their seat of government on top of the most central location of the greatest Peskin city-state to exist. The Davutans also showed insufficient regard for safety by compelling so many important figures to attend the founding ceremony at the front rows in such great numbers. What Vase finally faulted these darned Davutans for was that all of this could have been avoided if they had been a lot more thorough about hunting down any remaining survivors of the Peskin race. Perhaps it was not all that bad, though. The humans here had won the most important battle while Vase was in a position to extract a lot of possible benefits from the final remaining leader of the former occupants of this planet. He just had to make sure to maintain the illusion of power while also making sure he did not drive the aliens into going down in a final blaze of glory. Vase started to think on how he could accomplish this. He already had a few ideas. I prefer not to kill you all. The prisoners that my men have already taken are too few to sustain a healthy slave population. If you agree to lay down arms, I can promise you that the other humans will not exterminate your race. To me, that is a huge waste of value. I am a businessman and a collector, and I see great value in keeping you in my private zoo. His words caught the alien off guard. Understanding no. Death is scheduled as last god stabbed to die. Stab killers must tear our meat. Vase shook his head. No. I will not allow you to die. Do not underestimate my power. I not only have a goddess under my command, but I am a friend of the Mech Trade Association. You know about the MTA, right? I am their collaborator, and I have many more privileges than you think. For example, I am allowed to maintain a private collection of intelligent aliens for my own use. Look at what I have obtained up until this point. He activated a second projection that displayed the Dragon's Den. The half-organic, half-mechanical starship looked so advanced and exotic to the alien Great Chief that he could not tell how powerful it was. The Peskins had never been a starfaring race, so their vision of spacecraft was too limited. The projection changed to display the interior of the biomes that made the Dragon's Den so valuable to the Larkinson clan. It displayed many different alien forests, plains and other terrain features that provided comfortable if somewhat limited habitats to many different exo-beasts. The most important biome was the one that housed tens of thousands of members of the Pokladan race. After years of captivity, the alien refugees turned test subjects tried to make the most of their new forest biome. They built huts and settlements in the trees and built up a functional society where the avian aliens could raise their children in relative peace. It was not a dignified state of existence, but at least these captured aliens managed to stay alive. After spending several years in constant fear and after suffering an enormous blow from a powerful human goddess, the few remaining Peskins left alive became a lot more willing to seek a more outcome in their doomed conflict against the invaders of another galaxy. Possible speaking confession survival, Great Chief Jaharan said as his tall body drooped even further. Must create pact and sever further knives. You do not have the qualifications to impose demands on us. Vase responded with a smirk as he maintained his superior act. I have told you what I seek from your race. It is up to you to accept or refuse the only offer that will allow you and your fellow survivors to live past this day. Surrender and live, resist and die, choose quickly, because my patience is at a limit. It only took 3 more minutes for the transphasic energy shields that shielded the final entrance to disappear. Chapter 4826 Rising Influence Chapter 4826 Rising Influence The last group of resisting Peskins had laid down their arms. Vase earned a lot of admiration from the various leaders who had witnessed his discussion with the alien leader. The Larkinsons had proven with their deeds today that the reputation they earned from concluding several successful expeditions was well earned. They not only freed the captives from their cells, but also led the fight against the Peskin remnants that had camped in the upper floors of the prison facility. If this was the extent of the contributions of the Larkinson clan, then the various movers and shakers of Davut would only conclude that the Larkinsons were brave and resourceful. It wasn't until Kedis exploded with power that virtually matched that of an ace mech that the group of helpless leaders truly experienced the gaps between the Larkinson clan and their own organizations. Many of them didn't have an ace mech at their disposal, let alone an expert mech. Their advantages in business, trade channels, infrastructure and specialized services may exceed that of the Larkinsons, but they were absolutely inferior when it came to exploration and combat. The Red Ocean was not a peaceful dwarf galaxy. Years of comfortable living in a well-developed port system such as Davut had eroded their sense of danger. Too many colonists and pioneers had lost their respect towards the indigenous enemies that possessed an undying hatred for humanity. The insane chain of events that happened today served as a wake-up call to many of these self-assured leaders. Their faith in the institutions of the colonial state of Davut had either collapsed or suffered a lot of damage. Perhaps they wouldn't go as far as the Larkinson clan and invest a lot of money to build up a fully fledged mech army, but they would definitely take their security more seriously after this ordeal. The stakeholders of Davut also became a lot more interested in deepening their relationships with the Larkinson clan. Nobody disliked befriending a strong and highly competent local power. If they could gain the backing and the protection of the Larkinson clan during a future crisis, then they would gain a strong guarantee that they would be able to survive a future calamity. Of course, not everyone was willing to bet on a single horse, but it was absolutely not a bad idea to take advantage of the moment and brush up their favorability with the Larkinson clan. Who knew whether they could walk over and talk to the leaders of this flamboyant clan without needing to wait in line? A lot of CEOs, executives and owners converged onto the key figures of the clan. Gatherings formed around Chief Minister Novalan Pernis, Minister Shedaran Pernis and even Gloriana Woden as they took the lead in opening up a dialogue with many different organizations. We have built an extensive transportation network in our newly established colonial state. Together with the numerous logistic hubs that we have established at multiple strategic locations, we are well poised to supply mechs and other necessary war supplies to the front lines of the upcoming war. We can offer your mech company priority access to our shipping lines, allowing you to ship goods and parts to your customers in a matter of weeks rather than months. As long as you sign an exclusivity deal with us, our business operations in the Krakatoa Middle Zone may not interest you, but we have a sister company that has invested in the Magare Middle Zone earlier than us. With the help of our extensive contacts within the local governments of the colonial states, we can provide you with instant access to their markets and reduce the tax and regulatory burdens they impose on your mech company. What a lovely set of children you have over here. Your girls are so adorable and your baby son is such a cutie. Could you share their designer baby formulas with us? We would love to have children that are just as cute and well behaved. Meanwhile, Kedis thankfully did not have to entertain the blathering of self-important people. She had taken refuge among the circle of Larkinsons who had nothing to do at the moment because they weren't soldiers or weren't good with talking to outsiders. Right now, both her son Kirian and her student Andraste were looking up at her with stars in their eyes. That was a copy of the Heavensward, right? Kirian asked. Did you make it or did the Heavenswarders give it to you as a present? How come you became so strong when you wielded it? Can you teach me to become just as cool as you while whacking down aliens by the hundreds? You were so strong, teacher. Andraste bounced on her feet while trying her best to hold back her glee. I really liked it when you slashed your sword and sent out huge sword attacks. You became just as strong as a mech at the time. Can you show me how to become just as strong as a mech? Despite her weariness, Kedis felt a bit more energized after listening to the childish requests of the two presumptuous brats. She reached out with her armored hands and lightly tapped them both on their helmets. You need to learn how to walk before you can run. Do you think swordplay is all about swinging a sharp blade and launching energy attacks? You may as well polish your marksmanship instead and wield a rifle if that is what you are after. Every form of swordsmanship is rooted in the fundamentals. You need to be able to learn how to fight both flawlessly and creatively with the basic set of sword techniques that every beginner learns before you can move on to more powerful and lethal techniques. You can forget about learning such destructive moves before you have become adults. Ah, that's too long. Kedis placed her hands on her hips. Now who is the swordmaster here? I do not want to deny you the opportunity to become as strong as a sword as me one day, but you need to follow a strict training regime in order to train your body and drill all of the fundamental techniques in your muscles and bones. It is only at the point where you have mastered the basic techniques and become proficient in a basic sword style that you will be able to perform all of those moves in battle without requiring conscious thought. That is the absolute minimum that I expect from you before you develop your own sword styles." As Kedis and the two sword-enthused children kept talking, Vase became preoccupied by entirely different matters. Since he had negotiated the surrender of the final Peskin survivors who could still resist, it was up to him to make sure that the aliens actually abided by their word. This could still be a trap, so Vase and the human soldiers remained on high alert as the transphasic energy shields powered down. It was not until the Peskins exited the top floor and walked down the ramp in an orderly line that Vase became convinced that the bluff succeeded. This was the best possible outcome in his opinion. Neither Vase nor the aliens wanted to keep fighting each other. It was great that the remnants of the Peskin race decided to take refuge in the Larkinson clan. Although such a major promise upset plenty of people who wanted the Peskins to suffer retribution and be wiped out from existence, Vase did not intend to break his word. As an individual who got betrayed and screwed over far too many times than he could count, he could never bring himself to break a serious promise made to another party. He did not want to go down this dark path where people could no longer rely on his word. Vase knew that he would have to put quite a bit of effort into convincing the colonial state of Davut as well as the Mech Trade Association to keep the final members of the Peskin race alive. This was a troublesome affair. Humanity's general policy towards intelligent and sentient alien races was to get rid of them entirely in order to minimize any possibility that they could grow into a serious threat and competitor. After all, one of the reasons why humanity managed to rise up so quickly in the Milky Way during the Age of Conquest was because far too many rival alien empires underestimated the upstart race. Given this explosive history, it would be foolish for human civilization to exhibit similar complacency towards other alien races. This was especially a concern with sentient aliens. Any non-human race that could potentially grow into a serious competitor to humanity had to be cleaned up sooner rather than later. It was seriously against humanity's best interest to keep both the Pakladans and the Peskins alive. Even the thought of keeping them alive as zoo exhibits or test subjects was controversial. The entertainment industry loved to make lots of action or horror dramas about captive aliens breaking out of their cages and eventually coming back with an enormous fleet to raise everything humanity had built on top of the corpses of rival alien civilizations. It shouldn't be too difficult to convince the MTA to let me keep these Peskins. Vase judged. I'm not as weak as before. Besides, the Peskins are so weak that they can hardly make anyone feel threatened. The aliens continued to surrender themselves to custody. Peskin soldier after Peskin soldier arrived downstairs. They voluntarily allowed the human soldiers to restrain their bodies and disable the combat capabilities of their battle suits. The rank and importance of the Peskins continued to increase over time. Vase decided to call over Helena again in order to have a like-minded person to chat with and to increase his intimidation factor. "How remarkable," she whispered as her translucent body turned in a complete circle. "So many humans and aliens have recently died here, but there is nothing for me to pick up on this battlefield. Do you know how special that is, Vase?" "No. Another authority has absorbed the traces of the deceased. I bet it has to do with that all-powerful sword that Kedis wielded earlier. That weapon is special in many ways." Vase perked up. "So it is true that Kedis really wielded the Heavensward in battle?" "Oh, yes, brother. Even I was able to feel the sheer power and age of that blade. It did not look as if Kedis had any control over the Heavensward. It looked clear to me that it was the weapon that wielded Kedis. She is still marked by its presence in several different ways. Is that good or bad? It depends on how you categorize them." Helena shrugged. "The Heavensward has its own presence and signature. If they do not match with Kutiz's own intentions, then you have a serious conflict on your hands. I highly suggest you give Kedis a good checkup when you get back to normal space. She has been marked by heaven when she shouldn't be a part of it. That sort of exposure can never be worked away so easily. This is also a warning to you that you should not handle stuff that is too powerful for you to control." Vase understood her sister's concerns, but he was pretty confident in his ability to resist all kinds of unnatural influences. "Sir," one of his honor guards called. "Great Chief Jaharan of the former city-state of Davut is descending from the ramp. He will be arriving shortly." "Understood." The alien leader himself immediately stood apart from his fellow Peskins. Jaharan not only possessed the gravitas of a longtime leader, but also wore an elaborate green and blue robe with various alien markings. The physically formidable alien did not walk like a defeated soldier who had put himself at the mercy of his opponents. Instead, the great chief strode forward while radiating grim determination and resignation. As the leader who had ultimately negotiated a surrender to the humans, he had changed the course of his alien race's history forever. Whether Jaharan would be remembered as a sinner or forgotten by everyone depended on how well Vase could abide by his promises. Chapter 4827 Cycle of Death Chapter 4827 Cycle of Death The surrender of Great Chief Jaharan himself represented the final act of submission from the remnants of the Peskin race to the Larkinson clan. It took great humility and forbearance for a once powerful leader to admit the dire circumstances of his people. The most rational choice had always been to beg the humans to take the Peskins in as slaves, but how many sentient beings were truly willing to bow their heads and give up whatever freedom they had left? It was one thing to be born as a slave or a serf, but the Peskins had once lived pretty good lives just a decade ago. The group that had managed to guarantee their continued survival by hiding inside an obscure pocket space happened to consist of the leader and his hand-picked men from the most powerful polity of the former Peskin civilization that once dominated the planet. Each of them used to be political leaders, senior military leaders, elite soldiers, experienced engineers and seasoned researchers. Now, these tall and oddly proportioned humanoid aliens had all dropped down to the bottom of another society's totem pole. As non-humans in a great civilization where only humans were tolerated, the lives of the Peskins while remaining in captivity would undoubtedly be a downgrade to the kind of life enjoyed before. Even their attempts to build up a basic society inside this dreary prison facility was better because they could at least make their own decisions. Now, these Peskins all became downcast because they lost the final quality that every sentient organism cherished. Freedom never sounded all that valuable. Too many humans and aliens took it for granted when they had it in abundance. It was only when others took away their freedom that they truly understood how much of themselves they gave away. In order to prevent the Peskins from generating any dangerous ideas and to impress upon them that they did not surrender in vain, Vase continued to make a show of force. He may not be able to bluff them anymore with Kedis acting like a wrathful goddess who had descended from heaven, he could still resort to other tricks. Aside from summoning a death goddess, in the form of Helena, Vase had fully unleashed his glow, allowing him to present a more powerful version of himself. It was all smoke and mirrors, to be honest. If the Peskins had not given up their resistance and came down with their weapons, they would have been able to do a lot of damage. Fortunately, the Peskins did not show any signs of finding out that they had been fooled. They fully regarded Vase and Helena as gods. Even if there were differences between the gods native to the Red Ocean and these two odd human deities, power was still power. It was the nature of lower life forms to inherently recognize the superiority of higher life forms. When Great Chief Jaharan finally presented himself to the apparent leader of the human forces, he studied the patriarch of the Larkinson clan carefully. As an alien that had spent years observing the happenings of the humans that had taken his old city-state as their new homes, the various workers and officials in the government district often mentioned the Larkinson clan. This was especially the case in the last half-year. Ever since the Larkinsons commenced the Trailblazer expedition, they seemed to accomplish one shocking feat after another. Jaharan never realized that the public perception of the Larkinsons did not match their true strength at all. It was already remarkable for this clan to have one god among its ranks, but three of them was absolutely astonishing. In the galactic community of the Red Ocean, the presence or absence of a phase lord was an important criteria of strength and prestige. Their role was equivalent to that of high-ranking mech pilots in human society. When Vase studied the highest remaining leader of the Peskin race with his eyes and other senses, he immediately understood Jaharan's basic circumstances. The great chief was fairly old and looked to be a lot wiser than his more ignorant subordinates. His humanoid body was over 3 meters tall, but his advanced age had diminished his once strong body. As an individual who could barely call himself a phase lord, Vase could clearly sense that Jaharan did not contain a speck of phase water in his body. This disappointed Vase a bit, but he had already foreseen this outcome. If even ambitious leaders from the major alien races found it troublesome to integrate phase water in their bodies, then the members of minor races such as the Peskin faced a steeper hurdle. Jaharan. Vase spoke the alien's name. Welcome to your new life. You have made a wise decision. As long as you continue to serve my clan and keep your former subordinates in line while you stay in your new home, we will grant you minor privileges such as better food and access to technology. The former Great Chief bent his head even further as acknowledgement of the new reality for his race. Peskin living must protect in your god. Will not stab as god as survive. Helena's expression turned funny after hearing the translated words produced by a gadget attached to the alien's neck. He needs a better translator. There is little point in conversing with this alien if he can only say awful words. Vase could actually communicate with the alien without needing any translators at all, but he was too tired and weary to bother with such measures. He merely wanted to make sure that Jaharan remained docile. I am not the most powerful individual in my society, but do not underestimate my influence. I will keep you and your fellow Peskins out of the hands of the Davutans and the Mechers, but that is only on the premise that you hold value to my clan. Do not cause trouble and you shall be fine, is that clear? Vase engaged the alien leader in an awkward conversation before he waved the alien away. He had already lost interest in the Great Chief as the Peskin was not even a Phase Lord. Now that he thought about it, the only Phase Lord he truly met was the Trampler of Stars. That Nunzar leader had made a powerful impression on him and his clan. It would have been great if his clan had been able to defeat the Trampler of Stars during the Battle of Ramage Repulsor. The research value of a living Phase Lord, or at least one whose corpse was reasonably intact, was insane. Although his biotechnology foundation was too shallow, Vase could easily recognize that a more competent biomech designer could potentially turn such a high-value body into an amazing biomech. It would be like creating a biological juggernaut but with the dimensions of a normal mech. Vase shook his head. Whether he knew it or not, Great Chief Jaharan had potentially escaped the fate of getting converted into a biomech by his new owner. So what now? Kedis asked. Now, I need to get to the primary control room and see how I can activate that damned gate. Vase replied. Now that the Peskins at the top floor had all abandoned their former stations and come down, several teams of human soldiers and technicians had already moved up in order to survey and secure the entire place. Once they confirmed that the Peskins hadn't planted any mines or other dastardly traps, Vase and his sister ascended up the ramp and took good look at the defensive arrangements. Since there were no other entrances or chambers on this floor, the only way to attack it was by charging forward, which was absolutely not trivial. The walls, turrets and supply depots all showed that a relatively small amount of aliens could have held this site for a long time. The smell of death is much fainter here, Helena remarked. I can still sense a lot of residual deaths, enough for them to get killed. There are no rights and wrongs in the competitive struggle for survival, Vase. Humanity in it's down below, but here, the aliens who were stationed here came so close to passing as well. It is good that you persuaded them to lay down their arms. This could have been a bloodbath for both the aliens and the people on your side. I would have thought that you would be in favor of increased casualties. Just because I am empowered by death does not mean I am eager to spread it around. His sister frowned at him. Death is a natural part of life. From individual deaths to the extinction of entire races, the passing of one group of organisms will provide room for better adapted organisms to prosper. Anything that falls outside of that is excessive and can generate a lot of grievances and other unpleasantries. Vase looked intrigued. I think I know what you are talking about, but, do you think it was right for me to save the Peskin race from extinction? Without my intervention, these aliens would have gotten wiped out without a doubt. Regardless of their actions, just existing within human space is enough for them to get killed. There are no rights and wrongs in the competitive struggle for survival, Vase. Humanity in its current form does not want to share its living space with other sentient alien races, so in that sense the Peskins were fated to become extinct. Your decision to defy this convention is not an act against nature, but rather an act against the human leaders who set these anti-alien policies in the first place. It is them you need to be concerned about. That is not a matter I can intervene in. Only you can solve this problem. I already figured that out. I will try my best to keep these Peskins alive, but only because my honor and my integrity as a mech designer demands it. If I really can't prevent the mechers from putting them to the torch, well, at least I tried. Vase would never ruin his relationship with the MTA or rebel against human civilization just to keep a bunch of ugly humanoid aliens alive. If the pressure truly became too great, then he had no qualms about throwing the Peskins under the shuttle. In any case, the intervention of an organization that was far too powerful for Vase to resist was pretty much a force majeure event in his book. It wouldn't be his fault if he was unable to fulfill his promise because there was no expectation for him to fight against a group that was equivalent to a cosmic disaster. That said, Vase did not want to make use of this cop-out if he could help it. The Peskins may have killed a lot of humans during the earlier battle, but the relationship between him and the aliens had changed ever since the latter issued their surrender. Sir, we have found a crystalline interface that matches your description. Vase perked up. I will be coming over right away. The Peskin tech around him was not remarkable in any way, so he resolutely suspended his examination of them and moved all the way to the end of the long hall. Just like the secondary control room that was located in the lower floors, the primary one had suffered a lot of damage in the distant past. Many crystals of every color of the rainbow had been shattered or snapped in half. However, the primary control room was much larger than the one down below. This meant that it could hold at least thrice as many control crystals. Even if a mysterious party had wrecked this place, a lot more crystals remained intact in absolute terms. The Peskin researchers and engineers hadn't been sitting on their thumbs while they remained stuck in this hidden refuge. They had attempted to repair the lightly damaged crystals while using their own tech to interface with the ancient interface. Vase glanced at the alien consoles that were clearly connected to many different crystals via wires, their own tech to interface with the ancient interface. Vase glanced at the alien consoles that were clearly connected to many different crystals via wires. He couldn't read any of the alien texts and pictograms scrolling through the projected screens. This is going to be troublesome. Fortunately, he could still count on his hacked purple crystal to gain access to the ancient control system. Chapter 4828 The Power of Prestige Chapter 4828 The Power of Prestige Now that he had come to this point, it was time for Vase to open a portal and lead everyone back to normal space. After Vase and a number of specialists studied the convoluted attempts of the Peskins to gain control over the main control center, they found that the Peskins had employed a lot of clever solutions. These aliens had years to decipher how these alien crystals work. It shouldn't be surprising that they managed to gain control over them in their own way. The Peskin texts and pictograms were not completely unreadable. The Peskins studied humans long enough to develop rudimentary translators. It was easy to obtain the software and quickly reprogram it so that it could translate the Peskin data screens. That didn't bring them any closer to opening a portal because it turned out that the entire control system was still in a locked state. Oh, so it hasn't been lifted yet. Vase furrowed his brows. Several hours ago, Vase and the Peskins issued a lot of conflicting orders to the prison systems. This caused the entire controls to lock up and enter into a forced security mode. In the end, Vase not only had to use the purple control crystal that he had fabricated inside the system space, but also worked together with a bunch of computer engineers and other specialists to lift the lock-up state. Though it took a bit longer than he wished, the people working on this problem were absolute leaders in their own fields. After all, anyone invited to attend the founding ceremony at the VIP seating blocks were part of the cadre of their respective organizations. Vase inadvertently impressed another batch of people in this way. They became astounded by the ingenuity of the purple crystal that he had made and how easily it was able to fool the alien controls so well. "We did it, sir," a virtual security engineer called. "We have managed to get past the final checkpoint. I think these settings are related to the portal." Turning on the alien portal was not as simple as flipping a switch or pressing a button. The reason for that was because there was no existing portal back in normal space. Fortunately, it was not as if this portal tech was equivalent to that of human Beyonder gates. A destination gate was not necessary, but recommended. According to the information provided by the control interface, the current settings enabled an authorized user to specify the coordinates of the exit position. Anyone who passed through the portal would appear in any space within a certain range of the center of the government district. This could also be used to transport people in the city directly into a cell. So this is how the Peskins managed to abduct us in the first place. Vase looked enlightened. Can you find out whether the aliens used this system to abduct humans in the past? We have yet to find any logs. It may be buried in a different alien menu. Never mind, then. Vase was pretty certain that the Peskins covertly used this powerful teleportation function to kidnap a bunch of unwitting humans in the past. The Peskins needed to learn more about the humans that had taken over their planet by force, and getting their information out of the mouths of government officials could provide them with a wealth of key information. This may have been how the aliens who were completely unfamiliar with humans and human society in the past not only knew about the founding ceremony, but knew exactly who to target in order to gain maximum leverage. Did we find any human prisoners or their remains? No, sir. A pity. No one cared about those unlucky victims if they existed. The former human captives just wanted to go home now. They all concentrated their efforts in understanding and deciphering the complicated portal settings. They eventually managed to deduce enough clues to figure out how to configure the exit coordinates of anyone passing through the portal. All right, good work, everyone. Vase clapped as all of the other experts smiled in accomplishment and relief. Let us quickly open up a portal in the middle of the government district and return home as victorious conquerors. You should all remember what we have done on this day. We not only managed to escape from our cells, but successfully overthrew its last jailers. Though Vase and Kedis did most of the work, it did not matter too much if others gained a little credit. Vase was sure that once the story of what happened here spread out, he and his clan would definitely reap most of the glory. Just as Vase wanted to set the coordinates, Major Durant showed up and momentarily pulled him aside. Wait, don't be in a hurry to open up a passage. Let us talk about this first, Patriarch. You are not wrong, Patriarch, but it is the manner of our return that I wish to discuss. The officer of the Davudan Guard forces replied. It is in my judgment that it is better to put the exit location as far. Vase became upset at the interruption. He was sick and tired of this dreary place and wanted to get back to the cat nest so that he could take shelter in the protection of the many mechs of his clan. The earlier battle had given him a stark reminder of how difficult it was to win any battle without the use of mechs. Vase spent so much time and effort designing many of them that it was painful to be deprived of them when he needed their combat power the most. What is wrong, Major? I would have thought that you would be even more eager than me to bring your charges back to civilization and safety. Vase smiled. You are not wrong, Patriarch, but it is the manner of our return that I wish to discuss. The officer of the Davudan Guard forces replied. It is in my judgment that it is better to put the exit location as far away from the center of the government district as possible. We just survived not one, but two separate attempts to harm the foundation of our colonial state. Enemies may still be abound, and the center plaza is too exposed of a location to serve as a safe exit point. We should put the exit at a side street and send one of us ahead so that we can confirm that the portal is working correctly and inform the local military units to reinforce this position. All of that sounded logical to Vase, and it was probably the best way to go forward if they wanted to maximize their safety while minimizing any fuss. It did not sit well to Vase, though. He had a different sort of exit in mind. No, I get what you are coming from, but I will not allow you to deny the victory that we have secured today. Let me tell you how we will go about this. We will open a portal in the center of the government district and file out with our heads held high as we invite the media to witness our successful return. My clansmen will bring out the Peskins that we have taken captive and show to the citizens of Davut that we have dealt with the culprits of our abduction. Major Alden Durant did not like what he heard. While I appreciate what you and Swordmaster Kedis have done, the rest of us have contributed to the battle as well, so please do not dismiss our opinions. This is a sensitive matter, Patriarch Vase. All matters pertaining to this pocket space and alien prison must remain confidential. Holding a victory parade will do the opposite. The man's words caused Vase to lose patience with the Davudans. He stepped forward and did not hesitate to make his displeasure known. Now you listen here, you drone. I am sick and tired of all of the crap that your state and government has pulled off. I know you aren't personally responsible for any of its screw-ups, but it is undeniable that Davut has erred in letting the remnants of the Peskin race retreat to this pocket space. You guys also failed to prevent the Karloks from infiltrating your planet so that they could pull off a devastating surprise attack during the founding ceremony. What I find most awful was that you didn't even allow us to bring enough mechs and combat equipment to guarantee our own safety. A lot less people would have died if you took our security a lot more seriously. We deeply apologize for that, Patriarch. Our state will provide you with a satisfactory answer with regards to your, I'm not finished. Vase roared back as his anger boiled over. The point I am trying to make is that you Davutans have put us into this dangerous situation to begin with. Out of all of the people involved here, it is only my clan and I that managed to bail you out and give us all a chance to climb out of the pit you dug for us. If it wasn't for us Larkinsons, you and your precious charges would have remained stuck in your cells until the Peskins had managed to hatch their nefarious plan. If it wasn't for our swordmaster using one of our costliest and most precious trump cards, your men would have all been dead as the Peskin soldiers depleted our ammunition and swarmed us with numbers. In short, this is mostly my victory, so I get to decide what to do, understood? Besides, your state owes a lot of compensation to my clan. It became clear that Major Durant truly did not want Vase to go through with this, but it was clear that he no longer had enough say in the matter anymore. Hardly any human in the pocket space took the Davutan guard soldiers seriously anymore. It had always been the Larkinsons who took the lead and produced various miracles that ultimately allowed them to obtain the hope of returning home alive. The reputation of Davut had diminished while the star of the Larkinson clan had risen. Even the guard soldiers themselves started looking up to the Larkinsons. Under these circumstances, Major Durant had no way of convincing enough people to oppose anything the Larkinsons wanted. Vase did not blame Major Durant and his hapless soldiers. They were merely guards when it came down to it. They did not have the equipment, training and preparation to deal with many of the crazy events that happened today. He softened up and lifted his arm so that he could pat Durant's armored shoulder. It isn't just our clan that needs this morale booster. It is also the other VIPs that need to go through this unique experience. If you force them to sneak in a back alley before whisking them off to a secret facility so that you can ensure they will keep their mouths shut about what they have experienced, how many of them will retain a good impression of Davut? Let this day end on a positive note for them. If you make them feel that they have participated and completed a wild but ultimately victorious adventure, they will not be as eager to blame your state or pull out of it. Trust me, I'm a politician. I know how stuff like this works. Ultimately, Major Durant stood no chance against Vase. Even though the seasoned infantry officer should rightfully have the greatest say among the trapped people due to his status as the representative of the government, the man ultimately bowed down to the leader of a private organization. This was the power of prestige. Vase had become too much of a big shot to be ignored. The higher his reputation, the less the prevailing rules and conventions fettered him. He could simply say stuff and force everyone into making it happen. He liked it a lot. The only downside was that he would also have to deal with the negative consequences of becoming more famous, but that came with the territory. Chapter 4829 Forceful parade evening had set in the government district. Enough time had passed for many of the people who previously got caught up in the surprise attack to depart from this damaged and messy war zone. The streets had been cordoned off while many more military mechs had arrived to defend this crucial location against any further attacks that might ensue. There was almost no reason for anyone to do so, but it was better to be safe than sorry. A new development occurred. Plenty of people saw that the mechs of the Larkinson clan that previously departed the district came back. They also brought a lot of buddies. Hundreds of mechs from the Larkinson army brazenly flew from the underground complex of the Cat Nest and flew straight towards the center of the city district in a high-profile fashion. With expert mechs such as the Everchanger and the Minerva leading the procession, it became clear that the Larkinson clan wanted to send a serious message. If that wasn't enough, numerous shuttles emblazoned with the logos of several prominent Davutan news networks started to head towards the government district as well. The Larkinsons had invited journalists from each of these news portals to witness a great occasion. What stood out was that the clan did so without consulting the government. This caused a lot of alarm among the various leaders of the newly founded Colonial Federation. Although the government declined to declare a state of martial law due to a desire to keep this situation from blowing up any further than it already had, a curfew still went into effect. In such a sensitive time as this, any major disturbances or concentration of troops would prompt the military forces to take action. It wouldn't be unjustified for the military to start shooting first and ask questions later. The military mechs patrolling the city did not take action, though. They did not even dare to stand in the way of the Larkinson mechs and ask for an explanation. The Larkinsons seemed to have expected this response and fearlessly flew forward. They crossed the various districts in the way and barged straight into the government district that still had the scars of the previous battle. A lot of bots and work teams worked to register the battle damage, collect any important evidence, rescue any trapped survivors and respectfully remove the bodies of the deceased. None of the streets looked ready to greet the public again. A lot of bodies still hadn't been cleaned up. The large quantity of beast carcasses were especially troublesome to deal with. Biotech scientists had arrived to examine their organic properties and harvest valuable tissue samples in order to figure out how they became so deadly and hostile towards humans. A repeat of this tragedy had to be avoided at all cost. In any case, the government truly did not want to accept visitors to this district while it remained by blood, but the Larkinsons did not care about this priority. The clan had its own goals. Although the military did not choose to stop the Larkinson units from moving to the center of the government district, additional military mechs arrived and flanked the unannounced visitors, but otherwise did nothing else. The distance to the central plaza was not too great. The mechs in flight easily reached this crucial position. By now, more powerful mechs had showed up. The Traven Exene piloted by General Ark Larkinson and the Mars piloted by Patriarch Reginald Cross clearly stood out as both of them flew closer to the head of the procession of Larkinson mechs. The Koi Riser piloted by St. Megan Runzen hovered a bit further back. It did not hide its presence, but did not show any intention of moving forward either. It was General Ark that ultimately spoke for the young Colonial Federation. "What are you doing, Commander Ingvar?" The high-tier expert pilot hissed over a private and encrypted communication channel. "Many different Davutans have attempted to make contact with you and your units, but you ignored all of their calls. Everyone has become a lot more suspicious and alert than usual. You could have brought great danger to every Larkinson with your stunt. What if anyone decided to pull the trigger and shoot?" It was at this time that Commander Casella Ingvar finally deigned to respond. "No one would have shot us. They wouldn't dare. We are the heroes today. Denying us entry will damage the government's relationship with all of the third parties it is trying to befriend. Davut cannot afford to alienate the trading partners it is dependent upon to grow its economy and expand its mech armies." General Ark Larkinson suffered a headache at the moment. Though he was a member of the Larkinson clan, he also wore the hat of a senior military officer of the Colonial Federation of Davut. Now that both of his affiliations came into conflict with each other, Ark became torn between two loyalties. His current responsibilities forced him to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of the colonial state. He did not want this to happen but felt it was better if he did the talking instead of another representative of the government. Ark could at least make sure that Davut did not treat the Larkinson clan too unfairly. "You are making it very difficult for my superiors, Commander." Ark responded with a grimace. "President Unames Clive is personally urging you and your mechs to return and wait for a missive." Commander Casella maintained an uncompromising demeanor to reflect the Larkinson clan's current stance. "There is no reason for us to talk. Our trapped clansmen are about to come out. We want everyone to know that they did not wait for rescue from your government or from the MTA. They fought their way out and they want everyone to know it. We have won another great victory, General Ark. This is an outcome that should be celebrated rather than obscured." As a general of the colonial military, Ark Larkinson was not a simple grunt or battlefield commander. He already possessed a good understanding of the goals and the priorities of the state he became obliged to protect. Holding a public parade was not in the government's best interest, that was for sure. Davut already had a lot of egg on its face. Compounding the humiliation by letting the Larkinsons steal the show would once again diminish the standing of Davut. Casella and Ark continued to argue against each other. The two remained professional for the most part as they both did their duty to their current masters. They eventually failed to find a middle ground. The Larkinsons did not budge in their demands and willfully ignored the authority of the state. The only way that the Davutan military could drive the Larkinson mechs out of the government district was by taking tangible action, but both sides knew that this would never happen. This produced an extremely awkward circumstance where the Larkinson clan openly defied Davut and got away with it. This was a brilliant show of force and demonstrated once again that this eccentric clan punched way above its weight. General Ark became extremely concerned by these developments. "What you are doing will have consequences, Casella," he warned. "You are not going to make a lot of friends in Davut with these antics. It is the opposite. We have made many new enemies today. Our Davut branch will not be able to gain as much assistance from the institutions of the state in my mech. Division will also encounter a lot more hurdles in the future." "You are wrong, Ark. What you fear may happen to a varying degree, but it will never be able to exceed all of the fame and goodwill that we have harvested today. Our clan knows what it is doing, and you would know as well if you were not in a hurry to work for the local state. The Davut branch may adore General Ark, but the main branch was not as positive. While there was no doubt that Ark was a Larkinson in his heart and mind, the clan would never divulge too much information to him at his current state. Ark fully understood that it was his decision that led to this undesirable situation, but he believed it was for the best in the end. He just had to tough it out and hope that the contradictions between the clan as a whole and the colonial state grew more harmonious in the future. A change suddenly occurred. Though a visible portal had not formed, the two expert pilots were close enough to sense a disturbance down below. A bot appeared into view. It was not unusual for a simple bot to show up in the government district, but everyone nearby knew that the plaza had been completely empty and deserted at this time. The investigators and the cleanup crews had focused on processing all of the debris and marks of damage in the central plaza first. Any bots should have long been transferred elsewhere. The Larkinson mech pilots all knew what this meant. The portal is working. Get ready to receive our people. The Larkinsons helpfully gave the accompanying journalists a reminder to record what happened next. A column of Larkinsons spontaneously appeared into view. It was as if an invisible portal had formed where all of the clansmen could march through and show up in the middle of the government district. That's the Patriarch. Vase has returned. He looks much more impressive than before. The rest of our clan has returned as well. The people at the front of this column solely consisted of Larkinsons, though the people that followed after that predominantly consisted of the battle-scarred guard troopers of Davut. The order of the march sent a clear message that it was the Larkinsons that led this parade. For the clan to be able to convince the Davutan soldiers to play along with this arrangement was already remarkable in itself. Even the civilians of the Larkinson clan got to walk in front of the Davutan soldiers. Two prominent individuals led the parade column. Both Vase and Kedis set an easy pace to ensure that the weaker and injured folks could match their pace. It wasn't necessary for the parade to be too neat. The hostages have been freed. A journalist eagerly spoke as more and more people tuned into the news broadcast. After a harrowing day of ambushes, tragedies and instances of heroism, we can finally confirm that we are able to announce that the missing VIPs have returned with their lives intact. We cannot independently confirm this news, but the hostages have managed to free themselves rather than getting ransomed. Other journalists parroted the information they received from the Larkinson clan, though they couldn't help but add their own embellishments. Their words became a lot more enthusiastic once alien captives started to pass through the invisible portal. Each of them still wore their battle suits because they did not breathe the same air as humans, but it was obvious to everyone that they were not humans. Look, the truth has come out. It turned out that Karlach did not plot to attack the citizens of Davut alone, but also colluded with a dastardly group of aliens. Take note of the marking stamped on the armor of the restrained alien captives. Is that a gold cat head? These alien captives have become the Larkinson clan's spoils of war. Each and every one of them bears the same symbol. There is nothing that suggests that any of the prisoners have been allocated to the state or other groups. What happened inside this mysterious space where the Larkinsons had to fight and defeat so many aliens? Even though a lot of other human survivors exited the portal as well, few people paid any attention to them. They had all turned into background characters today as the Larkinsons had clearly taken the lead this time. Chapter 4830 Rambunctious Child. The morning rays of the local star shone through the ultra-dense windows of the bedroom. These rays lit up the people sleeping in the large-sized bed that occupied a prominent position in the chamber. Usually, the bed was occupied by two individuals, but this time was different. After everything that happened just yesterday, the family that had managed to get caught up in several fights all piled up in the same bed and gave in to their exhaustion. Now that they all enjoyed a good night's rest, the Larkinsons who roused themselves from their slumber no longer experienced as much stress and weariness as before. Even the harrowing battles that they had witnessed at much closer distances than was safe no longer remained seared in their minds. The memories had sunk in and the frightening moments no longer haunted them as much. As Vase slowly opened his eyes, he could feel several weights resting on his body. The first one was familiar. Lucky had decided to use his chest as his improvised bed. The gem cat had suffered a nasty blow yesterday and still bore his scars. Vase had no way of repairing his cat. Only Lucky's self-regeneration ability could bring him back to his peak form. That would take time, which meant that the cat would retain his shabby appearance for several weeks. Lucky didn't suffer as much, though. He was a tough little kitty, so he could still bear with his current situation. Much of his damage was confined to his exterior, which did not cripple his functionality in any way aside from lowering his defenses. The other weight on his chest happened to be his middle child. Andraste had gotten absolutely crazy about Katiza's swordsmanship. She wanted to be able to beat up enemies in the exact same fashion when she grew up in the future. Kitis, the red-headed girl murmured as she woke up as well. I want to master the sword as well. Vase made a funny expression. He lifted up his arm to pat his girl on her head. Hey, Kedis may be strong, but she is not your mother. There are other people you can look up to as well, you know. What about me? What about your mother? His daughter pouted. HMPH. I don't want to become a mech designer. It's so boring. I have made up my mind, Papa. I don't need to become a mech pilot anymore. I'll become an awesome swordmaster like Kedis. Who needs a mech when just a sword will do? It will be perfect. Andraste, this is your future that you are talking about. Vase hissed as he grew a bit alarmed at her careless talk. Do not forget that we live in the age of mechs. If you want to beat the strongest enemies, then piloting mechs is the best. With your mother and father taking care of all of your mech needs, we will make sure you will always have the strongest and most suitable machine for you. Keddies can pitch in as well if you insist on specializing in swordsmanship. Your chances of becoming a powerful ace pilot is much higher with the help of our proprietary tech. Swordmasters on the other hand are much more miserable. There are no other sword saints aside from the Heavensward Saint, and even he is just a byproduct from what I have heard. His little girl stayed stubborn. She lifted herself up to a seating position and crossed her arms in imitation of Keddies. You're wrong, Papa. Keddies is so strong that she will blaze a trail for all swordmasters. She will definitely teach me how to become a sword saint and sword god. Vase couldn't help but turn his head towards his wife, who looked just as perplexed as him. It was not easy to temper the outlandish expectations of a young child. That is enough, honey. Gloriana eventually spoke up. You are still a baby. Before you obsess over swordsmanship, you should make sure to keep up with your other studies. Do not think I have overlooked the fact that your grades on your advanced classes have been slipping after you have been training more under Keddies. How do you expect to attend a first-class virtual mech academy if you cannot learn the required math and history classes? I told you already that those classes are boring. No complaints, young lady. I will not allow a child of mine to grow up to become a common thug with a sword such as Venerable Dice. Remember your identity. You are nobler than any other Larkinson. Leadership flows through your blood. If Andraste is to become the future matriarch of our clan, you must ensure that our lineage maintains a firm grip on our power base by becoming its military leader. You should start taking lessons from General Verl as well. You will be inheriting his position once you are ready to take charge. I don't want to be a general. Andraste huffed again. There is nothing good about being a general. Verl doesn't even really fight anymore. He didn't do anything but sit way behind the front lines during yesterday's battle. Instead of charging forward and firing his gun at the evil aliens like Keddies or Papa, he only stood back and kept bossing people around. He's way less awesome. Meow. Lucky echoed as he yawned. Vase groaned. Although he knew he shouldn't take Andraste's childish remarks too seriously, he did not want her to ruin her future opportunities by making rash decisions during a crucial juncture in her life. He reached out and grabbed his daughter so that he could pull her close to him. General Verl is a soldier as well. He fights in a different way than other people. Let go, Papa. I'm not listening. It took quite a bit of strength to keep his rambunctious daughter in place. Despite her small size, her designer genes along with other luxurious enhancements had turned her into quite a hellion. Her density and body weight exceeded that of her older sister already. Vase sighed and hugged his baby daughter tightly. The reason why we prefer that you become a mech officer as well is because we don't want you to follow the orders of someone outside of our immediate family. No matter how loyal General Verl and even blood relatives such as General Ark may be, they can always turn their backs against us at unexpected times. Rather than allow yourself to leave yourself open to such incidents, it is better for you to grasp the necessary power and become the person who is issuing orders to others. I don't need to, Andraste said in a softer tone as she melted in her father's warmth. If I become as strong as Keddies, people will treat me just like how everyone treats god pilots. Aurelia decided to back her up. That's right, sis. Look at how our father and our clan managed to walk all over Davut. We ignored the government's instructions and did not receive any punishment because the officials did not want to make us angry. Do not encourage your younger sister like this. Gloriana pulled back her eldest daughter. What you are talking about is dangerous. It was far too reckless for our clan to defy the authority of an entire state. The short-term ego boost that we have received is not commensurate in value to the retaliation that our clan will endure from the institutions of the government. Vase disagreed with his wife this time. We got way more than an ego boost out of it, honey. We managed to strengthen our reputation and increase our brand awareness. We already enjoy a lot of advantages from cultivating a reputation for being strong and daring, and our successful attempt in bailing out Davut has earned our clan a massive amount of goodwill from other parties. You just talked to the representatives of those important companies and organizations after the end of yesterday's battle. I did not know you intended to rub Davuti's own incompetence back into its face at the time. If I did, I would have stayed by your side and prevented you from letting your bravado get the better of you. Our relations with the new colonial federation will become a lot more estranged as a result. Vase shrugged as he continued to cuddle Andraste. It doesn't matter, I have had it with Davut. As soon as our latest pit stop is over, I am going to take my expeditionary fleet away and never come back. This is the final time I visit this blasted place. What, you can't do that, Vase. Gloriana reacted with shock at his words, causing a bit of distress to both Aurelia and Marvane. What's wrong, Mama? Meow. Vase looked as if he had already set his decision. I am being serious, Gloriana. I already had this idea in mind, and this recent incident is the last straw for me. Davut has given me a reminder that we can never really believe in the promises of states and the people that run them. They are entangled in too many affairs and they always want to take advantage of us somehow. Besides, while Davut may be a good place for us for the time being, that will no longer apply in the future. What do you mean by that, Vase? We are moving up, Vase smirked. Not only are we rapidly improving as mech designers, but we are far ahead of our other peers when it comes to obtaining phase water, alien tech and first-class materials. Our Golden Skull Alliance already possesses the qualifications to hunt down weaker alien warfleets. That doesn't mean it is a good idea to fight those dangerous aliens. Do I need to remind you that our previous battles against alien warships had always been hard-fought victories? We can't become complacent, Gloriana, not if we want to reach a higher station. Vase replied, as long as we continue to upgrade our mechs and starships to quasi-first-class equivalents, we no longer have to bow our heads to ordinary colonial states such as Davut. We can rise above them and do business with them without encountering too many hindrances. It will be a lot more lucrative for us if we continue to roam the new frontier and visit many different places. That has always been the essence of our main fleet. We go wherever we can gain advantages and avoid any places that are detrimental to our interests. Eventually, our fleet will become ready to enter the upper zones. His wife did not agree with what he said at first, but his last sentence caused her to pause. Gloriana yearned to become a first-class mech designer. Almost no one in her position would refuse the opportunity to be promoted to the highest class of mech design. The entry barriers were normally too great for ordinary second-class mech designers. However, with the friendship that Vase had established with Lord Pyrian Yoral Tavik, along with the opportunity to send his children to first-class virtual schools, the Larkinson clan, or at least a part of it, had a realistic chance to succeed in the transition. Forget about Davut, it's not worth your time anymore. Vase continued to persuade her. Our local branch can continue to maintain and expand our interests here. It will always remain a fallback point in case we encounter a major setback and need to retreat to friendly territory. That is the extent of the support that Davut can provide to us. We shouldn't treat it as our main base because we will ultimately be limited by its second-class circumstances. Davut is not completely limited to second-raters, Vase. One of the secrets I have learned while I was socializing with other local socialites is that the founding groups are either first-class organizations or have ties to them. It is not impossible for us to build up a relationship with them and move up this way. Vase gave his wife a flat stare. Why would I do that when I am already in the good graces of the Yoral Tavik clan? Shouldn't we build up more redundancy? You have always been paranoid about becoming overdependent on the goodwill of a single party. You are right, but that doesn't invalidate my point. There is no reason to put too much stock in Davut. Chapter 4831. Handling dossiers. Vase and his little family freshened up for the day and finished their sumptuous breakfast. Each of the survivors of the alien abduction event gained an entirely new appreciation of the simpler pleasures in life. It had only been less than a day where they had been deprived of the ability to choose when to eat and when to use the bathroom. While the Larkinsons not only managed to get free while suffering minimal losses, they also harvested an immense amount of gains from this incident. Already the news portals went abuzz with what the Larkinsons had done. From deploying powerful mechs such as the Everchanger to quickly resolve the rampaging war beasts that had been let loose on the streets to massacring thousands of hidden aliens that had supposedly taken over a pocket space that Davut never discovered, the buzz surrounding the Larkinson clan propelled its reputation to another peak. When Vase separated from his wife and children and calmly headed over to the main office of his royal mansion, his personal assistant prepared an entire stack of dossiers. You know, Benny, I originally intended to take a day off. Vase said in a weary tone. You really shouldn't, boss. Too much has happened and everyone is running around trying to put out all of the ongoing fires. I do not think that the new Colonial Federation will like it if we continue to delay their pressing matters for another day. Vase stood in front of the tall windows that gave him a decent view of the surrounding forest and the taller city structures in the distance. Kotor City still enforced a form of pseudo-martial law at this stage. The colonial government clearly did not want to drive all of the party-goers away, but it also had an obligation to guarantee the safety of everyone in its domain. The military and the assisting third parties had already wiped out the immediate threats, but the security holes that allowed the Karloks to launch their novel surprise attack in the remnants of the Peskin race to kidnap the VIPs needed to be closed. A lot of engineers employed or contracted by the state were in the process of going over every crucial security and protection system. They needed to manually check for any forms of sabotage and subversion, putting extra effort into investigating how the attackers managed to disable the well-protected warp interdiction field generators. Only after plugging these critical gaps would Davut have the confidence to kick off its much-anticipated festival. Vase frowned when he heard this news. The colonial government is still insisting on holding a week-long celebration. A lot of people died. Entire streets in the government district turned into war zones. It is exactly because so many negative incidents occurred that Davut is eager to turn the page. That president is really clever, boss. He pinned all of the blame on Karlok and even took advantage of our victory in that pocket space to claim that his new colonial state had managed to come out on top. He's desperate to keep Davut together. Do you remember that the VIPs of 2 of the seating blocks got wiped out in an instant? The organizations they led are pissed, leaderless and probably about to collapse. Uname's Clive is personally intervening to prop them all up and prevent them from going bankrupt and so on. It is a huge mess as those organizations aren't so eager to cooperate with the state that failed their leaders. A complex expression appeared on Vess's face. He was one of the few individuals who figured out that the targeting of those seating blocks was not random. Vase and Calabast had no way to determine how extensively the conspirators within the colonial government colluded with Karlich's saboteurs. The fact that those odd and powerful war beasts immediately spat out devastating energy beams in the direction of Block M and so on indicated that this was not a simple matter of pulling a few plugs. He shook his head. The depth of this conspiracy went so deep that it was far too dangerous for the Larkinsons to get involved. His clan may have been on the rise, but it stood no chance against established old galaxy powers such as the Clive Consortium. Besides, the Larkinsons did not stand to gain any benefits from following up on this matter. Vase had already decided to leave Davut and never return, so there was no point in getting entangled over its internal affairs. The only clansmen who needed to be concerned about the follow-up were the ones that had transferred to the Davut branch or the new military division led by General Ark Larkinson. Vase did not really care about what the Davut branch decided to do. He had already set them loose in his heart. The clan was already in the process of completing the administrative and legal reforms that would officially grant the side branch more autonomy in exchange for receiving less support from the main branch. It was all part of the new proliferation strategy that would ultimately spread the Larkinsons across the Red Ocean. The clan might not be able to build a strong regional stronghold by pursuing a strategy of geographic diversification. Once Vase had enough of the view, he returned to his desk and sat down onto his chair. He was ready to get to business. Alright, let's start. What do I need to take care of first? There are a number of documents that you need to sign. So much had happened yesterday that different arms of the government had sent a lot of paperwork to the Larkinson clan. They mostly pertain to the defense of the government district. The Larkinson mechs on the scene had saved many lives but also broke a lot of laws in the process. Of course, there was no way that Davut would ever go after the Larkinson clan for defending the citizens of the state, but the proper procedures still needed to be followed. Vase found that there were surprisingly little documents related to the pocket space. The only ones he had to sign were provisional non-disclosure agreements that would have to be renegotiated in the future. Although Vase did not want the government to shut him up, the contract terms were remarkably gentle, so he did not mind throwing Davut a bone. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already been working throughout the night to handle our communications with the government. Gavin Newman reported, "You do not need to waste your time on these matters. As far as our clan as a whole is concerned, Davut has dropped the ball to such an awful extent that it owes a lot of compensation to us. What helps our case is that we are not alone in this. Every major stakeholder of Davut who sent their representatives to the founding ceremony are just as angry as, if not more. Right now, we are united in our dissatisfaction with the government. If President Uname's Clive doesn't take us seriously enough, more investors will get fed up to the point where they will pull out of his state." That had already started to happen according to Gavin. Not everyone was as brave as the Larkinsons. To many of these pampered and high-born leaders, getting caught in the middle of the battlefield was an enormously traumatic experience. When Vase requested a list of organizations that had already published their intention to divest their holdings in Davut, he learned that over 24 different companies had already begun this process. The colonial government was likely working extremely hard to convince these stakeholders to change their mind. The danger was that the sentiment would spread. If too many companies decided that Davut wasn't safe enough anymore, then the panic might spread, causing the state to lose support for its upcoming war against the purported perpetrators of the surprise attack. As you can already imagine, the colonial administration is prioritizing its talks with our clan a lot. President Unames Clive insists on scheduling a meeting with you within the next 2 days. He wants to close a deal with us before the festival begins. Vase directed a grim look at his assistant. I am not in the mood to talk to that bastard. Can we postpone this meeting until after the festival has passed? I do not think that is a viable option for us, Gavin advised. One of the reasons why we need to sign a new agreement is to settle the matter of the Peskins that we have claimed as our prisoners. While we managed to get them past the Davutan soldiers and stuff them in the holding cells beneath our compound, the legality of what we have done is extremely dubious. Davut is well within its rights to barge into our cat nest and gun the Peskin captives down without giving us a chance to protect our new property. The Big Two heavily frowns on keeping indigenous aliens alive. That was indeed a serious concern. Vase did not want to break the promise he had made to the Peskins regardless of whether they were aliens. Of course, he still didn't take the threat of government intervention too seriously. Any sign of overbearing behavior would completely crush its efforts to establish a free trade hub where any company could engage in honest business without needing to worry about arbitrary laws and unfair treatment. It was still better to resolve disagreements through mutual talks rather than unilateral action. Vase and the Larkinsons had tested the patience of the colonial state numerous times already. Going overboard would cause his reputation to deteriorate as more and more people assumed he was petty, childish and vindictive. Fine, Vase conceded. Schedule meetings with both the president and the MTA. We need to get both of them off our backs. Although he was not in the mood to negotiate with President Unames Clive once again, the dynamic of the upcoming talks would definitely be completely different from before. This time, the Larkinson clan unquestionably held the upper hand. Davut needed to grovel even harder to retain the approval of the people who played a starring role in resolving the serious crises that broke out yesterday. Did you hear any news about the pocket space that has fallen into the lap of Davut? There are a lot of unverified rumors flying around, but nothing solid as of yet. The personal assistant replied, it is far too early for the official institutions to announce anything regarding this huge surprise. I think that the colonial administration is already trying to persuade the MTA to turn the pocket space into a territory of Davut. Even if the government has succeeded in these talks, it might take months for the details of this possible agreement to leak to the public. The Davutans want to keep the Karloks in the dark as long as possible. I wouldn't be surprised if the center of the government district turns into a forbidden land. Unames Clive should give our clan a lot of remuneration for helping his colonial state claim an invaluable pocket space. We may not have discovered it, but we helped to conquer it from the Peskins without causing our side to incur excessive losses. I will be sure to pass that on to our negotiators. The upcoming war will become even hotter than before because of this. Vase grumbled. Karlok is bound to grow so jealous that its leaders have little choice but to take over this port system or die trying. There were so many repercussions to yesterday's events that Vase couldn't keep up with it all. The Krakatoa Middle Zone would soon get embroiled in a war that would inevitably produce a lot of losses. Meanwhile, humanity's war against the native aliens continued to get stalled as the defenders finally got their act together. The aliens who used to treat each other as rivals had finally begun to settle their differences and join forces in order to unite against the human invaders. Chapter 4832 Getting up to date. Vase needed to make a lot of important decisions after his return. The day had just started and already more and more dossiers fell onto his desk. His subordinates had already analyzed the pros and cons of many plans and favored many specific decisions. They just needed to check whether the patriarch of their clan approved of their initiatives. Though Vase had already granted his chief ministers and other important leaders a lot of autonomy, what happened with Ark Larkinson was a warning of what might happen if no one kept these people in check. For better or worse, Vase needed to take back some of the reins and exert more oversight over the people he empowered to make decisions for the clan. This was not a trivial change. The clan had grown to the size of a small city-state up to this point. The sheer amount of departments that rose up during this time had become massive entities that spent thousands of MTA credits like running water. It was impossible for Vase to zoom in and devote his precious time on every single affair, so he still needed to rely on trusty assistants like Gavin and his team to filter all of the irrelevant crap and pass on all of the truly important stuff. Vase had already given his assistant an order to present a broad and varied selection of dossiers that provided an up-to-date snapshot of what was taking place in the clan these days. It took several hours to patiently go over these dossiers. Vase began to learn more and more about the happenings surrounding the individual mech legions, the clan administration, the Larkinson Biotech Institute and many other departments and daughter organizations. He learned plenty of interesting developments that he hadn't been aware of in the past. He would have never thought that all of this had begun to happen if he did not specifically request an update rather than let his subordinates make all of the decisions under the supervision of the chief ministers. What is this about our local mech academy becoming an official affiliate of the federal military of Davut? Vase questioned in a suspicious tone. Oh, that. It is a recent change made with the help of General Ark Larkinson. Gavin explained. The mech academy that we have founded on the outskirts of Davut hasn't been operating that long, but the extensive use of war squires and the mental simulation training system has caused its mech cadets to improve at a rapid rate. During many periodic contests where mech cadets from different schools compete against each other, the cadets of our first star mech academy have consistently won. It has made our school a lot more popular to the point where the local military has gained a strong interest. So what? The newly named federal military wants to take over my mech academy, just like that? Vase grew upset. I funded the establishment of this mech academy early on so that it could turn into an in-house talent factory for our clan. We invested in expansive and superior facilities so that its graduates have become so well versed in piloting the mechs of our clan. The ultimate purpose is to provide us with lots of ready-made mech pilots that can instantly slot into our Larkinson army. Now you are telling me that Davut wants to subvert one of my prime sources of mech pilots. Gavin blinked. He did not realize that a mere mech academy played such an important role to Vase. Perhaps many other Larkinsons dismissed the local mech academy as a side venture. It is not unusual for states to sponsor mech academies that it has faith in. The assistant replied, military academies do not always have to be wholly owned by the militaries they are tied to. It is much more common for the military to only become partially involved, and that is exactly the case for the first star mech academy. Vase grimaced even further. How much of its budget is the government prepared to subsidize? 30%. Too much. I am not going to let these Davutans use their money, instructors and other resources to claim all of the best graduates for themselves. Limit the funding to 20% and make sure that the federal military can only make suggestions with regards to the curriculum and teaching methods of our mech academy. Those are heavy changes, boss. Gavin said with a serious expression. You will be overriding the agreements that the Davut branch has already made with the relevant institutions. You can't just do that without suffering serious consequences. Vase snorted. I don't give a damn what the government thinks. They should keep their grubby hands away from our mech academy. It may be based on this planet, but that doesn't mean the local branch can treat it like any other side business. You may think that I am being overdramatic with regards to a simple school, but it is part of a deliberate strategy to reduce our dependence on external recruitment to replenish and expand our ranks of mech pilots. Rather than continuing to rely on recruiting random batches of mech pilots with lots of random skill sets, it is better to start early and focus on recruiting mech pilots that are not only familiar with our approach to mech combat, but are also compatible with our values. For example, we need to focus on acquiring more personnel that are open to living the spaceborne life. I see. I will make sure to pass that on to the Education Ministry. No, I should probably pay it a visit so that I can make sure to convey your policies and stances in person. We should draw up a framework and clarify that all of the mech academies that we run in the future will also prioritize the needs of our fleet over more local concerns. That is the kind of initiative that I am looking for in a handy helper, Benny. Make sure this is the only time I encounter this problem. Manpower is important, and our internal training is not enough to meet our future needs. With the way we are going, we will probably expand explosively in the future. I don't want our growth to be limited by a lack of preparation. Once he handled this matter, Vase directed his attention to other important affairs. After going through a number of minor dossiers that did not really matter too much to Vase, he finally encountered another topic that interested him a bit more. Ah, the Murphy family. I haven't seen this name in a while. What is up with them? Are there any developments in our relationship with our clan and their shipyards? Gavin nodded. First, let me remind you that while Murphy and Sons currently operate 2 orbital shipyards, of which one of them is rated for capital ships, the government has already begun to help the company build 2 more capital-grade shipyards. It will take time for the Murphys to construct 4 ships at a time, but by then they will be able to work on 4 starships at a time. I already know that. What is new? Well, the Murphy family wants to collaborate with our clan on co-developing a new line of starships. The Murphy family members believe that they can combine their competitive advantages with ours to develop starships that not only fit our needs the best, but also turn into viable and more profitable starships. That certainly sounded ambitious. We don't have a strong shipbuilding tradition, Benny. We may have the diligent Ovenbird, but that is far from enough. Let me guess what these Murphys want. They want me to combine my glows with their starships. The Murphy family has seen how well glows can work in jointly developed mechs such as the pacifier. For example, if you can employ totems in a clever manner to improve the effective performance of a starship, the Murphys can increase her sale value without increasing her production cost by too much. Their shipbuilding company is already known for building conservative but affordable starships. Take a look at one of the concept blueprints they sent with their offer. Though Vase couldn't care less about the petty profits that his clan could make by helping Murphy and Sons beat the competition, he became a lot more interested as soon as his assistant mentioned the word blueprint. Perhaps the Murphys knew the Larkinson patriarch so well that they already knew that technical designs were bound to attract his interest. Show me, Vase ordered. A new projection came to life that displayed an annotated schematic and virtual model of such a starship. The fake vessel was clearly modified from an existing design, but the interior featured a large number of small and subtle modifications that drastically altered the livability and operations of the concept ship. These Murphys have certainly done their homework, but the ship design was radical in how thoroughly it integrated glows. The schematic showed a simple combat carrier that relied on hundreds of totems to provide many different glow effects. For example, the exterior was covered by a large array of totems that could produce disorientation glows. This would help the starship repel enemy intruders that managed to get too close to the hull for their own good. Totems of loofah covered the infirmaries as well as certain pilot-ready rooms so that they could give people peace. Certain meeting rooms tried to do the opposite and get people riled up instead. Totems of Zygra or Bravo made sure that mech pilots and other personnel became more ready and eager to fight. There were many more examples like these throughout the entire hull of the concept starship. Vase admired the gumption of those who worked on the design. Even the resident shipwrights of the Larkinson clan had never proposed to go this far in integrating glows into starships. As much as Vase was interested to see how such a ship would work out in practice, he reluctantly shook his head. No, we will not work on this project. Very well. Are you willing to disclose the reasons why so that we can explain to one of our shipbuilding partners why we are unwilling to cooperate on a joint project? It's not that hard to guess. Vase replied in a bored tone. First, the Murphys get way more out of this deal than us. They have every reason to cooperate with us, but the same is not true in reverse. We are no longer dependent on a single shipbuilding company to supply us with additional starships. That may be true to an extent, but every capital ship counts. I do not deny that, but I don't want us to get taken advantage of by the Murphys. Besides, the amount of totems required to produce enough glows to cover much of the internal spaces of a starship is excessive. Even if one of our craftsmen employed by the Creation Association has figured out the knack for mass-producing totems, they are not commodities. What if these totems of yours can be mass-produced in the future? Then my answer would still be no. Vase replied. Glows should not be abused to this extent. Constant exposure to them can damage the sanity of any ordinary person. What do you think will happen if they are constantly exposed to the same influences on a constant basis? It will distort their personalities and who knows what else. I didn't expect a glow merchant like you to hold such a stance. His personal assistants reacted with surprise. It is fine to make widespread use of glows in mech combat and other specific work circumstances. However, it should always be used in moderation, as I do not want mech pilots to become dependent on this gimmick. They should be able to function well enough without them. This is why I have always made sure that the mechs of the Larkinson army can still put up a good fight even if they lose all of their glows one day. I see. Chapter 4833 Deserved Reward. Vase enjoyed catching up with the developments of the clan. By reading about various proposals and developments that pertain to many different departments of his clan, he gained a much better understanding of where his people stood. There were hardly any mentions of setbacks and regressions. Many documents painted a rosy picture for his clan. Every department experienced growth in one form or another. From greater funding to access to better resources, hardly any part of the Larkinson clan remained static. As much as Vase wanted to continue to sign off on documents or issue verbal orders on what must be done, he could not remain in his office all day. He refused to remain detached from the happenings of his own clan. Before he did anything else, he first decided to visit the extensive hospital built underneath the cat nest. This medical facility was much larger and more expansive than was strictly necessary. Many of the rooms remained empty and off-limits as the clan simply did not have as many injured clansmen to treat for the time being. That might change if the Larkinsons lost a major battle, but that had yet to happen. Right now, the Larkinson clan only had a modest amount of sick and wounded people. Vase had come to check up on a single patient. "How is she?" Vase asked the resident doctor who was in charge of the relevant individual's treatment. "She is doing well, Patriarch," the doctor replied. "Her wounds are severe, but none of them are insurmountable to heal. The injuries to the legs are the most serious, but her organs are mostly intact. Her highly protective combat armor along with her augmented resilience have done much to prevent her injuries from deteriorating right away when getting struck by transphasic attacks." The senior hospital directors working for Freewell Medical Services still know their craft and have done a marvelous job at keeping her stabilized under less than ideal conditions. All of these factors suggest that she will make a full recovery. Vase believed the woman. As a former citizen of the Life Research Association, she knew more about these matters than many other doctors. "That is great news. Can she receive visitors?" "It is not recommended, but it should be fine given her robust health." Once he knew it was okay to visit, Vase entered the recovery room and examined Nida's current state. His chief bodyguard was in a better condition than he expected. He expected her to look mangled and wrapped in lots of thick bandages, but the doctors had already addressed a lot of potentially serious injuries. Faye Nida was one of the earlier people that Vase recruited. This was because she was a Kinner. The former members of the Kinner tribe had always remained a strange bunch in the clan. They inherited unusual notions of loyalty that made them absolutely reliable once they pledged their oaths to their new employers. Vase took a lot of reassurance in them. It was why he played favorites with the battle criers by allowing this odd Mech legion to form the Nullifier Battalion. This was a fairly recent development, though. For all of the loyalty and commitment shown by the Kinners, Vase had neglected them for years. As the clan grew in strength and scope, Vase gained more confidence in the loyalty of his regular troops. There did not seem to be a need to put too much stock in the reliability of the Kinners as the Larkinson network ensured that every clansman was loyal by default. He knew better these days. Certain recent events had given him a much better appreciation of the Kinners within his clan. Separated from their tribe they may be, they had taken strong measures to ensure they could continue to practice their distinct cultural customs even if they were hundreds of thousands of light years away from the third-rate state they once called home. Nida slowly opened up her eyes. Her eyes remained strong and alert as ever even when she was confined to her bed. "Sir, you did a good job, Nida." Vase shut her up by placing his hand on her strong shoulder. "I regret that you had to be put in a vanguard position in the first place. I also should have invested in better combat gear from the start. You do not have to apologize for that, sir." Vase did not know how much it helped, but he tried to soften the blow by not casting any blame. His honor guards had made the most out of an awful situation as far as he was concerned. "How many have fallen?" 5 of your colleagues have perished while several more have sustained serious injuries. The good news is that the latter should be able to get back up sooner or later. This also goes for you, Nida." The woman minutely nodded. "Understood. The honor guards will need to draw from their pool of reservists. Elite infantry soldiers are not difficult to come by, so your security detail should never be compromised. Our clan should have taken our guards and infantry units more seriously a lot sooner." Vase sighed. "While I cannot spare much personal attention to you all, I am not short on funding. I will make sure to increase the budgets and set more ambitious goals for the relevant units. Mechs may be the bread and butter for our clan, but our infantry must never fall too far behind." That put a smile on his head bodyguard's expression. "We shall be able to protect you much more effectively if that is the case. That is not the extent of what I am offering to my most important guards. Starting with you, I will provide every honor guard with a companion spirit if possible. That truly startled her. Her tall body shifted on the bed. We do not require any gifts. There is no need for you to go through such effort to form a precious companion spirit in my head. As his bodyguard who stuck with him in many different settings, Nida undoubtedly learned a lot of different secrets. She practically knew him better than Gloriana due to her constant shadowing. Still, much of the information that she learned was based on false or biased sources. She still lacked a thorough understanding of companion spirits if she thought that the cost was so great. Vase had other reasons to hold back the propagation of companion spirits. He did not want to get swamped by tedious work that was not directly related to mech design. He had already tasked the Tea Institute to work on a means of mass-producing special fruits that could plant companion spirit seeds inside everyone's inner self. This project was far from finished, however. This left Vase with the option to personally install companion spirits inside the heads of a relatively small and controllable group of individuals. It just so happened that the shock to the honor guards came at a good time. The offer to supply them with companion spirits did not sound sketchy at all after a serious incident. Right now, the act of implanting a companion spirit in a human with weak spirituality was highly troublesome. Vase was banking on another possible research project under the Tea Institute that could resolve this particular issue, but that was a matter for the future. He first swept the body of his new patient for anything negative or harmful. Of course, the doctors had been thorough enough to treat all manner of minor ailments. Vase just wanted to be sure that nothing could mess up the companion spirit creation process. He smiled at her. All right, everything seems fine, so let us proceed with the design stage. You've seen my companion spirit and that of others many times. Each one is unique. It all depends on the ingredients I use and the conceptual design I use. Each of them can grow over time so that they can adapt to your needs, so don't worry about whether your spirit is weak in the beginning. Sharpie, for example, synergizes so well with Katiza's swordsmanship that the combination of both has produced incredible power. It will be difficult for you to replicate those circumstances. I am aware, Nida wearily said. I have attended the swordsmanship classes organized by the Heavenswarders in the past. I have discovered that I do not have the talent for it and that my foundation is already incompatible with this discipline. That's a shame. Vase sighed. I think it would be better if you can train in the marksmanship equivalent of traditional swordsmanship, but if any of it even exists, I haven't found it yet. Let's stop worrying about enhancing your direct combat power and look towards synergies instead. What do you think you are lacking in and what abilities would you like to obtain? Try not to ask for anything too extravagant because spirits cannot easily affect the material dimensions. As his chief bodyguard, Nida had witnessed many different companion spirits. She often fantasized about gaining her own one after seeing the likes of Blinky and Alexandria. I have an idea, she said as she became more animated despite her injured state. I do not need a boost in combat power. Your gear and my skill can take care of that. I need to detect or foresee potential threats that cannot be discovered through ordinary means. You will meet many powerful people in the future and not all of them have good intentions in mind. If you can make a companion spirit for me that can help us obtain advance warning, we can avoid dangers such as what we experienced yesterday. That is a good idea, Vase admitted. Let me think for a moment. You have an extraordinary ability, right? Since your nose has always been so sensitive, let me see if we can crank that up. I think it will become especially helpful when those cultist bastards finally manage to sneak into the Red Ocean in greater numbers. They have always been good at hiding themselves and they'll be able to slip past the strict security checks of the Big Two sooner or later. One of the main reasons he left the old galaxy with so much enthusiasm was because he wanted to get rid of the entanglement of the Five Scrolls Compact. Unfortunately, he knew in his heart that this was only a temporary solution. Though he managed to buy a lot of valuable time in which he used to propel his Larkinson clan into the big leagues, the chances of bumping into hidden compact cultists became increasingly greater. Vase needed to prepare a lot of countermeasures in order to avoid their pursuit. Sticking to a mobile fleet that could move to distant and highly obscure places helped a lot, but he could not avoid the necessity of interacting with human society. He already had an appointment to attend an important conference organized by the survivalist faction, for example. Vase and Nida exchanged a few ideas and slowly formulated a concept that fit well with Nida's personality and special talent. The projected sketch displayed a bloodhound. She was dark red in color and resembled a scent hound in shape and proportions. This was a deliberate design choice as the dog was all about detecting danger, possibly by scent. Naturally, Vase did not expect this companion spirit to perceive material scents, but rather more esoteric ones. In order to realize and empower the detection capabilities of this special hound, he needed to make it out of suitable resources. Aside from relying on my own spiritual energy, I should also make use of ingredients taken from the Solemn Guardian and Ilvain. Vase decided. The former doesn't sound very useful at first, but he fits extremely well with your character and will possibly allow you to attune yourself to me even better. The latter can gather future information. He should be able to provide your hound with the key ability she needs to perceive threats that aren't obvious on the surface. His bodyguard had no expertise in this matter and straightforwardly agreed to Ves's proposal. Vase grinned. Great, I will make your companion spirit right away. You'll be able to acclimatize with it as you recover from your injuries. Chapter 4834 The Sensitive Hound. Even though Vase did not treat this as a critical project, he still took the time to do it right. This was the first companion spirit he made after a long time. Much had changed since that time. He recently completed a comprehensive evolution that not only turned him into a phase lord but also boosted his spirituality to a new height. He completed a lot of interesting projects and improved many aspects of his spiritual engineering. He became exposed to many new and interesting phenomena that allowed him to harvest a lot of useful insights. All of these gains and more granted him much greater confidence in his ability to implant useful companion spirits into other people. No matter whether they possessed active spiritualities or not, Vase would find a way. After all, if he had been able to grant companion spirits to his unborn children, then doing the same to a bunch of average people should not be challenging. What played in Nida's favor was that she was one of the few people who possessed active spiritualities. Her strength in this aspect was not strong when he initially found her. A secret splinter organization affiliated with the Five Scrolls Compact had experimented on her and many other people, causing her ability to smell certain spiritual properties to become abnormally strong. Years of spending time in an unusual organization like the Larkinson clan had grown her spirituality by a lot. Vase theorized that frequent exposure to spiritual entities along with other forms of spiritual stimulation had caused his bodyguard to exercise her spiritual muscle, for lack of a better term. Once Vase harvested a couple of spiritual fragments from the Solemn Guardian in Ilvain, he brought out Blinky and instructed his own companion spirit to get to work. Moreau tilde. There were many circumstances where Blinky could offer no assistance, but this was not one of them. Vase had originally created Blinky to augment his spiritual engineering endeavors, and creating a new companion spirit definitely qualified. Compared to where Vase manually cut into people's spiritualities and messed around until a part of themselves transformed into semi-autonomous spiritual entities, Blinky could perform the same procedures with much greater finesse. Moreau. The cat's remarkable affinity with spiritual energy allowed him to skillfully manipulate Nida's spirit while inflicting as little harm as possible. Though there was no way to avoid causing pain akin to an enormous migraine, Nida gritted her teeth and relied on her willpower and training to remain as calm as possible. It will take a little longer than I initially expected. Vase reassured his struggling guard. Your spirit is stronger and more resilient than I expected, which is good news because your new gift will have a higher starting point. The only trouble is that Blinky has to put more effort into cutting and reshaping parts of your inner self. Please bear with it, you will get your new hound soon enough. Both Vase and Nida sighed in relief as Blinky finished much of the rough cutting and shaping work. It was at this point that Vase added the spiritual fragments that concentrated the energies donated by both the Solemn Guardian and Ilvain. As old humanoid design spirits, both of them got along with each other remarkably well. They were old friends who graced the earlier glow mechs that Vase had designed and introduced with great fanfare back when he was still an apprentice mech designer. Although the two older design spirits lacked the strength and extraordinary abilities of the likes of the Superior Mother and the Phase King, Vase never questioned their utility. Not all powers had to be flashy or attention-grabbing. Breaking up the spiritual fragments and merging the shards with the new spiritual construct proceeded smoothly enough. He recently understood that attributes mattered and that it was not that simple to merge contradictory or opposite attributes together. While it was not impossible to fuse light and dark, life and death and other opposing concepts together, Vase had to be more creative and create a logical construct that could harmoniously fuse them together. It was like the time he created the Ouroboros. He imbued the mech with the opposing concepts of life and death by imagining it as a cycle. It was one of the chief reasons why he chose that particular name for the first-class mech. Fortunately for Vase, the domains of the Solemn Guardian and Ilvain were not incompatible with each other. At best, they had little to no intersection, which meant that they did not naturally clash when squashed together. The challenge was to draw out the strengths of both design spirits while also creating greater combinations that produced fantastic synergies. Vase and Blinky tried their best to come up with such synergies, but they hadn't been able to do much due to lack of resources. He knew that if he wanted to make this companion spirit start off on a stronger and more robust footing, he would have to expand its capacity by feeding it with a moderate amount of universal life energy. As much as Vase cared about his bodyguards and his safety, the universal life energy derived from high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum was still a finite resource. He was too reluctant to make such a heavy investment even if it benefited him in various ways. Eventually, his cheapskate tendencies won out as he decided not to draw on that particular precious resource. This decision may cause Nida's initial companion spirit to start off weak, but it was not as if there was much of a hurry to create the strongest spiritual hound right away. If the compact needed to take its time to infiltrate the new frontier, then Nida would have plenty of years to slowly train and shape her companion spirit to sniff out the most acute threats to his life in advance. Let's keep it simple for the time being. He decided to focus on imbuing Nida's companion spirit with 3 potential abilities that fit the themes and design of the scent hound. The first and most obvious ability was scent detection, which Vase clearly derived from Nida's own inherent talent. Its name said it all and was expressly designed to sniff out spiritual threats in the imaginary realm. The exact mechanics behind this ability was complicated and even Vase did not fully understand the theory. He just created a basic scaffold and hoped that his intent behind this aspect would guide the companion spirit's growth into filling all of the gaps. The second ability was danger premonition. This was an attempt to narrow and specialize the small part of Ilvain that Blinky blended into the companion spirit. Vase knew from working with Ilvain that predicting the future was incredibly vague and complicated. It was also extremely resource-intensive on top of that. There was no way that Nida's companion spirit could endure so much work without getting exhausted in an instant. This was why Vase heavily limited the scope and made sure that the hound's predictive talent only manifested in the form of detecting danger in advance. Just like in the previous case, Vase did not have a good idea on how to implement it, so he merely programmed what little parameters he could set at this time and hoped that the companion spirit's organic growth would do the rest of the work. The final ability drew from both Nida and the Solemn Guardian. Vase called it bonded loyalty and its purpose was obvious. It would allow the companion spirit to form a permanent spiritual bond with Vase that was oriented around loyalty and protection. Vase was able to add a lot more details to this ability because he had plenty of existing examples to work with. While it sounded rather redundant at first because the Larkinsons were already connected to each other via the Larkinson network, bonded loyalty possessed its own specialties. For one, the new spiritual bond granted Nida a good idea on Ves's health and location. The Larkinson network already accomplished this, but if it ever became compromised or unavailable in any way, then Nida could still rely on her own companion spirit to seek out Vase no matter the circumstances. Another area in which bonded loyalty was supposed to distinguish itself was the ability to apply all of the companion spirit's other abilities on Vase as a focus. For example, instead of using danger premonition to detect threats directed at Nida herself, the companion spirit should instead be able to detect danger directed towards Vase instead. This could become an extremely potent capability in the future. If Nida's companion spirit became a lot stronger, it may be possible for her to offer direct protection to Vase by incurring damage on his behalf. These were all fantasies for the moment, but Vase did not hesitate to imprint his dreams and expectations onto the companion spirit. This would serve as a rough guide and growth target for the new spiritual hound. There was not much of a reason for Vase to hold back in making choices. He tried his best to give his children the freedom to make their own choices, but he did not have to restrain himself when he worked on his subordinates. "It's almost done, there. Good work, Blinky." Murrow. Blinky arrogantly dove out of Nida's head. His craftsmanship and control over spiritual energy was impeccable as always. After twirling around in the air, the Star Cat returned to Vase and fell into slumber again. The lucky recipient experienced a lot of new sensations this time. Not only was she suffering from the mental pain from having the most essential part of herself get carved into a different shape, the new companion spirit that her liege had bestowed her entered life in an abrupt and confusing manner. Woof! Just as Vase envisioned her, a red spiritual hound gradually floated out of Nida's head. The guard may have witnessed plenty of companion spirits in the past, but this was the first time that a spirit of her own emerged in front of her eyes. The double perspective along with the massively better spiritual senses of her new companion spirit was making her dizzy. She was unable to process the sheer amount of observation data that poured into her mind. Vase pressed his hand on her shoulder. Breathe, Nida. Don't try to take it all by yourself. Let your new hound process the input by herself. That is what she is for. She may be an evolved part of your spirit, but she is also a life form that possesses her own form of life. The advice he provided to her helped with acclimating to her new and highly unusual spiritual state. Wonder appeared in her eyes as she became more and more engrossed by the huge amount of stimuli that her hound was able to collect. It is so magical. She has just been born, but she can already distinguish smells at a much greater sensitivity than my old self. Nida said as she conveyed real emotion. It is too much for me. Your scent alone overwhelms everything else. I am sure that will be fixed over time. Have you thought of a name for your companion spirit? Nida didn't hesitate in the slightest. Siobhan. She is called Siobhan. All right, it's your choice. Vase patiently gave her a lecture on how she should interact with her companion spirit, what she should do to stimulate Siobhan's growth and what she should do when encountering different types of spiritual life forms. Siobhan's birth may have granted you a lot of useful capabilities, but it has also exposed you to a layer of competition that can be extremely dangerous to you. He warned, there are predators lurking in dimensions that previously had nothing to do with you. That has changed. Be sure to do everything you can to promote the growth of your companion spirit. All it takes is to engage in activities that align with her attributes. I understand. You will not find me wanting. His bodyguard vowed. Chapter 4835 Contrite President obtaining a new companion spirit was anything but simple. Vase was afraid that he had delayed Nida's recovery process by another week or so. She still bore the spiritual scars from getting cut by Blinky, and the nature of her new spiritual side fed her with an overwhelming amount of sensory data. Nonetheless, all of this suffering was worth the reward. Once Nida got back in action, she would become his most alert guard. He would gladly trade 100 guards just to get a single copy of her because the ability to detect dangers in advance could save him a lot of trouble. Before he left the recovery room to give Nida the time to explore her new reward, she raised her strong arm and beckoned him to stop. Sir, before you go, I have one more request. Vase looked intrigued. The honor guards deserve to have their own companion spirits. Nida said, they will become stronger and more useful to you if you augment them like you have done with me. It would be too much of a waste to leave them incapable of defending you in this manner. He smiled back at her. Don't worry, I already had this in mind. I am currently too busy to attend them in person, but I will get around to it once I have cleared my workload. I can promise you that every member of my honor guard will have their own companion spirits within the month. I can spare at least that much time and resources for them. Their new gifts might not be as notable as yours, but in time their second selves will most definitely be able to gain a formidable amount of strength. That is all of the reassurance that I need. It was worthwhile for Vase to augment his full complement of honor guards. The workload was not excessive, and he would be able to gain a lot of strong guards that could fight and handle different problems in a much more adept manner than before. They would also become utterly unique and produce unexpected surprises that might be helpful in a future crisis. Vase already formed a rudimentary plan on how to approach this issue. If he varied the design and capabilities of all of these companion spirits, then he would be able to produce an incredible variety of new and unusual abilities. Mixing them and grouping them in different combinations would allow him to create different action teams that could perform a lot of difficult tasks. If any of the new abilities caught his interest, then he could study their template and replicate them in his other projects. The only danger was that certain configurations might not work out as well. If Vase screwed up in any way, then one of his test subjects might end up with relatively poor abilities or awful synergy. Wait, why should I treat my best guards as my test subjects when I already have more disposal ones at hand? Vase and the researchers of the T Institute had been experimenting with granting different spiritual abilities to the Pokladan prisoners that his clan had captured years ago. Many of them gained a lot of random companion spirits that started out as blank slates but eventually developed spiritual abilities that evolved in a completely natural fashion. This was how they were originally meant to be used. There was no point in experimenting on alien test subjects if his clan was not going to make any practical use of the research results. I don't have to confine this application to my honor guards. Vase could bestow specific companion spirit templates onto the most suitable recipients depending on their vocations and talents. For example, he could work together with Calabas to set up a premier infiltration team. The members of this team would have companion spirits geared towards infiltration, detection, mental manipulation and other shadowy powers. He could bestow companion spirits to talented mech pilots such as Lainey Larkinson. He already thought about granting them spirits with abilities such as prediction, spatial awareness, mental defense and more. He could also provide companion spirits to all of his journeyman mech designers and a number of his more talented and promising apprentices. The workers he liked, such as his former students, could clearly benefit from having spiritual helpers that possessed complementary powers related to their specializations. All of this would take time and effort as well as proven templates. If he had existing examples to work with, then he wouldn't be shooting in the dark all of the time. He could make better use of the Pocladons and now the Peskins if that was the case. Both species were humanoid aliens that somewhat resembled Homo sapiens. Even if there were many differences, they wouldn't have that much of an impact from a spiritual perspective. Vase eagerly wanted to invest more time on this proposal, but he still had many other obligations. The biggest event of the day was meeting with President Unames Clive once again. This time, the two didn't meet with lots of fanfare and pageantry. The time for empty showmanship was over and it wasn't suitable to act in a high-profile fashion while the new colonial state was still in a mourning period. Vase was not eager to return to the government district anytime soon. Stepping foot in Skyline Palace was out of the question, as he did not want to be separated from his clansmen and his mechs so soon again. The forces working for the government had dropped the ball once, and they could do it again. After the Larkinson clan and the colonial government exchanged messages, President Unames Clive visited the Cad Nest once again. The procession was smaller and the shuttles were coated in unassuming gray. While the Koi Riser accompanied the vehicles, it was not an ace mech that often performed escort duties due to its offensive focus. The Indormian was simply much better at this job, and the fact that its ace pilot was a member of the Clive Consortium also helped. As the shuttle convoy arrived at the Cad Nest's landing zone, Vase stood in a conference room in one of the many office buildings of his manufacturing complex and studied the ace mech assigned on guard duty. Every ace mech was a work of art, but the Koi Riser literally embodied this phrase. Even though it was not a genuine aquatic mech, the Koi Riser was themed around fish and water. Looking at a live feed of this ace mech made Vase feel that he had been transported to a beach or a pond where hundreds of colorful fish swam in harmony. There had to be an interesting story behind St. Megan Runzen and her eye-catching ace mech. Vase even had the feeling that it helped the ace pilots a lot if their ace mechs were more famous and recognizable. Vase was not alone in the conference room at the moment. Given the importance of the upcoming talks and the possible subjects that might come under discussion, he had invited a couple of his advisors to ensure that his clan would be getting a good deal. It is curious that the colonial government did not request your presence at their palace, Minister Sheddarin said as he prepared a few documents. Davut is adopting a humble posture towards us, and isn't afraid of showing that to the public. We should have more leverage as a result. General Verl, the leader of the Larkinson army, carefully studied the standard mechs of the government as well as the Koi Riser in particular. The president could have brought General Ark. I am glad he didn't. Verl shared his opinion. The atmosphere in the conference room turned a lot more awkward as a result. General Ark Larkinson did himself no favors by attaching himself to the colonial state so quickly. While his reasoning convinced a lot of clansmen, a lot of people who worked hard to expand the main fleet alongside Vase saw his actions as nothing less than betrayal. Though Vase himself was not willing to go that far, it was obvious that he expected more from his blood relative. Vase tried to act casual and waved his hand in dismissal. What Ark does is his business. I don't even want to talk about it in my upcoming talk with the president. That is understandable, sir, but we may not be able to avoid this topic. We will see. After a lengthy wait, President Unames Clive along with a few attendants and guards stepped inside the conference room. They exchanged greetings, but neither side bothered to posture so much. They might act out in public, but this was a purely private setting. Both sides had already grown familiar enough that they understood what either side wanted from each other. President, Vase said as they all sat down. Patriarch, President Unames Clive returned as he reached out with his arm. Let me begin by stating how grateful we are for the assistance that your clan has provided. You have done a great service to us by rescuing so many important Davutans in that awful pocket space. We have thought long and hard on how to compensate you and your clan, and I believe that our next proposal should be of great interest. Reina Kernsk approached and placed a data pad in the president's outstretched hand. The woman quietly retreated once she was no longer needed. The president then proceeded to place the data pad on the conference table before sliding it towards the Larkinson delegation. Vase picked up the data pad and quickly skimmed through the document. It depicted an altered version of the contract that the Larkinson clan had signed with the colonial government. It contained a lot of little changes that provided a lot of conveniences to the Larkinson clan. A welcome alteration was the right to field up to 1,000 mechs at once in the Davut system. This was a massive change and allowed the Larkinson clan to secure its people and properties without becoming limited by the safety rules enforced by the local authorities. Vase was pretty sure that President Unames Clive did not offer this heavy concession to the other stakeholders of Davut. This was a uniquely valuable concession that granted the Larkinson clan a lot of trust. Aren't you afraid that our clan will abuse the fact that we can field 1,000 mechs on this planet? Vase raised his eyebrow. Your clan has already supported our state multiple times. We are on the same side. The president retorted with his own smile. You and your clan also have a stellar reputation for keeping your word. We do not believe that a Tier 6 galactic citizen and an associate of two separate MTA factions will abuse our trust and betray us to benefit Karlach. That is not your style. That may be true, but it still took a lot of guts for Unames to go this far. Vase understood how difficult it was to grant the Larkinsons so much power. It went a long way in placating his concerns. He never kept his paranoia and fear of his own life and safety a secret. Allowing the clan to bring lots of mechs wherever he traveled was a clear means to convince Vase to stay on this planet for a longer time. It was too bad that Vase was already dead set on leaving. His eyebrow raised even higher as he read the second major concession. For every major mech design commission I complete for the federal military, your government will award us with 3 capital ships instead of 2. Are you serious? We are always serious, Patriarch Vase. We truly stand by this change. It will be difficult for us to free up and reserve all of the necessary shipbuilding capacity, but we should still be able to shuffle and delay existing orders. We do not accept any inadequate mech designs, however. You must meet our highest standards with regards to your work and do not accept anything that is less than best. If President Unames Clive was being truthful, then the Larkinson clan would definitely harvest a lot of gains. Chapter 4836 Amazing Incentives. Davut showed great sincerity towards the Larkinson clan this time. The revised terms that President Unames Clive offered on his own initiative and without any prior bargaining were far more generous than the Larkinsons expected. Even though Vase had good reasons to remain pissed with Davut, the massive improvements in remuneration increasingly affected his emotions. His excitement jumped again and again whenever he gazed upon another benefit that Davut showered on him and his clan. The biggest concession was definitely the increased payment for fulfilling a major mech design commission for the federal military. To Vase, designing a mech for a client was not a big deal. To Davut, exchanging 3 medium-sized capital ships for a single mech design was absolutely crazy. The government already received a lot of criticism for daring to trade 2 capital ships for a single mech design. Too many people simply did not have the confidence that a single work of Vase Larkinson and his colleagues could match the value of those starships. Every fleet carrier added to the war represented another powerful asset that could be used to sway many battles in the favor of Davut. A single fleet carrier accompanied by a collection of combat carriers could easily support the operations of an entire mech regiment. According to the original deal, the presence or absence of 6 fleet carriers essentially removed an entire mech division off the board. The government essentially trusted that whatever mech design the Larkinsons delivered to the federal military more than compensated for this serious loss in combat power. President Clive made it harder on himself by raising the maximum price to 9 fleet carriers. Numerous strategic shipyards would essentially be unable to contribute to the war effort as a result. Not only would lots of important clients face even more delays, but the critical resources used to build these powerful and expensive hulls would also disappear. This deal was different from the one that General Ark Larkinson signed with the colonial government. No matter how many fleet carriers his military mech division received from the state, at least he would make good use of them in the coming battles against the forces fighting on behalf of Karlach. Vase did not hide his intention to get the hell away from this stupid war. As far as the main branch of the Larkinson clan was concerned, the upcoming conflict between Davut and Karlach only served regional interests. It did not have much relevance once the expeditionary fleet left the Krakatoa Middle Zone and started to explore the less traveled areas of the Torald Middle Zone. This meant that Davut would most certainly be reducing a strong offensive or reinforcement option. Its defensive outlook probably wouldn't change that much as long as the federal military shipped all of the necessary mechs and war materiel in place beforehand. After Vase silently exchanged opinions with Minister Sheddarin, they concluded that this was an excellent concession. The Larkinsons had no reasons to deny this freebie even though it came with a couple of strings attached. Vase needed to make sure that Davut did not use the additional conditions as a means to scam the Larkinson clan. I need more details on the requirements that we need to meet in order to satisfy your appetite. He stated to the president of the Colonial Federation, I don't want to put my heart and soul into designing an excellent living mech for your federal military only for your people to nitpick on so many details that you will be able to withhold the full remuneration I deserve. If I finish an original mech design to your satisfaction, then I expect to gain 3 capital ships out of it and nothing less. The president already expected to hear such a concern. Trust me that we have no intention of cooperating with you in bad faith. The Mech Trade Association will enforce our new contract, just as is the case with our previous agreement. I cannot present you with the detailed requirements that you have to meet because my legal team has drafted this revised contract on short notice, but we shall be able to clarify this issue once our technical consultants have completed their work. This was as good as Vase could get for the time being. He did not have any concerns about failing to meet the requirements of the major mech commissions. Vase was no longer an ordinary journeyman mech designer for a long time and possessed a huge amount of confidence in his design skills. Aside from that, he would be working in collaboration with Davuti's other master mech designers, each of which possessed an extremely high mastery of technical skills. Vase did not have to worry about this sort of stuff at all. He instead had to focus on the conceptual and more metaphysical aspects of his mech design projects. It would probably be difficult for Vase to compel older and more accomplished masters to follow his lead. He knew quite well that mech designers were highly confident and egoistic in their own craft. It took a lot of time and teamwork to establish genuine cooperation. Raising the technical requirements of the mech designs meant that Vase needed to perform even better than his usual level. He might not be able to fulfill several demands given his level of technical proficiency, which ultimately meant he would have to rely on the very same masters who did not really like the fact that they had been relegated to second fiddle to a much younger mech designer. He inwardly groaned. This was going to be an even more troublesome set of mech design projects than usual. Still, he did not reject this challenge. At worst, he would just have to surrender more initiative and allow the masters to cover for his incompetence. After Vase and the federal president settled this matter, they soon moved on to an even greater change in the contract. Vase paused when he read the dense and complicated legalese that dealt with this matter. Sheddarin, he said, is this saying what I am thinking it is saying? His foreign minister's expression looked extremely serious at the moment. His ability to interpret this kind of language was much greater than Vase, so he instantly grasped the gist of what Davut was offering. You are right, Davut is giving us clear guarantees on bestowing territories to our clan. President Unames Clive was smiling at this time. He knew what he was doing and counted on it to impress the clan. The exact terms will take much time to explain, but the overall intent is easy enough to understand. The statesman said, as long as the Colonial Federation of Davut wins the war against Karlach, your Larkinson clan will gain priority rights to claim territory taken from our opponents. You only mentioned winning. What about losing? Vase suspiciously asked. The president shrugged. It is likely that we will have nothing left to give to your clan. Wording the contract in this manner is meant to serve as an incentive that encourages you and every other stakeholder to do their utmost to win the war. There will be no gains if your commitment is not sufficient. Understandable. Vase did not argue this point as it would be too difficult to change the rules too much. To summarize the terms, your priority rights will allow you to stand in the front of line for any group that is eligible to receive territory. Unames Clive continued, there are a handful of parties that have greater priority than you. So if our gains are limited to a couple of star systems at best, then we will have to disappoint your clan. This is unlikely to happen as neither our state or Karlach will be content with ending the war in a stalemate. That was also understandable. As long as Davut gained the upper hand, there should be plenty of star systems to choose from. Dozens if not hundreds of locations would be ripe for the picking. Minister Sheddarin also recognized another benefit to having priority rights. If our turn to choose our territories comes first of almost everyone else, then we can pick from many lucrative star systems that have yet to be claimed. We can select a star system that has greater mineral deposits, more terraformable planets, ancient alien ruins and possibly untapped sources of phase water. Vase widened his eyes. While he did not hold any personal interest in claiming a planet or a star system, that did not mean he denied its benefits to his clan. The Davut branch would probably become ecstatic at the thought of claiming a highly promising star system. The Woden dynasty originally relied on the power base it built in the scimitar system back in the Hexadric hegemony. The Davut branch could easily rise up to become a comparable power if it managed to lay claim to an industrial star system. That is not the extent of the rewards that we are willing to bestow to your clan. Unames Clive said with a smile. If your clan has contributed greatly to the war effort in the form of providing us with battlefield-changing mechs and enabling General Ark Larkinson breakthrough to ace pilot, it is not out of the question to allow your clan to gain the right to administer an entire province. Our colonial state would have to conquer a substantial amount of territory in order for that to be possible, however. Governing a single planet or a star system was entirely different from governing an entire province. While provinces came in all shapes or sizes, the ability to develop many different star systems at once would be an absolute game changer for the Larkinson clan. The Davut branch would be able to specialize the development of many different colonial sites and build up a prosperous regional economy that could produce an astounding amount of revenue. Even if the Larkinsons would have to pass on much of those earnings to the central government, the clan would definitely retain a high degree of control. Davut had adopted a federal governance structure. After all, federations were characterized by granting higher degrees of autonomy to provinces. President Unames Clive lifted a finger. There is a final territorial reward that we are prepared to bestow to your clan. It is admittedly a low probability event, but I find it important to make this promise to you in order to demonstrate our appreciation for you. If by any chance your clan has contributed so much to the war effort that you are being credited with serving as the decisive factor in a total victory against our adversary, Davut is more than willing to allow you to govern the Karlok system. What? Are you serious? We are not exaggerating or giving you false hope. The new president affirmed. The criteria that you have to meet to be eligible to earn this great reward will all be defined in clear and concrete terms that will come into effect as soon as we sign a revised MTA enforced contract. No one within our administration or among our stakeholders will be able to deprive your clan the reward it deserves if you have managed to fulfill our greatest hopes. That is quite generous of you, President. Vase said as he still remained in shock. This was the Karlok system that they were talking about. It was a fully fledged port system that possessed nearly the same commercial potential as the Davut system. While President Unames Clive would undoubtedly make sure that his own port system would become the premier trade hub of the Krakatoa Middle Zone if their side won the war, that did not mean that the Karlok system would turn into a backwater all of a sudden. Even a secondary port system would still be able to earn revenue far in excess of a normal province. Kalrock had the potential to become an incredibly valuable power base for the Larkinson clan. Chapter 4837 Skilled Political Operator Vase immediately recognized that the possibility for the Larkinson clan to earn the right to govern the Karlok system as its fief was a giant piece of bait. He had to give it to the federal president. That bastard Unames Clive knew exactly what to give in order to placate an angry clan leader and his men. There were hardly any star systems that attracted pioneers more than port systems. Their natural advantages in relation to human FTL drive technology meant that each of them became such attractive destinations for trade and transit that they inevitably grew into enormous cash cows. And this was just one of the benefits to ruling over a port system. It wasn't just the gigantic amount of revenue that made port systems so attractive. They also attracted a high amount of competitive personnel and companies. Vase only had to look out of the window of his royal mansion to see how a port system like Davut had managed to attract millions of mech companies, research companies, biotech companies, trade conglomerates, art museums, resource processing companies and more. If each of these useful organizations settled in the Larkinson clan's backyard, a portion of their productive activities would become directly available to him and his fellow Larkinsons. The circumstances of his clan would change completely. Instead of needing to beg for advanced tech from numerous high-tech development companies, these R&D institutions would instead take the initiative to offer their goods to their new overlords. The change in status and gaining access to much greater revenue and support all sounded great, but what were the chances of the Larkinson clan ever earning the right to rule over Karlok? The only viable way was to earn more war merits and make more contributions than any other participant in the war. Vase briefly thought about how much chance his clan had of winning the top spot. It is doable, General Verl quietly said. We will need to meet many requirements in order to make it possible. First, we have to help Davut conquer the Karlach system. Second, your mech designs should have as much impact on the federal military as your previous Hexer mech designs have done for the Hex army during the Komodo War. Third, the military division under General Ark Larkinson must win multiple war campaigns. Fourth, General Ark must not only advance to ace pilot, but also defeat at least one other ace mech in combat with his own ace mech. It took a huge amount of effort and risk just to fulfill one of these requirements. Trying to meet all of them by the end of the war sounded like a pipe dream. That is like winning a roulette bet 4 times in a row. Vase quietly hissed. It is not difficult to win 1 or 2 times in a row if you bet on red or something, but trying to make it happen 4 times without messing up is highly improbable. Minister Sheddarin did not look surprised. That is the point, I believe. Davut cannot promise to give us its second most important crown jewel to a clan that is not a part of its inner circle. Too many other stakeholders that are much greater and much more important than us will become upset if that happens. The only way to convince them that we deserve to govern over the Karlach system is if our clan has contributed so much more towards victory that there can be no doubt about the winner of this contest. Vase sneered. I see. That makes a lot of sense. If we don't meet this excessively high standard, I suppose we'll have to make do with a province or a couple of star systems. That does not sound like a bad deal. General Verl commented. Any territory is already a massive step up for our Davut branch. A complete port system may be too big and complex for our own good. Our clan has no experience in governing such a massive trade and industrial hub. We can hire enough outside help to take over all of the essential institutions that are necessary to run this place. I think that there should be a huge amount of people who would love to become a mayor or run a planetary department. Trust is not that big of an issue for us given the distinct advantages of our clan, so we should be able to take it over with much greater ease. I'm not even worried about rebels and partisans, although it will probably take many years to root out all of the cells. Vase hadn't forgotten about the shenanigans of the Bentime liberation movement back in his former home state. The BLM managed to persist for centuries despite being rooted in the most important port system of the Bright Republic. Nonetheless, Vase believed that his clan had plenty of unique tricks at its disposal that should help with preventing saboteurs from messing around. The Larkinson delegation chatted a bit more about the possibilities of gaining control over the Karlach system. Neither of the 3 Larkinson leaders were blind to the fact that President Uname's Clive clearly used this possible reward as bait to incentivize the Larkinson clan into working harder for Davut. Vase felt really tempted to suspend his Trailblazer expedition and go all out on fighting for the Colonial Federation of Davut. It was not every day that his clan would gain the opportunity to become the rulers of a complete port system. It normally took a coalition of wealthy partners to build up the infrastructure and defend these special star systems. The chance to take over an existing port system, even if much of it had crumbled into ruins due to getting scarred by war, was invaluable. I believe there is another reason why the federal president has added this term in the revised contract. Minister Sheddarin shared another conclusion that he had made, that certain leaders and advisors within the colonial government may actually become pleased if we can take over Karlach. Oh. Vase raised his eyebrow. Explain, please. It is a matter of balancing the power of different interest groups, sir. If the president wants to retain his effective power over the state, he cannot allow any other rival to gain too much power. The more powerful and influential stakeholders will become too strong for their own good if they take over a part or the entirety of the Karlach system. In time, they can either become separatist or contest the presidency of the Colonial Federation. This is detrimental to the interests of Uname's Clive or the Clive consortium behind him. It is in their nature to do anything possible that their Clive faction remains as dominant as possible. Politics again. Vase was tired of dealing with this kind of crap, but he was not naive enough to think he could avoid it entirely. Okay, I can see the logic in denying powerful factions and interest groups the possibility of becoming strong enough to threaten the established regime. Why us, then? Isn't the president afraid that he may inadvertently turn our clan into a threat to his own power base? The old diplomat shook his head. That is likely not the case. Davut possesses a great understanding of your motivations and the overall purpose of our clan. The president knows that you have no personal interest in playing the political game in Davut. Our side branch may have other ideas, but without support from you in the main branch, General Ark Larkinson and Branch Director Raymond Billingsley Larkinson will never be able to pose a serious threat to the establishment. That also made a lot of sense. Vase felt mildly offended by the thought that President Unames Clive never saw the Larkinson clan as a serious threat to his political ambitions, but it was hard to argue with the truth. President Unames Clive was simply too good at this stuff. This could clearly be proved by how well he managed to placate Vase and his fellow Larkinsons by proposing an altered contract. The two sides talked a bit further about how the colonial government wanted to redefine its relationship with the Larkinson clan. Vase understood that Davout wasn't being so generous without a reason. For one reason or another, the Larkinson clan had become an important symbol for the colonial state. While there were plenty of other groups that were much more powerful and more integral to the economy or the military establishment of the state, the Larkinson clan's fame accrued over many notable successes had turned it into something of a mascot to the citizens of Davout. If such a famous and prestigious organization decided that Davout was a lost cause and pulled out entirely, then this departure would spur on many other people and organizations into doing the same. By the end of the talks, both Vase and Unames Clive shook hands with each other. They had managed to form a new understanding over the course of a single session. Vase and the Larkinsons hadn't done much talking, to be honest. The Davoutans retained the initiative from start to finish by offering so many attractive incentives that the Larkinsons simply couldn't argue about the concessions. No one wanted to look at a gift horse in the mouth. By the time that President Unames Clive and his entire retinue and guards departed from the cat nest, Vase still looked numb to an extent. The president is a businessman by nature, Minister Shedderin ultimately remarked. His approach to resolving the resentment we hold towards his state is typical of his kind. It may sound callous, but a straightforward bribe can solve many problems that seem insurmountable at first. Everyone has a price, and it appears that Davout has successfully bought our forgiveness. All of this reeked of manipulation. Even if Vase and his fellow Larkinsons were aware of it, they couldn't really do anything because rejecting the government's goodwill would put them in a worse position. Vase eventually shrugged. If Davout wants to throw free money and stuff at us, I am fine with that. It doesn't really matter if the colonial government screws up again. I will make sure that my fleet and I will be many light years away when that happens. Good strategy. General Verl chuckled in a good-natured manner. Discretion is the better part of valor. There is no need to incur the risk of failure with anything related to Davout. We are probably not the only ones that Unames Clive intends to bribe. His schedule must be really busy as he needs to placate many other groups that have suffered greatly in the previous surprise attack. Will Davout have any money and resources left by the time he is done? Shedderin shook his head. You should note that not all of the concessions that the government has made are front-loaded, sir. It is easy to promise us priority rights on selecting a territory in conquered territory when the war against Karlach has yet to commence. Davout is only obliged to reward us for our contributions if it wins the war. If that happens, the state does not have to surrender any of its existing territories, but merely pass over the spoils that had yet to be integrated into its growing empire. It will make the possible gains from winning the war a lot less dramatic, though. Vase pointed out, Davout will turn into a true federation. Many pioneering organizations will turn into moderately powerful regional powers that all become strong enough to have a say in how the colonial state should be run. It won't be easy to balance so many quarreling interests. Shedderin shook his head. I disagree, sir. The emergence of many moderately powerful interest groups can be advantageous so long as the president is skilled enough to manipulate them. It is much more preferable than the alternative, which is trying to rein in the growing ambitions of a handful of major powers. Chapter 4838 Clive Arena. In the end, the Larkinson clan and the Colonial Federation of Davout agreed to formalize an altered contract in record time. The federal president appeared to prioritize this change a lot. He personally urged his subordinates to complete the details in the fastest possible time span. It was as if Unames Clive was afraid that the Larkinsons would have second thoughts about the deal. It only took a single day for Vase and President Unames Clive to visit the branch headquarters of the MTA and sign a formal contract that automatically superseded their previous agreement. Vase still had mixed feelings about his decisions. He felt once again that Unames Clive had constricted his options and forced him down a single path of the president's choosing. The only consolation was that the state paid a heavy price to bribe the Larkinson clan into maintaining its support for Davout. The concessions were serious and concrete enough for Vase to no longer hate Davout's guts. He merely disliked the state. He still hadn't changed his mind about leaving this place and never coming back. After handling many other affairs, an event that many people had been waiting for finally kicked off after a 4-day delay. The founding festival has begun. Although it was hard for many people to find joy in their lives after suffering heavy personal losses during the previous surprise attack, there were more people who did not really suffer and cared more about partying. Plenty of people thought that it was rude and inappropriate to start a festival so soon after a horrible tragedy that would be remembered for many years. Other people agreed with President Unam's Clive's sentiment that the Davutans should not let the Karloks dictate their actions. The latter group of people won out for the most part. The festival commenced with virtually no changes to its original programming. Welcome to Davut. In the following 7 days, we shall gladly introduce you to a culture that uniquely belongs to our new and scrappy state. We shall demonstrate with our actions that Karlich's evil blow against our people has failed to damage our unwavering belief in our colonial state. Kotor City and many other cities throughout the territories of the Colonial Federation became engulfed by a festive atmosphere. The municipal governments had worked hard to dispel any forms of discouragement and did their utmost to lift the spirits of as many people as possible. Projected light shows filled the skies while entire streets received colorful makeovers. Different forms of uplifting and festive music played in many venues as people began to celebrate the founding of the colonial state while forgetting about all of the unpleasantries that happened just recently. Vase felt bemused by how quickly the masses adjusted to the new status quo. The colonial government had been frighteningly effective at swaying the hearts and minds of its own citizens. He was among the minority who couldn't forget about everything that had happened and embrace the festive atmosphere. His personal involvement in the surprise attack and subsequent alien abduction event still put him on edge. He could never feel entirely safe while he remained on this cursed planet. After consulting a few people, Vase decided that he needed to take a longer break in order to restore his mental balance. I have withdrawn my participation in the Strange Lands tournament. He announced his decision to his wife during breakfast in the morning of the first day of the founding festival. I am really not in a mood to compete against a bunch of journeymen as if nothing has happened less than a week ago. Compared to defending against rampaging war beasts and trying to take over an alien prison against a forgotten group of indigenous aliens, designing a competition mech and having my work beat up the competition mechs of other mech designers doesn't sound as important anymore. His wife did not begrudge his decision. She placed her slender palm over his own. You should do what you think is best for you. I may not like these mech design tournaments myself, but I recognize the benefits that they can offer. It is logical to withdraw from them if you do not think you will benefit as much as you initially thought. Your mental health is more important than whatever insights and experiences that you can obtain from participating in a public spectacle. I have heard that many other participants have pulled out of the tournaments for similar reasons. His expression softened. You are right, I am not sure whether I will withdraw from the Twin Weapons tournament as well. I made an appointment with Juliet Stamaros. I also miss the pressure and excitement of trying to score as high as possible in these mech design tournaments. I think I will go through with it if the following 3 days are enough to put me back into the mood. Many thousands of people had either died or became too seriously affected to remain in the mood to take part in any contests. A lot of tournaments had to scramble to adjust their schedules and other arrangements in order to make sure to keep any disruptions to a minimum. The tournament organizers generally did not kick up much of a fuss if anyone decided to withdraw. They waived all penalties and allowed people to pull out at the last minute given what had previously happened. When Vase called up a list of Larkinsons who still chose to take part in the tournament, he noted that most clansmen stuck to their original decisions. Their mood still remained optimistic and each of them wanted to earn glory for the clan. Our clan has not suffered substantial losses, after all, his wife explained to Vase. You can even argue that we benefited more out of this than others. This is why our people are still willing to compete in the tournaments. Since Vase decided to take a break, he would have plenty of time to take his little family to the different competition venues and witness the best of what Davut had to offer. His children were extremely ecstatic about being able to watch the competitions with their father. I am so happy that Papa will not be gone for the entire week, Aurelia said with a smile as she held Clixie against her body. Meow Tilda, I am glad I won't have to watch Papa and many other mech designers do all kinds of boring calculation stuff for so many days. Andraste shared her own opinion. Hey, design work isn't boring, it's much more exciting than you think, sister. Marvane whined. Meow. Lucky ambiguously replied while he hovered next to the youngest member of their immediate family. There were so many possible tournaments that they could attend that Vase and Gloriana were spoiled for choice. With the elevated status of the Larkinson clan and the enhanced security allowances that came into effect after signing the revised contract, Vase could attend any tournament for any duration without needing to go through the hassle of buying any tickets. These changes encouraged him to visit multiple tournament venues. Vase had no particular desire to observe a single competition from start to finish. He just wanted to obtain snapshots of all of the notable people and organizations that settled in Davut. It probably isn't a good idea to attend any mech design tournaments on the first or second day. Vase decided while he rubbed his hairless chin. The participating mech designers don't have anything concrete to show to us. Only other mech designers can fully appreciate their work at an early stage. This was fairly normal. Mech design tournaments were not that popular during the design phase. Their attendance only truly skyrocketed during the phases where the completed competition mechs finally had a chance to test their mettle against each other. Oh, I know what we should watch first. Andraste enthusiastically hopped on her feet like a rabbit. A huge number of mech pilots have signed up for the Davut Star Tournament. I heard that the qualifier phase is really fun and chaotic. So many mech pilots wanted to prove they were the strongest in Davut that the participation rate still remained high despite the recent unpleasantries. Far too many mech pilots had signed up to allow them to duel each other on an individual basis. This was why the tournament organizers wanted to whittle them down as brutally as possible during the first couple of days. Vase hadn't heard anything concrete about what the Davut Star Tournament had in store for the qualifier phase, but it probably entailed group matches or free-for-alls. His wife immediately scowled when she imagined the chaotic qualifying mathis that would be held during the Davut Star Tournament. Absolutely not, she said. There are much more suitable tournaments for young ladies to attend. There are flower arrangement competitions, dancing competitions, singing competitions and many other refined events taking place in Kotor City. You will be able to learn plenty of culture and refinement from observing the arts. Though Aurelia looked interested at the thought of attending a couple of these cultural competitions, the other children vehemently shook their heads. Boring. Andraste protested. I want to see mechs beat each other up. I want to see Keddies slice and dice through countless weaklings. I don't want to miss any of these fights. Marvane had his own interests. I want to see lots of mechs, Papa. I got to see so many of them earlier this week, but none of them were fighting against each other back then. I want to see which ones are truly strong during the matches. Many of the mech pilot tournaments are fought with generic and highly standardized mechs designed specifically for this festival. Vase explained to his youngest son. Those contests are mainly centered around the mech pilots rather than their machines. We will have to attend a mech design tournament or two if you want to look at interesting mechs instead. I refuse to take our children to a mech design tournament. There is nothing to admire about machines that are designed and built in the span of a couple of days instead of many months. Oh, come on, Gloriana. If you don't want any of that, then fine. Vase threw his hands up. We'll just split up and pick whatever interests us the most, okay? There is no rule that states we need to stay together for the next week. Their interests diverged too much to stay together. While they wanted all three of their kids to stay by their side during the entire tournament, it was better to spread them out so that they could watch the tournaments that interested them the most. Since Aurelia took singing and dancing classes as part of her demanding education, Gloriana decided to bring their oldest daughter to the relevant competitions. It was not often that the little girl could experience the performance of the best artists in Davut from a VIP booth. Vase on the other hand indulged in Andraste and Marvane's preferences and immediately brought them to the largest arena in town. Welcome to the Davut Star Tournament. In the following week, you shall be graced with both mayhem and martial combat as hundreds of thousands of hopeful mech pilots have signed up to determine who among them deserves to become the star of our colonial federation. Situated in the heart of Kotor City's entertainment district, an enormous mech arena dominated the landscape. The Clive Arena was built by the government shortly after the settlement took shape. Just as its name suggested, the Clive Consortium heavily sponsored it and likely earned a considerable share of its profits. The oval-shaped arena featured a battleground that was up to 1.2 kilometers long, allowing large groups of mechs to clash against each other with plenty of space to spare. Of course, the founding festival also held mech combat tournaments that took place across large and open plains, but the spectators would have to travel all the way to the more rural regions of Davut 7 in order to witness the action with their own eyes. As the initial matches of the Davut Star Tournament were about to commence, Vase and his younger children had just reached their VIP booth. Each of them looked forward to the chaos that was about to ensue. Chapter 4839 Virtual Mayhem. Despite the huge amount of arena space inside the Clive Arena, it was impossible for the Davut Star Tournament to allow hundreds of thousands of mechs to compete against each other in the qualifying rounds. Instead, a large amount of projected screens hovered in the empty arena, providing the spectators who attended the tournament in person a good view of the battle royale-like matches where thousands of virtual mechs sought to beat each other up as soon as possible. The Clive Arena could literally hold millions of spectators in the stands, but since no physical mechs would be coming to blows against each other during the first few days of the tournament, not all of the seats were occupied. In fact, Vase guessed that most of the tickets for this phase were sold for dirt cheap prices. The majority of people who attended in the first day were budget-conscious tourists who couldn't afford to attend the truly good tournaments. It didn't matter too much. Virtual or not, the high-fidelity visuals along with the huge amount of people present in the Clive Arena created a boisterous atmosphere. Plenty of groups were shouting slogans or the names of their favorite mech pilots as the grand melee commenced. Vase wished he could have sat in the middle of those crowds, but it was far too dangerous for him to expose himself to other people this way. This was why he and his two children had entered a VIP booth that did everything possible to protect his privacy. Dozens of guards surrounded him from almost every side. After the incident that took place earlier this week, his security detail took no chances. His original honor guard therefore became augmented with elite infantry soldiers taken from other units. Their overt presence along with their constant alertness caused the atmosphere in the VIP booth to become a little tense. Fortunately, his children were accustomed to the presence of guards and did not remain bothered by their presence. Their attention had been stolen by the free-for-all matches. Wow, look at those mechs chasing after that poor rifleman mech. Marvane exclaimed. Half of them got crushed after they got lured into a landslide. Vase directed his attention to one of the projections. A free mercenary mech pilot called Jason Ridholm had chosen to pilot a rifleman mech, which normally did not do so well during these kinds of matches. Ranged mechs were simply too vulnerable against attacks up close. However, it looked like Jason had a plan coming into this tournament. He attracted the attention of enemy melee mechs and lured them into terrain traps. If he was lucky, he could even force his pursuers together and cause them to fight among themselves. This granted Ridholm's mech an easy opportunity to take potshots at the distracted melee mechs. Vase looked increasingly more impressed at how Ridholm managed to fell 5 mechs through this fashion. The mono-colored generic mechs of his competitors all cracked and collapsed as they succumbed to the physical rounds fired by a Gauss rifle. As an experienced mech designer, he could judge that Ridholm likely piloted a highly mobile rifleman mech. They were some of the riskiest mechs to pilot as they constantly danced at the edge of danger. Andraste looked impressed as well. I don't really like marksmanship, but even I can tell that he is good. His mech is not only firing its rifle while it is on the move, but the rounds often strike the holes in the armor of his target. He's so accurate. The hit rate was only around 30%, but that was already an impressive feat when both sides were on the move. Just as Jason Ridholm's rifleman mech started to kite a 6th melee mech, an unexpected calamity struck. The hilly alien landscape where this fight took place abruptly transformed into a soggy swamp region. The terrain randomizer had struck again. According to the rules, any piece of terrain in the virtual battlefield would transform into other forms of terrain on a completely random basis. Flat plains of land could turn into snow-covered mountain tops where mechs found it difficult to find solid footing. Active volcanoes where lava oozed on the ground could turn into dense alien jungles that were filled with trees that were powerful enough to resist mech attacks. Jason Ridholm had taken advantage of this once when his targets got caught in an inconvenient transition, but now the appearance of a deep and festering swamp had screwed him over. The mech pilot did not give up. His rifleman mech tried to traverse through the muddy and wet terrain as fast as possible, but it was a pity that the legs of his slender ranged mech weren't as strong as the ones of his pursuer. The generic Axeman mech relied considerably more on raw power than speed to defeat its opponents. This meant that all of its limbs possessed more mechanical power, which came in really handy as it was able to power through the swamp with much greater efficiency. In the end, the Axeman mech resisted the handful of gauze rounds that struck its left leg and chopped up the rifleman mech with a flurry of axe strikes. Ah, that's not fair. Jason Ridholm may have been downed, but he was not yet out of the fight. In another part of the expansive virtual battlefield, an identical rifleman mech respawned after a short delay. The mech pilot's score had dropped from 5 to 4, which didn't really sound like an awful penalty. The true cost of defeat soon became evident as Jason Ridholm commanded his rifleman Mech to move forward. Most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but Vase minutely narrowed his eyes as he observed how Ridholm's Mech did not perform as well as before. All of the technical parameters of his machine had dropped by exactly 5%. Only a couple of parameters such as sensor range and traversal speed had remained unaffected. The penalty of getting killed would become more severe after every subsequent death. In the beginning, the differences between the thousands of mechs stranded in the giant virtual battlefield would remain small and unnoticeable. The differences only truly kicked in after lots of weaker and less skilled mech pilots suffered several defeats in a row. When the performance of their mechs dropped by over 20%, their odds of winning against an undefeated mech had dropped by a drastic degree. Look at that unlucky swordsman mech pilot. He got beaten 9 times in a row. Marvane pointed at one of the projections. A pilot by the name of Dick Rainier clearly had no business signing up to the Davut Star tournament. He lost virtually every encounter while his chances of making a comeback faded away. His points remained stuck at 0 while the outward appearance of his mech looked more worn and aged in order to reflect its heavily decayed performance. The more worn his mech looked, the more other competitors hunted it down due to how easy it would be to earn another point. Vase winced as a rifleman Mech, armed with a laser rifle, managed to punch through the rear armor of Dick Rainier's swordsman Mech with just a single well-aimed shot. Oh, it looks like he has finally wised up. Do you see what he is doing? He is grouping up with other weaker mech pilots. While they certainly don't trust each other, they all recognize that their only chances of making it through the next qualification round is to seek strength in numbers. Even if their chances of earning points is minuscule, they only have to collect enough of them to make it through the next qualification round. The rules were set up in a way to encourage weaker mech pilots to group up with each other. People like Dick Rainier, whose mechs performed so poorly that it looked as if they were 200 years out of date, had no other choice. After over 30 penalized ranged mechs formed a hunting group, they set out and began to assault any other mech that were by themselves. The mob of worn mechs did not even have to close the distance. They only had to point their guns in the right direction and open fire, causing their target mech in question to be peppered by so many attacks that its armor buckled due to the quantity of attacks hitting its exposed frame. After this initial success, the ranged mech pilots gained more confidence and started to hunt down other lone mechs. Even though this formation encountered other formidable groups of worn mechs, their pilots tacitly avoided each other so that they could hunt easier marks. That's not fair, Andraste repeated again as she saw that more and more loser mechs started to use dishonorable tactics to defeat their betters. Nothing is fair on the battlefield, honey, Vase said as he held her against his body. This qualification round doesn't merely test the mech pilots on their piloting skills. They are also being challenged on their ability to show humility and their ability to group up with other like-minded mech pilots. Just as predicted, the lone wolves who previously got by on their own due to their superior skills experienced the limitations of tackling mobs of weaker mechs. The generic mechs they piloted did not grant them the possibility of overpowering their adversaries anymore. Their designs were just too bland to give them the leeway they needed. The only other option to preserve their points as well as the remaining performance of their machines was to group up themselves. More and more survivor mechs whose exteriors barely looked affected by age started to band together. Once this change took place, the weaker mechs started to suffer again. Dick Rainier and his compatriots were no exception. While his growing group of worn ranged mechs managed to annihilate smaller groups of opponents with ease, it quickly became disarrayed when 2 squads of melee mechs charged the rifleman mech formation from opposite directions. They're attacking our left flanks and our right flanks. Split up and led these melee mechs away. We should have added melee mechs to our group in order to guard against this very possibility. We already tried, remember. None of the melee mech pilots agreed because they wouldn't be able to earn any points. We're getting hacked apart. Even though a number of the charging melee mechs succumbed to the withering fire, enough of them managed to close the gap before they started their feast. All of the surviving melee mechs started collecting points in rapid succession as their swords, axes, spears and other melee armaments cleaved through the weakened armor of their opponents with contemptuous ease. The morale of the ranged mech pilots dropped. They had no way of getting away, so instead of trying to defeat the tough and resilient melee mechs, they instead turned their guns against each other. Erg, you traitor, I saved you just a few minutes ago, remember? Ha, you're saying that while the gun of your mech was already turning in my direction. You're just upset that I killed you first. This entire section of the battlefield turned into absolute chaos as every sense of teamwork had melted away. It wasn't just the ranged mechs that turned against each other. The melee mechs that were beginning to run out of easy prey spontaneously targeted their former teammates as their mech pilots had become too hot-blooded to restrain themselves. Stupid. Vase shook his head. Many of them will lose their points because their mechs either got defeated or because they have lost the protection of their group. What happened next to the survivors of this confused melee matched his predictions. Each of them got picked off by the mech pilots who were still smart enough to stick to their own groups. The mayhem continued and the crowd regularly went wild as one drama took place after another. By the time the first round had ended, virtually no mech pilots had managed to avoid getting killed. Chapter 4840. The struggling prodigy Lainey Larkinson gritted her virtual teeth as her body slammed in the cockpit of her virtual mech. This stupid competition mech is holding me back. Despite the fact that she trained with the generic mech models within the MSTS for several weeks, she could never quite get used to average performance of these machines. Each of them were designed to the standard of a second-class budget mech. That was already bad enough for a Larkinson mech pilot that had long been accustomed to piloting premium mechs designed in-house. What was worse was that the mechs seemed to be deliberately designed to hinder skilled mech pilots. Their reaction speed was lower than average and their range of motion was disappointing. In case of the swordsman mech model that she currently made use of, the high mobility and high skill-based swordsmanship that the sword maidens in the Heavenswarders favored became a lot more constrained. Lainey had tried to adapt to these limitations during the simulation training by imagining that she was piloting a mech that was weighed down by a lot of extra mass, but trying to fight like this in a chaotic free-for-all was much more difficult than she expected. Not only did she have to take weird terrain changes into account, she also had to be on guard against many different attackers. "Ah, just die," the young Larkinson mech pilot roared. The sword in the hand of her generic swordsman mech model finally struck the spearman mech that tried to entangle her own machine. The blade sliced through the damaged frontal armor of the opposing machine and breached the cockpit, thereby killing the virtual mech pilot residing within. Boom. Unfortunately, Lainey's damaged and weakened swordsman mech had no means to defend against the attacks from an opportunistic rifleman mech. Boom. Her second opponent did not give Lainey the decency of fighting a fair duel and readily took advantage of her swordsman mech's preoccupation to strike at its vulnerable rear armor. Boom. After beating numerous mechs and fending off multiple strong attacks, the swordsman mech truly couldn't take much more damage. The mediocre design of the tournament mechs also extended to their internal architecture. So long as the mechs suffered any significant internal damage, their performance almost always dropped as a result. Move. Damn it. Lainey didn't even have the luxury of working together with a living mech. She along with many other Larkinsons had been spoiled by living mechs and the ability to continue to train with their battle partners through the MSTS rather than a conventional virtual training program. Although Lainey had spent the previous weeks reacclimating herself to piloting lifeless mechs, it was only when she was put in a battle with real stakes that she truly became frustrated by the absence of a second opinion. Boom. Her crippled swordsman mech finally couldn't take it any longer. The final ranged attack had burst too many critical components and caused her virtual mech to finally lose all of its power. Lainey's mind blanked out for a bit as darkness surrounded her senses. Points. 3 deaths. 2 rank. 87,534. Forget about getting into the top 1,000. I won't be able to qualify for the next round at this rate. She regretted her decision to accept Commander Melkor's suggestion by signing up for the Davut Star tournament. The Rising Prodigy tournament that she previously considered was much more friendly towards younger mech pilots. The competition format was more structured and depended a lot less on luck and other skills. The first round of the current tournament was much different. Lainey along with every other participant had been thrown into a giant sandbox where they had to fight under rules that no ordinary mech pilot had ever trained in beforehand. The battles here were much different from the more formal military engagements that she was accustomed to. Without any solid friendlies or support from the rear to back her up, she had no choice but to fend for herself, not even being able to trust any of the temporary allies that she might find. Her swordsman mech finally respawned. One mercy granted by the tournament was that the newly emerged mechs never showed up in close proximity to other competitors. That might change in any minute, so Lainey immediately urged her swordsman mech to move away. Her expression darkened. 10% drop. The difference in performance compared to when she just started out was not that obvious at this time. Her swordsman mech moved just as fast as before, but as it began to draw out its blade and swung the weapon in different ways, the sword techniques no longer possessed the fluidity of before. The swordsman Mech fought as if it hadn't been adequately maintained. Rust and other marks of corrosion had not yet overtly ruined its appearance, but it definitely looked a lot more tired than before. Lainey snarled, "This is getting dangerous. I need to team up with another friendly pilot." She wished that she could meet with another competitor from the Larkinson clan, but the chances that she could meet with fellow clansmen during these gigantic qualifying rounds was minuscule. Since linking up with friendly Larkinsons was out of the question, she instead sought to make friends with another participant. After trudging through a desert-like landscape that played hell with the footing of her machine, the swordsman Mech finally detected the approach of another mech. The new machine turned out to be a swordsman Mech like her own. Unlike the red coating that Lainey had selected for her own machine, the opposing swordsman Mech was coated in pristine white. "Hey," Lainey broadcasted in the open. "Truce, please, can we stop and explore the possibility of teaming up? We can earn a lot more points by joining forces. I don't need to team up with a loser." An older female mech pilot angrily responded. "Give me a point." The white swordsman Mech continued to charge forward while raising its sword to launch a devastating strike. Lainey snarled and cursed her opponent's unreasonable conduct. Her red swordsman Mech barely managed to jump out of the way of the sword attack. "Fine, if a fight is what you want, then bring it on, woman." Red and white clashed against each other as the two swordsman Mech entered a classic sword duel. While Lainey and the unfamiliar female mech pilot both had to keep their eyes open for unexpected terrain changes and ambush attacks from third parties, they still put most of their focus on winning their duel. Lainey couldn't help but adopt a savage grin as she was able to experience a real sword duel against a competent but unknown mech pilot. "Fall already, ha, keep dreaming, Granny, I'm not that old." Her opponent was good. Lainey had fought and sparred against plenty of veterans and could immediately recognize that her current adversary had been piloting mechs for several decades. Even though the enemy veteran mech pilot clearly possessed much less practice and familiarity with this specific swordsman mech model, her rich experience and solid repertoire of sword techniques made it difficult to break her guard. It was because of this foundation that the older female mech pilot had yet to suffer a loss. That was bad news for Lainey because her swordsman Mech performed 10% worse in almost every aspect. This difference sounded marginal, but in a duel between two skilled mech pilots, Lainey's chances of winning this bout had dropped to just 20% or less because of this disparity. "Haha, go to sleep, young lady. This tournament is not for you." The older pilot taunted as her assault became more ferocious. Lainey felt more aggrieved as her swordsman Mech incurred more cut marks on its exterior. Its lower reaction speed and inferior mechanical strength caused the red machine to fail in blocking every incoming attack. Her mech also couldn't retaliate as effectively as the opposing machine was simply strong and fast enough to prevent these counterattacks from producing any useful results. Though Lainey tried to compensate for the differences in performance by relying on the skills she practiced and honed through her training in the Mech Academy and subsequently her service in the Larkinson Army, all of the fancy swordsmanship techniques she learned or developed on her own turned out to be invalid or ineffective. Instead, the more basic but unpretentious sword style mastered by her opponent produced consistently better results. Lainey already understood that while a basic sword style might not be able to produce miracles on the battlefield, it fit remarkably well with the characteristics of a lower-performing mech. Once Lainey accepted the fact that more elaborate sword styles could not help her make the most out of her inferior swordsman mech, she reverted to a basic sword style that she learned in her academy days and tried to beat her opponent at her own game. It was a pity that her youthful reflexes and greater gumption did not grant her any advantages against a seasoned veteran that also possessed a bit of talent herself. Slice. One of the arms of Lainey's swordsman mech suffered a nasty blow as the white swordsman mech succeeded in its strike. In turn, Lainey's swordsman mech managed to thrust its own sword into the armor of the opposing machine, but the abrupt loss of a limb had reduced more of the force behind this blow. Bang! Lainey grunted in surprise as the enemy machine had lashed out with a foot and kicked her own mech away. "Ha, you're too young to beat me in a brawl." The veteran mech pilot chuckled in amusement. "Now give me your points so that I can move on. This duel has gone long enough." Yet just before the white swordsman mech could take advantage of the red machine's unbalanced state, the environment around them abruptly changed. Lainey desperately sought to stabilize the footing of her staggered machine. Her awareness immediately focused on observing what had changed. The desert, the sand and the scorching sun had disappeared. A lifeless rocky landscape took its place. Not only had the footing become more solid, but the gravity had increased to 3.4 grams. Ah, what is this? The pressure exerted onto the virtual swordsman mechs as well as the virtual pilots had multiplied by several times. Not only had the two machines slowed down to a crawl, but the pilots themselves experienced considerable physical discomfort that the cockpits of their mechs belatedly compensated. Once pilots no longer experienced the increased weight that only dwarves could comfortably endure, both women scrambled to defeat each other. I don't have time to play with you anymore. The white swordsman mech attempted to land a chop that took advantage of the heavy gravity, but the veteran mech pilot clearly did not have much experience in fighting under these circumstances. Not only did her mech miss her strike, the machine also overshot its attack and caused it to lean forward a bit further than was wise. Lainey meanwhile adapted better to the new circumstances. She pulled her mech aside as much as possible and waited until her opponent overextended. Once this happened, her red swordsman mech stepped forward and dropped its weapon to free both arms. Fall. The young Larkinson mech pilot utilized her varied training and employed a basic wrestling technique to force the unbalanced enemy mech into tipping over. Thud. The fall inflicted extra damage to the white swordsman mech due to the heavy gravity. What was even better was that it struggled to get back up to its feet. In the end, Lainey grinned as her swordsman mech stepped onto the opposing machine and crushed enough important components to earn herself another point. You don't deserve to get beaten by my sword, she grumbled. Her red swordsman mech carefully bent down to pick up the intact sword of her defeated foe. Having piloted Lucid Rage before, Lainey had become highly proficient in the art of dual wielding. Two swords should do the trick, she affirmed. Chapter 4841 Craftiness and Cunning. Chapter 4841 Craftiness and Cunning. Vase grimaced for a second once he saw that Lainey had suffered another defeat. That's 6 deaths so far. She isn't having the best luck. He had tracked the young mech pilot's performance due to his prior experimentation on her. He had reason to believe that she could stand out in this competition on account of her excellent skill and piloting acumen. While her performance at the beginning was good, Lainey quickly fell victim to the qualifying round's excessive chaos. There was no way for Lainey to guard against ambushes by multiple mechs. She could not help it if the environment around her virtual mech shifted in an unfavorable manner. After getting 3 times during the qualifying round, her swordsman mech performed only 85% as good as before. This gap in comprehensive performance exceeded the differences between mech generations. While Lainey had still been able to earn a smattering of points by hunting down weaklings that suffered even more defeats than herself, her luck consistently ran out as her progressively weakened machine painted an increasingly larger target on its back. After suffering so many deaths, it became unlikely for Lainey to earn any further points. The only way she could still fell opponents was by forming large groups of cannon fodder mechs in hope that her swordsman mech would not get taken out first. This was a slim hope as many of the undefeated or lightly defeated mechs simply mowed through these mobs of loser mechs without getting stopped. Lainey was not the only mech pilot who entered into this death spiral. Many other Larkinson mech pilots that Vase had a good impression of had befallen the same fate. It was a good thing that Lainey and numerous other Larkinson mech pilots still managed to harvest their fair share of points. Their skill at least ensured that they could take a few opposing mechs down as their own machines finally succumbed to the damage. Vase frowned and rubbed his hairless chin. He glanced down at his 2 children who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Hee. Andraste giggled as she held Lucky against her chest. Look, the gravity in Area B13 has reversed. Those landbound mechs are falling upwards. Meow, the damaged gem cat commented as he tried his best to take a recuperating nap. Marvane began to look upset. Why are our brothers and sisters losing so much? Aren't they better than the others? Vase smiled and patted his son's head. Better is a relative and contextual word. Are our Larkinsons better at piloting living mechs on organized battlefields? That is definitely the case. Are our soldiers better at participating in a free-for-all where teamwork and opportunism is paramount to accruing a high score? Not necessarily. Our mech pilots are all out of their element. If you study the real-time statistics closely, you will find that mercenary mech pilots score consistently higher than others. Can you tell me why that is the case? His children frowned as they thought about this question from their own perspectives. I think the Sword Maidens complained about this a lot when I trained with them. Andraste spoke up. They say that we Larkinsons are too honorable and gullible for our own good. We haven't met too many scumbags and don't know how to deal with them when they try to trick our soldiers. Vase tapped his daughter on the head. Language, young lady. I don't mind it too much if other people have a habit of calling people names, but it is not polite for you to do the same. You are supposed to be better than that. Besides, your mother will punish you if you use foul language. His naughty daughter's response to that was to stick out her tongue. Marvane meanwhile did not understand what was wrong. Can you explain to me, Papa? You're still too young, my boy. Wait until you've grown a little older. All I can say for now is that your sister is right. Our clan and people are honest, honorable and generally nice people. That is good for us but not entirely. The dwarf galaxy we live in is a dangerous place, and nice people don't tend to survive that long. Just look at the virtual matches taking place down below. The mech pilots of our clan aren't doing so well. In fact, it is telling that out of all of our pilots, the Sword Maidens perform the best on average. The Sword Maidens had split up into many different tournaments, many of which focused purely on melee combat. Not a lot of mech pilots from this iconic mech legion had actually signed up for the Davut Star tournaments, but those that did were predominantly old veterans who not only survived the old frontier during their pirate days, but also lived through all of the crazy battles the Larkinson clan had fought. Even though these older women from the same generation as Venerable Dice did not possess any special spiritual traits, their skill, experience, resilience and above all their adaptability were top-notch. Vase turned his attention towards the best-performing Larkinson in the tournament up to this point. There was no benefit to earning way more points than the theoretical cutoff threshold, but Georgina Larkinson didn't get the message. The woman not only managed to collect 36 points, but also managed to gather and led a mob of 25 melee mechs. Vase could tell that Georgina had been clever about this. She did not take over an existing group, but recruited lone melee mechs one by one with the force of her personality and her brilliant display of solid swordsmanship skills. She did not approach any of her peers who only suffered 1 or 2 defeats, but she sought out the more worn mechs that had been beaten down at least 5 times over the span of a couple of hours. Slowly but surely, she gathered a fluid following which she used to charge at other mech groups and harvest as many points as possible. Surrender or die. Either give us your points and weaken your mech by another 5%, or join my side and earn more points. It is your choice. The melees always turned into a confusing brawl, and it was inevitable for many of Georgina's brothers to fall. However, as long as her target group suffered enough losses, she forcibly instructed her group to stop fighting, sometimes turning the sword of her mech on her own subordinates if necessary. Her swordsman then pointed at the handful of surviving mechs that earned a much-needed reprieve. Surrender or die. Either give us your points and weaken your mech by another 5%, or join my side and earn more points. It is your choice. When faced with such a choice, the surviving losers immediately agreed to join Georgina's warband. Though it had suffered a number of losses, the addition of fresh blood actually resulted in a surplus of 2 mechs at the end. On and on her warband continued to roam through the chaotic battlefield that constantly changed and shifted. Mountains rose, uncaring for the mechs that were present in the terrain. Many of the machines that tumbled down became so beat up that they turned into easy meat for other competitors. An ocean appeared in place. Mechs that previously enjoyed solid footing immediately became submerged in water. This was not instantly fatal if the mechs were fortunate enough to not have too many holes in their armor. The same could not be said for the rest. The extreme reduction in gravity caused mechs that jumped to keep soaring into the air. These mechs continued to fly without any means of controlling their trajectory. Once they reached a portion of the battlefield where standard gravity reigned, a powerful attracting force caused them to fall down and never stand up again. The veteran Sword Maiden exhibited extreme wariness towards these fatal terrain changes. Even though she wasn't the most clever mech pilot, she soon learned a basic rule about this virtual battlefield. Once a region of space experienced a shift, it usually took at least 10 minutes before another transformation occurred. Of course, there were exceptions to this rule, but these incidents happened so infrequently that it was better to flock to these safe spaces. Through mastering these rules, the champions of the qualification round accrued more and more points while keeping their deaths to a minimum. Vase furrowed his brows as he compared Georgina's performance to that of Lainey. Both of them were highly skilled, but their life experiences and mentalities had made the difference. Lainey was too young and inexperienced to handle this sort of situation. She might be good in a straightforward mech battle, but she did not possess the leadership skills or cunning to gather a warband out of fellow strangers and take advantage of their relative weakness. Maybe our clan truly needs to engage in more independent operations. He murmured under his breath. The Larkinson army had already engaged in limited forms of mercenary work during the long break in Davut. He heard stories about boring protection duties, exciting hunting missions and beating off opportunistic raiders. Vase bet that veteran mech pilots such as Georgina of the Sword Maidens continued to learn more ways to deal with complicated situations that couldn't be solved by hacking her sword a lot of times. By the time this lengthy qualification round finally came to an end, both Georgina and Lainey managed to make it to the next round. The former easily breezed through and managed to attract plenty of attention. The latter ranked at the bottom end of the survivors and had become completely lost in the crowd. Alright, that's it for now. Vase stood up and brushed away any non-existent crumbs. The Davut Star tournament is over for today. What do you want to watch next? I want to see mech duels. Marvane piped up, not virtual, but real ones. What about you, Andraste? I want to go to a personal combat tournament. Can we go there instead, Papa? There will be plenty of time to see both. Let me check with your mother first. They spent the rest of the day dropping in and out of various arenas and competition venues. They never stayed too long, but managed to catch the highlights for the day. With his personal assistant and his staff taking care of all of the tickets and reservations, Vase did not encounter any hindrances. His children laughed and became amazed at the feats they witnessed today. They saw sword maidens armed with great swords defeating formidable warriors who came from many different regions of the old galaxy. They cheered a team of Avatar mech pilots as they fought against an opposing team that belonged to a prominent mercenary company originating from the galactic heartland. Vase, Andraste and Marvane even joined up with Gloriana and Aurelia at a singing competition in a fancy dining hall located in the austere district. The voices that sung today were so radiant and enchanting that even Vase couldn't forget about it for the rest of the evening. Gloriana appreciated the performances. She even started to have ideas. Vase, yes, honey, I think our second cohort of children should focus on the arts and the humanities. She explained her views. We already have the essentials covered with our current offspring. This is the time for us to diversify our brood and expand our network. What do you think about raising an artist or an actor? With our clan's immense advantages, I think our next sons and daughters have the potential to become famous throughout the galaxies. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane all perked up at the mention of more siblings. I want another little brother. Andraste asked as if she was ordering a product from a store. Can I have a little sis as well? I'm tired of having only older sisters. Marvane begged. Vase smiled embarrassingly at his wife and children. Let's not talk about this now. I already have my hands full with raising the three of you. Let me think about this further. I'm not sure if this is the right time to have more kids. Chapter 4842 Competitive Performance Chapter 4842 Competitive Performance The next few days passed by without incident. The Davutans continued to put a huge amount of effort into maintaining security. Kotor City became busier and busier as people continued to forget about the earlier attacks. A lot of tourists and residents did not want to miss the opportunity of a lifetime and eagerly partook in the celebrations. A lot of Larkinsons participated in the various tournaments and achieved mixed results. The mech pilots of the Larkinson clan were highly skilled and possessed plenty of real combat experience. However, it was far too difficult for them to stand out from the crowd without the benefit of living mechs. It soon became clear to people like Vase that much of the training and improvements of the Larkinson mech pilot were centered around living mechs. Without the benefit of the deep partnerships and synergies with their bonded machines, the Larkinson mech pilots weren't actually all that great. Sure, they were good alright. Many of them easily met the standard of elites. The problem was that the Red Ocean was filled with talent. The organizations that brought lots of mech pilots to the new frontier always prioritized quality over quantity. Ultimately, this meant that the Larkinson mech pilots always had a tough fight on their hands as soon as they fought against other elite mech pilots. The Larkinsons even fought against familiar friends and acquaintances in the mech arenas. The Glory Seekers, the Cross Clan, the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bujay family all sent their own mech pilots to test their mettle and see where they stood relative to other pioneering organizations. The personalities and fighting styles of all of these mech pilots diverged considerably, but their overall results were much closer than Vase expected. In a situation where all of the mechs were equal and where the terrain did not convey any special advantages, it was hard for a mech pilot to defeat equally skilled opponents on a consistent basis. All Vase learned from observing these matches was that his Larkinson mech pilots were good enough to fight against most but not all elite opponents. There were certain groups of mech pilots, particularly those that hailed from the most formidable special operations units of the federal military, that truly managed to push the generic tournament mech models to their limits. Their excellent skills, high combat experience and higher than average genetic aptitudes easily enabled them to win at least 70% of the matches against his Larkinson mech pilots. This margin of victory was not too overwhelming, but clearly taught Vase and many other overinflated clansmen a lesson. There were other pioneering groups that had brought over the stars of their respective regions. There were mech athletes that won numerous championships and knew how to work around the limitations of tournaments better than everyone. There were grizzled war veterans who had an endless bag of tricks under their sleeves and won impossible matches by relying on their beastly instincts. There were even rich and privileged scions who hadn't been pampered at all. Instead, each of these wealthy descendants received the best possible training that they could buy, up to and including receiving personal tutoring from expert pilots. Compared to all of these frighteningly skilled opponents, most of the Larkinson mech pilots still seemed immature and rough around the edges in comparison. His men still had a long way to go before they could truly outfight any of their peers under completely equal circumstances. It might not even happen as the Larkinson army did not really focus on training its men to excel in mech competitions. Don't feel too bad about the fact that none of our mech pilots have won any tournaments. General Verl consoled Vase during one of those competitions. I already had an inkling that our men wouldn't be able to go much further. We may have the MSTS, but our strongest rivals have other excellent if prohibitively expensive training methods at their disposal. Verl dropped by the VIP booth as he happened to be in the neighborhood. He had plenty of reasons to pay close attention to how his men fared against the best of what Davut had to offer. Vase nodded when he heard his analysis. Our clan's dependence on living mechs is our greatest strength, and possibly also our greatest weakness. There is no need to exaggerate the downsides of our approach, Vase. We both know that if our clansmen can participate in these tournaments with the machines that you have painstakingly designed, our winning percentages would be a lot higher. I dare say our clan can even bring home a few trophies. Vase shrugged. It doesn't matter. These tournaments and competitions aren't all that important to us. It would be nice if our clansmen can rank at the top and increase our fame this way, but we have already managed to stand out by winning actual battles. Our mech legions are all geared towards defeating serious enemies on the battlefield. That is what matters. The rules aren't fair either, and that plays to our advantage as we can make a lot more preparations. Both Vase and General Verl had lived through times where their forces were not as adequately prepared to confront the challenges in their way. This was why they both invested a lot of effort into training and equipping the forces under their command. The outcomes of the matches in the tournaments were not completely reflective of the strength of their clan. Vase only had to compare the current performance of his mech pilots to how much they accomplished during the initial outbreak of the war beasts. The fame and gratitude that the Larkinson clan earned that day surpassed any of the rewards that they could earn in the tournaments. That didn't mean that Vase was happy with the situation, though. Deep inside his heart, he wanted his mech pilots to win actual victories. All of these good but not excellent results put him in an awkward mood where he couldn't decide whether he should be happy or upset. Fortunately, I hear the Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders are making a splash during the personal combat tournaments. Vase relaxed a bit. I haven't attended any of their matches, but I hear that they are gaining a lot of fans. General Verl nodded. Our swordsmen and swordswomen are good enough to rank in the Tier 1 category of personal combatants in this zone. Their combat skills are on another level as far as I am concerned. The only reason why they still occasionally lose their matches is because they are being challenged by transhuman supersoldiers with superior augmentations. Oh, Vase raised his eyebrow. So these supersoldiers are essentially good because their employers invested a lot of money in their upgrades. It is a little more complicated than that, but that is the short version of the story. Highly augmented supersoldiers are the norm in this sector. Their combat skills may not be as sophisticated as our swordsmen, but their consistency is higher. As long as you have the money, you can take any decently talented soldier, apply a standard set of implants and genetic modification templates before teaching him how to make use of his expanded capabilities. The more expedient supersoldier programs can pump out a qualified humanoid monster in as little as 3 years. Vase looked impressed. It took a lot longer to train a real Sword Maiden or Heavenswarder, and not every boy or girl had the talent or the inclination to keep up with the brutal training regimes. Still, the results were worth it as far as Vase was concerned. I wish good luck to our sword fanatics. I hope they can do their part in increasing the reputation of our clan. He shrugged. Neither Vase nor General Verl cared too much about these swordsmen and swordswomen. They were living in the age of mechs. Infantry could still make a difference in many different situations, but it was undeniable that these small and weak combatants could never help the Larkinsons win a major battle. Only mechs and maybe more serious hardware enabled the Larkinson clan to earn one dazzling victory after another. Thinking about the lack of accomplishments in the mech department caused Vase to feel a bit conflicted. His pride and his expectations prompted him to make a decision: incidents. I am not only ready to show what our clan is capable of, but I feel it is essential for me to demonstrate my skills to Davut. I think I will go through with participating in the upcoming Twin Weapons tournament, he announced. It really doesn't sit well with me that there are people who think our mech pilots or mech designers aren't worth that much. That caught his wife's attention. Are you sure you want to put yourself in a high-pressure situation again so soon? You have become more relaxed now that you have set aside your duties and taken our children to all of these events. I'm not that fragile, honey. A few days of rest is enough for me to recover from the previous incidents. I am not only ready to show what our clan is capable of, but I feel it is essential for me to demonstrate my skills to Davut. I can see how it may benefit us. The mech community in Davut still have many doubts about your design qualifications. Once we begin to collaborate with the master mech designers of the state to design a series of Davutan mechs, it will become much easier to gain the other party's cooperation if you have proved you can work at this exceedingly high level. He never said anything about involving Gloriana in his projects. In fact, he wasn't even sure whether that was the best choice for his upcoming mech design commissions. He needed to look into this and see whether there was any room for his fellow journeymen. In any case, Vase had his mind set on competing in the Twin Weapons tournament. Out of all of the mech design competitions he participated in, this one certainly sounded interesting due to mixing up the format. Every pair of mech designers needed to combine forces in order to design two mechs in an exceedingly short timeframe. The possible permutations of melee mechs and ranged mechs should produce a lot of interesting and original combinations. Vase already had a few amusing ideas in mind, but he would have to wait and see how many other surprises the tournament introduced before he could select his final plan with Juliet. His wife did not look completely fine with letting her husband work together with Juliet. You can do better, Vase, she told him. Juliet is a fine journeyman mech designer, but she is not as brilliant as us. I would have preferred you to collaborate with Kedis. She may be younger and less experienced than the others, but even I have to admit that there is no one who can design better swordsman mechs than her. She is also unique in that she can also imbue her works with a part of her swordsmanship. That is an astonishing advantage that can propel your team to the finals. Vase sighed. You're right, but I don't want to win the twin weapon tournament by letting my design partner carry me to victory. Besides, I am sure that whatever stuff that Kedis can pull out of her hat will get her in trouble with the rules arbiters. She already caused tournaments to change their rules in the past. Now that she has become stronger, I am sure she'll cross another line. I don't want to deal with that. I want to test my own skills against other excellent journeymen without relying on any unreasonable shenanigans. Cheating may help me earn an easy trophy, but it would turn into a tainted prize in my hands. Too many years had passed since he last competed in a bunch of mech design tournaments back in Chance Bay. Vase no longer knew where he stood relative to other journeyman mech designers. He had a strong feeling that he had already reached the threshold to senior mech designer, but that was just a vague description. His performance during the upcoming mech design tournament would allow him to make a much more concrete measurement of where he stood in his journey. Chapter 4843 Spencer Hall Chapter 4843 Spencer Hall, Hehehe. Papa is finally going to compete in person. He's so awesome, he will blast all of the competition. First place is ours. Now, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Anything can happen in the next few days. Don't assume that I will win. There are plenty of other strong mech designers that have decided to take part. Though Vase possessed a lot of confidence in his design abilities, he was not so arrogant to assume that he could win the championship without doubt. Aside from the normal variables concerning mech design tournaments, the Twin Weapons tournament also made the contest more complex by compelling two mech designers to work on two mech designs at the same time. It was these additional variables and all of the chaotic possibilities they opened up that attracted Vase to sign up for this event. He had more than enough of competing in standard tournaments that did not really add much variety. That did not deter Vase at all. He wanted to put his full effort into winning this contest, if only to validate his own strength and capabilities as a mech designer. He really did not have the confidence of beating any senior or master in a mech design contest, but it was not acceptable for him to lose against fellow journeymen. Whether his confidence had become inflated or whether he accurately measured his design strength would become clear at the end of the 3-day tournament. Vase and his immediate family hopped inside an armored shuttle and flew towards the academic district under heavy escort. Mech design tournaments were different from mech combat tournaments. The former was more niche and mostly entailed long hours of watching mech designers fiddle with projected design interfaces. The latter catered to the masses and featured plenty of mech-on-mech action, sometimes non-stop. Naturally, mech combat tournaments attracted much greater audiences and usually had to be held in the biggest arenas or special combat venues in town. Mech design tournaments, on the other hand, did not have to be held in any arenas for at least the design phase portion. If physical mech combat became a part of the competition rules, then it was possible to hold the matches in a different venue that was rented out for a smaller amount of days. This cost-saving measure was not necessary in the case of the Twin Weapons Tournament. This was because the tournament was organized by the Davut University of Technology, the top tech institution of Davut. The huge university possessed a lavish campus that offered enough room to hold multiple concurrent contests. The Twin Weapons Tournament may not be the largest one, but it was allocated to the Spencer Hall, which served as an all-purpose exhibition hall, convention center and mech arena. Its interior was highly modular and adaptable, allowing it to take on any shape to accommodate any event. It could easily house hundreds of thousands of spectators at the greatest, but the attendance rate of mech design tournaments usually wasn't high enough to justify these adaptations. Surprisingly enough, this time was different. As the armored shuttle along with the extensive escort of Larkinson mechs touched down a separate landing zone, Vase looked up to observe the arrival of other shuttles and vehicles. Students as well as many guests arrived well before the event was scheduled to kick off. Vase could even spot the arrival of other shuttles escorted by mechs, which signified that a lot of people of status had chosen to attend as well. Vase could even spot vehicles and mechs branded by the insignia of the Federal Military of Davut. "That is way more than I expected. Aren't you surprised?" Gloriana said as she ushered their children forward. "A contest such as this normally does not merit too much attention. What makes this different from the other journeyman-level tournaments is the participation of one special mech designer. They have all come for you. People want to know what the patriarch of one of the most famous and rising clans in Davut is capable of. The price of tickets has multiplied by 5 times and many people are willing to stay day and night in order to observe everything you are doing." Vase should have expected this. One of the Larkinson clan's greatest strengths was its mech business, and no one affected it more than the clan patriarch. His performance directly affected other people's opinions and behavior towards the Larkinsons. He could not afford to disappoint everyone's expectations. "The Strange Lands tournament must be pissed that I decided to withdraw from it," Vase idly remarked. "That is an understatement, Vase." Before Vase and children proceeded onwards, they first said goodbye to Gloriana. "Why won't you come, Mama?" Aurelia asked while holding Clixie in her arms. "Your mother dislikes observing mech design tournaments. My design philosophy centers around perfection, and it is well known that mechs designed on short notice are anything but exquisite. You can think of it as an allergy, sweetie. As much as I want to support your father and keep you all company, I truly cannot be with you. It is your choice to stay and cheer your father on. I have made sure to assign enough company while you choose to remain." "Ah." Marvane looked sad. Vase wasn't even 40 years old but already experienced a legendary life. Much of the tales surrounding his illustrious record was related to his mech design work. He either, meow tilde, Clixie brushed her body against the young boy. The cats would keep him company. It was hard for their children to understand why Gloriana couldn't be here, but they loved and admired their father too much to stay away. Every single child of the Larkinson clan had grown up listening to the many deeds of its patriarch. Vase wasn't even 40 years old but already experienced a legendary life. Much of the tales surrounding his illustrious record was related to his mech design work. He either solved a lot of difficult problems with his unique and innovative works, or provided other talented heroes with the mechs they needed to make a crucial difference. Many foes had come up and challenged Vase and the growing forces under his command, only to fall beneath his feet. The public did not have a complete list of all of the enemies that Vase had defeated over his relatively short career. However, the records showed that he had definitely managed to fell pirates, Fredaemon, astral beasts, alien battleships and even phase whales. These were incredible victories. They were also highly unusual, as it was not customary to attribute these glorious accomplishments to mech designers of all people. In a society where mech designers usually had a reputation for being stereotypical scientists who locked themselves inside their design labs for months on end, the notion of a mech designer proactively taking part in dangerous expeditions sounded highly unusual. It was completely unnecessary for mech designers to witness the performance of their completed products in the front row of a life-threatening battle, but Vase did it again and again. His odd atypical behavior and his unusually successful rise had even spurred the emergence of copycats. Vase applauded their bravery but not their wisdom. He had the sneaking suspicion that all of those overeager mech designers had not correctly weighed the risks of entering the more dangerous regions of the new frontier. It was none of his business how they chose to spend their time. Perhaps more heroes among mech designers might rise up in the following years. "I will miss you so much, my son," Gloriana said as she kissed Marvane on his forehead. "Be a good boy and make sure to listen to Shannon and the others, all right?" Marvane cutely nodded his head. Once Gloriana became reassured that the kids would remain well behaved, she returned to her shuttle and subsequently left the campus of the Davut University of Technology. Vase clapped his hands. "All right, let's proceed." The rest of the group moved towards Spencer Hall. They immediately attracted notice on account of their identity as well as the large and oversized bodyguard detail. Naturally, Vase did not solely rely on his infantry troopers to safeguard his life. Numerous mechs had taken up positions within the university campus. This was normally not allowed, but the Larkinson clan's status was not as trivial as before. "Wow, what a pretty campus," Aurelia remarked. "Everything is so big and beautiful." The Davut University of Technology possessed a strong academic atmosphere. The artwork and architecture were refined and spoke of exceedingly thoughtful design. Although the founding festival caused the university to suspend its classes, Vase could easily imagine many students moving about in order to attend their classes or take part in another activity. "We are here," Vase announced. Spencer Hall looked like any other convention center, except bigger. There was plenty of space to accommodate a large crowd, and that came in quite handy today. Vase even spurred on a reaction from the crowd waiting in line to pass through the main entrance. "Look over there, it is the Larkinson clan. The patriarch is here. He's shorter than I thought in reality. Thank you for saving my brother during the attack." Vase smiled and waved at the crowd in a typical PR-friendly fashion. He kept up his polite act until the group passed through the much smaller VIP entrance. He registered his identity, confirmed his participation in the tournament and handled the rest of the paperwork. Once everything was in order, Vase briefly accompanied his children to a larger VIP booth that he had reserved for his entire clan. Numerous clansmen had already arrived beforehand and stood up from their comfortable seats. "Sir, we're all rooting for you and Juliet." Vase smiled. Of all of the Larkinsons that wanted to see him in action, the mech designers of the design department expressed the greatest enthusiasm. He didn't fully understand their compulsion. Vase designed his mechs plenty of times in their presence. While Shannon Maris performed her nanny duties and settled the children in their seats, Vase approached his colleagues and subordinates and chatted with them for a while. Miles Tovar, Merrill O'Brien and Cormont Hempkamp were journeymen, just like Vase. The biggest difference was that they were much further behind, so much so that there was little point for them to sign up for the tournaments. They would just humiliate themselves while allowing their confidence to get crushed. Don't pay too much attention to the specifics in an attempt to copy the best practices of other mech designers. Vase advised them, try and look for sources of inspiration. If there is anything going on that catches your interest, try to analyze and deconstruct the source of your distraction. Then try to figure out whether you can develop an application based on what you have learned. The three journeymen all nodded seriously, no matter whether they already learned this lesson. Vase then turned towards the younger generation of Larkinson mech designers. "Hey, kiddos," he grinned as he stretched out his hand to pat Michael and Xanthar's heads. "I'm glad to see you here as well. What I said earlier applies even more to the two of you. As apprentices, you need to work towards developing your own ideas. This is the only way you can formulate a legitimate design philosophy that you can carry to the end. I am still waiting for you to become journeymen and lighten our workload. Will you design a Luminaire Crystal Rifleman mech for this tournament?" Xanthar eagerly asked. Maybe. I hope so, but you never know. These tournaments impose a lot of restrictions on what we can stuff in our mech design to minimize the usefulness of existing mech designs. I am sure the tournament organizers will throw in a few more curveballs in order to keep people like me on our toes. The Davut University of Technology was the premier mech designer school of the new colonial state. It expected the best of its students, and Vase did not believe its attitude would be any different towards the people who applied to compete in its tournament. Chapter 4844 Expectations. Spencer Hall was an ultramodern venue that possessed a technological aesthetic. The architect did not hide the huge amount of technology and metal that went into its construction. All of these advanced components were necessary to make the place adaptable and accommodating for any type of event a university might hold. Tens of thousands of spectators had already arrived in advance. Large groups of adolescents congregated together. A notable proportion of them wore the jade green hoodies and shirts that proudly showed off a stylized gray wheat ear, the emblem of the Davut University of Technology. Vase had no idea why a tech-oriented educational institution would choose to represent itself with an agricultural symbol of all choices, but none of it was his business. As more and more people entered the venue, Vase could see that the engineering and mech design students made up an unusually high proportion of the group. They have all come to learn from you. Xanthar Larkinson stepped up to his side. I can't blame them, honestly. I have learned from you firsthand. The stuff you teach can't be found in any of the textbooks or classes that they have access to. I think they might already be satisfied if they learn a scrap of your repertoire. Vase chuckled. I am afraid these earnest students won't be able to get what they want. If my design philosophy was so easy to learn from, the Mechers wouldn't have labeled it as Class 9. I hope they can gain more general inspiration from their work. I don't want them to inherit my design principles. I want them to form their own original ones. If I can do it, so can they. These young men and women are all enrolled in the best mech design university of Davut. They should have done more than rote learning. He knew that the colonial state had invested a disproportionate amount of funding to accelerate the growth of the DUT. It needed to become a top school of the entire Krakatoa Middle Zone in order to build up its prestige and attract more talented students and professors. After Vase finished his examination of the student body, he shifted his gaze towards all of the other spectators down below. Different from the party-goers who attended the typical mech combat tournaments, the ones that decided to show up today all wore neat and refined clothing. Business suits and clean dresses were common as the professionals all tried to present themselves at their best. It was as if they were attending a church session instead of a mech design tournament. There were multiple reasons why these people wanted to look clean and professional. This event was less of a party and more of a work conference of sorts. They were surrounded by their peers in the mech industry and were expected to talk shop with each other as the competition dragged on for many hours. The mech technicians, engineers, sales associates, marketing managers and etc. also wanted to make sure they did not leave an awful impression to their future employers, peers or superiors. Even the mech designers put an effort into presenting their most refined sides, as it was not a secret that scores of senior mech designers and maybe master mech designers would be observing or presiding over the tournament. Michael all thought it was because of the star of the show. You're a big deal, sir. The Twin Weapons Tournament isn't the biggest mech design tournament of the founding festival. A lot of masters would rather be elsewhere at this time. It is only because the most famous mech designer among the younger generations has decided to take part that they have chosen to come. Well, that certainly did not help soothe his nerves. Though Vase was too experienced and confident in his abilities to suffer from performance anxiety, he was keenly aware that he needed to make an excellent impression in front of the masters of Davut in order to earn 9 impressive fleet carriers for his clan. Those brilliant and accomplished mech designers may very well have come to scope out his design abilities in advance in order to judge whether it was worthwhile to collaborate with him on Davuti's key mech design projects. Vase was determined not to disappoint their expectations. In fact, he wanted to do better. He wanted to exceed their estimates of his design capabilities. By the time he was finished, those masters would beg to collaborate with him on their most ambitious mech design projects. Vase received a silent alert that informed him that he needed to go down and prepare for the start of the Twin Weapons Tournament. He patted Michael and Xanthar on the shoulders. The two had grown a lot since they first came under his tutelage. Both of them had grown into bright and motivated apprentice mech designers who were well on their way to flesh out their nascent design philosophies. What Vase appreciated the most about the two of them was their work ethic and their decisiveness. Vase had faithfully passed on one of the most important lessons he learned during his formative years. Professor Velton, late of the Flagrant Vandals Mech Regiment, once used her own life trajectory as an example of how much mech designers could squander their time on politics, socializing and other activities that did not benefit their progression in the slightest. She eventually exhausted her potential as a senior mech designer and waved away what little chance she had of advancing to a master. Her lack of progress and contributions to the mech community also left her with little choice on prolonging her life. She could only exchange a discounted version of a serum with her meager means and ultimately completed a botched treatment process that left her with no more avenues to live past 2 centuries. Though many years had passed since Vase the young apprentice received Professor Velton's teachings, he still held an immense gratitude towards her for enabling him to rise so quickly. This was why he frequently imparted the same advice to his students. Acquiring the right attitude was paramount and more important than every other lesson he taught to them. He did not really care whether they learned how to design living mechs or inherited his passion for luminaire crystal technology. He just wanted his students to make the most out of the limited amount of time they could spend on their life's work. Though Vase did not have the confidence that Michael and Xanthar would follow in his or Katiz's footsteps and become a journeyman before their 30s, there was no need for haste. They would reach their initial goals sooner or later as long as they continued to enrich their knowledge, built up their own theoretical frameworks and worked on more design projects. Naturally, his students also needed to develop spiritual potential, which they thankfully did. Vase had no proof of this, but he had a hunch that his teachings along with their frequent exposure to spiritual phenomena had spurred on the emergence of this crucial quality. He would have to test this hypothesis when he taught other students in the future. Vase left the VIP booth after kissing each of his children on their heads one last time before he went down and entered a preparation area. Many fellow journeyman mech designers had already gathered. They showed clear reaction to his arrival but otherwise kept to themselves. Good. Vase did not want his competition to be cowed by his reputation. Vase. Juliet Stamaros walked up while wearing a business suit that carried the markings of the Penitent Sisters in the Larkinson clan. About the mech design proposals, he raised his palm. Let's talk about that after we have received the restrictions and requirements of this tournament. I have my ideas, including one that I think is especially promising for the unique format of this contest, but I need to be sure it is applicable for this instance. I can promise you that we should definitely be able to impress the audience if we can implement my best idea. He looked forward to implementing his latest product of his imagination. It attracted him a lot ever since he first came up with it. The brilliance and value proposition of this innovative idea impressed him so much that he even thought it had potential to become the basis of one of the major mech commissions that he agreed to fulfill. As such, his participation in the Twin Weapons tournament served a greater purpose than validating his progress and impressing his fellow mech designers. He wanted to showcase a new method of employing mechs that had the potential to become a strong boon to the forces of Davut. It might even match the impact that the Blessed Squire and the Valkyrie Redeemer had on the Hex army. As Vase chatted with Juliet about irrelevant matters, he struggled to contain his grin. He wanted to amaze both his fellow competitors and his entire audience with his original new idea, but it was not yet time for him to steal the show. A university attendant soon entered the preparation area. Everyone, may I have your attention, please? The tournament shall commence soon. Please follow our instructions and stand on the places that we have marked for you. There is no need to do anything else before the design phase starts. We have no intention of occupying your time and the time of our valued guests. We only ask you to follow our rules and present us with the best possible mechs that you can develop within the deadline. It took a bit of time before the recorders came to live. The Twin Weapons tournament had finally begun. Vase tuned out the introductory speech and all of the other useless talk. He was grateful that the Davut University of Technology assigned more professional announcers who didn't come from the entertainment industry. The only time where he paid attention to the people speaking to the crowd was the distinguished-looking gray-haired man who commanded everyone's attention. The reason why everyone fell silent was not just because he was a professor employed by the DUT. He was also a master mech designer who had been in the industry for almost 2 centuries. Vase did not know much about Master Hergard Elroy, but he recalled the older man's record. Master Elroy dedicated his life to advancing his Class 4 design philosophy. The MTA officially referred to his specialty as alternative propulsion drive systems, which was a fancy way of describing weird and radically different means of making mechs move from point A to point B. Juliet could probably describe his work a lot more than Vase on account of their similar research and design interests. What actually mattered was that Master Elroy spent many decades of his career on studying and deciphering many different alien drive technologies. He did so long before the Red Ocean ever became accessible. His rich experience in researching and reverse engineering all of the weird alien tech originating from the old galaxy put him at a clear advantage in doing the same for all of the phase water tech originating from the new frontier. Master Elroy likely possesses the deepest attainments in phase water theory and warp drive technology among the academicians in Davut. Juliet quietly communicated to Vase. He also has many ties to Morden Tech and the other top development companies of the colonial state. He is an extremely popular collaboration partner. Vase looked more impressed. I see. Thanks for the clarification. It did not sound likely that Vase would collaborate with Master Hergard Elroy on any future projects. The man was probably working to develop better iterations of mini drives. These extremely expensive transphasic mech systems were only destined to be equipped by high-ranking mechs. They were too uneconomical to be employed by standard mechs. That did not stop him from respecting the master. The older man was already over 2 centuries old but still retained his hunger to explore more unknown alien technology. Chapter 4845 Additional Requirements. As soon as Master Hergard Elroy stepped onto the main podium of Spencer Hall, everyone stopped their discussions and paid attention to the man. His accomplishments and his importance to Davut earned him a lot of respect. Vase was no exception. He might not be too familiar with the master mech designer and his research, but anyone who managed to realize a design philosophy and become a powerful transcendent represented the best of the human race. He and every other participant stood behind the master in the background as the latter addressed every listener. Welcome, everyone. The gray-haired man spoke in a dignified but lecturing tone. Today, the Davut University of Technology is pleased to host an event that brings some of the best journeyman mech designers of our colonial state together in friendly competition. Both young and old mech designers are eligible to demonstrate their work and put them to the test in real physical combat. A lot of people perked up when they heard that. Scoring the competition mechs by throwing them into fights was much more interesting than relying on abstract numerical scores or subjecting them to a high number of simulated AI-driven matches. Each of you must be curious why our school has decided to organize a tournament themed around designing pairs of mechs. Master Elroy smiled. Here in the DUT, we prepare our mech design students to become a part of a rich and vibrant mech community. No mech designer works in isolation. The mechs they design by themselves are rarely employed by themselves. Instead, they are often fielded in multiple numbers and alongside mechs based on other models as well. The true strength of mechs does not lie in their superior mechanical forms or the properties they rely upon to amplify the capabilities of their pilots, but the synergies they can attain when fighting alongside complementary machines. Vase and many other mech designers nodded in agreement. This was a truth that every mech designer learned. Whether they comprehended this concept during their studies or became enlightened to it after they started their careers, it was undeniable that mechs worked best when they varied their configurations and relied on teamwork and cooperation to produce astounding results. Master Elroy continued his speech. The Twin Weapons Tournament is by no means an attempt to fully reproduce the intricate connections that enable weaker mech forces to defeat stronger opponents. It is nonetheless set up in a manner that encourages the participating mech designers to spend more effort on co-dependence rather than individual strength. If our contestants do not take my words by heart and choose to design 2 separate and individual mechs, then they will miss the point of this tournament. Vase and Juliet both understood the underlying message. It might not be possible for every pair of mech designers to collaborate with each other on a closer level, but they at least needed to coordinate their work in order to stand any chance of making it through the later rounds. Once Master Elroy completed his opening statement, he started to address the more practical topics. Let me proceed with explaining the rules of this tournament. The event lasts 3 days in total. Our teams of mech designers have 2 days to design their competition mechs. We will subsequently assign mech pilots from a pool of roughly equal mech pilots lent to us by the Federal Military of Davut. I will not divulge any further on the mech pilots, but rest assured that their skills are almost uniform and that they do not possess any overly specialized abilities or piloting styles. Every pair of competition mechs will be put in a single elimination bracket where only the undefeated shall win the entire tournament. Every mech shall be repaired after every match, so their battle damage will not make an impact in any subsequent matches. The rules concerning the mech pilots did not surprise anyone as the descriptions published beforehand already mentioned that this would happen. Vase found it to be a fairer if less certain process than being assigned mech pilots in advance. A single elimination bracket was an unforgiving method of filtering the better mechs from the worser ones. A single mistake or counter had the potential to doom a promising team of mech designers. Though Vase did not exactly feel comfortable with this, he knew that his work could not afford to falter even once if he wanted to fulfill his goals. As the combat phase will only commence 2 days later, I shall explain the most relevant rules of the design phase. Once the pairs of mech designers have taken their places, they are granted 48 hours to work in full view of our remote and in-person audience. Our contestants are not only expected to design both a melee mech and a ranged mech at once, but to fabricate them in rapid speed with the help of our advanced superfabs. That did not sound much different from the previous tournaments that Vase participated in. The only deviation was the fact that Vase and every other journeyman had to work in pairs. Master Elroy began to smile a bit more as he came up to the most interesting part of his announcement. Now, I shall begin to state the design parameters that every team must abide by in order to submit a valid pair of competition entries. We will transfer a detailed technical document that fully lists out the restrictions and requirements that we have set, but I shall explain the most important ones. We have selected a narrow selection of materials that our teams can use to design and fabricate their mechs, a number of which has rarely been employed in mechs before. None of the materials are strong or particularly valuable, but each of them are native to the Red Ocean. The journeymen are expected to familiarize themselves with the resources at their disposal and draw out their greatest strengths. As the materials are not difficult to work with, the advanced superfabs that the teams can use to fabricate their competition entries can complete their tasks in a handful of hours. This was also good news to Vase. He did not want to allocate an entire day on fabricating the mech parts and assembling them into place. The more time that he and Juliet could devote to their design work, the better. No phase water will be made available. It is impossible to incorporate any transphasic components in the competition mechs. No one looked surprised when they heard this rule. Phasewater technology was still relatively new to humanity. The key ingredient was too expensive to squander in a mech design tournament, and any powerful transphasic weapons employed by the competition mechs might possibly be able to produce accidents as their attacks punched through the arenas. Protective measures and hit the crowd. The competition mechs are only confined to landbound mechs. The mobility-oriented master explained. It is permissible to equip them with boosters. They are not allowed to be equipped with serious flight systems. The arenas do not offer sufficient space for high mobility maneuvers. It is also more compelling to test the cooperation between mechs that need to move more deliberately. Juliet immediately frowned. This was a substantial handicap to her work. Flight systems played a huge role in her design philosophy and work approach, so being prohibited from using them in any of her competition mechs seriously limited her options. Vase reassuringly patted her back. It will be okay. Boosters can also be powerful in the right situations. Master Elroy began to look amused as he announced the next set of rules. That is not all, ladies and gentlemen. In order to further throw off our mech designers and prevent them from falling into existing routines, we have added a number of other restrictions. The first one is that at least one out of the 2 competition mechs designed by our teams must be a light mech. To be more precise, their total mass must remain below the threshold of a second-class light mech as defined by the Mech Trade Association. It is up to the teams to decide whether they wish to turn their melee entry or ranged entry into a light mech. Vase almost jerked his body. This was a massive limitation. He looked around and saw that more than a few mech designers looked upset or dismayed. They did not have much experience with light mechs, or simply did not possess a design philosophy that plays well with these fast but fragile machines. At least the participating journeymen could decide which one they could design as a light mech. Vase and Juliet exchanged glances again. The latter clearly looked more relieved. As a mobility specialist, Juliet possessed much greater depth and experience in designing light mechs. Her design philosophy should truly be able to play a useful role during the design phase. The second abnormal rule is that both of the competition mechs designed by the teams must include an artificial weak point on the frontal surface of their frames. What? Projections of example mechs featuring this deliberate weak point emerged into view, allowing everyone to clearly understand what the master mech designer meant with those words. As you can see, these generic humanoid and beast mechs incorporate panels that appear to be made out of fragile glass. These panels are placed on their upper chests and must possess either a circular, oval or square shape. Their total area must be 2 square meters or more, though we do not recommend making it larger than necessary. Internal components must be easily accessible to any opponent that easily manages to breach this fragile material. Vase frowned. This was a tricky rule. He had never heard of any mech design tournament that toyed with the participants by imposing such an arbitrary and atypical rule. No mech designer would ever introduce such a heavy and deliberate weak point on their serious mech designs. Though Vase was thrown off balance by this weird requirement, he eventually managed to calm down and figure out whether this demand affected his existing ideas. He could already tell that beast mechs possessed an inherent advantage in this tournament because their weak points wouldn't be readily accessible as long as they walked on all fours. Then again, humanoid mechs weren't helpless either. Their ability to hold external equipment with their articulating hands easily allowed them to hold thick and sturdy physical shields that could manually close the weak points on their chests. All in all, the additional requirements generally made mechs more fragile and vulnerable against damage. This should shorten the matches that would take place during the combat phase. Vase had already looked around and counted the number of teams that he would be competing against. A total of 71 teams ultimately took part in the Twin Weapons tournament, which meant that numerous rounds of matches must be held in order to go through the single elimination bracket format. All in all, Vase felt a bit annoyed more than anything else. The competition mechs that he would have to design with Juliet would end up coming to life as partially crippled and deformed living mechs. Vase did not want to design overly flawed mechs, even if they only served a limited purpose, but the tournament organizers left him with little choice. He sighed. It will be hellishly difficult for us to design a pair of mechs that won't instantly crumble because their frontal weak points are so easy to target. Maybe I will need to design a variation of the battle skirt system in order to add additional protection. Master Elroy smirked as he mentioned another restriction. Oh, I should also state that while energy shield generators are permitted to be used, their potency and energy consumption will undergo heavy alterations. They will not perform as strong as normal, and they will rapidly deplete what little energy reserves the competition mechs are allowed to have when they begin their matches. Quote. Chapter 4846 Looking for Combinations, begin. Vase and all of the other participants of the Twin Weapons tournament had a serious design challenge on their hands. He could swear that Master Elroy and his fellow colleagues were laughing behind everyone's backs for coming up with these inane set of rules. The biggest limitations were the rule that forced the teams to design at least one light mech and the rule that compelled all of the mechs to incorporate an obvious weak point. The implications of these two rules were massive and forced every participating mech designer to discuss their plans with their partners. Once all of the 71 teams took their places in the main area of Spencer Hall, a large number of energy screens came to life, isolating them in their own little cells. The floor shifted to reveal numerous terminals, work tables, break rooms and most importantly the advanced superfab. Vase studied the model for a moment. It was considerably better than ordinary second-class superfabs but fell short of the AP Vex superfab that he obtained for 60 million MTA merits. Many mech designers immediately approached the superfab in order to explore its interface and study its technical specs. They needed to know what it was capable of in order to ensure their upcoming design work could be realized in the short time they had available. This is a surprisingly user-friendly superfab model, Vase remarked as he compared its technical specs to that of the superfabs he worked with. The DUT is a learning institution, so it makes sense for it to procure a large batch of superfabs that are designed with wider tolerances and lower precision in mind. The degree of automation and pre-assembly functions are also particularly high. It is easier to fabricate working parts with this machine, but it is nearly impossible to stretch it beyond its narrow limits and produce truly excellent parts. That was a disappointment to Vase. He was accustomed to working with more advanced hardware that were primarily designed to be utilized by senior mech designers and master mech designers. However, there was no time for him to waste on maximizing the quality of his products. He needed to prioritize speed instead, and working with a more dummy-proof superfab was clearly the better choice. As the two journeymen from the Larkinson clan thoroughly explored the superfab's capabilities, they had already begun to discuss the ramifications of the rules and restrictions. Those enforced weak points are going to be a huge pain, Vase complained. Almost every mech designed for combat and even non-combat purposes always carry thicker armor at the front. There are good reasons for this as they are most likely to get damaged by frontal threats. Leaving the rear less armored is not that reassuring, but there are ways to prevent enemies from targeting your rear while in active combat. You can't do that when targeting enemy mechs. You have to face them with your front. We can design mechs that can circumvent this rule. For example, you can arm it with weapons that can fire backwards. Juliet proposed. Nope, won't work. I've already skimmed through the full document that explains the rules. There are provisions that specifically guard against that loophole and many others besides. We can design a knight mech with a thick fat shield if we want, but it can't be permanently affixed above the weak point like a pseudo-armor plate. Those masters who drafted these rules have accounted for every possibility. We should just follow the rules and not try anything funny. I see. The penitent sister mech designer frowned. She was just as unaccustomed to this situation as Vase. If we truly must incorporate these dreadful weak points into our mech designs, then we need to think about defense first. The other mech designers are likely doing the same. Our mechs cannot win any matches if their weak points are exploited first. Our design approach must proceed on the premise of defending the weak points of our own machines while at the same time setting them up to target the weak points of the opposing mechs. Vase slowly nodded in agreement. Your logic is sound. I agree with you. The Twin Weapons tournament centers almost entirely around how the competition mechs are able to handle these vulnerabilities. Well, there is also the rule that forces every team to design at least one light mech in their lineup. If we can design a striker mech, it should be able to counter that light mech really hard, weak point or not. Don't you agree, Juliet? His partner for this competition frowned. I am afraid it is not as simple as you think. Striker mechs are indeed effective against light mechs, but only at close range. They will struggle to take out ranged light mechs. Striker mechs are also generally heavier and slower in order to accommodate more armor and firepower. Their defenses are generally stronger to compensate for their lack of evasion ability, but in this case it is not a good choice because their weak points are clearly exposed. We can equip the striker mech with a shield. They're commonly known as riot mechs. Vase proposed. It is a common combination to pair a mech with a ranged weapon and a shield in numerous regions of human space. That might work, but there are reasons why mobile rifleman mechs are more popular, Vase. Striker mechs are already slow enough. Striker mechs equipped with shields are even slower and less agile. They have clear advantages in ranged combat, but they cannot effectively defend themselves in melee combat. Light mechs can ironically counter them as long as they are attacked from their rear. The mechs you have described cannot turn around quickly enough to defend against attacks launched from other directions. You will effectively be trading a frontal vulnerability point to a rear weak vulnerability if you opt for a riot mech. Vase frowned and rubbed his hairless chin. You sound like you don't want to weigh down any of our mechs with physical shields. I think that relying on armor is a trap, Juliet theorized. When Master Elroy explained the rules to us, you can hear his disdain towards mechs that are equipped with physical or energy defenses. Don't forget about his specialization. He has a deep appreciation and bias towards mobile mechs. I would not be surprised if he was the main individual responsible for drafting the rules in the first place. I think that he is subtly encouraging us all to design highly mobile mechs. That is an interesting theory, Juliet. I did not think about this situation from this angle. I am not certain that your interpretation is as strong as you suggest, though. The rules may be set in a way that encourages the use of highly mobile mechs, but I wouldn't rule out the alternatives either. One of the most straightforward pairings that we can design is a rifleman mech and a knight mech. The former shoots down the enemy mechs while the latter defends from most of the incoming attacks. It is a classic combination even if the added restrictions force the teams to make compromises or adaptations such as equipping the ranged mechs with a shotgun or a flamethrower. Vase believed that most teams would opt for this classic combo. It was probably fairly weak against certain combinations of light mechs, but fairly strong against anything else. The two mech designers from the Larkinson clan continued to argue against each other about what sort of mech types they should focus upon. Vase already had his mind set on a particular combination. We need to design at least one light mech. If this is the case, then I would prefer it to be a light skirmisher. What is your reasoning? Because out of all of the possible light mechs we can design, the light skirmisher possesses the highest lethality under ideal circumstances. We could design a light ranged mech, but its firepower will be so low that it cannot threaten any opponent unless it is able to strike the weak points. It is better to stick to a classic light skirmisher that can either storm an enemy's front and attack the weak point with great speed, or have it circle around and attack a slower but more defensive mech from the rear where it cannot adequately fend off attackers. I am not opposed to designing a light skirmisher, Juliet said. I have sufficient experience with designing one. I also think it is a good and flexible choice. The more important decision is the ranged mech that we pair with a light melee mech. It cannot be slow and rely too much on armor to defend itself because it will only be outflanked in a serious match. A light skirmisher was a purely offensive mech. It was exceedingly bad at defending other friendly mechs, so it was a bad choice to pair it with a less mobile ranged mech. Vase kept thinking, a mobile rifleman mech might do, but I do not feel it as the right choice. It will perform decently against most opponents, but it is easily countered by an opposing light skirmisher. I would rather go for a striker mech because it can at least defend effectively against these pesky flies. Besides, Spencer Hall isn't all that large. The range will remain fairly short, so striker mechs should have a greater advantage in this specific tournament. Juliet shook her head in disagreement. If we go for this choice, we will suffer from the problem that we have described before. It is too easy to counter a striker mech with a mobile rifleman mech that is careful about maintaining its distance. Neither mech designers liked this dilemma. A rifleman mech and a striker mech both possessed clear strengths and weaknesses. Choosing one would force the two mech designers to commit to a strategy that might not work out that well against all opponents. If we have to stick to a light skirmisher as our melee mech, then we will always have a problem with the survivability of the ranged mech. Vase sighed. The single elimination bracket makes this an unwise decision. Our mechs cannot suffer a single defeat. If they do, then we are out of the tournament. I don't know about you, but I am determined to take first place. We need to think outside the box and come up with a more adaptable and resilient combination that can fight against a variety of opponents with at least decent effectiveness. Juliet gazed at him. You sound as if you have already come up with a possible solution. What do you propose? What if instead of settling for either a rifleman mech or a striker mech, we combine both of their strengths in a single frame? What if we opt for designing a hybrid mech that can carry both a long-range weapon but also has inbuilt flamethrowers or vice versa? I do not think that is a wise idea, Vase. We only have 2 days to complete our work. Hybrid mechs are some of the most complicated and time-consuming mechs that you can design. It will take too much time for us to design a hybrid mech that incorporates multiple integrated weapons without introducing more weak points. The ideal of trying to combine multiple ranged mech types into a single mech frame sounds promising in theory, but it is anything but practical. I disagree. Are you sure about that, sir? Vase smirked. Have you forgotten about my recent improvements? I've become a lot more capable recently. I can tell you that I can do 3 times as much design work as before. Do you understand the implications of this? I can essentially cram 6 days' worth of design work during the design phase. Perhaps hybrid mechs are not viable choices for other mech designers, but I am different. If you believe in my ability, then let us proceed with this combination. As long as the hybrid mech is light enough, it can accompany our light skirmisher and assault the enemy mechs at close range. Chapter 4847 Hybrid Challenges, a Hybrid Mech. Juliet Stamaros wasn't stupid. She was a journeyman just like Vase and deeply understood the technical challenges involved with designing a hybrid mech. These were mechs that did not easily fit into a single category. They deviated from other humanoid mechs in that they could not replicate the human experience. Conventional humanoid mechs such as swordsman mechs and rifleman mechs fought in a manner that closely mirrored how normal infantry soldiers fought. Vase had recently taken part in such a battle himself, so he fully understood how much more difficult it was to design a hybrid mech that performed fluidly enough in less than 2 days. We will be making this a lot more difficult for ourselves if we design a hybrid mech for this competition. Juliet said with a frown. Hybrid mechs are offensive mechs that normally do not stand out in terms of mobility. They are faster than knight mechs but slower than rifleman mechs. We can make them faster by lowering their armor content, but it will be difficult to make them any faster without compromising their integrated weapon loadouts. Hybrid mechs were offensive mechs by nature. Taking away their weapons invalidated his selection for this mech type. This was not a price that Vase wanted to pay in order to squeeze out a marginal amount of speed from this mech. Vase and Juliet rapidly sketched out a couple of crude draft designs. They performed a few hasty calculations in order to get a rough estimate of the technical parameters of their competition mechs. This ate away 20 minutes of their precious time, but they had no other choice. They needed to verify that their plan was viable before they invested the rest of their allotted time on realizing their desired mechs. The light skirmisher should easily be doable. Juliet confidently said, it is partially based on the ferocious piranha as there is not much of a reason to deviate from a winning formula that we are already familiar with. The only major deviations are the lack of a flight system and other changes to account for landbound operations. The light mech will not have the greatest top speed, but should have excellent evasion characteristics, especially in conjunction with its powerful but short-lasting boosters. It is only armed with twin knives and a backup pistol, but that should be more than sufficient for its needs. Vase studied the proposed light mech. He felt that its armor might be a little too inadequate than he was comfortable with, but it was not as if thicker armor would make that much of a difference. There was a part of Vase that did not entirely feel good about this proposal. It took a moment for him to realize the reason why he felt restless. Juliet did not add anything exciting to the technical design and configuration of the light skirmisher. She did not go out of her way to add an experimental feature or stray too far out of her comfort zone. She approached the tournament with the mindset of sticking to what she was good at and trying to make it as solid as possible in the little time they had to complete their work. She did not do anything wrong per se, but she did not adopt a champion's mindset to this challenge. He inwardly shook his head. Juliet had not progressed as far as Vase and did not have any notably brilliant innovations to her name. There was no reason to fault her for trying to design a competition mech that was within her means and no further. In fact, it was not necessarily a bad idea for their team to make sure that at least one of their mechs turned into a known quantity. Its relatively conventional configuration could balance out the extreme design choices that Vase had made for the hybrid mech. Juliet closely studied the draft design that Vase had sketched. It is as I thought. You went for a slimmed-down medium hybrid mech that is weighed down with numerous offensive armaments. While I admit that it should likely be fast enough to rely on evasion to avoid a great deal of damage, it is ultimately not a light mech. I am aware of that, he responded. The reason why I slimmed down the armor to this extent is to add a bastardized version of the battle skirt system that we created for the Maiden of Adversity design. I think it achieves the best of both worlds. The modular and adjustable armor plating will not offer as much protection as a solid physical shield, but it can be adapted to better guard against different kinds of opposition. What is even more important is that it can gradually shed its broken plates and reduce the total mass of the hybrid mech on a gradual basis. The final advantage is that it can offer physical protection without occupying any of the limbs. Juliet looked troubled again. That sounds good in theory, but it is difficult to realize it with the limited tech and materials that we have to work with. The amount of effort you need to design a version of the battle skirt system that is specifically adapted to your hybrid mech can take several hours. What if you fixate too much on this optional feature and neglect the fundamentals of what should already be a complicated hybrid mech? He sighed. Just trust me, okay. I can do it, I know I can. I have the skills and the cognitive abilities to design this hybrid mech within the allotted time. I wouldn't propose a mech design like this if I thought I would be short of time. They discussed the issue a bit more, but Vase remained adamant that he could make it work despite Juliet's legitimate doubts. This is a challenge that is beyond the level of a journeyman mech designer. Juliet pointed out, you will need to push yourself beyond your limits in order to complete your extensive wish list. Then you should be glad that I am not a normal journeyman. I can really do this, Juliet. I can always pull back the scope of my design if it turns out that it is too ambitious for its own good. The hybrid mech that Vase proposed included a number of weapon systems that each took a certain amount of time to integrate into the mech design. He could always leave them out and fill the empty spaces with extra armor or other components if necessary. Once the pair of mech designers agreed with the combination that they had chosen for their competition entries, they moved on to specifying the more esoteric features of the two mechs. Vase had left this matter for last because it would be the gimmick that he wanted to rely upon to propel him to first place in this tournament. His colleague knew that he had left this for last for a reason. The idea he had in mind was great but might not work with all possible combinations of mech types. Alright, I don't think I need to explain to you that pairing a light skirmisher with a mobile hybrid mech can either turn into an amazing combination or become a recipe for disaster. It depends a lot on how the two mech pilots are able to make use of their mechs and how well they can coordinate with each other. The tournament rules doesn't say whether the mech pilots drawn from the federal military are squad members who have developed any existing synergies, but it is safe to assume that this is not the case. Juliet nodded in understanding. That can be a serious handicap for us. Light mechs have little margins of error to begin with. Night mechs and other sturdy machines can afford to make mistakes, but we have given that up by committing to a speed route. We should look for methods to increase the degree of coordination for our mechs while preventing our enemies from doing the same. We can easily accomplish the latter by applying the same glow of the ferocious piranha to our light skirmisher. We only need one mech to fulfill this purpose. We can devote the other to a supportive glow. No, Vase shook his head. I already thought about that, but I do not think it will work out the way we hoped. Everyone is aware of my existing work. The ferocious piranha is one of my most famous works, and I bet that our competitors will definitely find a way to account for this factor. Besides, the mech pilots of the federal military are well trained and highly disciplined as a rule. They should have already received specialized training to resist such effects given how much copies of the ferocious piranha the LMC has sold in the last few years. He did not want to be predictable. He hated the idea of sticking to what worked in the past, because that was a good way to get countered by people who had done their homework on him and his work. Suppressive glows are one of the strongest advantages of your work, Vase. What alternative do you have in mind that can help our competition mechs defeat their opposition? Do you recall Master Huron's works? Vase began to smirk at his colleague. I do. You based several of your own applications on his neural network technology. Where are you going with this, Vase? Don't worry. I am not going to mess around with neural interfaces. I don't have the necessary knowledge or permits to do so. My idea is that I will use my own design philosophy and specialty to design these two mechs as twins, for lack of a better word. My vision is to design these two living mechs concurrently and make them close from the beginning. Not only will they be attuned to each other as if they were born on each other's hips, I want to make it so that their mech pilots will be able to form a similar connection to each other. That sounds as if you are trying to replicate the deep and extensive coordination of the bonded couples of the Gemini family. The Geminis may be incestuous weirdos, but you cannot deny that what they have created is utterly brilliant. I don't dare to claim that my mech designs can recreate the full effects of their so-called destiny teams, but if I employ Titania as the design spirits of the two competition mechs, I am confident I can rig a special connection between the two living mechs that can facilitate a small-scale network that is strong enough to make a difference during the combat phase. I call it the Twin Souls system. The Twin Souls system. It was the latest creative idea that Vase came up with. In his opinion, excellent teamwork was a fantastic force multiplier. If he could drastically increase the familiarity and coordination between two mech pilots who did not know each other too well, he could ensure that his competition mechs would be able to produce synergy that was far in excess to that of other mech pilot duos. Juliet finally looked impressed at this time. The idea sounded simple, but it was too difficult for most people to realize. For example, Master Huron had to dedicate his entire career to mastering neural interfaces and developing dangerous and finicky neural networks in order to produce comparable results. The Gemini family had to become complete pariahs and cross a lot of ethical lines in order to allow their bonded couples to understand each other over many years of their lives. If Vase could reproduce just a fraction of their most desired effects by tweaking the spiritual designs of his competition mechs in specific ways, then he predicted that it would make a huge difference in the arena. This was a design application that had a lot of promise as far as Vase was concerned. For now, he only limited it to fostering teamwork between a single pair of mech pilots. If he fleshed out this design application in the future, he might be able to increase its scope to allow for much better communication and coordination between many more mech pilots at the same time. Chapter 4848 Twin Souls. There was no better venue for Vase to experiment on his promising new design application than the Twin Weapons Tournament. Even though Vase had only come up with it recently, he possessed a lot of confidence in his ability to develop a working application of the so-called Twin Souls system in a short amount of time. The mechanics of it weren't all that complicated. Vase could copy and paste many of his existing design solutions that he had previously employed in spiritual networks and battle networks. In his opinion, the new Twin Souls system was a specialized spiritual application that sat between a spiritual network and a battle network. A normal spiritual network was quite loose and relaxed, but it lacked the intimacy and strength to add much value in combat. They were much more useful in non-combat situations as they were meant to subtly increase the kinship between large groups of people. A battle network could produce extremely powerful effects, but its requirements were way too high. Specific groups of people such as the Penitent Sisters and the Sword Maidens were extremely homogeneous and already forged a close camaraderie for many years. While there was a chance that the mech pilots assigned to Vase and Juliet's team already trained and fought alongside each other for several years, there was no point in forming a battle network between just two individuals. What Vase sought to create was a middle option that was strong enough to forge a closer understanding between the two mech pilots without going overboard. If he made his Twin Souls system any stronger, then the requirements to effectively make use of it would become too excessive. The entire point of introducing the Twin Souls system was to create a more accessible and less troublesome method of enhancing the teamwork and coordination of small groups of mech pilots. It was fine if the level of teamwork produced by mechs loaded with the Twin Souls system never came close to the efforts of Master Huron or the Gemini family. There was no way that Vase could catch up to over a century of advanced research and lots of trial and error with a single invention. Juliet fell into thought yet again as she tried to imagine how their competition mechs would fare with these changes. "I know you well enough that I shouldn't doubt your promises," she said. "If you believe you can do it, then I am inclined to assume you can do so. My concern is that the mech pilots may not be able to adjust to your work as well as you think. We know nothing about the mech pilots or how the federal military selects and trains its mech pilots for that matter. They can be best friends or they can be pilots who are assigned to separate units. It greatly helps if they are part of the same mech regiment, but if that is not the case, they will have to start cooperating without an existing basis." Vase confidently smirked. "That is fine. In fact, I would say that is great. If our pair of mech pilots are unfamiliar with each other, then the other pairs of mech pilots assigned to other teams will be no different. The tournament is supposed to be as fair as possible when it comes to the allocation of mech pilots, so there shouldn't be any major differences in this regard. Do you know what this means? It means that it takes much less time and effort to progress the teamwork of our assigned mech pilots. The first match will be the roughest as the dummies from the federal military have to get used to all of the new stuff. So long as they get over this hurdle, they should quickly be able to master the new possibilities introduced by my Twin Soul system." It was a major gamble, but also a calculated one. Vase might not like Davut, but he had to admit that the Clive Consortium and all of the other big players truly put a lot of work and effort into building up the fundamentals of their state. The core military organization of the Colonial Federation of Davut consisted of consummate professionals who were already reserved in a similar capacity back in the old galaxy. Davut had already indoctrinated them to see each other as close comrades and fellow servants of the state. In fact, perhaps Vase could make use of this patriotism and tie it into his competition mechs. The two Larkinson mech designers continued to discuss and argue about their plans. There were plenty of areas that sounded dubious, but they didn't have the time to discuss every single matter of concern. "Stop." Vase raised his palm. "We have already spent way too long arguing about this and that. Normally, we have lots of time to conduct research and perform calculations in order to figure out whether our plans are viable or not, but this is a tournament. We don't have the time to be so thorough. Let us start with our design work and go from there. We can still use the following hours to think about our plans and make adjustments on the go if we think it is necessary. Is that okay?" The female mech designer reluctantly nodded. "Very well. How do you want us to design these two mech designs? It is clear that I am the most suited to design the light mech while you are much more capable of designing the hybrid mech. However, we cannot work on them separately if we want them to carry both of our strengths. Should we employ a design network?" Vase needed to stop and think about that. A design network would help a lot with making sure that the two mech designs remained in harmony with each other. It cut down on the friction and enabled the two mech designers to easily become aware of each other's intentions towards their ongoing work. This sounded perfect for a mech design tournament that was centered on cooperating duos. His only objection was an ethical one. Would employing a design network constitute an unfair advantage that would taint his results in this competition? After all, none of the other teams could employ anything remotely as effective as the design network. Vase thought about how the other teams of mech designers might fare. He recalled that Sarah Voikin and Dulo Voikin had also signed up for this tournament. Vase could vaguely sense through the Larkinson network that they were working diligently on their mech designs a fair distance behind his position. The two siblings possessed a much closer relationship with each other than the relationship that Vase had with Juliet. The two grew up together and studied the same subjects. They learned from the same mentors and teachers in the Voikin family and worked under the same circumstances. They may not have gone as far as the Geminis and outright married each other, but their deep familiarity with each other should not be underestimated. Then there was the power pair. Janice Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone might not have been together as long as the Voikin siblings, but they apprenticed themselves to the same master mech designer and even developed highly similar design philosophies. That enabled them to work concurrently on the same pair of mech designs with exceptionally low friction. All of this prior history constituted distinct advantages that Vase and Juliet simply could not match. Vase had also taken a good look at his other competitors. Since the Twin Weapons tournament did not set an age limit, there were numerous pairs of older journeymen in the running who had collaborated together for over half a century. With that sort of teamwork in the mix, the advantages bestowed by a design network did not seem that impressive anymore. "We will employ the design network, but not now," he told her. Blinky has grown stronger as of late, but he cannot maintain the design network on a continuous basis like Alexandria. We need to spare this option for the times where we can make the most use out of it, which should be in a few hours. For now, we don't need to collaborate so closely with each other when we are selecting our parts and designing the basic frames of our designs." Very well. The two began to work on their assigned mechs while occasionally paying attention to what their partners were doing. This was harder than it sounded, as they needed to be able to complete their work in a much shorter timeframe than before. Juliet clearly struggled to complete her tasks despite the fact that she was mainly responsible for designing a smaller and much less complex mech. On the other hand, Vase comfortably split his focus and ran multiple parallel thoughts that each worked on different aspects of his hybrid mech design. The collection of tech, parts and materials made available by the tournament organizers were fairly restrictive and specific. There were large gaps in what the database had available. The mech designers were further restricted from what they could design due to applying an extensive set of restrictions. For example, Vase discovered to his dismay that he was not allowed to equip his mechs with any explosive weaponry. Grenades and explosive missiles were not an option. This forced Vase to alter the configuration of his hybrid mech. He originally intended to equip it with detachable shoulder-mounted missile launchers. The idea behind it was to let the hybrid mech fire a single volley of missiles at the enemy at the start of the match. Once the payload went away, the mech would purge the missile launchers and carry on without as much weight on its shoulders as before. "Will you remove the missile launchers entirely, Vase?" "No, I still think it can be of use. I will just load them with utility missiles instead. We can still equip the hybrid mech with EMP missiles or smoke missiles that can help our machines intercept the opposing mechs without receiving as many attacks. Perhaps it was better this way." Vase continued to select the mech parts he needed to form the basic building blocks of his competition mechs. Just as he expected, the quality and overall performance characteristics were not that impressive. They were so disappointing that they could only maintain parity with mechs designed roughly 200 years ago. He understood that this was necessary in order to ensure the teams of mech designers could fabricate the mechs in a short timeframe. While most of the technical standards were thankfully not as archaic, Vase still had to make a lot of regressive adaptations in order to account for the reduced performance of many parts. This was another hidden challenge that tested the adaptability of every mech designer. Fortunately, Vase started off as a third-class mech designer, so he possessed much more experience than anyone else in designing relatively low-performing mechs. He easily addressed these technical issues as they came up with hardly any slowdown. His productivity along with his deftness started to attract even more attention than before. Vase could feel all of the eyeballs directed to his body. He was more than sensitive enough to detect when people were paying close attention to him and noticed all of the staring from the start. This was despite the fact that the energy screens had completely isolated him and Juliet in their own little space. Some of those pairs of eyeballs belonged to powerful mech designers. This did not cause him to grow nervous or self-conscious, as he was too confident to let his nerves interfere with his work. So what if all of those masters dissected his design choices? Let them watch. Vase was not afraid of showing off his design process, or else he wouldn't have agreed to take part in this tournament in the first place. He smirked. He could tell from numerous signs that a lot of people were becoming increasingly more impressed with his performance. This is just the beginning. Chapter 4849 Initial Reactions. Many different people paid close attention to the work of the famous patriarch of the Larkinson clan. It was not an exaggeration to say that a significant proportion of the audience solely decided to observe the Twin Weapons tournament in order to see Vase in action. Whether they could gain anything useful out of their observations was another matter. Laymen couldn't understand anything, while master mech designers derived a frightening amount of information from their limited observations. No matter how well they understood mechs, nobody had a clear idea of what Vase and Juliet had in mind. Within the floating VIP booth where a bunch of Larkinsons were observing their patriarch with rapt attention, a lot of discussion had broken out as soon as they figured out the mech types that Vase and Juliet had selected for their competition entries. Miles Tovar frowned. "I thought that Vase would base his mechs on his old classics." "How so, Miles?" Cormont Hempkamp asked his fellow colleague. "My best bet was that he would go for a rifleman mech armed with a Luminaire crystal rifle along with an offensive night mech that messes with the minds of the opposing mech pilots. This combination is dangerous from a distance and difficult to overcome at close range." It is simple to design and makes for a solid combination. That is not our teacher's style. Michael Larkinson shook his head. Vase likes to solve his problems from a more creative and unconventional angle. He only makes the most obvious and logical choice if he can't come up with anything crazier that promises to deliver better results. That sounds like him, alright. It appears that your understanding of our patriarch is correct. I do not think that many mech designers in his position would dare to work on a hybrid mech. In fact, I've scanned the other teams and there is only a single other pair of journeymen that is starting to work on a hybrid mech. The two teams had made a daring choice. Whether it worked out for them or not was not certain, but none of the mech designers involved were simple people. While the Larkinsons possessed a lot of faith in their patriarch, they could not help but be concerned whether all of the added time spent on designing a hybrid mech was worth the loss in refinement. Vase is better than everyone else, Miles claimed. I don't know how good he is exactly, but he improved a lot since a few months ago. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he advanced to senior already. Xanthar perked up. Is there a transition period between journeyman and senior? Several mech designers shrugged. Cormont Hempkamp chuckled. You are either a senior or you are not. All ranks are discrete. It is impossible to get stuck halfway. No one truly knows where the patriarch stands. I do not believe that even he truly knows whether he is ready to take the next step. His upcoming mech designs are really interesting. Don't talk about that here. Don't forget that we are not in our own turf. I'm sorry. The Larkinsons spoke a bit more about what the Larkinson mech designers were doing. They not only discussed the team of Vase and Juliet, but also the other two teams that took part in the contest. Miles Tovar knew that he was not that impressive of a journeyman among his colleagues in the Larkinson clan. He lacked the spark of brilliance that caused certain people to stand out and progress a lot faster. Though he was working hard to expand his knowledge base and figure out ways he could apply his niche in a more useful capacity, for now he believed he could enhance his position by utilizing his social skills. Vase originally recruited Sarah, Dulo, Janissa and Tiffy during another tournament a few years ago. Miles said, he fought and defeated them during the combat phase. I wonder whether he'll do the same again. The best way to scope out another mech designer is to test your skills against the other. This caused the Larkinsons to direct their attention to numerous other pairs. They did not really know any of these strangers, so it was unclear whether they could pose a decent challenge to the competing Larkinson mech designers. Still, a few of the other mech designers had achieved remarkable results in past contests. There were more than a dozen different teams that had individuals who managed to score in the top 10 in mech design tournaments such as the Strange Lands tournament. Papa is the strongest, Marvane childishly exclaimed as he drank his fruit juice from a straw. His mechs are so awesome that they will beat everything without any of them falling down. Andraste on the other hand looked glum as she hugged an injured Lucky against her chest. There's no swordsman mech. The only melee mech is a light skirmisher, but its knives are so short that they are not as fun as wielding swords. If Kedis was here, she would definitely be able to design a swordsman mech by herself. She doesn't need anyone's help. Nah, Papa can make everything better. No way, Papa is great at designing everything else, but Kedis is way better at designing swordsman mechs. She told me that herself. She's lying. She's telling the truth. I don't believe you, sister. As Andraste and Marvane kept arguing about this issue, Aurelia grew annoyed and patted Clixie on her side. The Rubarthan sentinel cat dutifully jumped from the oldest sister's lap and began to intersperse herself between the two squabbling kids. Meow meow meow. Okay, I'll drop it, alright. I'm sorry, Clixie, meow. As the hours went by, it steadily became clear what the other teams of mech designers intended to design. Since it took a lot of time for obvious progress to be made, numerous mech designers made a game out of guessing the configurations and the design characteristics of the works in progress. Oh, I think I understand what the Voikins intend to design. Meryl O'Brien spoke now. Sarah Voikin excels in designing defensive mechs. Dulo Voikin specializes in designing spearman mechs. They do not have many choices if they both want to make good use out of both of their skill sets. I already expected them to design a medium spearman mech as that is what Dulo is best at designing. I did not expect that their team would also design a light harasser mech equipped with special javelins. That caused a lot of Larkinsons in the VIP booth to pay more attention to the Voikin designs. Both Sarah and Dulo exhibited excellent teamwork. They mainly worked on their assigned mech designs, but did not hesitate to add to the progress of the other mech whenever they came up with a good solution. For example, Sarah worked on the armor systems of both mechs while Dulo worked on the long weapons equipped by the two machines. The Spearman mech did not look that special, but there were plenty of mech designers that understood that they should never underestimate Dulo's Spearman mechs. He was bound to add a few surprises to the design in order to give it an edge against the competition. Perhaps Dulo might reveal the key elements of his Spearman mech design at a later time when the design became increasingly more complete and detailed. For now, the most interesting mech design was the light mech that Sarah mostly worked upon. Though it did not have as much armor as the other mechs, Sarah Voikin was still able to apply her extensive expertise to optimize the light harasser mech's armor system so that it made the most out of what little protection it possessed. It was the occasional times when Dulo Voikin worked on the light harasser mech that intrigued a lot of people who knew him and his work. It seemed odd and unusual to equip a light mech with a bunch of javelins. All of these parts will weigh down the light mech, Miles Tovar analyzed. They won't be able to deal much damage if they are flung to the enemy by hand. They're more useful if the light mech employs them as short spears. It should at least be able to leverage its momentum to empower its spear thrusts. Merrill pointed out another aspect about this mech design. Those javelins are not made out of solid metal. Their tips will probably consist of plasma. The working principles of these energy javelins were the same as plasma cutters, but upsized to the point where it became useful in mech combat. Proper plasma weapons were usually only employed by first-class mechs, but that did not mean that plasma weapon technology was inherently high-end. It was still possible to use relatively cheap components and materials to develop effective plasma weapons as long as they came with a lot of compromises. Numerous mech designers became increasingly more impressed with what Dulo attempted to create. The design of these plasma javelins is ingenious, Miles Tovar noted with, Dulo is attempting to maximize their heat and power at the cost of longevity. Its heat buildup will be horrendous, but it doesn't matter as these javelins only need to be able to form a plasma tip for a couple of seconds at most. The Voikins can even take advantage of the expendability of these projectile weapons by overloading its systems and hopefully cause them explode while they remain stuck to their targets. That might be a great way to disable a lot of competing mechs. A light mech cannot carry too many javelins. It will run out after 3 or 4 throws. The javelins are not that thick and heavy. I can understand why Dulo doesn't want to make them too large, but the light harasser mech does not have the mechanical power to throw out these spears with great force behind them. If the thrower is unlucky enough, those plasma javelins will slide right off the armor of the enemy mech. The spectators clearly did not seem impressed by the works of this team. Even the expert commentators that was made up of a panel of senior mech designers employed by the Davut University of Technology did not put much faith into this implementation. I am disappointed by the descendants of Master Barnard Solas Voikin. It is clear that they are being hampered by the demand to include at least one light mech in their designs, but their response to this is to design a light-ranged mech that relies on throwing disposable energy spears to deal damage. The only saving grace of this mech is that it is also equipped with a submachine gun. Now, I would not dismiss these energy javelins out of hand. Miss Sarah Voikin and Mr. Dulo Voikin are both employed by the Larkinson clan. It is possible that they have learned powerful alien technologies that may be applicable to the energy javelins. We will have to see when Dulo Voikin has completed their designs. You are being optimistic about the young man. He is forcing himself to add spear-like weapons to a mech that has no business with them. It is a waste of time for him to work on these energy javelins. He can achieve much better results if he equips the light harasser mech with a more powerful rifle. It should be able to offer decent covering fire for the spearman mech. I would rather spend more time on studying the hybrid mech that the employer of the two Voikin siblings is working on. Look at how much progress the patriarch of the Larkinson clan is making. Its frame already looks more complete than the aforementioned light harasser mech, and that is despite all of the work that he must put into integrating so many weapon systems. If Vase Larkinson does not slow down in the following hours, he should be able to complete his ambitious hybrid mech design well before the deadline. Chapter 4850 Mech Designers and Egos. As the 71 pairs of mech designers exerted their utmost to design the mechs that would allow them to rank high in the tournament, many important figures closely tracked their performance. A small but distinguished group of mech designers and other dignitaries had gathered in an invisible VIP booth. Different from the other floating observation rooms, this one happened to be equipped with an advanced stealth system. This enabled the VIP booth to descend and provide its occupants with a more detailed view of the mech designers working down below. In the past few hours since the twin weapons tournament had begun, the VIP booth had been dipping close above the heads of numerous mech designers without alerting them in the slightest. Perhaps the more sensitive or more augmented journeymen may have felt an odd presence approaching, but the pressure riding on them meant that they were too distracted by their design work to notice anything unusual. Among the Davutans that occupied the invisible VIP booth, 2 of them took up a central position in the seats. Master Hergard Elroy looked amused as he studied the progress made by the different tournament participants. The odd rules introduced by him and his fellow teachers at the Davut University of Technology were already serving their purpose. The special demands threw so many mech designers out of their comfort zones that they all needed to exercise their imagination and design skills in a different manner than before. None of the journeymen were content with the demand that they needed to add an obvious weak point on the front of their mechs. They did everything possible to prevent enemy mechs from being able to exploit these vulnerabilities. A higher than average proportion of designs centered around beast mechs. There were clear advantages to employing them, as quadruped machines such as tiger mechs usually pointed their chests downwards. While there were still ways for enemy machines to strike at these weak points, it almost certainly took more effort than usual to destroy beast mechs in this fashion. Humanoid mechs on the other hand received other forms of protection to make it harder to target their weak points. Physical shields and barriers became the most obvious ones. Master Elroy had to add many different rules and sub-rules in order to prevent these cheeky journeyman mech designers from going too far and defeating the original intention of this rule. The weak points had to remain sufficiently accessible to enemies. Master Elroy and his colleagues did not care whether this rule inconvenienced many mech designers. They still had a number of options to mitigate this vulnerability. It was up to the mech designers themselves to develop more creative solutions that could successfully help their mechs survive in the arena. Well, Master, what is your judgment on the work of Patriarch Vase Larkinson? A female voice impatiently asked. Patience, Madam Kernsk. I am well aware of your need to supply information to President Clive, but the tournament has only started fairly recently. The hybrid mech that your subject of interest is working on has yet to reveal his full plan. I cannot read minds, and my understanding of the Patriarch's field of expertise is still shallow. The chief of staff of the highest political leader of Davut did not look amused. She did not want to spend 3 entire days on keeping an eye on a single individual. She recognized the necessity of her task. No single individual within the borders of Davut had affected the state quite as drastically as the infamous leader of the Larkinson clan. If the information provided by Major Durant and the other individuals trapped in the pocket space was accurate, then this crafty mech designer was the chief individual responsible for launching a successful breakout attempt. It was not an exaggeration to claim that Vase had played an important role in handing over a pocket space to the Colonial Federation. Without his involvement, it became a lot more questionable whether the pocket space would remain whole and usable. This made Raina Kernsk more ambivalent towards the Larkinson Patriarch. The man's influence in Davut had become too strong. If he ever spoke a bad word about Davut, millions of people could easily lose faith in the state as well. This made it even more important for Davut to manage its relationship with Vase Larkinson. We need as much information about him as you can provide to us. 9 capital ships are at stake. Master Elroy did not expect to hear this news. That is an excessively magnanimous prize for his services. There are larger groups than the Larkinson clan that are not able to order as many fleet carriers at once. How many mech design commissions does he need to fulfill to win these new capital ships? Every completed mech design corresponds to 3 fleet carriers. That is the agreement that we have forged with Patriarch Larkinson. We have received much criticism at court and in our network as a result, but we can handle the pressure. President Clive and I still possess a great amount of faith in Patriarch Larkinson's ability to adapt and overcome. That does not mean we operate on blind faith. It is better to obtain second opinions and third opinions on his capabilities so that we can properly plan and anticipate for the future. Master Hergard Elroy understood the government's perspective. He had lived for over 2 centuries and worked with plenty of government institutions. He learned how to work with many different government entities and institutions in order to gain access to the exotic alien technology that he excelled at reverse engineering. He chose to become a leading researcher at the Davut University of Technology after conducting thorough research on the people he intended to work with. He found it quite reassuring that President Unames Clive and his administration were more than happy to entrust capable mech designers and scientists with vital projects. It was highly unusual for the government to pay so much and make so many concessions for a mere journeyman mech designer. There were many of them in Davut. Their skills and accomplishments varied considerably, but their design philosophies and design applications were too immature to make a difference in the fortunes of states. Vase Larkinson was a clear exception to this rule. Mech designers such as Master Elroy generally judged the competence of mech designers by how much their products impacted the lives of people living in human society. Rank technically didn't matter. A master mech designer may be able to design beautiful and exquisite mechs, but if they only ended up in the hands of ultra-rich first-class elites, then the professional in question had done almost nothing to make human civilization stronger and better. On the other hand, an ingenious apprentice mech designer may be able to design a unique mech that not only happened to solve a problem that no one else managed to address, but also sell its copies for millions, thereby changing the future of entire states. There was no doubt that Vase had already reached this level back when he was just an apprentice in the Komodo Star sector. Whether it was his commercial works or his commissioned works for the Hex army, Davut correctly recognized that the value of this young and flamboyant mech designer exceeded that of almost every senior in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Therefore, Master Elroy was neither surprised by how much Davut was willing to pay for the Larkinson Patriarch's services nor thought that the boy was being overpaid. "He is good for his age. I will give you that, Madam Kernsk," he spoke up after a time. His eyes continued to study Vase and his incomplete hybrid mech design. "I can see that he has a strong ego and passion for his work. That explains why he has been able to develop an entirely new field in mech design by himself, but it also makes him harder to work with. He will only work at his best if he respects the mech designer he is collaborating with or if he is able to take the lead in a mech design project. A young mech designer who is accustomed to being in charge and has achieved great success at doing so will not agree to be reduced to a subservient position." Reina Kernsk frowned. The detailed study and analysis on Vase already described as much, but the colonial government still hoped that he would be more accommodating in this regard. "What does that mean in concrete terms?" she asked. "Our strategic advisors have formed a list of masters that we believe may assist Patriarch Larkinson in fulfilling his mech design commissions. His previous works for another state is lacking in this assistance, and that has resulted in slightly subpar mechs in terms of raw performance. Our state wishes to avoid this and ensure that any of the mechs that the Patriarch has designed for our state meets the highest standards. We cannot do that without involving masters such as yourself." "I understand." Master Elroy nodded. "Generally speaking, I do not object to assisting a young and promising journeyman mech designer, but I am afraid that I am the exception rather than the rule. I have withdrawn myself from competition so that I can dedicate more of my time on academic research and advancing the technologies that are helpful to other mech designers. I am both a teacher and a facilitator and have long developed a more generous mindset towards the younger generation. It is regrettable that my competences are not that relevant to his commissions. Perhaps you can involve yourself in order to act as a bridge or a mediator between Patriarch Larkinson and our older and more distinguished mech designers." "That can work, but it is too much of a waste, Madam Kernsk. My other colleagues will not accept my involvement if I have little to contribute to the design. It will only insult and irritate all of the mech designers if I needlessly insert myself in their projects. You will need to convince them to let a journeyman dictate their work, which should not be easy. However, the status problem may not be as great as I fear." The female chief of staff turned to the master. "Can you clarify that, Elroy?" The older gentleman shook his head. "It is irrelevant for the time being. Let me give you my perspective. Too many of my colleagues will either outright refuse or only collaborate begrudgingly with a younger mech designer who is only valued because he has invented a few useful tricks. That is not to say they deny the worth of Patriarch Larkinson's innovations, but they cannot accept the fact that your government values his contributions over theirs. It is not in your best interest to alienate them against your state." Reina Kernsk looked annoyed. Cooperating with Vase Larkinson was clearly the most logical choice, but the egos of the masters that Davut had painstakingly attracted to its side made this far more difficult than it should. "Our advisors are eager to encourage Master Manuel Terrence to collaborate with Patriarch Vase Larkinson on a line of energy shield-based mechs. In fact, we would welcome it if Renewal Tech and Design can form a joint venture with the Living Mech Corporation to publish a comprehensive line of strong energy shield mechs that also possesses the characteristics of living mechs." Master Elroy laughed. "Ha ha ha. Good luck trying to convince Master Terrence to serve as the junior designer to a mech designer as young as Patriarch Larkinson. The good master is not the best at cooperating with other mech designers. He has a strong passion for his work, and his dogged persistence in designing mechs that primarily base their defenses around energy shields has long caused him to become more withdrawn, shall we say. Terrence will most certainly try to usurp Patriarch Vess's leadership and impose his own vision on the Mech Design Commission. The woman frowned. That is not what we wish to see. We explicitly commissioned the work of Patriarch Larkinson. We already signed separate contracts with Master Manuel Terrence. Then my suggestion is to leave him aside. Do not start with him because it will not end well. Chapter 4851 Questionable Candidates. Davut cared a lot about the major mech design commissions that Patriarch Vase Larkinson agreed to fulfill. If his promised mech designs impacted the federal military of Davut just as much as his Hexer mech designs had done for the Hex army, then that was already worth the price of constructing half a dozen multiple fleet carriers. The federal military demanded more than that, though. Anyone who studied the only war between two major second-rate states where living mechs were utilized on a massive scale learned that these special machines could not single-handedly win a war. They could make a difference all right, but there were many other factors that could also affect the chances that a state could win or lose a massive conflict. Davut had an extensive staff of military officers, strategists and other clever people that had conducted a lot of research and information gathering on the living mechs designed by Patriarch Vase Larkinson. This investigation went deeper than many people realized. The Davutan investigators did more than collect a lot of news articles on the galactic net or watch a lot of the public battle footage of Ves's mechs in action. The colonial state had already sent out lots of spies to the Friday colonies and the Hex Federation over at the neighboring Megare Middle Zone. These spies had been tasked with gathering first-hand information on the performance and the impact of notable mech models such as the Valkyrie Redeemer. It was not that difficult for the spies to gather deeper information on how the living mechs designed for the Hexers changed this group of people forever. Much of what the spies had learned over the course of their covert intelligence gathering activities frightened the Davutan analysts. However, as scary as it was to discover that a single mech designer literally hijacked the beliefs of the people of an entire state so that they could worship a fictitious matronly goddess, it was undeniable that this very same belief had united a people and kept them together throughout their migration to the Red Ocean. A lot of people in the colonial government were rightfully afraid or ambivalent about asking Patriarch Vase Larkinson to perform a similar service to Davut. There were control freaks who treated Davut as their own personal kingdom and wanted to make sure it remained completely in their hands. Fortunately, the chief of staff of the federal president was not in their camp. Raina Kernsk had access to almost all of the information that President Clive was authorized to know, and she understood that Karlich's military buildup was frightening. Karlach went all out on winning the upcoming war. Davut had to do the same in order to keep up, and that included enlisting the help of a mech designer who was notorious for possibly causing the downfall of not one, but several states. There were good reasons why President Unames Clive had never assumed an antagonistic posture towards this infamous mech designer. He did not want the Colonial Federation of Davut to follow in the footsteps of all of those doomed states. The chance that Patriarch Larkinson would somehow engineer the downfall of Davut due to being slighted by a master mech designer in the service of Davut was low, but the female government official did not want to take any chances. The main problem with Vase Larkinson is that he does not have sufficient credibility among the seniors and masters of our colonial state. Raina Kernsk analyzed. We need to change that by providing solid proof that collaborating with him is not a waste of time and effort. We will need to start with finding one or more masters that are truly willing to cooperate with the Larkinson Patriarch to the point of surrendering the initiative to the younger mech designer. So long as this initial collaboration produces fantastic results and sets a clear example of what is possible, it should be easier for us to convince the more stubborn mech designers such as Master Manuel Terrence to work with the Larkinsons. Master Hergard Elroy remained silent for a time as he thought about how this sequence might play out. His expression remained troubled, but it lightened up. After a minute, your plan is sound. I agree with your approach. The issue is finding the right master that can break the ice. That is a considerable challenge. I am considering a handful of names that may be able to put down their egos to allow a younger mech designer to take the lead, but their work and design philosophies may not entirely be ideal. Since your administration has only convinced the Larkinson Patriarch to accept 3 of your mech design commissions, then it is imperative to make them broad and widely applicable enough to be fielded in many of your mech units. The representative of the federal president nodded. That is a given. As I have stated before, we need to assure that what we can gain from Vase Larkinson exceeds the value of 9 fleet carriers. The stability of our administration and the approval rating of our president will suffer greatly if this does not happen. What do you think about Master Layla Wall? Master Layla Wall was one of the deans of the Davut University of Technology, so Master Elroy knew her well. The female mech designer was notable for her Class 1 design philosophy, which centered around transformable mechs. Elroy shook his head. She is in a similar position as myself. She is mature and advanced enough in her career that she is no longer concerned about the difference in status, but I am struggling to think of any synergy between her and the Larkinson Patriarch. Not every mech designer is suited to collaborate with another mech designer. There needs to be a clear justification for them to pool their efforts into a single line of mechs, or else it is better to allow Vase Larkinson to work with his own team. That is not good enough for our administration. You have made that particularly clear. Is it acceptable if I propose foreign master mech designers who are unaligned with Davut? They may not have formed any existing ties with our colonial state, but you can sign a contract with them that ensures they will not aid Karlach for a specified period of time. I have a rich network of contacts. I am confident that a handful of them may be amenable to collaborating with the young patriarch under these terms. Madame Kernsk shook her head even before the master mech designer was done with bringing up his latest proposal. That is unacceptable. We must strictly keep this collaboration in-house. It is already concerning to us that we are commissioning mechs that may be of great importance from a mech designer whose heart is not set on our state. We need a loyal insider that can not only represent the interests of our state during the collaboration, but is also able to tweak and alter the mech design after Patriarch Vase Larkinson has completed his work. The mech lines that we are ordering from him may be in use for years if not decades. It was troublesome to commission additional work after the original completion of the contract. States had a big appetite for variants of the same base model. It would be a lot easier to obtain these variants on order if one of the participants of the original mech design project was a Davutan mech designer. Confidentiality was also important. While it was impossible to hide all of the details of a mech model utilized on a wider scale, Davut did not want to make it easy for Karlach to discover all of the nuances of a machine of great military importance. It took Master Elroy a lot of thought in order to propose a name. Given your demands and expectations of this collaboration, I suggest you start with Master Tilda Orkin. She has expressed a notable degree of interest in the works of Vase Larkinson in the past. I believe that the two mech designers possess a considerable amount of shared interests that can encourage greater cooperation between the two. The resulting product may not be as widely applicable as you would like, but this should not be a serious problem as long as your state is willing to invest in the right infrastructure. No. Raina Kernsk shook her head yet again. Master Orkin is an excellent mech designer, but she works exclusively on biomech designs. We support her research because we do not want to remain blind and ignorant of the latest developments in the biomech industry, but that is as far as we are willing to invest in this subsector. Despite our claims of openness and plurality, our administration is not a proponent of promoting the use of biomech designs within our state. The redundancy is too great and too many of our citizens are uncomfortable with overt use of biotech products. That was a missed opportunity in Master Elroy's opinion. He could clearly see that Vase Larkinson's design philosophy had a lot of potential synergy with the specialty of Master Tilda Orkin. Are you sure you wish to cross out Master Orkin's name? This is the will of President Clive. Raina said in a warning tone. I should also add that the key figures of the Davut Biotechnology University are under investigation for the incident that occurred within the government district not too long ago. Master Tilda Orkin is a known friend and co-worker of Professor Mermillion Grant's. She has even contributed to the deadliness of the war beasts that went out of control. That caused Master Elroy to look severe. It was never good to become the target of such an inquisition. Though he was convinced that Master Orkin was not truly guilty of collaborating with the Karlachs, this black stain on her record would probably haunt her for the rest of her life. Her guard Elroy sighed. Very well, I can think of a few other names that reluctantly meet your criteria. One of them is Master Decimus Horst. He may be working for ZUTA University, but he is a relatively younger and more adaptable master mech designer that is noted to teach and mentor many students. He is a social individual who should know how to build an accord with a young talent such as Patriarch Larkinson. His specialty is also relevant to your needs. He is greatly invested in heavy artillery mechs, both on land and in space. While I cannot immediately think of any strong synergies between this pairing, I am certain that they can form their own ideas. The latest suggestion actually caused Raina Kernsk to think. She did not reject this name out of hand, but it was clear that she still harbored reluctance towards this proposal. Our administration is indeed interested in the works of Master Decimus Horst. Reina Kernsk slowly said, "We are not entirely certain about his commitment to our state. He is only loosely related to ZUTA University. From what we know of him, he is mostly engaged in his own private projects and affairs. We heavily suspect that Master Horst is on the fence with regards to our upcoming conflict with Karlach. If our state is at a disadvantage, then we expect him to depart well in advance of our other stakeholders. We do not wish to work too closely with such a fair-weather friend." Her description of Master Decimus Horst was not unfair. It was actually pretty common for mech designers like this to hedge their bets and avoid committing too much. This was especially prevalent because Davut was still a brand new state that barely had a history to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel of. Too few people were truly loyal to its cause. In fact, Master Hergard Elroy was not much different in this regard. He may have made a more serious bet than others, but he would not hesitate to abandon a sinking ship if the forces of Karlach approached the Davut system.